Fang Xin, clearly the chief among the 7 kings of slaughter, dared not even crush an ant. This was because Fang Xin had awakened a talent for slaughter, allowing him to continuously enhance his strength through killing. However, when Fang Xin told this to his grandfather, he so frightened him that he fled far away overnight, repeatedly admonishing Fang Xin before leaving to never reveal his talent. At that moment, on the rain-soaked streets, several bodies lay scattered, with intermittent sounds of electricity mixed with the rain. Calling Ellie, can you hear? Following this, a figure, wounded all over, slowly stood up. Just then, a humanoid creature rushed forward and with one punch, sent the woman flying again. Her delicate body flew backward, crashing into a puddle and splashing water all around. As the humanoid creature approached to attack the woman again, a figure in a school uniform suddenly appeared in front of it, quickly raising an arm and delivering a punch. Everything happened too fast, even the rain seemed to freeze for a moment. With a loud bang, the humanoid creature was sent flying into a wall, silent thereafter. Fang Xin raised his hand again, and with a gesture, a streak of blood-red light swiftly flew out from the humanoid, sinking into the crimson runes on his palm. Then, Fang Xin turned to look at the woman behind him and walked straight towards the distance. Ellie, still lying on the ground, her face still in shock, weakly said, "Thank you, my name is Ellie. May I ask your name?" Fang Xin's departing steps did not stop, and he simply uttered 3 words, "Jin Juanhao." As Fang Xin's figure disappeared, several military SUVs quickly converged on this spot. Meanwhile, I returned to the doorstep of my home, shaking the raindrops from my umbrella, as my aunt's voice came from inside, "Xiaoyu, this item is now scarce. Even then, it was only through many connections by your dad that we managed to buy it. This time, we let your sister and your brother Fang Xin participate. You're still young, wait until next year's awakening, then we'll buy you 2 new ones." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly slammed the table, "Not good, you are just favoring that orphan nephew of yours. He eats ours, uses ours, why should he still monopolize my awakening potion now?" After saying this, with tears in her eyes, she looked towards Jiang Weidong, "Dad, say something fair." Jiang Weidong looked at the 2 potions on the table, "Huilan, why not give Fang Xin's potion to Xiaoyu? After all, Xiaoyu is our own daughter." "No," Fang Huilan immediately objected, "the talent test is very important, it concerns his future." Jiang Weidong slammed the table, "How come it's not okay? Your nephew is precious, isn't my daughter precious too? If not for us, your nephew Fang Xin would have been a lost dog by now." At this moment, Aunt's eldest daughter, Jiang Xiaocha, raised her head. "Strictly speaking, everything we eat, use, and even the place we live, belongs to Fang Xin, left to him by his parents. Without us, Fang Xin might be living even better, and we would be the lost dogs. If I'm not mistaken, the money used to buy these 2 potions was also left by my uncle and aunt to Fang Xin." Hearing this, Jiang Weidong was momentarily speechless, while Jiang Xiaoyu would not relent. "His parents' money has long been spent, I don't care, this potion can only be mine. I don't want to be ridiculed by my classmates, saying that my family can't afford to buy a potion." Saying this, Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed a potion and claimed it as her own. Fang Huilan was just about to speak when there was a noise at the door, and she immediately stood up to welcome them. "Xiao Chen is back, come eat." Jiang Xiaoyu, full of hostility, rolled her eyes at me and muttered under her breath, "Shameless thing." But I, as if deaf to what Aunt's family had said earlier, heard everything clearly. When my parents passed away leaving a huge fortune, it attracted the covetousness of many relatives. It was then that I saw through human nature. Later, when Grandpa disappeared and my uncle Jiang Weidong fell into trouble in business, owing a lot of debt, at that time Jiang Weidong still acted like a decent person. I helped settle the debts and even let Aunt's family move into the house left by my parents. At this moment, Fang Huilan served me a bowl of rice and handed it over. "Xiao Chun, tomorrow is the talent test. Aunt also bought you a potion," she said, turning to look at Jiang Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, give the potion to your brother Fang Xin." Jiang Xiaoyu stuffed the potion into her chest. "Why? This is mine." Fang Huilan was about to speak when Jiang Xiaocha reached out and pushed the potion in front of him towards me. "Brother, this is yours." After saying this, he returned to his room. After dinner, I returned to my room and took out my phone. By then, the messages in the class group had reached hundreds. Rich second-generation Qin Juanhao was frantically showing off in the group the 20 awakening potions his dad had bought him. The awakening potion is a drug that activates the body's potential, increasing the success rate of the talent test by 10%. Each person has 2 opportunities before graduating from high school. Although I had awakened the talent for slaughter early on, due to my grandfather's instructions, I had never used it. Later, when I encountered a foreigner by chance and had to act, I found that killing this type of foreigner could greatly enhance my own abilities and even plunder others' awakened talents. These foreigners are also a type of awakener, only after gaining abilities, their desires greatly expand, committing all evils. From then on, I kept an eye on these people. Since Grandpa instructed me not to easily display my talent for slaughter, I could still use other talents plundered. The next morning, in the classroom, the class teacher Chen Wenjin came to the podium. "Students, don't be nervous, wait for my signal before injecting the potion. By the way, does any student still need a potion?" Hearing this, Qin Juanhao shook his middle-parted hair, mockingly turned his head towards me sitting by the window. "Teacher Fang Xin, she's asking you." However, before I could speak, a stunningly beautiful girl in the front row, Chu Xinyao, opened her backpack, took out a potion. "Teacher, I brought one for Fang Xin." Seeing this, Qin Juanhao's face immediately fell. Just then, the principal arrived at the classroom door. Teacher Chang, come out for a moment, and behind the principal followed two people, one wearing a trench coat and a top hat, and another with silver short hair and ice blue eyes. Class teacher Chen Wenjin. After stepping out of the classroom, the principal indicated to close the door, then looked through the window at the class, curiously asking Teacher Chen, which one is Qin Juanhao? Chen Wenjin, slightly startled, subconsciously turned back and pointed in the direction of Qin Juanhao. That one is Qin Juanhao. Hearing this, the officer wearing the top hat bent down, following the direction Chen Wenjin was pointing in. P.S. The opening setup is a bit long. Just read 10 chapters and you'll be thrilled. He looked inside the classroom. Then he turned his head to the beautiful woman with ice blue eyes. Ailey, look, is it him? Ailey's icy blue eyes stared at Qin Juanhao through the window. He was wearing a mask before, and I was about to faint at that time, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but his height and build match. Chang Wenjin asked in confusion, Principal, who are these two? Principal Ji smiled with his hands behind his back. Teacher Chang, these two are from the 7th Division. This is Mr. Xiao Wutong, and this is Ms. Ailey. Chang Wenjin was stunned again, then exclaimed, 7th Division? Looking for Qin Juanhao? Has he been selected early? Xiao Wutong immediately raised his hand, signaling for confidentiality, cannot be discussed. But it was clear that this Captain Zhao's eyes were filled with the pride of preempting a genius. After chatting briefly, Xiao Wutong turned and left with Ailey. At the moment of parting, Ailey's gaze suddenly fell on a figure sitting by the window. Fang Xian thought to himself how small the world was when Ailey appeared, so he quickly swept his bangs up and casually put on his deskmate's glasses. What's wrong, Ailey? Ailey came back to her senses. It's nothing. As they walked out, Xiao Wutong was in a great mood. The people from the 9th Division reported to the higher-ups this time, asking for the test results to be delayed by a day, just to seize the talented students early using this method. Damn, they are outstanding and have elder Yi supporting them, but this is too overbearing. But who says our old Xiao isn't lucky? I've found a treasure in advance. As soon as the talent test ends, we will go find Qin Juanhao to sign a contract. Just thinking about how the people from the 9th Division will have sour faces then makes me want to laugh. Inside the classroom. Ever since the principal called Chang Wenjin out of the door, it exploded. Because when closing the door, the students sitting in the front row clearly heard the principal asking who Qin Juanhao was. Then those two seemingly important people looked in the direction of Qin Juanhao. What the hell? What's going on? Who are those people? The students sitting by the door strained to listen. I heard them mention something about the 7th Division? No way. The 7th Division. I have a distant cousin there. It's the legendary Heavenly Shield Bureau's 7th Division. My cousin was discovered early, glanced from outside the classroom, and as soon as the test ended, he signed a contract. Now he's very impressive. Many people were shocked, and those lacking information quietly asked, Heavenly Shield Bureau? The Heavenly Shield Bureau is a very prestigious organization established by the government specifically for dealing with meta-humans. It oversees 9 special action divisions. Although the overall strength of the 7th Division doesn't rank in the top 3, it is still part of the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Moreover, their requirements are particularly high. They only recruit B-level at a minimum. No way, B-level threshold. What about that? The Heavenly Shield Bureau's most prestigious, according to my cousin, the 9th Division is also called the Monster Room, filled with geniuses, and their threshold is S-level. No way, S-level? Doesn't that mean everyone inside has to be a genius? We can only watch. The sycophant Su Chang immediately said, wow. Brother Hao, you're going to make it big. Who cares which division? Being discovered early means it's the most important. I told you my brother Hao is the best. You all didn't believe me. You had to bark like dogs. Come on, is there anyone who doesn't agree? Qin Juanhao was also a bit confused. Qin Juanhao, how were you discovered? Share some tips with everyone. Everyone needs to pray for a little help, a classmate asked. To be honest, Qin Juanhao couldn't explain it either, so Su Chang immediately defended him. Doesn't this need explaining? Brother Hao, your family is so impressive, you must know people in the Heavenly Shield Bureau, right? Hearing this reason, Qin Juanhao suddenly realized, that's right. My dad knows them. I remember now, my dad had dinner with people inside before. Did you hear? This is the family fortune. My brother Hao has taught you, can you learn it? Su Chang licked up. Qin Juanhao's mouth directly curved up. Xiao Chang, we are all classmates, don't say that, it's too hurtful to everyone's pride. While speaking, he glanced at Chu Xinyao out of the corner of his eye. Su Chang was also a flexible-minded guy. Class Flower Chu, did you see my brother Hao's strength? Chu Xinyao scoffed. He just took a look, who knows what actually happened. It could be that Qin Juanhao's dad committed a crime and came to arrest him. Su Chang choked. In terms of family background, Chu Xinyao's family was not bad either. Everyone knew her mother was the director at the Electricity Bureau. However, no one knew what her father did. It was said he was a high-ranking official, so Chu Xinyao didn't pay any attention to Qin Juanhao's show-off. Chu Xinyao waved her hand in front of Fang Xian. You don't have nearsightedness, why are you wearing glasses? Fang Xian smiled and returned the glasses to his deskmate, just trying to see what it feels like to wear glasses. Taking a glance out the window, Xiao Wutong and Ai Li had already gone far. Fang Xian didn't expect to run into them again. Fortunately, it was pouring rain that day, he wore a mask, and Ai Li was also seriously injured. Otherwise, he would really have been discovered. His talent was very unusual. Fang Xian had checked online, and there wasn't even a related entry. No one knew if it would lead to taking away the slice research later. The class was still buzzing with discussion. The classroom door opened. The homeroom teacher, Chang Wenjin, walked in from outside and took a close look at Qin Juanhao. Teacher, what did those people just say? Nothing. Chang Wenjin smiled. Is it true that my brother Hao was specially recruited by the 7th Division? Su Chang the sycophant immediately asked. Chang Wenjin held up a finger to her lips, signaling not to speak. Seeing that Chang Wenjin was smiling, the classmates of Class 2 and 3 became excited again. My brother Hao is amazing. Qin Juanhao was also a bit excited. After the test, if I'm really recruited by the 7th Division, anyone from our class, just say it. Whatever you want to eat, drink, or play, I'll pay. Damn. My brother Hao is mighty. Su Chang howled in a high-pitched voice. Fang Xian looked at Qin Juanhao, who was halfway through popping champagne, thinking if his talent test score was not good, the higher Qin Juanhao flew, the harder he would fall. In the front row, Chu Xinyao turned around, resting her chin on a stack of books on Fang Xian's desk. Fang Xian, they play their game, we play ours. After the test, do you have time? A new ocean-themed museum opened in our city, I want to go, will you go with me? Let's see, I'm not sure. Okay, then we'll go when you have time. Sure. Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth, then it's settled, you can't back out. Chang Wenjin glanced at her phone. Students, take your student ID and potions, and prepare to go in an orderly manner. The talent test is about to begin. Chapter 5 Fang Xian, the 9th Division wants you. The queue lined up like a long dragon. Many students were very nervous. After all, this is a big deal in life. In today's world, only awakened ones have absolute power. It's hard for ordinary people to make a living. If someone can get a D grade in the talent test, as long as they don't commit crimes, they can secure a good job. The talent test was divided into 3 areas. First and second years were in one area, while the third year was split into 2 areas. Chu Xinyao stood behind Fang Xian. Her fair fingers were writing and drawing on Fang Xian's back. From time to time, she poked Fang Xian to guess what she just drew. In the distance, near the talent test area, many people in uniforms were standing. Through messages passed by some observant students. Most of these people in uniforms were officials, and some were from prominent families in various large organizations. Awakened ones are in high demand now, everyone wants to compete for good talents. Qin Juanhao raised his chin, looking for those 2 people from the 7th Division he saw outside the classroom earlier. Many students were enviously watching Qin Juanhao. Loyal lackey Su Xiaoqian was rubbing his hands like a fly rubbing its claws. Brother Hao, over there. The person you're looking for is over there. Following Su Xiaoqian's direction, Qin Juanhao saw Xiao Wutong and Ai Li standing side by side. So impressive. Brother Hao, you'll definitely be able to become like this in the future. Remember me when the time comes. Qin Juanhao put his arm around Su Xiaoqian's shoulders. Don't worry, I won't forget you. While they were talking, they saw 2 people coming from a distance. A tall, skinny, white-haired handsome guy wearing sunglasses walked past the official people with his hands in his pockets, followed by a pretty girl holding a suitcase with a lollipop in her mouth. When everyone saw the 2 of them, they all immediately stood at attention. Non-official members nodded and greeted them, while official members saluted one after another. Even Xiao Wutong and Ai Li from the 7th Department stood at attention and saluted the 2 of them. But the white-haired leader ignored them, with his hands still in his pockets, walking through the crowd straight into a classroom. Who's that? So arrogant? All the official members have to salute him? The 9th Department. The legendary 9th Department. Did you see the suitcase the pretty sister is holding? The 9-dragon totem on it is the totem of the 9th Department. As expected of the 9th Department, the best welfare and treatment. Their members are a rank higher than those of other departments. In an emergency, they can mobilize members from the other 8 departments. They don't give face to anyone. If I could join the 9th Department, I'd be willing to marry the campus goddess. Fang Xian watched the white-haired man and the pretty girl enter the classroom. Even though they didn't release any aura, Fang Xian, who had gone through countless battles, could keenly sense the danger emanating from those 2. Especially the white-haired man, Fang Xian even felt that he could be killed instantly by that person's single thought. Based on Fang Xian's previous online assessments, his power potential should be S-level. If he was S-level, there was a good chance the 9th department would recruit him. The 9th department was so strong, if they discovered his killing potential, what if they got some idea and decided to dissect him for research? Actually, Fang Xian had already made up his mind last night, he wouldn't use any potions to avoid attracting attention from the higher-ups. Jiang Xiaocha would test in the afternoon, and he'd give the potion to his younger sister, Jiang Xiaocha, later. The reason he didn't give it yesterday was simply to annoy Jiang Weidong. Students whose names are called, bring your student ID. Those with potions, inject them in advance, and enter the testing area in an orderly manner for the talent test. Zhang Yuxuan, Wang Zihan, Li Sini. Each area was arranged with a few classrooms, and there were several cabinets over 2 meters high inside. Students entering the talent test rooms could wait for 3 to 5 minutes. But Cheng Wenjin had just notified that this year's test results would not be announced on the same day, but delayed by 1 day. This made many students uncomfortable because the wait for the results was agonizing. Qin Juanhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wutong from the 7th department. Xiao Wutong also looked over here and smiled, nodding at Qin Juanhao. Brother Hao. He nodded at you. Su Xiaoqian, the lackey, said excitedly. Did you all see that? The person from the 7th department nodded at Brother Hao. Su Xiaoqiang boasted to the surrounding students. Qin Juanhao's smile was harder to suppress than an AK, but he still advised Su Xiaoqiang, be low-key. We don't even know what talent or level will be revealed. His peripheral vision caught sight of Fang Xian and Xu Xinyao. He saw Xu Xinyao drawing something on Fang Xian's back, the two of them were playing a guessing game, completely ignoring him. Qin Juanhao glanced sideways at Fang Xian. I wonder what kind of talent he will unlock in the end, but I've heard that sometimes, students with good academic performance develop their brains too much. The talent test results, however, were counterproductive. There was a senior who had performed very well in academics, but ended up unveiling an A-level excavator talent. Fang Xian, I believe you might also uncover such a talent. Fang Xian nodded in agreement, saying, that's pretty good. It's better than an A-level licking dog talent. The so-called lies do not hurt, it is the truth that cuts like a knife. Just a simple sentence directly broke Qin Juanhao's defenses. Qin Juanhao's face suddenly changed. Su Chang quickly patted Qin Juanhao's chest to calm him down. Brother Hao, let's not get angry with this kind of person. We will be from the 7th division in the future. When you join the 7th division, it will be easy to deal with him. Qin Juanhao sneered, just wait and see how I deal with you then. Xu Xinyao poked Fang Xian in the lower back, where's the potion I gave you? I forgot to bring it. You. Xu Xinyao frowned and pouted, how can you be so careless at such an important time? As she spoke, Xu Xinyao stuffed her own potion into Fang Xian's hands and turned to run back to the classroom to get the potion she had just given Fang Xian. Fang Xian grabbed Xu Xinyao, gently laughing, we are about to take our turn. There won't be enough time if you go back now. If you don't come within the allotted time, it will be considered an absence from the exam. How can you be like this? Xu Xinyao said anxiously. It's okay. If this time doesn't work, isn't there still a next time? In front, Cheng Wenjin's voice came, students whose names are called should bring their ID and enter the testing area in an orderly manner. Qin Juanhao, Su Chang, Zhang Haoyu, Li Bowen, Fang Xian, Xu Xinyao. Fang Xian gave Xu Xinyao a reassuring expression and walked toward the testing area. In the distance, Xiao Wutong saw Qin Juanhao walking toward the testing area and immediately broke into a smile. He turned to Ai Li and said, quick. The contract. When he comes out, we'll sign him ahead of time. Ha ha ha. The 9th division has been dominating for so long, it's time for us in the 7th division to be tough once. Fang Xian entered the huge white testing machine. He placed his student ID in front of the sensing area. After identity verification, a red light continued to scan Fang Xian. Fang Xian touched the pendant his grandfather had given him around his neck. In the classroom, the white-haired student was sitting in a chair, swaying back and forth. The girl sucking on a lollipop opened a suitcase, revealing a precision control keyboard and a display screen inside. A camera peeking out from one end of the suitcase projected images of each testing area onto the wall. Time passed by second by second. Beep beep. The sudden sharp sound made the white-haired student's swaying movements pause slightly. He couldn't help but look at the screen on the wall. In the image where Fang Xian was located, a box appeared. The box flickered above. A few seconds later, several lines of text emerged. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, Power System Talent, SS Level, No Potion, Talent, Perception System Talent, S Level, No Potion, Talent, Beast Mastery Talent, S Level, No Potion, Talent, Light System Talent, A Level, No Potion, Talent, Mental System Talent, A Level, No Potion, Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, Level 3. The girl raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amazement, to measure an SS level talent without using any potions and to uncover so many talents. If potions are used, all his talents could increase by 1 level. And he has a combat power of level 3. This is a rare gem among students. The white-haired student slowly pushed his sunglasses down, revealing a pair of eyes that shone with glaring white light, as if harboring 2 terrifying storm pools. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fong Xin, the 9th Division wants you. Chapter 6, Our Family Owes Him. Ding. The test is over. Please take your ID and leave the testing chamber. Fong Xin took his student ID and walked out of the testing chamber. According to the class teacher Chang Wenjin, the test results would be announced throughout the school the day after tomorrow. But in fact, the test results could be known on the same day. So, in these next 2 days, powerful organizations will try every means to find out the scores in advance and seize the promising candidates. Of course, everyone had to line up behind the 9th department. The 9th department had the priority selection rights. Other organizations had protested, claiming that the 9th department's actions were too unfair and domineering. Later, after much discussion, it was decided that each session of the 9th department could select a maximum of 3 good candidates of S level or above per district. Fong Xin reached up to touch the pendant around his neck. With this pendant, his killing talent could deceive the tests. Based on what he had learned online before, he estimated that his power talent was at S level, and today he hadn't injected the serum. What would be measured should be A level. He might attract the attention of an organization like the Shield Bureau. But he would definitely not enter the 9th department. To Fong Xin, the people of the 9th department were too terrifying. Mingled among those monsters, he could be exposed quickly. He let out a breath. Then he saw his classmate let out a cry of surprise. Qin Juanhao had just come out of the classroom and was pulled into a classroom by Xiao Wutong. This scene drew many gasps and envy from the crowd. Su Xiaoqian was even more excited, whistling, "Brother, how is amazing!" This directly sparked a small commotion on the playground. Qin Juanhao completely stopped pretending, the corners of his mouth raised high, continually waving to those cheering classmates. The white-haired boy in the classroom looked out the window. "What is that idiot Xiao Wutong doing?" The beautiful girl said, "He signed a student in advance." "Did we miss any good candidates?" "No." "Then what is he doing?" The beautiful girl casually tossed her hair back, revealing a pair of delicate, fair ears. She wore a beautiful earring on her ear. "I just overheard, Xiao Wutong said he found a good candidate and wanted to cut in on our selection." The white-haired boy scratched his nose and pointed at the box in front of the beautiful girl. "That idiot, doesn't he know we brought the most advanced testing device this time?" The girl rested her chin on her hand. "The upgrade news of the testing device hasn't reached the 9th department yet. It's normal he doesn't know." "What level is the person he cut in on?" The girl glanced at Qin Juanhao's test results, initially C level, but he used a lot of serum to bump it up, barely B level. The white-haired boy stretched lazily. "Trash. By the way, get the contract ready. Tonight we'll go to Fong Xian's house to sign the contract. We'll go during dinner time. We can also get a free meal." Fong Xian walked towards the class, and at this moment, the topic among the classmates was all about Qin Juanhao. Everyone was envious. This was not just a safe job, it was a golden job. Entering the Shield Bureau, even if not the kind of monster den of the 9th department, was still supreme glory. Chu Xinyao came up and grabbed Fong Xian's arm. "Xiao Fong, let's sit over there, it's too noisy here." Fong Xian paused. "I need to return to the classroom first, then go to class 8 to find my sister." "What do you need to find her for?" "To give her the serum." Chu Xinyao pouted. "So you didn't use the serum to save it for your sister? You really don't want to use my stuff? Your serum isn't enough, you can just use the one I gave you." "Xiao Fong, we've known each other since kindergarten, I won't allow you to be so polite with me. Just ask for whatever you want. As long as I have it, you will definitely not lack it. Do you hear me?" While speaking, Chu Xinyao stood on her tiptoes, lightly poking Fong Xian's forehead with her delicate white fingers. Fong Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. "Anything?" "Aha! Can you give me a kiss?" Fong Xian. Chu Xinyao fiercely pinched Fong Xian's lower back. "Humph. He got the serum. He found class 8. No classes today, so the discipline was quite chaotic. Through the window, many students in the classroom were chattering about the talent test. Almost every student's desk had a serum on it. Zhang Xiaoqia was reading a book while wearing headphones. "Zhang Xiaoqia!" Fong Xian called out. Zhang Xiaoqia was pushed by her deskmate and looked up towards the door. He pushed up his glasses and walked out quickly. Brother, are your tests done? Yeah, here's this for you. Fong Xin handed over the medicine. Seeing the medicine, Jiang Xiaocha froze for a moment, recognizing it as the same one from last night. You didn't use the medicine? I forgot, you should use it. Jiang Xiaocha hung her head, biting her lip. Brother, thank you. What are you being polite for? Jiang Xiaocha looked up at Fong Xin, her eyes a bit red. I know you didn't use it just to save it for me. Don't flatter yourself, if I didn't use it, wouldn't I have returned it to you last night? You didn't give it to me last night just to annoy my dad, right? Fong Xin awkwardly scratched his cheek. He flicked Jiang Xiaocha's forehead. Don't say silly things, my classmates are watching. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at Zhu Xiniao, who was also looking at her. Both women nodded shallowly at each other. When they returned to class, Qin Juanhao was standing on the podium. Classmates, since you all saw it, I won't pretend anymore. I have indeed been recruited by the 7th section. I told my dad about this, and he said he would donate a building to our school in the name of our class, thanking everyone for taking care of me over the years. Also, my dad has instructed the housekeeper to book the location. The day after tomorrow, I'll send our driver to pick you all up. It's on me for everything. When he said this, Qin Juanhao looked at Zhu Xiniao. Zhu Xiniao, you must come too. Sorry, I have plans with Fong Xin to go to the ocean theme park. You all have fun. Qin Juanhao choked for a moment, wanting to say something, but Zhu Xiniao had already put on her headphones. Seeing Zhu Xiniao refuse, Qin Juanhao sat down, his face darkened, glaring at Fong Xin as if he wanted to skin him alive. Qin Juanhao took out his phone and sent a message. Dad, book the ocean theme park in our city. I want to hang out there with my classmates. The talent test continued until just before school was over when suddenly a big news broke at the school. No one knew which clever person leaked the test scores of some students. As a result, the score sheets quickly spread wildly through the school. After seeing the scores, some were happy while others were worried. Fong Xin also received that test score. He opened it and looked for a while. Finding his name missing, he was surprised to see Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Xiaoyu's scores. Name, Jiang Xiaocha. Talent, Mental System Talent, Grade A, Potion, Talent, Healing System Talent, Grade C, Potion. Name, Jiang Xiaoyu. Talent, Beast Control System Talent, Grade C, Potion. When Fong Xin returned home, his aunt was busy in the kitchen, a happy smile on her face. Uncle Jiang Weidong even brought out the treasured wine he had kept for many years, happily drinking and slapping his thigh. Jiang Xiaoyu slumped arrogantly on the sofa, crossing her legs, taking on a today, I'm in charge pose. Jiang Xiaocha sat at the table, reading a book. Xinxin is back. Aunt Fong Huilan happily wiped her hands on her apron and smiled at Fong Xin. Fong Xin asked cautiously, Aunt, is there any delicious food? We have chicken, duck, fish, and meat. I made everything you three love. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly sat up. Mom, what does that have to do with him? My sister and I are the real heroes today. Fong Huilan was in a great mood. Both of her daughters did well, especially her eldest daughter Jiang Xiaocha, whose scores would surely attract many organizations. They are all my precious dumplings. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed. Who knows if your big nephew will be trash or a treasure? Fong Huilan clicked her tongue. Child, what are you saying? TSK, your brother will surely do well. Today is a happy day, don't say such things. Xinxin, sit for a while, dinner will be ready soon. Jiang Weidong cleared his throat and placed his phone on the table, the screen displaying the electronic report cards of both daughters. Come, Fong Xin, take a look at your two sisters' scores. Fong Xin glanced at it and smiled. It's all great. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted, is it up to you to say if it's great? Jiang Weidong took another sip of wine, his finger tapping on the table. Fong Xin, take another look at your big sister, Xiaocha, A-level talent. Do you know what that means? Many organizations will be fighting to recruit her. Other kids are chosen by the organizations, but your sister Xiaocha gets to choose which organization she wants to go to. That's the difference, got it? Fong Xin flattered, Uncle, you are absolutely right. Jiang Weidong slammed his wine glass down on the table, pointing his finger at Fong Xin, fueled by alcohol as he scolded, if it weren't for you taking Xiaocha's potion, her results would be even better. Remember this, Fong Xin, you owe my daughter. You'll owe her for this lifetime. Fong Huilan immediately defended Fong Xin. Jiang Weidong, today is a day of celebration, saying such heartless words is too much. Too much? Jiang Weidong slammed the table, standing up and pointing at Fong Xin, happy today and having drunk. Let me tell you, Fong Xin, remember this. My daughter is generous, she gave you the potion. If she hadn't given it to you, her talent might have been S-level, and her future would have been even brighter. You caused my daughter to lose a bright future, you owe her. You'll never repay this in your life. Smack. Jiang Xiaocha suddenly slammed the table hard. Jiang Weidong was startled and looked at Jiang Xiaocha, trying to please her with a smile. What's wrong, Xiaocha? Did Dad scare you? It's my fault. I was just worried Fong Xian's results would be average and waste that potion. Jiang Xiaocha clenched an empty syringe and slammed it on the table, glaring angrily at Jiang Weidong. My brother gave me the potion. I owe him. Our whole family owes him. Chapter 7, Encounter with the Officer. The family's gaze was focused on that potion. Jiang Weidong was instantly rendered speechless. He recognized that potion. And he was very sure that Jiang Xiaocha could not be lying about this. So, Fong Xian didn't use that potion at all, he gave it to Jiang Xiaocha. Aunt Fong Huilan grabbed the syringe, quickly turning around, tightly clutching Fong Xian's arm, and then gently patting his arm with tear-filled eyes. Why? You child. You're going to make me die from anger. This is yours, why did you give it to your sister? As she spoke, Fong Huilan's lips trembled, 2 streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. Aunt, it's fine, I can do without the potion. Fong Huilan wiped her tears, and is sorry for you, I am sorry for you. Jiang Xiaoyu chewed gum. Mom, why are you crying? You ruined my great mood. Even if Fong Xian used that potion, it doesn't necessarily mean he's better than my sister, right? Besides, your big nephew voluntarily gave the potion to Jiang Xiaocha, no one forced him. Jiang Xiaoyu, have a bit of conscience, okay? Jiang Xiaocha angrily rebuked. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Didn't he say he can do without the potion? Why are you worrying about him? Besides, he uses our family's things, shouldn't he be the one with a conscience? Smack! Jiang Xiaocha delivered a crisp, resounding slap to Jiang Xiaoyu's face. The slap was clean and decisive. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. A few seconds later, Jiang Xiaoyu cried out, Dad, you need to control her. She actually turned against her own sister. Jiang Weidong hugged Jiang Xiaoyu, rubbing her cheek. Xiaocha, what are you doing? Why would you hit your own sister for an outsider? This is your biological sister. Jiang Xiaocha coldly stared at Jiang Weidong. Outsider? Our family is the outsiders. Don't forget, it was my brother who took us in. Now, please, right now, apologize to my brother for what you just did. Xiaocha, I am your dad. Jiang Xiaocha coldly repeated, apologize. If you don't apologize, I will give up joining any organization. Jiang Weidong immediately panicked. Xiaocha. You. Jiang Xiaocha's gaze was cold. Now that Jiang Xiaocha's results were out, she would definitely be the pillar of the family in the future, especially since Jiang Weidong himself knew he was in the wrong. Glancing at Fong Xian, he said, I'm sorry, Fong Xian, what I said was indeed too much. I apologize to you, and please persuade Xiaocha to never give up on joining the big organization. Fong Xian gently flicked Jiang Xiaocha's smooth forehead, thinking that this sister was worth the trouble, much better than Jiang Xiaoyu, that ungrateful wolf. I'm hungry, Xiaocha. Oh, okay, I'll go serve you some rice. Jiang Xiaocha walked toward the kitchen. Fong Huilan, her eyes red, looked at Fong Xian with an apologetic face. Xiao Xian. Aunt, I'm hungry, let's eat. Fong Huilan squeezed Fong Xian's arm. Okay. Aunt will cook 2 more dishes and then we will eat. Jiang Xiaoyu snuggled in Jiang Weidong's arms, looking very wronged. Dad. It hurts. Jiang Weidong patted Jiang Xiaoyu's back, rubbing his daughter's cheek, glaring fiercely at Fong Xian, believing Fong Xian was the real culprit. With a snort, he took his daughter to find an ice pack to apply on her. He whispered to Jiang Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, you and your sister are family after all. This whole thing is Fong Xian's fault, and this slap is on him. I've never heard of a child who can get good grades without medicine. He clearly wants to wait for the next test. At that time, he will still need me to help him find connections to buy medicine. Just you wait, Dad will definitely return this slap. Jiang Xiaoyu blared fiercely at Fong Xian. Okay, Dad. A knock on the door came. Who is it? Aunt rushed over to open the door. A chubby man stood at the door, holding a large pile of gifts. Is this Jiang Xiaocha's home? You must be Jiang Xiaocha's mother, right? We are from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. We came specifically to discuss joining our organization with Jiang Xiaocha. Without caring whether Fong Huilan invited him in, the chubby man freed one hand to shake hands with Fong Huilan and then squeezed in with his assistant. Fong Huilan was dumbfounded. But she quickly reacted and shouted into the kitchen, Xiaocha, they are looking for you. Jiang Xiaocha came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands. Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. Nice to meet you. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. The chubby man greeted her with a smile and reached out to shake hands with Jiang Xiaocha. Who are you? Jiang Weidong quickly came over. The chubby man was very charming, immediately bending over and jogging over. You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. You know the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, right? We are the largest chamber of commerce in the entire district. Jiang Weidong immediately nodded, his eyes shining. Hello, hello. please sit down. You came regarding our Xiaocha, right? Xiaocha's excellent grades have specially brought me, as the Lan City person in charge, to invite her to join us. As long as she joins us, we will give her a large flat in the most expensive Baowu garden, and we will also provide her with a luxury car for transportation. In the first year of joining the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, the annual salary is 800,000, and it will double in the second year. After 3 years, she will receive shares and dividends based on her contributions to the Chamber of Commerce. Tong Fingwu, this chubby man, rapidly listed a bunch of benefits. Hearing this, Jiang Weidong's eyes sparkled, and he swallowed several times. Jiang Weidong turned to Jiang Xiaocha, thinking about how if she soared, he, as her father, would certainly not lag behind. Xiaocha, what do you think? Tong Fingwu inquired again. Before Jiang Xiaocha had the chance to speak, there was another knock at the door. Fang Huilan went to answer the door, and a woman in a professional suit, wearing glasses, stood at the door, followed by 2 assistants holding gifts. The woman extended her hand to shake. You are Xiaocha's mother, right? Hello, I am Li Yinxiao, the agent of the Li family from the provincial city in Lan City. We are here for Jiang Xiaocha. Welcome, welcome. Fang Huilan looked eagerly at the other person, who had a strong aura about her, resembling a powerful woman, and stepped aside to let her in. Li Yinxiao walked in wearing high heels, glancing at the chubby Tong Fingwu, who returned a harmless smile but only received a cold grunt in response. You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father. Li Yinxiao extended her hand towards Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong licked his lips, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Someone was here to compete for his daughter. After being helpless for so many years, he could finally hold his head high and breathe out freely. He had just seen the neighbors gossiping about his family. Hello? Jiang Weidong quickly reached out his hand. Li Yinxiao turned back and smiled at Jiang Xiaocha. Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. I am Li Yinxiao from the Li family in the provincial city. It's great to meet you. I believe this friend from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has quoted a price for you, right? Our Li family will double whatever they offer to show our sincerity. Tong Fingwu squinted and widened his eyes a bit. I say, Li Zong, this seems a bit unfair? Li Yinxiao replied with a composed smile. I believe Jiang Xiaocha deserves it. Seeing the two families contesting, Jiang Weidong felt as if he could burst with joy. This was just too exhilarating. Everyone, please have a seat and talk. Jiang Weidong mediated. Unexpectedly, another knock came at the door, and Fang Huilan opened it. This time, the person at the door looked more formal. Dressed in uniform, the gift they brought was simple, not as flashy as the previous two families. The leader was a man with a square face and a somewhat dull expression. Hello, Tiandun Bureau, 4th Division, captain of the 2nd Special Operations Team, Zhu Gang, here to see Jiang Xiaocha. Fang Huilan quickly opened the door. Please come in. Zhu Gang stepped in. His gaze swept over Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao. Both of them smiled. Captain Chu has arrived? Yes. Jiang Xiaocha, have you made your choice yet? Not yet. Oh, good, the 4th Division also wants to invite you to join. You can choose now. Jiang Weidong was so excited that his voice cracked. He felt this was the highlight of his life. Captain Chu, is it? Please, have a seat. Zhu Gang sat down. You all sit as well. Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao sat down one after another. Li Yinxiao was the first to speak. No matter how we compete, the final decision lies in Jiang Xiaocha's hands. It all depends on her choice. Jiang Xiaocha was a bit taken aback. She had only heard that those with high talent would be pursued by various factions, not expected to be pursued so specifically. After a slight hesitation, she said, I'll listen to my brother. Fang Xian was stunned for a few seconds. Clearly, he hadn't expected Jiang Xiaocha to say that. All three parties turned to Fang Xian. Li Yinxiao smiled. You are Jiang Xiaocha's brother? Where do you want your sister to go? Jiang Weidong immediately interrupted. Why listen to him? I am her father. I am in charge of this family. Which family can recruit my daughter? As he spoke, Jiang Weidong pulled over Jiang Xiaoyu. May I ask, your daughter is? C-grade beast tamer talent. Zhu Gang replied matter-of-factly, talent is too low, the 4th Division doesn't accept her. Tong Fingwu's eyes turned, we will accept her. Li Yinxiao replied without hesitation, we will accept her too. The conditions are still double what the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce offers. I say, Li Zong, why do you always have to go against me? The chubby man said, speechless. Li Yinxiao ignored him and continued to look at Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha, the decision is in your hands. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaocha still said, I'll listen to my brother. You child. Jiang Weidong stood up anxiously. Tong Fengwu sized up Fang Xian. Are you a student too? Yes. What's your name? Fang Xian. Jiang Weidong inquired, did you all know the results in advance? Can we see his results? Tom Thingwu smiled a bit, feeling a bit embarrassed. Anyway, the result sheets we've received are all for C grade and above. My result sheet does not include Fong Xin's name. So that means below C grade? Zhang Weidong secretly rejoiced for a moment. That's about the meaning. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately laughed, and Zhang Weidong also glanced sideways at Fong Xin, making a smug sound from his nose. Fong Xin was a bit surprised, not expecting that there wasn't even a C level. Zhang Weidong crossed his legs and looked sideways at Fong Xin, below C level, then that job might not be very good. Zhang Xiaoyu also looked proudly at Fong Xin, rubbing her slightly swollen cheeks, feeling like she had avenged a great grievance. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaocha suddenly spoke up. Wherever is willing to hire my brother, I will go there. These words left everyone stunned for a moment. Zhu Gang was the first to speak, still so serious. The fourth department has a high threshold, they don't accept people with too low talent. Tom Thingwu, with small eyes, turned and weighed the pros and cons, feeling it was a bit unwise. Li Yingxiao spoke up, our Li family can take him in, but the benefits might be relatively low since his talent is too low, and he... Before finishing, there was another knock on the door. Someone else is coming? Huilan, open the door quickly. Zhang Weidong excitedly stood up, pointing at the door. His excited face was all smiles. Fong Huilan walked to the door and opened it. After opening the door, at the door stood a white-haired man in a uniform, wearing sunglasses, followed by a beautiful girl. You guys are here looking for Xiaocha, right? Looking for what, Xiaocha? I'm looking for coffee. Is Fong Xin home? Yes, who are you? His friends. As he spoke, the white-haired man led the beautiful girl in. Looking for Fong Xin. When Fong Xin saw the white-haired man, his heart tightened. Why is the ninth department here? Zhang Weidong was floating in the clouds at this moment, seeing a white-haired man walk in. Fong Xin, you are just a student, why aren't you studying well? What kind of shady friends are you making? You even bring them home? You? Zhang Weidong's words had not yet left his mouth. Tom Thingwu and Li Yingxiao stood up, bowing respectfully. Mr. Zhuge. Zhu Gang also immediately stood up, straightened his posture, and saluted. The 4th Special Operations Department, Zhu Gang, greets you, sir. Chapter 8, The True Identity of Grandfather. Most afraid of sudden silence. Zhang Weidong was still arrogant a second ago. The next second, the smile on his face directly froze. Tom Thingwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and Li Yingxiao from the provincial capital all looked at the white-haired man with great respect. Most importantly, Zhu Gang from the agency stood up and saluted, even calling him sir. Zhang Weidong swallowed hard. He never expected this white-haired man to have such an identity. But he was puzzled about what this white-haired man wanted with Fong Xin, someone without even C-level talent. What are you looking for Fong Xin for? Zhang Weidong immediately changed his address and squeezed out a smile to ask. The white-haired man completely ignored Zhang Weidong and extended his hand toward Fong Xin. Hello? 9th Special Operations Department, Zhu Gahang. Fong Xin paused, also extending his hand, filled with confusion. He clearly hadn't used any drugs, how could he be discovered? Did the 9th Department have some special means? What do you want from me? A smile appeared on the handsome face of the white-haired man. 2 things, first, to invite you to join the 9th Department, second, to share a meal. Join the 9th Department? What is the 9th Department? Does the 9th Department even accept those below sea level? Zhang Weidong asked multiple questions like a curious child. Tong Fengwu and Li Yingxiao looked at Zhang Weidong as if he were a fool. Zhu Gang still had that wooden expression, the 9th Department is the strongest special operations department of the Tiandun Bureau. They only accept members with S-level talent or above. But didn't this Mr. Tong just say? His transcript doesn't have Fong Xin on it. Tong Fengwu replied impatiently, once the 9th Department selects someone, the information will be encrypted, and we don't have the authority to look it up. So he's not on the list. Zhang Weidong's eyes widened. The whole person was stunned. Zhang Xiaoyu also had a face full of disbelief. Fong Huilan and Jiang Xiaocha, however, had excited expressions, as their hearts were almost unable to handle such ups and downs. So that means my little Xin has a very high talent? Zhuge Hang sat down as if he had returned home, awakened 5 talents, without using any medicine, the highest talent is SS level. This is his report card. As he spoke, Zhuge Hang magically pulled out a black long object about 2 fingers wide, folded it into an L shape, and a virtual screen appeared in the corner, displaying Fong Xin's information. Fong Huilan took it, her hands trembling with excitement. Zhang Weidong immediately leaned over as well. When he saw the rows of awakened talents, he was completely stunned, shocked beyond measure. There was actually 1 SS level, 2 S levels, and 2 A levels. The worst one could at least secure a decent job. And the most crucial point was that he hadn't used any medicine yet. If he used medicine, all talent levels would be raised by 1. After seeing all this, Fang Xian couldn't help but frown. Jiang Weidong felt his throat tighten and dry, and his breathing became somewhat constricted, as if a hand were squeezing his neck. Seeing there was a button to the right on the data, Jiang Weidong clicked on it. The second page displayed an overview of Fang Xian's family situation. Fang Yingtai, grandfather, information encrypted. Fang Zhengping, father, information encrypted. Yi Rujia, mother, information encrypted. Fang Xian was taken aback when he saw this. He understood that his parents used to work in a research institute, so encrypted information was understandable, but he couldn't comprehend why his grandfather's information was also encrypted. Jiang Weidong flipped further to find an overview of Fang Xian's current family situation with the Jiang family. But on this page, there were clearly handwritten comments. Jiang Weidong, uncle, big. Fang Huilan, aunt, great person. Jiang Xiaocha, cousin, little good person. Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin, little. Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu's faces turned pale in an instant. Thud. The white-haired one pinched and pulled the item back, closing it. Pretending nothing had happened. Little dear. The white-haired Zhu Gahong snapped his fingers. A beautiful girl took out a delicate and heavy box and handed it to Fang Xian. Zhu Gahong swayed in his chair, open it, enter the information, then eat. Fang Xian was silent for a moment. Must I join the 9th Division? When these words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Those who knew little about the 9th Division could understand, but Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao, who knew the 9th Division, were staring wide-eyed at Fang Xian, not knowing if he was just talking nonsense. Zhu Gahang's swaying motion paused for a moment, his lips curling up. Everyone else who hears they can join the 9th Division would be so happy they'd set off firecrackers at their ancestors' graves, wishing to wake their ancestors up to celebrate together. You are the first person in history to refuse joining the 9th Division. Fang Xian thought for a moment, maybe it's because your 9th Division's history is too short. Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao couldn't help but glance at Fang Xian, thinking, what a brave guy to dare speak like this to Mr. Zhuge of the 9th Division. Little brother, you probably don't know who this person is. Zhuge Han laughed out loud upon hearing this. What you said does seem to make some sense. The 9th Division was established at the end of the last century during the Gods' War. Its predecessor was the infamous Divine Court organization from last century, and it later merged into the Celestial Shield Bureau, so it has only been 92 years since its establishment. According to regulations, those chosen by the 9th Division can choose to refuse joining, but while others may refuse, you cannot. Fang Xian's heart tightened, secretly guessing if his killing talent had been discovered. Why not? Zhu Gahong grinned, revealing his small white teeth. Let's talk somewhere else. Slap. Zhu Gahong suddenly snapped his fingers. The next second, everyone in the room watched in shock as Fang Xian and Zhu Gahong disappeared from the spot. Where are they? Jiang Weidong looked at the empty space in disbelief. A beautiful girl called Little Deer said, Mr. Zhuge is a powerful talent in the space department. Some things are not convenient to discuss in front of outsiders, so Mr. Zhuge opened a temporary domain to take Fang Xian there for a private talk. Jiang Weidong's family felt it was incredibly magical. Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao also had shocked expressions, and Zhu Gang was showing some changes for the first time. Is Mr. Zhuge stronger now? Little Deer smiled. Mr. Zhuge gets stronger every second. Fang Xian looked around and found himself in an independent space, surrounded by rippling water that made him feel dizzy after looking for a while. Don't be nervous, it's just you and me here. We can talk about some private matters. Zhu Gahang's voice came from behind. Fang Xian turned around and saw the white-haired man, who, although not exuding any sense of danger, gave off a pressure that made it hard to breathe. Do you know who your grandfather is? Zhu Gahang asked. My grandfather? Yes. Fang Xian replied seriously, my grandfather is my grandpa. Zhu Gahang clicked his tongue, talking like that can get you killed. After a brief pause, Zhu Gahang returned to the main topic straightforwardly. Your grandfather, Fang Yingtai, has probably never told any of you about his true identity. His real identity is that he was the head of the 4 divine generals of the Shinting organization, and the predecessor of the 9th department. He is Fang Qingdi. Chapter 9 Two Matters. Fang Xian was obviously stunned for a moment. After seeing Fang Xian's slight expression, Zhu Gahang confirmed that Fang Xian indeed didn't know the truth. Fang Xian himself was shocked. He never expected that old man had such a powerful identity. Looking back now, he could indeed sense something in the old man's numerous stories. The old man always claimed to be a retired soldier, but never mentioned his unit number. Whenever asked, he would say he was an ordinary soldier from an ordinary team, just wanting to lead a good life after his service. When his parents passed away, Fang Xian was with his grandfather in his hometown. During that time, his grandfather told Fang Xian many stories from the last century. Among them, the details of the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, which were barely mentioned in textbooks, were recounted clearly by the old man. And now, upon careful reflection, seeing the old man's reaction after learning of Fang Xian's talent, it seemed the old man really knew something. Fang Xian tried his best to control his facial expressions, but inside, he was stirred up with turbulent waves. Feigning calmness, he looked at the white-haired handsome man, Zhuge Hang. Fang Qingdi? Never heard of him. Of course you've never heard of him. His name is taboo. Back then, your grandfather, Fang Qingdi, betrayed the organization and dealt an unprecedented blow to Shinting. Let me put it this way, the God War only slightly wounded Shinting, but your grandfather single-handedly caused grievous harm. Once again, waves surged in Fang Xian's heart. He never expected that kind-hearted old man once wielded such great power. But Fang Xian's expression turned grave as he asked, "Are you saying you want to capture me?" Zhuge Hang chuckled, "Not necessarily. After all, I am your grandfather's little fanboy. Moreover, your grandfather betrayed the organization back then because there were many factions within the organization with severe disagreements, and someone framed your grandfather with charges of treason, wanting to kill him, this great contributor to the founding. Later, the faction that framed him fell, and Shinting cleared your grandfather's name. So this is the reason I need to join the 9th Department?" Fang Xian asked again. Zhuge Hang raised 2 fingers. "There are 2 reasons I hope you will join the 9th Department. Your grandfather, after all, is the predecessor of the 9th Division, a founding member of the Divine Court organization. The current leader of the 9th Division, Old Master Yi, is a close friend of your grandfather, and with him protecting you, your path will be smooth as long as you achieve military merits. No one will stop your promotion. In other words, you are also qualified to be the prince of the 9th Division. As for the second point, it is also very important, both your parents are top-notch research talents. Their previous car accident seems not to be a simple accident, but rather a murder. Your parents discovered something, a way to enhance genes at minimal cost. Someone is after this thing, so they deliberately arranged for the car accident. With your parents gone, this thing is now missing, and some suspect it is with you. Innocent man is wronged for possessing treasure. Therefore, joining the 9th Division is not only for your future but also to protect your safety. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. I can give you 3 days to think about it. This thing is for you. Once you decide, just crush it, and I will appear. Of course, if you encounter danger, you can also crush this thing, and I will show up to save your life." Zhuge Hang snapped his finger, and a nearly transparent small ball flew in front of Fang Xian. Fang Xian held the thing in his hand. It was very light. He needed to find a way to contact his grandfather to confirm if what Zhuge Hang said was true. Fang Xian put the item away. "Are you very strong?" Before the chaos of the gods, the power levels were divided into 14 realms: summoning, source flow, pulsation, standing ground, viewing wells, harmony path, breaking mirror, responding to void, ling tai, and so on. Later, for convenience, they were directly called level 1, level 2, level 3, and so on. As for my power level, classified by today's standards, with glasses, my power level is 11. Fang Xian looked at Zhuge Hang, who had been wearing sunglasses since they first met. What about without glasses? Zhuge Hang didn't specify how many levels but stood with his hands in his pockets, revealing that signature toothy grin, confidently saying 2 words. Very strong. Even though Zhuge Hang didn't say how strong specifically, Fang Xian could sense a strong essence of pretension reminiscent of Xiaobansing. Normally, since you're so strong, shouldn't you hold a high position and rarely show up? Fang Xian asked in confusion. Zhuge Hang grinned with his little white teeth. "I have a nickname, called the Street Punk of the 9th Division. However, this trip is truly worthwhile. I got to meet my idol, Fang Qingdi." "Where did your grandfather go?" "According to the information you left, he went to your hometown but couldn't find anyone." "I don't know. Didn't he say anything before leaving?" "No." Zhuge Hang crossed his fingers behind his head. "Well, the thing that little dear gave you just now is the intelligent connection device developed by the Sky Shield Bureau. Only newly joined members of the 9th Division will be equipped with it. Members newly joined in the other 8 divisions must undergo a 1-year assessment period before being equipped. Once identity verification is successful, you can use it to contact teammates, check information, and even see others' talent levels and power levels. As for other functions, once you decide to join the 9th Division, someone will naturally introduce them to you. Do you have any other questions? If not, we can go out. I'm hungry. I came just in time for dinner. Why have I never felt my other talents? Because you haven't truly awakened yet. Just like a sharpshooter who hasn't touched a gun, he doesn't know his talent for firearms. Once he holds the gun, he still needs training. After the talent test, the 9th Division will provide targeted training to develop your talents. Any more questions? Not for now. Snap. Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers. Everything in front of him shattered like broken glass, and when everything pieced back together, he found he had returned to the living room. Fang Xian only felt that this talent was incredibly magical. But this also had a lot to do with the person known as the street prodigy of the 9th Division, Zhu Gayan. Seeing the two people appear, everyone in the room immediately looked over. Zhu Gayan boldly sat down, and Fang Xian, bring the food out. Fang Huilan's mind momentarily blanked. Zhu Gahong was indeed quite unreserved, going straight to the kitchen to serve the dishes. So fragrant. I told you I should come right at mealtime. Zhu Gahong placed the dishes on the table and looked at Tong Fingwu, Li Yinxiao, and Chu Gang. What are you all doing here? You here to mooch off a meal? Tong Fengwu quickly shook his head, waving his hands. No, no. We came to recruit Fang Xian's younger sister, Jiang Xiaocha. You are? Mr. Zhuge, I am Tong Fingwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Zhu Gahong said with a tone of realization, so you're the scoundrels from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Using contracts to cheat students from ordinary backgrounds into working for you, right? Get lost. Alright. Zhu Gahong looked at Li Yinxiao, and you? Provincial capital Li family. All scoundrels, you get lost too. Li Yinxiao dared not to give a sulky face, politely nodding, goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. Jiang Weidong's family was dumbfounded. The Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and the provincial capital Li family were very big in business, not many ordinary citizens didn't know about them. Such a large organization in Lan City had a significant presence, yet in front of this white-haired man, they were so humble. Zhu Gahong turned to Chu Gang, who stood up. 4th Division, Chu Gang. I know you. Zhu Gahong served himself a bowl of rice. Let her go to the 1st Division first, they need someone in the mental department there. If she doesn't fit in, then she can come to your 4th Division. Alright, Mr. Zhuge. You have no objections, right? Zhu Gahong looked at Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha's head buzzed, she unconsciously looked at Fang Xian. Just listen to him. Fang Xian said. Jiang Xiaocha nodded, no objections. Jiang Weidong hurriedly said, can you let my daughter go to your 9th Division too? During the time when Zhu Gahong and Fang Xian had disappeared, Jiang Weidong had inquired about the 9th Division. The more he asked, the more scared he became. He didn't expect the 9th Division that Fang Xian wanted to join to be so daunting. Which daughter? Both. Zhu Gahong sat down. Your eldest daughter is barely acceptable, as for your youngest daughter, she is even more lacking. The guard dogs at the 9th Division are all B-grade fire attribute talents. Any other questions? If not, can we eat? I'm starving. Jiang Weidong's face turned red with shame, yet he dared not to contradict Zhu Gayan, hastily inviting Zhu Gahong to eat. During the meal, Jiang Weidong diligently offered Fang Xian food every few minutes, wearing a big smile, almost wishing to kneel before Fang Xian. Here, Xiao Xian, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiao Xian has been smart since childhood. You must take good care of him in the future. Xiao Xian, what will you drink? Today you are our family's great hero, uncle will pour you some wine. After the meal, Zhu Gahong took an apple, biting into it while walking out. 3 days. Remember to give me a response. After sending off Zhu Gahong, when they returned to the room, Jiang Weidong still had that dog-like demeanor. Xiao Xian, do you want to drink some more? This is fine wine bought by uncle. No need. Fang Huilan looked at Fang Xian with satisfaction, as if remembering something. Xiao Xian, I almost forgot, this afternoon a package for you was delivered to the door. I put it in your room. Okay. Fang Xian took the Tian Shield intelligent connection device back to his room. On the desk was a package box. He opened the box. Inside was a mobile phone. Fang Xian immediately recognized it, it was his grandfather's phone. He quickly took out the phone. The phone was dead, so he found a data cable to charge it. After it powered on again, the photo album was in the center of the screen, very conspicuous, like a fool's prompt. He clicked on the album. Indeed, he found a video inside. Fang Xian clicked on the video. It was pitch black, and the camera was shaking. A few seconds later, Grandpa's urgent voice came through. Through the violently shaking camera, it seemed that Grandpa was in a rush to escape. In addition, there were piercing cries mixed in the video. Little Xian, I am your grandpa. You must remember the 2 things I am about to tell you. Chapter 10 The Mirror Person. First, join the 9th Bureau. With your talent, it's not hard to get into the 9th Bureau. The current head is an old friend of mine. He will definitely take care of you. Second, before midnight, look into the mirror and use your vitality to activate your slaughter runes for half an hour. Little Xian, there are many things that are not convenient to explain right now. Don't lose this phone, I will contact you. The screen froze at this point. Fang Xian's heart was in turmoil for a long time. In the video, Grandpa seemed to be hiding from something. But the lighting in the video was too dim to see exactly where he was. Fang Xian replayed the video but still didn't find any useful clues. Thinking back to Grandpa's sudden departure, there must be more to the story. Returning to what Grandpa had said, according to him, it meant he could join the Ninth Bureau. That confirmed what the white-haired handsome guy had said was true. As for the second thing, looking at the mirror at night? What is that supposed to do? Fang Xian glanced at the time. It was a bit past 8, and there was still some time before Grandpa's mentioned hour. He turned the phone over and over, confirming that Grandpa had left only this video as a clue. Finding no extra information value, Fang Xian set the phone aside. He looked at the Heavenly Shield Smart Link device on the table. When opened, it was the same thing that Zhuge Hang had brought out earlier in the afternoon to look at the documents. Once opened, it was L-shaped. A virtual screen would appear in the corner. This thing wasn't very heavy, one could even say it was quite light. After turning it on, the virtual screen displayed 2 buttons. Identity registration. Account login. Fang Xian thought for a moment and clicked on identity registration. Please face the center of the screen and complete the facial recognition. Fang Xian stood in front of the screen. Facial recognition completed. Please enter the invitation code or the name of the inviter. When entering the name, Fang Xian was stumped. That white-haired guy only mentioned he was called Zhuge Hang, but he didn't say what the last character of Zhuge Hang was. Moreover, the prompt below the dialog box indicated that there was only one chance to input the name. When Zhuge Hang left, he didn't leave any contact information for Fang Xian, primarily because when Fang Xian was ready, the white-haired guy had already gone out with the little deer, using his spatial ability to disappear without a trace. He only left Fang Xian that small spatial ball that could summon him. But Zhuge Hang had said before that in case of danger, he could crush this object to summon him. Fang Xian didn't want to miss the great opportunity to benefit from that white-haired guy. He could also take the chance to see the true strength of the white-haired guy during his action. His phone kept vibrating. After Qin Juanhao was recruited by the 7th Bureau, he was so happy that his tail was about to shoot up to the sky, and his dad bought him a luxury car worth 7 million. He was currently posting photos showing off in the group. Su Chang was like a good dog, endlessly fawning. Fang Xian just treated it as entertainment, watching these two putting in all their effort to show off in the group. Half an hour ago, Zhu Xinyao also sent a message. Little Fang, I want to go to the ocean theme pavilion. Can you go with me? Please, I'm begging you. Fang Xian recalled that Zhu Xinyao had brought him potions before. He owed her a favor, so he bought 2 tickets for tomorrow and sent a screenshot. Zhu Xinyao happily replied with a message. Wow! I knew Little Fang was the best. By the way, Little Fang, the results were supposed to be released the day after tomorrow, but they leaked today, and the school decided to announce the results tomorrow. Fang Xian was taken aback, not expecting the results to be announced early. For himself, he already knew the result. Got it. Let's play some games? Fang Xian glanced at the time. Grandpa said in the video that before 12, he needed to look in the mirror, and it would take a while, so he decided to kill some time first. Log in. Xiao Wutong spun around like a monkey that just ate mustard, going in circles. He kept looking at Qin Juanhao's report card over and over again. Each time he looked, he wanted to weep but had no tears. It shouldn't be like this. How could this happen? Ailey, are you sure this Qin Juanhao is the same person you met in the alley that day? Ailey's icy blue eyes were fixed on a white-framed smart console screen. It should be, but I can't remember clearly. Xiao Wutong rubbed his head hard, as if he had put on a mask of pain. This can't be. How could someone who barely reached B-level aptitude have level 4 combat power at this age? I thought I found a treasure, I even hurried to intercept it, and now I become a joke. And that Qin Juanhao is throwing a big feast, promoting this everywhere. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. I really want to kick his butt hard with my size 42 leather shoe. Ailey snapped the smart console shut and changed the subject. The higher-ups assign us a mission, sending our 7th division to protect someone. Who? Zhu Xinyao. The specific information has been sent to you. Xiao Wutong shook his wristwatch. Surprisingly, it ejected a smart console. After unlocking it with face recognition, he saw the latest news. Oh my, this girl is actually the daughter of that big shot. The remaining remnants of the Eternal Night Army dare to kidnap his daughter. Ailey continued, that big shot is involved in a secret, and the remnants of the Eternal Night Army want to use his daughter to pressure him for the secrets. But speaking of which, the infiltration of the Eternal Night Army remnants is too deep. This time, the leak of the results in advance was done by someone arranged by them. They want to muddy the waters, masquerading as a powerful force to steal some exceptionally talented seedlings and strengthen their own power. Xiao Wutong shook his head helplessly and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, they actually dispatched a level 8 powerhouse to kidnap this girl? Ailey nodded, that's why our team leader is coming personally. We must head out to secretly protect that girl now. Fang Xian put down his phone, glanced at the time, and it was almost 12 o'clock, no more playing. Okay. I'm tired too. Go to bed early. Alright. Good night. See you tomorrow. He put down his phone. Fang Xian stood up and walked towards the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror. He urged his vital blood. The killing runes on the back of his hand were blood-red and sinister. But there was nothing unusual about his reflection in the mirror. What did Grandpa want him to see in the mirror? Fang Xian stared at the mirror, with every passing second. At midnight, Fang Xian was still staring at the mirror, and bizarre legends flashed through his mind, but still, nothing seemed unusual. According to what Grandpa said, he watched for more than half an hour but still saw nothing unusual. Fang Xian let out a breath. Today's time was enough, it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to look again. Fang Xian turned to leave the bathroom. But just as he turned around, Fang Xian suddenly stiffened. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The reflection of Fang Xian in the mirror was holding its arms, smiling while staring at him. Chapter 11, The King of Slaughter. In that moment, Fang Xian's hair stood on end. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He turned his head stiffly to look at the mirror. The reflection of Fang Xian was still motionless. Arms crossed, staring at Fang Xian. Fang Xian finally saw the other person's face. It looked exactly like Fang Xian. Only this other person had blood-red pupils. They were just like Fang Xian's when he used his killing talent. The two people looked at each other through the mirror. Fang Xian slowly leaned back. Suddenly, a blood-red throne appeared behind him. The Fang Xian in the mirror sat steadily on the throne. One hand formed a fist under his chin. His crimson eyes stared at the Fang Xian outside the mirror. The corners of his mouth carried what seemed to be a natural royal disdain. He exuded a strong and terrifying aura of domination. Surprised? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fang Xian tensed up again. He looked at the scene before him in disbelief. His reflection in the mirror spoke? This was hard not to be surprised by, right? The shock in his heart took a long time to settle. Finally, Fang Xian asked the first philosophical question. Who are you? The Fang Xian in the mirror sat on the blood-red throne. Once again, that lazy voice filled with condescension echoed in his mind. Who am I? That's a question worth exploring. But I have many titles. Zero Judgment. King of the Seven. King of Slaughter. God Slayer. Or you can also call me the Destroyer of Gods. But I have one title that can be considered a name. Fang Xian. If you must ask who I am you. A tremendous wave of emotion surged in Fang Xian's heart. He felt like his CPU was about to burn out. Everything in front of him had already far exceeded his understanding. The Fang Xian in the mirror wore a smile. You are me? Fang Xian could not believe it. He was just an ordinary top student, excelling in academics, a handsome face, smart, athletic, and skilled, but the imposing aura from the other person was definitely not him. The Fang Xian in the mirror sat on the throne, resting his chin on his hand. This question is not worth pondering right now, there is no need to waste time on it. With your current strength, you can only see me for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, everything will return to normal. 1 minute and 47 seconds have already passed. Let me say a few things simply. As a god slayer with the talent for slaughter, it seems you don't thoroughly understand your talent, you only know that you can increase your combat power through killing. But do you know that you can also, through killing, devour others' talents, and you can improve your existing talents by killing enemies with the same talents? The few talents you have now, besides the light-based talent, the rest have all been gained through killing. This ability is what makes the talent for slaughter truly terrifying. Of course, you also have one more ability, through killing, you can nourish me. I am like the king of slaughter you have contracted, when you are in danger, you can summon me. I can take over your body for 3 minutes, but right now, I can only exert the power of a level 5 peak. When summoning me, just activate the slaughter rune, place your hand on your heart, and silently chant Sasaya, and I will descend. By the way, you need to guard against one person. That is someone who wants to, today. The rest of the words seemed to be suddenly cut off. The image in the mirror distorted, as if the TV signal was lost. Who? Fang Xian hurriedly leaned closer to the mirror to ask, and the Fang Xian in the mirror also leaned in closer. They stared at each other. Their expressions equally puzzled. Fong Xian moved, and the reflection in the mirror also moved. 3 minutes had already passed. Everything returned to normal. Fong Xian supported himself on the wash basin. Everything that happened today was beyond his imagination. He washed his face. Fong Xian stared at the mirror. The Fong Xian in the mirror reminded him to guard against someone. Who should he guard against? The conversation was cut short. What did this person want with him today? Fong Xian immediately thought of Zhuge Hang. The only person who could pressure Fong Xian in reality was this white-haired handsome guy from the monster room. Guard against him? If not, who else could he guard against? It seemed he could only wait until tomorrow night to ask again in front of the mirror. Outside the bathroom, Ant's concerned voice came through. Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why are you taking so long in the bathroom? Fong Xian immediately replied, I was playing on my phone. You child, hurry up and rest. Jiang Weidong's voice came rushing in, like a loyal dog. Look at you, Xiao Xian can play for a while. If the child wants to play, then let him play. Fong Huilan sneered, looking down on Jiang Weidong's fawning behavior. Once Fong Xian returned to his bedroom, his gaze locked back onto his grandfather's delivery box. The shipping location was missing, only Fong Xian's address and recipient name were there. He placed his phone into a drawer compartment. Fong Xian looked out at the round moon, thinking about what he saw and heard. Looking at his own hands. He didn't expect his talent could actually improve. But he had never heard of talent being able to improve. Early in the morning, Fong Xian was woken up by Zhang Xiaoyu's cries. Jiang Weidong got up early to buy Fong Xian's favorite buns. But he forgot to buy the milk tea that Zhang Xiaoyu wanted. Zhang Xiaoyu, feeling empowered by her grades from the day before, pointed at Jiang Weidong's nose and cried out, Why did you buy for Fong Xian and not for me? You went so far. Just because Fong Xian has slightly better grades? Look what you've become now that Fong Xian's results are out. I am your real daughter. He's just some child without parents. Why do you spoil him so much? You really have no backbone. I am your father. How can you speak to me like this? Just because you gave birth to me doesn't mean you are my dad. Zhang Xiaoyu screamed. Slap. Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Weidong slapped her across the face. After all, Jiang Weidong was an adult, and the power behind that slap was not small. Zhang Xiaoyu's beast-mastering talent couldn't increase her skin's defense, so Jiang Weidong's slap twisted her face, and she became obedient after that. After Fong Xian washed up, during breakfast, Zhang Xiaoyu glared at him, her teeth grinding, yet she dared not to express her anger, banging her spoon against the bowl, making a disturbing clanging noise. Xiaoyu, what happened to your face? Fong Xian asked knowingly while eating. Jiang Weidong immediately laughed and played mediator. This child, speaking without respect, I had to teach her a lesson. Fong Xian immediately took Jiang Weidong's hand. Oh. Uncle, is your hand okay? I'm fine. Hearing Fong Xian's concern, Jiang Weidong smiled widely. Fong Xian turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how can you act so thoughtlessly? How can you use your face to hit your dad's hand? Look what you've done. You've even warped my uncle's career line. Jiang Weidong's expression froze. Tears rushed out of Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes, covering her mouth. She cried and ran back to her room. Look how happy you made the child. Jiang Xiaocha held back her laughter. Fong Huilan lightly tapped Fong Xian on the forehead. Why are you so naughty? Jiang Xiaocha laughed. Mom, my brother's mouth has been sharp for quite some time now. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected her. What sharp mouth? Your brother is just being humorous. Fong Xian shook his head, unable to help but think of a book he had read more than 400 years ago, which had a story about Fan Jin passing the imperial exam. At this moment, Jiang Weidong's every action seemed a bit like Fan Jin's father-in-law. Brother, you don't have classes at school today, where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha asked. I've arranged to go out and play with friends. Just as they were talking, his phone buzzed, and a voice message from Chu Xinyao followed. Calling Xiao Feng. I'm out the door, feeling great. Where should we meet? Xiao Wutong pressed his earpiece. Everyone prepare. Chu Xinyao has already left, prepare to head to the Ocean Theme Pavilion. The enemy has made their move, and at all costs, we must ensure her safety. AI Li suddenly looked up. Captain Xiao, there's another thing, Qin Juanhao has also booked the Ocean Theme Pavilion for the gathering with classmates. Chapter 12, The Ocean Pavilion. Fong Xian came out of the subway station. Across a busy street, he saw Chu Xinyao on the other side. Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes were fixed on the exit. Upon seeing Fong Xian, she quickly waved to signal him. Have you been waiting long? Fong Xian asked as he approached. Just got here. Then let's go. Chu Xinyo was wearing a JK short skirt today, her fair legs swaying playfully as she walked, paired with little shoes and white lace short socks, adding to her innocent charm. The ocean-themed pavilion had just opened at the end of last month, but the advertising was quite effective, so there were still quite a few people around. In the mid-20th century, after humanity awakened their talents for over a decade, it was discovered that many animals gradually developed intelligence too, including marine life. The feature of this new ocean-themed pavilion was the collection of many marine creatures that had awakened special talents. From the outside, the entire ocean pavilion looked like a killer whale lying stealthily on the earth. When entering and verifying tickets, the staff smiled and said, "You too can enjoy all services and performances here for free today with your tickets." Inside the pavilion, there were many types of marine life. Dolphins leaped out of the water, flapping their fins and asking in a thick accent, "Hey, bro, you here?" And there was an octopus playing the clarinet while also playing the piano. For some reason, Fong Xian felt the music it produced was filled with violence, as if it could destroy the piano at any moment. Singing jellyfish, a starfish running underwater in shorts, and a king crab swinging its huge claws to take tips from tourists. People with water attribute talents wore fishman costumes, dancing with schools of fish at the bottom of the water. But the hottest performance in the pavilion was still the underwater animal gladiatorial arena. At this moment, a seahorse in armor with a spear was fighting against an electric eel sparkling with arcs of electricity. The seahorse was very powerful, having injured the electric eel after several charges. The audience was cheering. Fong Xian watched the heated battle between the seahorse and the electric eel, truly seeing things he had never seen before, a seahorse actually fighting against an electric eel. On both sides of the arena, two seals were beating drums to cheer. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fong Xian would definitely think he had eaten too many mushrooms. While watching the duel, a voice came. "What a coincidence, you guys are here too." Looking in the direction of the voice, Qin Juanhao appeared here with some classmates. When he saw Fong Xian and Chu Xinyo, Qin Juanhao pretended to be surprised. Chu Xinyo frowned as if she had seen something dirty. "Are you following me?" Qin Juanhao quickly threw the blame on his dad. "No way. This is a coincidence. My dad said this ocean pavilion is quite interesting, so he booked it for me to bring my classmates to play." "Fong Xian, why are you here too?" Fong Xian pretended to be serious. "I saw a promotional video while scrolling. It said there were many performances, and I heard there's a turtle that can throw its shell. The audience named it something like King Turtle Throws Shell. Out of curiosity, I came to check it out." Qin Juanhao's expression changed like the weather. Chu Xinyo was holding back a laugh. Fong Xian often couldn't be bothered to deal with Qin Juanhao, but every time he planned to fight back, Qin Juanhao would certainly be upset for a while. The loyal lackey Su Xiaoqiang immediately jumped out and reprimanded, "Fong Xian, who are you calling King Turtle Throws Shell?" Fong Xian pointed aside. Through thick glass, there was indeed a turtle performing. The turtle swam fast, its shell lagged behind, and its two front legs flailed as it swam back to dive into its shell, looking quite comical, making the audience take photos. "Look! I'm talking about that turtle, otherwise, who do you think I'm referring to? Are there any other King Turtle Throws Shell here?" Su Xiaoqiang choked for a moment, and Qin Juanhao sneered back, "Fong Xian, you're out playing instead of staying home to wait for results today?" "Exactly, my brother Hao has already been recruited by the 7th Division. With someone like him, the future is bright. It's normal to come out and have fun." Su Xiaoqiang immediately chimed in to cheer him on. Fong Xian, still serious, said, "Didn't I just say? I came to watch the chaos. What's more fun than the results?" Qin Juanhao clenched his fists, showing an expression that was half smile, half snarl. "There are only 2 hours until the results are announced. I heard you didn't use any potions yesterday. I want to see if, when the results come out, you still have the mood to watch chaos." Su Xiaoqiang smugly added, "I'm just afraid that by then, Fong Xian will become my brother Hao's source of amusement." Just then, screams suddenly echoed from the direction of the arena. They saw the electric eel battling the seahorse suddenly erupting with dazzling electric sparks. The front row of spectators was instantly turned to ash. The entire aquarium was thrown into chaos in an instant. With a loud bang, the sea turtle, having lost its shell and covering its legs, flickered with fierce human-like intensity in its eyes, clawing at its shell and throwing it out like a discus. Accompanied by a massive explosion, the glass wall separating the tourists from the sea creatures was instantly shattered, the entire wall collapsing with a thunderous crash, water spilling out into the exhibit hall. The turtle shell flew back into the turtle's claws, which threw it out again amidst a cacophony of sounds. All the glass walls were smashed, and the underwater creatures all swam out. Tourists came here to have fun and were suddenly thrown into a panic. They scrambled desperately to escape. But the exits were locked at this moment. The seahorse in battle slowly turned, its spear aimed at Chu Xinyo. Xiao Wuton, disguised as a staff member, looked at the scene in shock, holding his head with both hands. "Oh! God! Oh my! These remnants of the Eternal Night Army are simply crazy. They not only deployed an 8th level powerhouse but also used a holy artifact shaped like an aquarium just to capture a defenseless little girl. Xiao Wutong, keep it together, go protect that girl, a voice came from behind. Xiao Wutong quickly turned around to see a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses standing behind him. The man was tall and strong, his gaze cold, calm, and composed. Captain! Xiao Wutong quickly called out. The man adjusted his tie, you all go protect Chu Xinyao. I'll find that 8th level powerhouse among the enemies. Understood. Xiao Wutong immediately led his team towards Chu Xinyao. At this moment, the exhibit hall was a complete mess. Fang Xian scanned every corner of the venue, clutching the small space orb given by Zhuge Hong in his hand. In a real emergency, he could indeed summon the white-haired handsome Zhuge Hong to take action. The moment chaos erupted. Several men in black rushed forward to shield Qin Juanhao in the middle. Qin Juanhao turned back to look at Chu Xinyao. Xinyao, don't be afraid, come over here. These bodyguards are all skilled experts my dad hired with great effort. The strongest bodyguard is a 3rd level powerhouse. Chapter 13, A Punch. Qin Juanhao hid behind the bodyguards. He waved at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao clutched Fang Xian's arm. A hint of panic flickered across her delicate little face. She was indeed scared. Xinyao, hurry over. Why are you hiding behind Fang Xian? Can Fang Xian really protect you? Qin Juanhao urged again. Chu Xinyao's small face turned pale. Seeing Fang Xian not move, biting her lip, she stood firmly behind Fang Xian. Qin Juanhao was in a state of frustration, directing several bodyguards, don't act until the critical moment. I must show them who's reliable. And focus on protecting Chu Xinyao, we can ignore Fang Xian. Fang Xian's gaze was fixed on the seahorse holding the spear. The spear held by the seahorse was pointing towards Chu Xinyao's direction. The seahorse suddenly charged towards Chu Xinyao. It cut through the water's surface, leaving a streak of white. In just a few breaths' time, the seahorse was already in front. The spear in its hand lunged towards Chu Xinyao. Although this attack wasn't aimed at a vital point, it could still incapacitate Chu Xinyao. Fang Xian pulled Chu Xinyao back with a quick movement. Almost at the same moment, several figures flashed out beside them. The leader, Xiao Wutong, elegantly raised his sword, deflecting the seahorse's spear. He stood right at the front. Ailey and her team blocked in front of Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, we are here to protect you. Fang Xian was stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao could actually have the 7th Division come to protect her. What kind of background does she have? Her mother certainly has some power, but it shouldn't be enough to make the 7th Division come to protect her daughter. This proves that Chu Xinyao's father, as rumored, is definitely not an ordinary person. Fang Xian raised her eyes and found that Ailey was actually looking at her. The two locked eyes, Ailey smiled and nodded. Fang Xian also politely nodded back. Besides Xiao Wutong's team, another team also entered the battlefield, with their leader engaged in a fight with the electric eel. When Qin Juanhao saw Xiao Wutong and Ailey, he immediately excitedly waved his hand and ran over. Team Xiao. Sister Ailey. Are you here to protect me? Qin Juanhao asked eagerly. Ailey coldly replied, no. Qin Juanhao awkwardly forced a smile, realizing his attempt to show off failed, and quickly changed the subject. Is our 7th Division on a mission? Yes. Qin Juanhao tried to please, can I join? I brought bodyguards, my bodyguard captain is a level 3 fighter. I want to fight alongside you. Xiao Wutong glanced at Qin Juanhao, looking as if life was losing its meaning. Every time he saw Qin Juanhao, it made him feel miserable. He eagerly approached only to end up with this headache. Moreover, if he cancelled the contract after signing it yesterday, the 7th Division's credibility would plummet. Seeing Qin Juanhao was like seeing his own shame. Out of sight, out of mind, Ailey, take them to find an exit. Make sure to escort Miss Chu out safely. Understood. Escort Miss Chu? Qin Juanhao was completely baffled, looking at Chu Xinyao in shock, not expecting her identity to be so extraordinary that even the 7th Division would specifically protect her. The other students also showed expressions of surprise. Follow me. Ailey instructed, leading the 7th Division team, protecting Chu Xinyao in the middle, rushing towards the safe passage. Clang 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 clang. In the distance, the octopus, playing the clarinet and piano, suddenly began wildly striking the piano keys, creating a maddening melody, while the clarinet produced a piercing sound that irritated the mind. The attacking marine creatures, upon hearing the music, had red eyes, their fury intensified, as if empowered, fighting without feeling pain, charging forward stubbornly until the last drop of blood was shed. Meanwhile, the singing jellyfish floated in the water, emitting a beautiful tune that gave listeners a drowsy feeling upon hearing it. Not good. A psychic octopus and jellyfish. Ailey. Form a formation to protect Miss Chu. Xiao Wu's face darkened as he fought against the seahorse. Ailey glanced at her watch, and a smart link device flew out. She opened it and pressed it down on the ground. The other 3 teammates quickly followed suit. The smart link emitted a crimson ray, intertwining to form an octagonal barrier that directly isolated the overflowing water and sound waves. This miraculous scene filled several classmates with curiosity. Qin Juanhao excitedly looked at the smart link device on the ground, proudly explaining to the other classmates, "This is called the Heavenly Shield Smart Link, a treasure independently developed by the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Only formal members can have one, and you must stay in the bureau for a year to get it. Brother Hao, I really envy you. After a year, you will also have this magical thing." Su Xiaoqian eagerly flattered. The other classmates looked on with envious eyes. Qin Juanhao wore a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Xian and Xu Xingyao, as if to say, "Look at how impressive I am." Fang Xian returned with a disinterested expression. Scanning the smart link, Fang Xian recalled that the white-haired guy had given him one yesterday. He had thought it was just a communication device for checking information, but didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. He had thought it would last for a while. But unexpectedly, almost the next second, the previous sea turtle came back, launching a shell towards them. The turtle shell spun as it flew over, crashing heavily against the barrier. The barrier emitted a loud rumble, and the nearly transparent protective shield appeared with cracks. Everyone's face changed, not expecting this sea turtle to be so strong. Almost in the next second, a chill swept through. The water outside the barrier instantly froze, and the barrier was covered with a web of cracks, shattering in an instant. The turtle shell spun back to the sea turtle, which once again hurled itself at them, this time aimed at smashing everyone inside the barrier. But this time, before the turtle shell could hit, it was kicked back by someone, crashing heavily into the sea turtle, which flew back along the water's surface, crashed into the wall, struggled a few times, and then went still. A man in a suit stood in front of the barrier. He stepped down hard, the ice surface cracked, and the waves rushed away, revealing a patch of vacuum. The man adjusted his glasses. "Take them out from the southeast corner." Ailey nodded. "Okay, Captain." "Captain?" Qin Juanhao heard these words and was like a bird out of its nest. "You are actually the captain. What's wrong with being the captain, Brother Hao?" Su Xiaoqiang acted like a sidekick. Qin Juanhao looked at the back of the suited man with excitement and admiration. The highest commander title in the 7th Bureau is Section Chief, below Section Chief is the captain, below captain is the battalion commander, and below battalion commander is the squad leader. Sister Ailey is a squad leader, requiring level 3 combat power to be 1, Captain Xiao is a battalion commander, requiring level 5 combat power, and a captain requires level 8 combat power. Su Xiaoqiang was surprised. "Wow, there are no level 8 powerhouses in our small Lan city, and today we see a live one." Fang Xian glanced at Xu Xingyao, wondering what kind of existence her father truly was to send at least an 8-level captain for protection. The suited man adjusted his tie, his cold eyes staring at the school of fish and the diver dressed like a fishman. "Friend, work is already troublesome, hiding in the dark and playing tricks makes it even worse." The school of fish scattered as the diver smiled. "So it's Captain Shang from the 7th Bureau. I didn't expect a captain to be dispatched." The suited man untied his tie and wrapped it around his arm. "Such a good holy grey treasure, letting you use it, yet you can't even display its power. What a waste. Then give it another try." The diver's expression darkened as he raised his hand, using himself as the center, freezing once again in all directions. It seemed like he wanted to turn this place into an ice and snow world, with his fish turning into spinning cones wrapped in ice, charging towards the man in the suit. The tie wrapped around the man's arm emitted a dazzling golden light. Like an icebreaker, it barreled straight towards the diver. The ice surface was instantly shattered, creating a huge crack. "Don't just stand there. Run," Ailey urged. The group of classmates snapped back to reality from their shock. Is this what a clash between the strong looks like? Ailey led the way, but unexpectedly. The path ahead was blocked by a dolphin. The dolphin looked at the group of newcomers, its gaze fixed on Qin Juanhao, speaking with a heavy dialect. "What are you looking at?" Qin Juanhao shrank behind a few bodyguards. "What are you gonna do about it? You bastard! Who do you think you're talking to?" The dolphin immediately exploded with rage. Fang Xian watched the talking dolphin, realizing that some animals have high intelligence, and many gifted animals can also talk. The dolphin spun around, charging towards them. Ailey stepped forward first, her blue patterned knife glowing, clashing with the dolphin. The dolphin had a water attribute talent, while Ailey had an assassination talent. Both were at level 3, fighting evenly matched. Qin Juanhao and his group watched nervously. But Fang Xian, who had been through numerous battles, was not concerned. A blood mark appeared on the dolphin's side. "Ouch. You bitch. I'm gonna kill you. Leopard, what are you two doing? I'll hold this stinky woman, you two go grab the target, and let's go back to report." Two seals, previously beating the drum in the arena, suddenly appeared from the side, accompanied by several shrimp and crab soldiers. They charged towards Chu Xinyao. "Protect Miss Chu!" Ailey shouted as she turned around. Three team members surrounded Chu Xinyao, immediately engaging in battle with the enemy. But the enemy had too many numbers, the three team members struggled to hold on. Moreover, the two seals were both at level 2 peak. Qin Juanhao licked his lips, seeing an opportunity arise. "Xinyao, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." But in the next second, the two seals opened their mouths, blowing out drums, the deafening sound echoing as they struck their chests. In the blur of their movements, one team member was instantly turned into a mist of blood, while the other two were injured. The two seals shifted their focus directly towards Chu Xinyao. This scene left many classmates stunned, facing death so closely for the first time. As the seals drew near, Qin Juanhao's bodyguard captain, following Qin Juanhao's earlier instructions, attempted to protect Chu Xinyao. Unexpectedly, Qin Juanhao grabbed the bodyguard captain. "Why protect her?" "Protect me." The two seals were already closing in. Ailey attempted to turn back but was desperately held back by the dolphin. "Huh? You pathetic thing. I'm about to achieve something big." Fang Xian shielded Chu Xinyao behind him. His body twisted. A punch. This punch was a fierce strike after countless life and death trials. It was a genius's punch that could reach SS level strength without any potion. And also a tyrannical punch that could break through all barriers with simplicity and decisiveness. One punch. His arm scraped through the air, creating a piercing explosive sound. The fist struck the seal's chest. With one punch, it pierced through the chest of the foremost seal. Blood spurted from the seal's heart. After struggling a few times, it fell to the ground. Fang Xian's movements did not stop. He leaped, clamping the head of the other seal with his legs. His elbow was like a blade, with a furious strike downwards. The sound of cracking echoed. The seal's head shattered. Blood overflowed from its mouth and nose. It fell weakly to the ground. After struggling a few times, it lay still. All of this may sound lengthy, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Xian had a blank expression. He washed his bloodstained fists in the water that barely reached his knees. Ellie's ice blue eyes flickered. The dolphin screeched, "What the hell? There's a hidden expert? This little turtle is actually a student." Fang Xian finished washing his hands and turned to look at the shocked faces of Qin Juanhao and his classmates. "I've liked boxing since I was young and learned a bit of striking. It's normal to take down a couple of seals, right?" Qin Juanhao swallowed hard. "Normal my ass. Those were not ordinary seals. Those were seals with peak level strength. Even the most ordinary seal shouldn't be able to get knocked out with one punch." Qin Juanhao's hair stood on end. He had gone from shock to fear. How did Fang Xian become so strong? If Fang Xian wanted to kill him, it seemed his few bodyguards wouldn't stand a chance. A crowd of classmates looked at Fang Xian, utterly shocked. The usually excellent and sociable classmate Fang Xian had turned out to be so powerful. Chu Xinyao patted her chest, exhaling in relief, and gave Fang Xian a sweet smile. "Thank you, little Fang." Fang Xian wanted to ask why these people attacked Chu Xinyao, but thinking about all the classmates around, he decided not to. Ellie's attack grew fiercer, and the dolphin was gradually unable to hold on. "What the hell? I can't take this." The dolphin twisted its body, blending into the water, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Beneath the knee-deep water, a shadow surged quickly. A hand suddenly shot out from under the water, reaching for Chu Xinyao's ankle. Chu Xinyao let out a terrified scream. Half of her body was submerged in the water. A gust of wind rushed from the distant passage. The water surface churned. A blinding golden light charged toward them. In the golden light, a suited man held a 1-foot-long, palm-width machete, swinging it down toward the hand grabbing Chu Xinyao's leg. A scream echoed from below the water. Suddenly, a severed hand floated to the surface. A whirlpool formed nearby. The previously submerged diver emerged, his face pale. The suited man burst forth again, radiating dazzling golden light. When the golden light dissipated, the diver was bound and tossed to the ground. The suited man adjusted his tie and meticulously pocketed it. Others from Section 7 gathered over. Xiao Wutong also approached. The suited man pushed up his glasses and looked at the still shocked and pale Qin Juanhao. "Xiao Wutong, is this the new recruit you wasted a slot on for Section 7? It was better not to mention this." Once it was said, Xiao Wutong looked as if he had eaten a fly. "Team leader, I just misjudged. But at least this kid has met the standards. Wouldn't you agree?" Their conversation had an unspoken implication that anyone could understand, even a dolphin could comprehend that they were clearly looking down on Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's pride was completely shattered by a few words from team leader Shang and Xiao Wutong. His classmates now looked at him with various expressions. So it was a misjudgment after all. Team leader Shang turned to Fang Xin. What's your name? Fang Xin. A power-type talent, able to kill peak-level seals, your talent is at least A, possibly even S. This took many classmates by surprise. They didn't expect Fang Xin to have such high talent. Qin Juanhao looked even more dejected. The little advantage he had was completely gone. Which organization have you joined? I haven't joined any organization yet. That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't anyone approached you? They have, but I haven't agreed yet. I'm still considering. Team leader Shang paused, still considering? So the organizations that have come looking for you aren't satisfactory, right? Have you not looked for the 9th division? No, if the 9th division were to look for you, with their domineering personality, they wouldn't give anyone a chance to consider. Why not come to our 7th division? After the probation period, I can directly promote you to team leader. These words left the students present momentarily stunned, some even gasped in surprise. To receive a personal invitation from the team leader of the 7th division, and to be promoted to team leader right after the probation period? Team leader, we have enough spots filled. Xiao Wu reminded. Team leader Shang took off his glasses, breathed out, and while wiping them, said, then we will recruit one more. I will talk to the director about it. What do you think, Fang Xin? No need. Ha? Team leader Shang paused in his actions of wiping his glasses. Xiao Wu and a group of other students were also stunned. Only Ai Li, with her ice blue eyes, stared intensely at Fang Xin, seemingly having guessed something. The team leader of the 7th division personally invited him, yet Fang Xin rejected? He just outright rejected? Qin Juanhao turned dark red with envy. After being recruited by the 7th division, he made a big fuss and wanted everyone to know he had been accepted by them. But Fang Xin just rejected the invitation from the 7th division's team leader in public. Besides, team leader Shang even promised that Fang Xin would be team leader after the probation period. Such conditions could not be said to be lacking. Oh dear. Is there still a law? Is there still justice? Team leader Shang put on his glasses. So, does this mean you have other ideas? Little kid, you can come to my side. A suddenly old voice came from nowhere. Everyone was startled. Team leader Shang instantly erupted in golden light, falling into a battle-ready state as if facing a fierce enemy. He turned around, only to see the water surface churning. On a wave 2 meters high, an old man sat atop a turtle shell, smiling at them. Team leader Shang held up his machete, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed a hint of shock. In such a small place as Lan City, a level 10 powerhouse came out. You remnants of the Eternal Night Army really dare to put in such capital. Team leader Shang coldly stared at the old man sitting on the turtle's back. The old man smiled gently. Since your Tiandun Bureau has sent you, a peak level 18 leader, we must show sufficient sincerity, right? Team leader Shang's gaze swept across the area. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. The view outside the theme pavilion quickly receded, as if the entire marine theme pavilion was flying in the sky. All communication devices failed at that moment. The old man wore a smile. Since this holy grade treasure has been activated, it must complete its task, right? Don't think about it, you can't escape. No one can save you now, you will all become nourishment for this treasure. As he spoke, the old man looked back at Fang Xin. Except for you, little kid, what are you considering? I see your moves are clean and decisive. At this age, with this skill, you are a rare talent. Now, I give you two options: either join us at the 9th abyss, or, I can only be ruthless. After all, if you grow up later, you will surely be a formidable rival. Qin Juanhao looked at Fang Xin with envy and jealousy. How can it be that the 7th division wants you, and now even the villain wants you? Can't a person live in peace anymore? Fang Xin looked at the old man, clenching the small spatial ball in his hand. Can I choose option C? The old man laughed heartily. Little kid, not many can tease me. Qin Juanhao whispered to Fang Xin, just join him, even if it's a fake. Find a way to curry favor with him, talk sweetly so he might spare us. Do you want to watch so many classmates die? The old man pointed at Qin Juanhao. This little kid has good awareness, the idea is quite nice. He then turned his gaze back to Fang Xin. Little kid, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Fang Xin replied seriously. My name is Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao was stunned for a second. Fang Xin. You call yourself Qin Juanhao, then what should I be called? Don't screw me over. Grandpa, he is called Fang Xin. Ha ha ha. Fang Xin, little kid, interesting, I like you more and more. If you join us, I can let go of your classmates, but if you dare to refuse, I will have them killed right now. Fong Xin. What are you waiting for? Save everyone. Qin Juanhao urged in a low voice. There are many ways to save people, it doesn't have to be by begging. Then what the heck do you have in mind? Team leader Shang turned around and shot an unhappy glance at Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao squeezed out a smile that looked like a cry. Fong Xin looked at the old man. Old man, are you really a level 10 powerhouse? Yes. Mid-level 10. Very strong? No one here can beat me, including this team leader from the 7th division. Then can you beat him? Smack. The spatial sphere shattered. Space twisted. A white-haired man stood with both hands in his pockets. He stood behind Fong Xin. Showing his little white teeth, he revealed a signature smile. The old man's face changed drastically for the first time. He jumped up and shouted. Zhuge Heng. Hey hey hey. Old turtle, no need to be so excited to see me, right? Zhuge Heng had both hands in his pockets. Only when everyone looked over did they realize. His feet weren't touching the ground. He was floating in mid-air. As he moved forward, it was as if transparent spatial steps appeared beneath his feet. As he walked down from the steps, the water overflowing on the ground split directly to both sides. Zhuge Heng stood on the dry ground. He saw the old man panicking. Qin Juanhao and his classmates were all in a daze, recalling that this white-haired man had appeared at school before. He had been arrogant then. Everyone knew he was very strong. But no one expected him to be this terrifying. Even a level 10 powerhouse was in such a panic. But soon, Qin Juanhao and the others realized another problem. Why could Fong Xin summon someone from the 9th division? Could it be? Qin Juanhao and the others immediately thought of a possibility. Unbelievably looking at Fong Xin. Did Fong Xin get the 9th division involved? The 9th division was the strongest place in the Sky Shield Bureau. It was known as the Monster Room. All of Qin Juanhao's pride was completely shattered at that moment. His mindset exploded along with it. Su Xiaoqian, the loyal dog guarding his master, also shattered. He never imagined that Fong Xin would be related to the 9th division. Smack! Zhuge Heng slapped the back of Fong Xin's head. Fong Xin's head tilted slightly forward from the hit. Damn it! Freeloading off me. You are the first. Although it was a slap, it didn't carry any reprimanding meaning. Instead, it felt more like an interaction between good friends. Mr. Zhuge. Team leader Shang turned back and, upon seeing Zhuge Heng, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as if Zhuge Heng's appearance meant that today's crisis was already resolved, and the situation was under control. Zhuge Heng strolled over to team leader Shang, hands still in pockets. Being too careless, there's a huge flaw in intelligence retrieval, almost causing both teams to be doomed. Take a month off for self-reflection. Team leader Shang nodded, not daring to refute. Understood. Zhuge Heng slightly raised his chin to look at the old man sitting on the turtle. Are you coming to cry after I hit you, or should I come over and beat you half to death? The old man had a sinister look. Zhuge Heng, at worst, I'll fight you. Then that means I'll come over and beat you half to death, right? The old man raised his arms. Everyone present felt a coldness emanate from their bodies. The blood within them seemed to freeze. 70% of the human body is water. This old man had a water-based talent. Naturally, he could control the water within each person's body. The old man raised his finger and pointed forward once again. The walls of the passage secreted a strongly corrosive and pungent slime. It seemed to want to melt everyone. Everyone must die for me. The old man roared. But in the next second, the old man stiffened all over. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhuge Heng had unknowingly stood beside the old man. One hand was in his pocket, and the other was gripping the old man's neck, ready to strike. The two figures flickered in midair for a moment, then vanished into thin air. In the next moment, the two appeared out of nowhere in front of the wall. With a loud crash, the old man was slammed into the wall by Zhuge Heng. It was as if the old man was embedded into the wall. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. His expression was one of terror. Level 11 peak. No wonder he's the most likely prodigy to become a god in nearly a decade. Zhuge Heng slowly released his grip on the old man's neck. Thanks for the compliment, but you are mistaken. Zhuge Heng flicked his finger down to push up the sunglasses on his nose, revealing eyes like two thunder pools. It's been nearly 30 years. A punch. Zhuge Heng's fist crashed heavily into the old man's abdomen. This punch seemed to pierce through the void. The old man bent over like a shrimp, coughing up blood mixed with bits of organs. He fell weakly to the ground on his knees. Just as the old man hit the ground, the wall behind him, the copper wall, was unexpectedly blasted open, creating a huge 2-meter wide gap. And the walls after this one were also smashed open by the punch, creating concentric circles of different sizes. Miraculously, the walls seemed to be wriggling, as if they were alive. Zhuge Hang placed his hands in his pockets. Bent over, watching the wriggling wall, he clicked his tongue in wonder. This holy grade treasure is not bad, too bad to give it to you. Later, I'll take it to Little Dragon Girl of the 5 Elements Palace, and I can ask for a favor. Thanks, old turtle. The old man on the ground curled up, his gaze vacant, his face pale, lifeless. Zhuge Hang turned around. He walked towards Fong Xin. Have you thought it over? Are you sure you want to join the 9th Division? Okay. The thing. Fong Xin looked confused. What thing? The Heavenly Shield Smart Link device I gave you yesterday. I left it at home. Where did you leave it? Zhuge Hang asked. Fong Xin thought for a second and nodded. On my desk. Why? Right after he spoke. In the astonished expressions of Fong Xin and everyone else, Zhuge Hang's hand vanished into the void. When he pulled it out, he held an apple in his hand and popped it in his mouth. Then he reached his hand back into the void again and pulled out the Heavenly Shield Smart Link device he gave Fong Xin yesterday. He tossed the item to Fong Xin. Zhuge Hang bit into the apple. When you get home, explain to your aunt that I took the apple. I might have scared her a bit. Fong Xin's head buzzed. He knew this 9th Division street punk was amazing. But he never expected it to be this amazing. Fong Xin had opened this device yesterday. After facial recognition, he let Zhuge Hang input his name. Only then did he learn what this white-haired person's name was. Beep. Identity verification successful. Member Fong Xin. Welcome to the 9th Division. Zhuge Hang munched on the apple. After joining the 9th Division, someone will come to connect with you. Training matters will also be arranged for you. I'll come by from time to supervise your progress. This time, Fong Xin seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, give me your contact information. Zhuge Hang raised his chin, indicating the smart device in Fong Xin's hand. In a bit, little dear will pull you into the group. My contact information will be there. Looking outside for a moment, Zhuge Hang continued to speak to Team Leader Shang. Mistakes are mistakes, and merits are merits. I'll take this holy grade treasure, and I'll report every bit of your 7th Division's merits without missing anything, alright? We'll listen to Mr. Zhuge. I'm off. Snap. Zhuge Hang, with the apple in his mouth, snapped his free hand. The scenery around seemed to shatter like broken glass, then everything became vague. When everything was pieced together and reorganized, everyone found themselves standing in an empty space. Looking around, they realized they were still in the position of that ocean-themed exhibit. Only the orca-shaped exhibit had disappeared into thin air. The ground was bare. All the visitors had blank expressions on their faces. Fong Xin took a breath. Everything felt too magical. Fong Xin, you joined the 9th Division. You joined the division known as the Monster Room. A classmate broke the silence first. Other classmates looked at Fong Xin with envy. Team leader Shang laughed. You just said you hadn't decided yet. I thought you were considering which organization to join. Turns out you were considering the 9th Division. You're the first student to think about joining the 9th Division. Fong Xin smiled lightly. Someone has to be the first to do anything. Team leader Shang chuckled. Su Chang looked at the Celestial Shield Smart Link in Fong Xin's hand. How good, didn't you say you could only get this after joining the Celestial Shield Bureau for a year? How did he get it early? Team leader Shang took over, because he was chosen by the 9th Division. It's that simple. Qin Juanhao looked like a wilted eggplant. Captain Xiao. Your new recruit chose to compromise in the face of the enemy. There's a serious problem with his mindset. You need to keep an eye on him. Our 7th Division cannot have weak-willed recruits. Team leader Shang adjusted his glasses and spoke in a cold, serious tone. Xiao Wutong could only agree with a heavy heart and looked at his shameful recruit Qin Juanhao. Understood, team leader. While speaking, he helplessly glanced at Qin Juanhao. Later, make sure you memorize the rules and regulations of the 7th Division until you can recite them perfectly. Qin Juanhao felt like the sky was falling. Xiao Wutong turned back to look at Fong Xin, finding him increasingly likable. Team leader Shang looked at Fong Xin and extended his hand. I am Shang Tianqi. From now on, we are colleagues. Fong Xin shook hands openly. I am Fong Xin, please take care of me. Team leader Shang glanced at his watch. Danger has been eliminated, prepare to regroup. As the people from the 7th Division prepared to leave, Ailey stepped forward and reached out her fair white palm toward Fong Xin. A pair of beautiful ice blue eyes stared at Fong Xin. I am Ailey. Fong Xin. Hello? Chapter 16, the result didn't hold back. Ailey emphasized the word you heavily. Fong Xian, who was shaking hands, slightly froze. He gazed into Ailey's beautiful ice blue eyes. With Ailey saying this, Fong Xian quickly realized that she had recognized him. However, judging by everything that Xiao Wutong had done, Ailey had not informed him of the situation. Hello, Captain Ailey. Just call me Ailey. The two locked eyes. Ailey broke the silence first. Shall we exchange contact information? Sure. After exchanging contact details, Ailey left with her team. Fong Xian put his phone in his pocket. After all the hustle of the day, even though his arm had been cleaned, the water he washed his hands with wasn't very clean, so Fong Xian planned to go home for a shower. Chu Xinyao stepped forward sweetly. Thank you today, little Fong. Then why don't you kneel and show me some respect? Chu Xinyao pouted, poking Fong Xian's belly with her finger. You're so bad. The results are out. A classmate received the news. Everyone took out their phones to check their scores. In the entire school, the first overall score was none other than Fong Xian. When everyone saw Fong Xian's impressive scores, the students exploded with excitement. Wow! Someone hasn't awakened a single talent, and Brother Xian awakened 5 talents? He's already this strong without potions? If he used a potion, wouldn't all his scores go up a level? SSS level strength talent? I said Brother Xian is the most brutal. Wait a minute, Chu Xinyao is second overall? SSS level light talent? SSS level healing talent. Wow! Fong Xian looked at Chu Xinyao with slight surprise. Chu Xinyao raised her chin. Aren't I impressive, Sister Yao? Impressive. I was wrong to underestimate you. Fong Xian. Chu Xinyao gritted her teeth, glaring at Fong Xian, and poked his little belly fiercely again with her finger. Su Chang flipped through the scoresheet. How good, I found you. B-level Earth attribute talent. All the classmates turned to look at Qin Juanhao in unison. Qin Juanhao's talent score was quite high in the whole school. But in front of Fong Xian and Chu Xinyao, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon. At this moment, Qin Juanhao had completely lost his earlier arrogance. He looked at Fong Xian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Fong Xian ignored him. Looking at the time, he said, Xiao Chu, I want to go home. Okay. Let's go together. They said goodbye to their classmates. On the subway, Chu Xinyao and Fong Xian sat side by side. Your talent is so high, didn't you find you at the 9th place? Fong Xian asked in confusion. Chu Xinyao paused. No, because of my father, I have to go to other places. Your father is. Before Fong Xian finished speaking, Chu Xinyao reached out to cover his mouth. Xiao Fong, can we not talk about this? Seeing the look in Fong Xian's eyes, Chu Xinyao explained, Xiao Fong, my father's identity is quite special. I can't tell you for now, but don't worry, if there is a day I can say it, I will definitely tell you first, okay? Chu Xinyao looked up, her beautiful eyes staring at Fong Xian, wearing a pleading expression. Okay. Hee, I knew Xiao Fong was the best. Arriving home. As soon as he walked in, he saw his Aunt Fong Huilan and Uncle Jiang Weidong huddled together, looking suspicious. Fong Huilan held a rolling pin, while Jiang Weidong held a mop. The sound of the door opening startled both of them. What are you doing? Fong Xian asked in confusion. Xiao Xian, you don't know, something strange happened today, it was too scary. I was cleaning the room when a hand suddenly appeared in the living room, feeling around, then grabbed an apple and disappeared. Fong Huilan said, still shaken. Fong Xian immediately remembered that this was done by Zhuge Hang before. Auntie, that was an apple Zhuge Hang took when he got something for me. He said it might have scared you, so I came back to tell you. Zhuge Hang? Fong Huilan didn't react for a moment. The white-haired one from the 9th place yesterday. Fong Xian reminded her. Fong Huilan immediately realized, patting her chest, so it was him. You scared me to death. But the people from the 9th place are too terrifying, right? Taking things from afar? Fong Xian smiled. You haven't seen the more terrifying ones, or you would be shocked for a lifetime. After taking a shower, Fong Xian looked at the mirror covered with a layer of mist and wiped the mirror, thinking he still needed to ask the person in the mirror tonight who he should be wary of. After changing clothes, when he returned to the room, he saw the Tian Shield intelligent device on the table flashing a light point. When he opened it, he saw that someone with the nickname Xiao Lu had pulled him into a group. The group was called 9th Place Honglian District Taiyan District Youth Training Class. There weren't many people in the group, including Fong Xian, adding Xiao Lu and Zhuge Hang, there were only 8 people. Fong Xian saw that Zhuge Hang's avatar was a Tai Chi fish image and quickly added him as a friend. Someone sent a message in the group. The avatar was a muscular man, and the members' nicknames were their real names. The one speaking was called Tai Lang. Another new person has joined? Called Fong Xin? Is she a girl? What's her height? Weight? Measurements? What talent? Fatty, how can you speak like that? Don't scare the girl away. Let's have Fong Xin introduce herself. The one who spoke after was Zhang Yaozu, and his avatar was a little yellow chick holding a basketball with split hair and suspenders. Tai Lang retorted, alright, Zhang Yaozu, girls like me to be straightforward. Fong Xin, do you like muscular guys? Fong Xin thought for a moment and replied. Hello everyone, my name is Fong Xin, my biological sex is male, but I have gender identity disorder, and I see myself as a girl, and I am also a lesbian, so I only like girls. After a long silence in the group, a handsome anime avatar called Bai Yulin said, great, another oddball. In our 9th division, no new student is normal, right? Tai Lang at Bai Yulin, are you a brother or a sister now? Bai Yulin replied, I am my brother. Tai Lang said, well, the split personality has worsened, now there's a brother added, our 9th division is not a monster house, it's a damn mental hospital. Zhang Yaozu changed the topic, have you seen? This year, after the national talent test results came out, 18 SSS level talents appeared across 12 regions. Just in our Honglian district, 3 came out. Since the Divine War, Lungwa's territory has expanded by half, vast and wide. In order to better coordinate and manage, it was divided into 12 districts, and Lanchang is a small city under the Honglian district of Qingzhou province. Zhang Yaozu continued, didn't a small place like Lanchang also produce an SSS level talent? Seems like an SSS level light element talent. Light element talents are already hard to come by, let alone SSS level. Tai Lang picked up the conversation, to protect personal information, the score sheet hides names, but I heard it's a particularly beautiful girl. Ha! Fong Xin's information shows, isn't he from Lanchang? Oh my gosh, could Fong Xin be that beautiful girl from Lanchang who has the SSS level light element talent? Fong Xin was stunned, not expecting Chu Xinya to already be somewhat famous. I am not. The split personality patient Bai Yulin sighed, in such a small place like Lanchang, to produce an SSS level talent is really not easy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lu suddenly spoke up. Strictly speaking, Lanchang actually produced 2 students with SSS level talents. 2? The SSS level statistics only show 1, right, Instructor Xiao Lu? Xiao Lu explained, because the other student did not use potions, so their test score is S level, which is our Fong Xin. Oh my, those who don't use potions are all amazing. Tai Lang exclaimed. Zhang Yaozu also shouted in shock, oh my god, I barely got an S level using potions, this big brother is S level without potions? Big brother, why didn't you use potions? Fong Xin humbly said, I heard the 9th division has a lot of pressure, so I thought I would not use potions, just to lower the score and hang around in other places. But it didn't work. Chapter 17, The Old Case. After a long silence in the group, Tai Lang sent a message, I can't take it anymore. I'll offer 500,000, who will go to Lanchang to beat him up. I'll add 100,000. I'll add 200,000. I'll add 100,000. Several who had not shown up in the group also began to send messages to raise the stakes. Xiao Lu changed the topic, alright, everyone calm down, after the results come out, you all have a week of rest, in a week, someone will specifically come to pick you up to the training camp. See you in a week. Fong Xin's smart terminal vibrated again, it was Xiao Lu sending a friend request, after agreeing. Xiao Lu sent a message, Fong Xin, please sign the contract and send it back to me. Do I need to print the contract myself? Align the smart terminal's virtual screen with the desktop. Fong Xin followed the instructions, and a contract appeared on the table with a soft glow. After signing the contract, click the plus sign in the bottom right corner, there will be a transfer button, send the contract to me. Fong Xin looked at all this in astonishment, this is too amazing. This device seems like a spatial treasure. But exactly what level it is, Fong Xin currently does not know. After finishing everything, Xiao Lu sent Fong Xin an introduction manual for the smart terminal, along with the rules and regulations of the 9th division. He also sent over a plane ticket and a bank card that hasn't been set up with a password yet. Please, Fong Xin, be sure to carefully read the rules and regulations of the 9th division. The bank card has 1 million, which is a bonus for joining the 9th division. Finally, welcome Fong Xin to join the 9th division, we will see you in a week. Fong Xin also replied, see you in a week. He went through the rules and regulations, and roughly remembered most of it. Then he read the instructions for the Ji Lian machine again. After reading, he was even more astonished. It turned out this thing also had a nickname called the treasure machine. When used alone, it could shoot out a laser as a laser sword. When cooperating with a team, 2 or more people could form a barrier and also perform short-distance teleportation. This thing was a treasure developed by the Sky Shield Bureau at great expense. The levels of treasures ranged from the first level to the 9th level, and above the 9th level were the spirit level, the stage level, the holy level, the divine level, the rules, and the legendary taboos. Something like the themed hall encountered today was a terrifying holy level treasure. The Ji Lian machine in Fong Xian's hand was a 4th level treasure. According to the rules, new recruits just joined the 9th division would receive first level ones, but Zhuge Han opened a backdoor for Fong Xian and directly gave him a 4th level one. If Fong Xian joins the 9th division, as his realm improves, the higher-ups would also provide him with a stronger Ji Lian machine. Following the instruction manual, he combined the Ji Lian machine, pressed a button in one place, and a scarlet laser instantly shot out, shaped like a Tang Dao, extremely majestic. However, although this laser sword could cut through steel like mud, it required the user to consume their life force. So many people usually would not use the laser sword. Unless the user had a strength-based talent and didn't care about these, they would use it. It felt like this thing was prepared just for him. Fong Xian shook the laser sword, and the feel was very good. He felt that if he used his killing talent, he could even compete with early-stage level 5 combat power. Just as he was studying the laser sword, his phone vibrated several times in a row. Fong Xian picked up his phone and found it was a message from AI Li. Fong Xian. Do you have time? Let's chat. Fong Xian played with his phone, unsure of what AI Li wanted to do, and replied with a vague message. What is it? AI Li's reply came quickly. Thank you for saving me that day. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for saving me that day. Fong Xian asked, when did you find out? AI Li explained everything. I found out when I went to your classroom that day. Fong Xian continued with his confusion. Why didn't you tell Captain Xiao? Because various signs indicate that you didn't want to be exposed, so I didn't say anything. Fong Xian looked at AI Li's message. You say so much, but your real purpose is not just to thank me, right? It is to thank you. You are my lifesaver, and I won't forget this. But today, I do indeed have another matter I would like your help with. Fong Xian and AI Li had only met 3 times, and they had only talked twice. They were not very familiar, and she came right out asking for help, which was no different from asking to borrow money from someone just met. After a long pause, he did not reply to her message. AI Li's message came again. Fong Xian, are you still there? Fong Xian thought for a moment and replied seriously, my brother is sleeping. The other party was typing. After a long gap, AI Li's message came again, and it was a long one. Fong Xian, I really have something to ask of you. My parents were killed many years ago, and my sister went missing early on. This case was made into a cold case, but for many years I have been chasing the real culprit and searching for my sister. Her name is AI Ko, and I recently found a clue about her, but the opponent has a 4th level master. My side is weak, and I am only a small team leader, so I have no right and no way to mobilize the team's strength to help me with personal matters. I can only hire a few bounty hunters, but they are not trustworthy since they are not my own people, so I beg you, can you help me? If you don't believe me, you can retrieve the documents from that year through the intelligence machine and check. Fong Xian looked up what AI Li said, and there really was this file, a matter from more than a decade ago. AI Li's parents were both doctors and died in a car accident. In the case file, there was also a photo of AI Li from when she was a child, just a mini version of AI Li now. In the photo, AI Li sat there with messy hair, tear stains still on her face, looking lost and helpless, her small body pitifully alone, evoking a sense of compassion in people. After looking through the whole case, AI Li's parents died 6 months later, and her twin sister went missing during the same period. Hundreds of children went missing at that time, and later, for some reason, the entire case found no leads and became a cold case. Fong Xian's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he had discovered something. He pulled out the case file of his own parents' car accident to look at it again. His parents' file had only a few lines of introduction and a few photos, the rest were encrypted documents. Fong Xian's gaze suddenly fixed on the photo of the car that hit his parents. He suddenly sat up straight. He then pulled out the photo of the car that hit AI Li's parents. Fong Xian zoomed in on the photo. Both cars had a sunny doll pendant inside. Moreover, the sunny doll had a strange smile on its face. Was this a coincidence? Or was it man-made? Various questions lingered in Fong Xian's mind. Who was the one that harmed his parents? It seemed he had to go. After much consideration, Fong Xian replied to AI Li, okay, send me the time and place. AI Li seemed a bit surprised, not expecting Fong Xian to agree so readily. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the cafe at 122, Tiannan Road. As a reward, all the spoils will belong to you after the event, and I will also give you a sensing fruit to awaken your sensing talent before going to the training camp. See you tomorrow morning. Fong Xian sat up, recalling the accident involving his parents, noting that his parents' file was encrypted. To access it, he either had to find Zhuge Han or meet the required position standards. He took his grandfather's phone out from the drawer and found no new messages. He didn't even know where his grandfather was now. Time quickly passed, and it was almost midnight. Fong Xin went to the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he urged his blood and energy. 4 blood-red slaughter runes slowly emerged. Fong Xin stared at himself in the mirror. Chapter 18, Don't Hold Back. In the early morning. At 12:30. Fong Xin had been staring at himself in the mirror for a full 45 minutes. But today, he did not see the Fong Xin from the mirror. Fong Xin frowned. He stared at himself in the mirror. Just now, he even pretended to turn around like last night. But in his peripheral vision, there were no strange sights at all. Last night was fine. What happened tonight? Could it be that something was missing to trigger it? Recalling everything from yesterday. If he replicated everything from yesterday. Fong Xin couldn't help but think. Was it because he hadn't watched that video from his grandfather? Today had already passed the time node. He could only try again tomorrow night. Fong Xin returned to his bedroom. Lying in bed, he thought about his meeting with AI Lee tomorrow. The next morning. After breakfast. Fong Xin received a message from AI Lee. The meeting point was at a cafe. When Fong Xin arrived, AI Lee was already waiting at the door. AI Lee's silver-white hair was styled in a short ponytail. Wearing a baseball cap. A baseball jacket and tight jeans perfectly outlined her graceful figure. This way. AI Lee waved her hand. Fong Xin wore a baseball cap today as well. As he got closer, AI Lee said, "There is still a certain level of danger. Are you sure you want to go? Are you sure the other side is only level 4? I have been scouting for half a month. Then there is no problem at all. What about the others you hired?" Elle pulled on Fong Xin's arm. "The people we hired are not good folks, so we need to use fake names and false information. I am calling myself Xiao Yao Mei, a person from out of town. You need to change your name too. Then I will be Qin Jun Hao. Change it again. Qin Xiao Chang is your cousin." As Elle spoke, she handed Fong Xin a mask and took out a delicate small box. "Put on this mask. It will change your appearance. This is the perception fruit I promised you." Fong Xin was stunned. "You're giving me the stuff before we even start? I am just happy you could come. Doesn't your captain and teammates help you?" Elle put on the mask, and once the mask stuck to her face, her appearance changed without any trace. Even her face shape and hair color transformed along with it. Hearing Fong Xin's words, Elle sighed. They helped before, but this time, Captain Xiao messed up the information and recruited Qin Junhao, wasting a spot. He is currently in confinement writing a reflection, and my other teammates, as you know, were injured in yesterday's mission. Fong Xin scratched his cheek awkwardly, going around in circles until it came back to him. If I hadn't messed up the registration before, Captain Xiao wouldn't have chosen Qin Junhao early, and if he hadn't selected Qin Junhao, he wouldn't be in confinement. Fong Xin put on the mask. His face changed. He looked at his reflection in the phone and couldn't see a hint of anything unusual. He opened the delicate small box, and inside was a bright red fruit. "You can eat it now," Elle reminded him. Fong Xin took a bite. The juice was full and very crisp, and within 2 bites, he swallowed the spirit fruit whole. A refreshing feeling swept through his body, as if he had taken a big bite of mint candy, making him feel completely clear-headed. Fong Xin's already sensitive perception ability instantly strengthened. Before, he had extraordinary eyesight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. But after eating this perception fruit, Fong Xin found that he could perceive every move of everyone within a 30-meter radius, including the mosquitoes and ants on the ground, all appeared in his mind, creating a 3-dimensional transparent pattern. Within 30 meters, he could clearly feel what everyone was saying and doing. Even in the cafe, he could hear the voice of a waiter hiding in the bathroom talking to a friend in perfect clarity. Fong Xin opened his eyes, taking a breath. Is this what it feels like to awaken a perception talent? This talent is indeed great. It allows him to clearly perceive all movements around him and scout for enemies in advance. However, sensing consumes a lot of energy. If he continues to sense for too long, his head might get dizzy. Still, thank you for coming to help me. Elle looked up, her ice blue eyes now black after the mask transformed her appearance. She looked at Fong Xin seriously, speaking each word meticulously. Helping you is also helping me. Let's go. Elle was momentarily stunned and didn't say much more, walking ahead to lead the way. Fong Xin followed behind, looking at Elle's back. Elle was only 1 year older than Fong Xin. She was his senior from the last cohort and became the small team leader of the 7th unit right after the training camp ended, showing how much harder she worked than others. They crossed the street and entered a grocery store. At the front counter of the grocery store, there was a burly man with a fierce look. As they entered, the bell at the door let out a clear sound. Elle stepped forward, handing over a card. The burly man took it, glanced at it, and said, "Go inside, right-hand side, 4th room." Fang Xian looked in the indicated direction and saw only a wall. Elle retrieved the card and led the way forward. Fang Xian followed behind. The wall suddenly rippled with circles of waves, and Ai pulled Fang Xian in step by step, finding the 4th private room and walking in. Fang Xian was still a bit dazed, not expecting that this grocery store had such a hidden space. After sitting down, Ai explained, "Every city has its own black market trading places, and this place is where Lan City conducts its black market transactions. Here, you can look for and accept tasks, exchange goods, and buy information. Everything that can be done in the black market can be done here. The bounty hunters I hired will arrive soon, and once they do, we will set off. This is where we are going." Ai took out a small ball, tapped it, and the ball emitted light. Above it appeared a holographic projection of a standalone villa, with its structure clearly displayed. "Yesterday, I heard what you said. It seems you have connected your parents' car accident with your sister's disappearance." Ai nodded. "I discovered this by accident from some clues. The driver of the car that killed my parents and the person who took my sister both had a 6-pointed star tattoo on their arms." Fang Xian was stunned. "You found the driver who hit your parents?" "I found him a year after my parents' accident, but by the time he was found, he was already dead, so many clues were still lost." Fang Xian fell silent. The door pushed open. 3 people entered one after another from outside. One was a 2-meter-tall Titan-like strong man, another was a middle-aged man with golden hair and an extraordinarily long face, and the last was a dark-skinned, voluptuous woman with wavy hair. The woman wore a low-cut outfit, with a long, deep cleavage, and super short pants paired with fishnet stockings, extremely sizzling. "Why are there others?" The strong man sat down and looked at Fang Xian gruffly. Ai said, "He is my cousin, he won't take a cut of your commission." The strong man shot a sideways glance at Fang Xian, examining him before saying, "Your cousin? He looks thin like a little chick, can he handle this? Don't drag us down." Chapter 19, Is the Brother Strong? Fang Xian glanced at the 3 people. Now his perception-type talent had awakened. The perception talent also had one skill. That was the ability to sense danger ahead of time. It was commonly known as the 6th sense. The top-tier SSS grade perception talent could even foresee future crises. Fang Xian's perception talent was S grade without medication. Considering that everyone else was using medication, Fang Xian's perception talent was actually at the SS grade. Moreover, the King of Slaughter in the mirror had told Fang Xian that his talent could be improved by killing enemies with the same talent. Through his perception talent, Fang Xian felt that the 3 people before him posed no threat. This meant that their combat power was at level 4 or below. Ai said seriously, "Don't worry, he won't drag us down. Now that everyone is here, let's formulate a specific battle plan." The strong man stroked his bald head. "What plan should we make? We just charge in." "No." Ai immediately interrupted. "There are 7 people inside the villa, the 2 sentries outside are both level 1 combat power. Hey Shinju, you have a mental type talent, so cooperate with me, you distract those 2 sentries while I take them out." Ai looked at the attractive woman who had been playing with her hair since she sat down. The attractive woman twirled her fingers around her hair. "Just this? You want me, a peak level 2, to kill 2 level 1s? And I have to cooperate with you? Isn't that a bit too much disrespect for me?" Ai continued, "Safety first, after we take out the sentries, there are 2 guards on the first floor, 1 level 1 and 1 level 2. On the second floor, there are also 2, 1 level 2 and 1 level 3. You will use your mental type talent to confuse the enemies on both the first and second floors. Black Pearl and my cousin Qin Xiucheng attack the enemies on the first floor, while Jin Rui and I attack the enemies on the second floor." Ailey looked at the blonde man again. "Little brother, stay behind your sister." Black Pearl crossed her thick, juicy legs, licked her lips at Fang Xian, and threw him a flirty glance. "Silly whore," the strong man cursed. Fang Xian chose to ignore it. Ailey continued, "Our real target is on the 3rd floor, a level 4 psychic expert. So, when we attack, Baru, we need you to go to the 3rd floor to attack that level 4 expert. As long as you hold on for a little while, we'll come up to help you." The strong man named Baru scratched his head. "The enemy is level 4 in psychic power, Black Pearl's mental attack will definitely be sensed by them, right?" Ailey explained, "The enemy calls a lady over to release pressure around noon every day, psychic talents are usually at their weakest during this time. If we attack at this time, their sensitivity will drop significantly." Baru rubbed his bald head and grinned, "Then won't I just scare him to death when I go in? I love doing this, ha ha ha. Get ready to move." Ailey collected the holographic little ball. The group left the grocery store and split into 2, with Ailey taking Fang Xian into a car. After more than half an hour, they arrived in the suburbs, about 500 meters from their destination, hiding the car in dense woods. Before long, another car drove up, and Baru and his two companions got out. The five of them stared in the direction of the villa. After waiting for a while, Ailey glanced at her watch. It was already 11:45, and she mumbled, "It should be coming." Then a taxi stopped outside the villa. A woman in a revealing dress stepped out of the car, striding with her long, snowy legs. Her red high heels clicked alluringly on the ground, swaying as she walked. The two guards in the yard immediately approached to check, taking the opportunity to flirt, while the woman laughed and flirted back, showing no resistance at all. Baru rubbed his bald head and licked his lips. This one is definitely a top-notch. I bet she's really fun to call. I need to ask her price later. Ailey's face turned cold as she glanced at the time again. In 10 minutes, be ready to act. Time passed second by second. Fong Xin dug at his ears. His hearing had always been extraordinary, but after eating the perception fruit Ailey gave him today, it was even stronger. As Baru said, she sounded really happy. Fong Xin quickly shifted his listening target to another place. Move. Ailey suddenly commanded. Black Pearl was the first to dash forward. Ailey crouched low and followed closely. In just an instant, she miraculously blended into the shadows on the ground. Fong Xin was taken aback. Indeed, it was a killing talent. Kid. Don't lag behind. I don't know why you brought a kid who hasn't even grown a hair to do this. Baru slapped Fong Xion's shoulder heavily, grinned, and strode forward, merging his body with the earth as he ran. Earth attribute talent. The blond man looked weak, bending down to gather strength, charging towards the villa with a strange speed. He had a wind attribute talent. Fong Xian followed closely behind. Black Pearl reached towards the two guards. The two guards' pupils instantly unfocused. Their gazes scattered. In almost no time at all, Ailey appeared from the shadows on the ground. A faint blue cold light flashed, directly slitting one guard's throat, before she merged back into the shadows and slipped through a second-floor window. The blond man took a running leap and crashed through the second-floor window. The earth suddenly stirred as a soil dragon dragged Baru up, enveloping him in a layer of yellow-brown light, and charging towards the third-floor window. The sound of shattering glass echoed one after another. Then came the screams. Black Pearl, chewing gum, swaggered on her two impressively curvy legs down to the first floor, glancing at Fong Xian. "Little brother, hide behind your sister. If you get hurt, sister will feel pain." As she spoke, she swayed her hips, bumping into Fong Xian, and entered the villa's first floor herself. The two people on the first floor stood up, intending to head upstairs. Black Pearl chewed her gum, and in an instant, the one with level 1 strength was defeated, while the other, with level 2 strength, held his head in pain. "Little brother, is sister fierce?" Black Pearl threw a flirtatious glance at Fong Xian. But she never expected. On the stairs between the second and first floors, the enemy with level 3 strength, who was on the second floor, rushed down. Seeing the two on the first floor, he charged at Black Pearl with a ferocious face. Black Pearl's face instantly turned pale with fear. She swallowed her gum in fright and unleashed a mental attack, trying to stop the enemy's advance. The enemy's expression slightly changed, clearly disturbed by the mental attack. But after all, he was level 3 and also had a power-type talent, rushing towards Black Pearl recklessly. Black Pearl shouted, "Jean Rue, save me." The sound of wind came from upstairs. But at that moment, in her peripheral vision, a figure flashed by. Fong Xian delivered a flying knee strike directly to the enemy's face. An instant defeat. Black Pearl stood frozen in place. The blond man was stunned on the stairs between the first and second floors. Fong Xian turned around. He looked at Black Pearl with a faint smile. "Sister, is brother fierce?" Chapter 20 Welcome the King's Judgment. Black Pearl stared blankly at Fong Xian. Although Fong Xian's appearance had changed, the new face still looked youthful. This was why Black Pearl and the others thought Fong Xian might hold them back. Until just now. Fong Xian had actually defeated a level 3 master in an instant. They began to take Fong Xian seriously. Black Pearl came back to her senses, nervously patting her heavy chest, scraping her silver teeth against her lips, then seductively licking them. "Brother really is fierce. But I wonder how fierce he is in other places." Fong Xian responded with a smile, "Dreaming of old ladies eating little chickens, just keep dreaming." The constant sounds of shaking came from upstairs. Fong Xian dodged past the blond man and headed upstairs. Black Pearl dealt with the other enemy and walked up beside Jean Rue. "I underestimated him." The blond man said in a deep voice, "So young, at least level 3 strength. I just saw that he also has power-type talent, at least SS level. He must be a scion from some super organization." Black Pearl licked her lips. "Then I must savor him well." On the third floor, it was a mess. Baru exuded yellow-brown light, and within that light, he was covered by a soil-like armor. On the bed lay the previously stunning woman, who was now terrified, curling up in the corner with the blanket, revealing large areas of snowy white with her screams. A slightly chubby man wearing a torn pair of shorts was fleeing amidst suddenly emerging brown hands. The man's face was grotesque, continuously reaching out towards Baru. A nearly transparent large hand appeared out of nowhere, reaching for Baru's head. It caused a certain level of attack on Baru's mind. Ailey stood in the corner, gripping the blue pattern knife in her hand, preparing to strike at the right moment. After Fong Xin came up, Black Pearl and the blonde man followed suit. The fleeing fat man roared, rolling on the ground, one hand rubbing the ring on his finger. A transparent raincoat appeared, and the man immediately put it on. In that instant, the chubby man's body became transparent, vanishing like magic. Fong Xin's heart tightened, and he quickly used his perception ability. Everything in the room emerged vividly in his mind. Perception abilities counteract such invisibility cloaks. He saw a plump figure holding a strange revolver, aiming it at Baru's head. "Be careful! He has a gun!" Fong Xin shouted urgently. With a loud bang, the gun fired. The yellowish light around Baru moved to protect his head, heart, and groin. After the shot, the yellow light shattered. A small yellow ball fell to the ground, broken. Baru's face turned pale, a crack appeared on his forehead, with blood flowing down like a river. He was just a hair's breadth from death. Baru looked back at Fong Xin, the contempt he had just felt completely gone, replaced by endless gratitude. Fong Xin saved his life, and if the timing were right, he would want to kneel and thank Fong Xin right now. The chubby man turned to Fong Xin, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. "There's actually another one with a perception ability." As he spoke, the dark muzzle of his gun was aimed straight at Fong Xin. Baru, though unable to see the chubby man, guessed what was happening and raised his hand. A dirt wall shot up in front of Fong Xin. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The dirt wall summoned by Baru crumbled in an instant. Fong Xin had already dodged to another spot. Killing runes flickered on the back of his hand. "Little brother, just tell me where he is, and I'll take him out," Baru shouted. Fong Xin bent down, his gaze harsh as he stared in the direction of the chubby man. "Can't you make the ground turn to sand? That way his footprints will show up." Fong Xin yelled fiercely. Smack! Baru slapped his forehead, realizing, damn. Why didn't I think of that? He stomped his foot. The ground turned to sand. Footprints appeared where the chubby man had been moving. "Ha ha! Little brother. You truly are my own brother." Baru laughed heartily. "I really looked down on you earlier. Without you, I would have been dead today." The chubby man's face twisted, his gun pointed at Fong Xin. Fong Xin dodged away, and after awakening his perception ability, he could foresee the direction of the gunshot, barely avoiding the second shot. Baru's hands came together, and dirt hands rose up from the ground, reaching toward the chubby man. "Ah, got you." Those dirt hands tightened more and more. The raincoat that allowed the chubby man to be invisible slipped off, revealing his twisted face and bulging eyes. Ailey and the blonde man attacked the chubby man, trying to incapacitate him. But unexpectedly, the man howled toward the sky. A green light burst from the ring on his finger, he fed himself a fruit, his eyes bloodshot, and he became completely mad. A surge of energy erupted suddenly. "Forbidden fruit!" Baru shouted in astonishment. The chubby man's smile twisted. "I'd rather live 3 years less, to gain temporary level 5 power to kill you." Baru shouted, "Run!" The chubby man reached out toward Baru, and a nearly transparent hand appeared on the back of Baru's head, squeezing down hard. Baru let out a cry of despair and fell to the ground, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. The blonde man and the black pearl fled in succession. Ailey's expression was cold as she shouted at Fong Xin, "Run!" But unexpectedly, the chubby man's ring glowed, and he held a 1-foot-long object like a baton. He pointed it at the fleeing blonde man, Black Pearl, and Ailey, then pointed it at Fong Xin. The 3 who had already jumped out of the window and landed in the courtyard, wanting to escape, felt as if they were frozen in midair. A body fell to the ground, unable to move. 3 people looked terrified. The fat man's gaze fell on Fong Xin, who was still in the room, and found he had not escaped. Moreover, Fong Xin made a gesture of placing one hand on his heart. A smile appeared on the fat man's face. His distorted face stared fiercely at Fong Xin. "Damn it, it's because of you that I had no choice but to eat the forbidden fruit. Eating 1 piece of the forbidden fruit means I lose 3 years of my life. I won't kill you. Since I lose 3 years, I need to torment you for 3 years first. I'll start by cutting off your tongue." As he spoke, the fat man was about to cut off Fong Xin's tongue. Fong Xin held one hand against his heart. In this situation, rather than fleeing for his life, it was better to turn the tables on him. Besides, I still have the King of Slaughter as a trump card. Fong Xin silently chanted in his heart. See Saya. The fat man had arrived right in front of Fong Xin. But in that instant he was close. Fong Xin, who was supposed to be frozen in place, slowly lifted his head. His pupils were blood red. His face wore an innate king's contempt. One hand slowly rose up. On his arm, a circle of slaughter runes swirled and condensed into a ring. 5 full circles. Mortal. Look up at me. Embrace the king's judgment. Chapter 21, The Spoils. Fong Xin's palm faced the fat man. The slaughter runes on the back of his hand were extremely blood red. The 5 slaughter runes formed a ring that whirled rapidly around Fong Xin's arm. The fat man stared at Fong Xin's blood red pupils. His mind jolted. He had never seen such talent before. Even more, he had never felt such a powerful and overwhelming aura as if a king was descending. His face twisted and contorted. He wanted to escape. But his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Clearly, he was the one who had used a precious artifact to bind Fong Xin. Yet now, it was he who was bound. Fong Xin's palm was still aimed at the fat man. Boom! The slaughter ring around his arm struck solidly against the man. The man stumbled back 5 steps. 5 blood-red concentric circles appeared on his chest. It looked like a target. And the bullseye of the target was exactly where the man's heart was. Fong Xin raised his hand again. The 5 slaughter rings spun wildly around his arm. The outermost ring was the smallest, while the rings on his arm grew larger and larger. It was as if it were a spear of slaughter. Fong Xin aimed for the man's heart with a poke. The spear of slaughter pierced through the man's heart. The man lowered his head. His mouth opened wide. Blood trickled out from his mouth. Dreadful bulging eyes saw a fist-sized blood hole appearing in his chest, going clear through. Struggling, the man lifted his head, looking at Fong Xin in disbelief. What kind of talent is this? Crash! The man fell to his knees. He plummeted to the ground. Fong Xin reached out toward the man from a distance. A wisp of bloodlight flew into Fong Xin's palm. In plain sight, the 4th slaughter rune on the back of Fong Xin's hand turned even bloodier. The mental talent might as well increase a bit. His gaze shifted. The blood-red pupils fixated on the woman hiding by the bed. The woman was already scared to the point of being dazed, having never seen such a bizarre scene before. In a state of panic, she bumped into the bedside table, finding a gun inside it. Grabbing the gun with both hands, she aimed it at Fong Xin. Seeing Fong Xin looking at her, the woman thought she might not escape today, so it was better to fight, and without saying a word, she fired a shot at Fong Xin. Fong Xin tilted his head slightly. The bullet grazed past Fong Xin's cheek. But it still left a blood mark on his face. Fong Xin's blood-red pupils locked onto the woman. He raised his hand to wipe the blood oozing from his cheek. Almost in the next second, the wound on his face miraculously healed. This twisted self-healing ability stunned the woman. Fong Xin's blood-red pupils flashed with murderous intent. The arm entwined with the ring of slaughter raised again, pointing at the woman. Boom! A bloody hole appeared in the woman's chest, and she fell limply to the ground. Fong Xin's gaze shifted. His arms spread wide. From the bodies of the dead on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, and the courtyard, a bit of bloodlight emerged, flying toward Fong Xin's arm entwined with the ring of slaughter, quietly merging into his arm, making the 4th rune even more vividly bloody, feeling as if the 5th rune could light up at any moment. The ring of slaughter winding around his arm also added a touch of blood red. Fong Xin casually waved his arm. The ring of slaughter receded into his arm. The bloody tide in his eyes gradually faded away. Bit by bit, it turned black. Fong Xin clutched his chest, gasping for breath, crouching on the ground, one hand supporting himself on the ground. When he came to his senses, his heart was racing, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out of his mouth. His face was pale, with a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Just now, when his body was taken over, it felt like watching everything the King of Slaughter did from a divine perspective. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, Fong Xin never thought that the King of Slaughter derived from his killing talent could be so terrifying. Looking at the man's corpse, a thought flashed in Fong Xin's mind. He had to come up with a way to trick Ailey and the others over. Sensing that there were no cameras in this place, Fong Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the death of the fat man, the restraints on Ailey and the others outside were also gradually lifted. The blonde man and Black Pearl both looked shocked, cautiously turning to look at the 3rd floor. The 2 didn't dare approach the villa, first fleeing to a safe area, and while running, they pulled up the severely injured and fainted Balu. Ailey turned back. Fong Xin was still inside. She had brought Fong Xin here, and now that Fang Xian's life and death were uncertain, she could not just leave. Now that the restraints had been lifted, there was only the possibility that the fat man was dead or that he actively lifted the restrictions, but the second possibility was almost zero. But if the first was true, the fat man had reached level 5 through the broken restrictions. Could it be that Fang Xian killed him? Ailey felt this possibility was small, but recalling how Fang Xian could take down a level 4 early-stage extraordinary person in an instant at their first meeting, it didn't seem entirely impossible that he could have killed the fat man. But no matter what, she must not leave Fang Xian behind. Ailey gritted her teeth, activated her assassination talent, melted into the shadows, and went upstairs. When she saw the fat man's corpse, Ailey froze. He was indeed dead. Her gaze shifted to Fang Xian, who was lying on the ground, pale. Ailey hurried over. Fang Xian, are you injured? Fang Xian clutched his chest and shook his head with difficulty in response to Ailey. What just happened? Did you kill him? Ailey asked again. Fang Xian earnestly made up a story. I don't know, I was restrained just now, then my heart felt strange and I fainted. What happened after that, I don't know. Ailey reached out and touched Fang Xian's chest, finding his heartbeat very rapid. It seemed he was not lying. Ailey was also confused about who killed the man. Noticing Fang Xian's fast heartbeat, Ailey quickly picked him up. I'll take you to the hospital. Then you need to hurry. If we go to the hospital later, I'll be fine. Ailey hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Since she first met Fang Xian, he always had a knack for speaking in a way that made people want to hit him. Fang Xian gestured that it was nothing. I'll be fine after resting for a bit. Glancing at the fat man's corpse, he's already dead, the clues are all cut off, we can't ask anything further. After a moment of silence, Ailey said, it's okay, as long as you're alive, that's what matters. Clues can be found slowly. I remember you also have a mental system talent. When your mental system talent awakens and your combat power reaches a certain level, you can force the enemy to speak the truth. Fang Xian was slightly taken aback. The mental system talent had such a function. You mean, we still need to team up next time? Fang Xian asked. Is that okay? Ailey's voice was a bit small, her tone cautious and a bit pleading. Fang Xian looked at Ailey. When he first met Ailey in the alley, her teammates were all out. The second time he saw her at the ocean-themed pavilion, one teammate was heavily injured and two were out. The third time he saw her, today, that tall guy was seriously hurt, and even after treatment, he was still drooling. Fang Xian wondered if Ailey had some strange talent, like being a team killer. Such a talent could actually be used as an undercover in the enemy camp. Looking at Ailey, Fang Xian rubbed his gradually calming chest. When will we team up next time? The specific time is uncertain, but I have another lead. The fastest result can come in 2 weeks. Fang Xian thought seriously for a moment. 2 weeks? That might not work for me, I have something to do. My great-uncle is getting married again, and I have to be the best man. Ailey pouted and smiled. It's my fault for not gathering enough information. This time nearly cost everyone their lives. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, just reimburse the medical expenses. Ailey pressed her lips together, picked up the immobilizing baton from the ground, and then picked up the gun that nearly killed Balu. She took off her invisibility cloak, removed the ring from the man's hand, and handed it to Fang Xian. This is for you. It's what I promised you, all the spoils belong to you. Fang Xian looked at the ring. To be honest, these items were indeed tempting, but Fang Xian had been burned before. Earlier, when Fang Xian attacked an abnormal person, he had also found equipment, but these items were bound to their owners. If the opponent had backing, they would track him down by the lingering energy the equipment left behind. After being burned once, Fang Xian never picked up equipment again. It has his energy in it. What if I take it and he comes to find me? Other spoils need to be surrendered, but Section 9 has a special passage to erase the energy of spoils for members. You just need to scan the spoils with the Smart Link device. Fang Xian picked up the items. Noticing that the black pearl and the blonde man had come in from outside, they looked shocked when they saw the man was dead, all staring at Fang Xian. Did you kill him? Fang Xian shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Fang Xian recounted what he had just told Ailey to the two of them, and they were skeptical. The group split up to check the room inside and out. The black pearl glanced upstairs. How did a level 5 die? The blonde man thought for a moment and said firmly, it should be the kind of situation I guessed. He is the young master trained by a super organization. Either a senior helped him just now, or he carried some powerful artifact that was on display. The black pearl licked her lips. I'm getting more and more eager to taste him. As they were parting, the black pearl slipped a small note into Fang Xian's pocket, giving him a look to remember to call. Fang Xian took out the note. It was a contact number, and he casually threw it away. He parted with Ailey in a park outside Fang Xian's home. After getting home, Fang Xian pulled out the Smart Link device. He really found an option for the spoils handling room. Fang Xian took the ring, sensed it, and discovered that the space inside was not small, equivalent to a room, and there were quite a few items piled up. Besides the immobilizing baton, the revolver, the invisibility cloak, there was also a pile of cash, about 7 million or so. Fang Xian suddenly gasped softly. She sensed something. Chapter 22, The Notebook. It was a very old notebook. Fang Xian took out the notebook. Such a big space ring contained this notebook. It was like a goblin sitting among a group of handsome men and beautiful women. It was hard not to notice it. She opened the notebook, and a torn page from a newspaper fluttered down. Fang Xian pinched the page with her fingers. It was only the size of a palm. The edges had signs of having been burned. On it was a piece of news. The time was the mid-20th century. The news wrote, after 10 years of tireless efforts by the research team at Leon Company, they finally made great progress in the Primordial project. The developed Primordial 1 is called an era-defining substance. Primordial 1 can enhance the comprehensive abilities of animals that have awakened their talents. Beasts with high talent levels can even rival the legendary primordial divine beasts under the effect of Primordial 1. For powerful individuals with beast-taming talent, this is a cross-century blessing. This research project achieved 3 leap-style breakthroughs in a short time, thanks to Professor Shang and his team's dedication. Professor Shang and the content after that was missing. Fang Xian turned to the other side of the newspaper page. It was an old photo showing the gigantic logo of Leon Red Company, which is now a giant in the field of biotechnology. Fang Xian felt puzzled. She had never heard of Leon Company developing any medicines to enhance animals. She searched this newspaper online but found no relevant entries. Then she searched the keywords from the newspaper in the Tian Shield Smart Link. Still, there were no results at all. There was no record of the Primordial Project or Primordial 1. Fang Xian felt confused, sensing that there might be some unspeakable secret behind this matter. Calculating the time, the appearance of Primordial 1 on this newspaper was decades before the God Wars. Fang Xian's gaze fell on that notebook. After opening the notebook, she found it densely filled with various biological structure diagrams and complicated formulas. There were dozens of pages of such formulas. Through some texts, Fang Xian was shocked to discover that this notebook seemed to record the core secrets of Primordial 1. Flipping to the back, Fang Xian saw several diary entries, but they did not look complete, as many pages had been torn out. August 2, 2158, Overcast. These selfish guys, they even want to threaten the teacher's family to steal the core formula of Primordial 1. The teacher burned the most important laboratory. I heard their leader is furious and threatens to torture my teacher to death. I am very scared, but I still have to obey the teacher and never yield to such people. September 4, 2158, Cloudy. Crazy, they are all crazy. The teacher has been taken for half a month, and these lunatics killed the teacher's wife today just to get Primordial 1. They call themselves the Just Army but do such things, they are not worthy of being human. December 1, 2158, Heavy rain. My mood is as bad as today's weather. The teacher has been imprisoned for more than 3 months. I have exhausted all my contacts but couldn't save him. I heard a young man named Fang Qingdi spoke a few words for the teacher, otherwise the teacher would have been beaten to death today. April 12, 2159, Overcast. Today when I visited the prison, the teacher told me a secret in a code only I could understand. Before announcing Primordial 1, he injected it into a ferocious beast, and the experiment was very successful. The teacher named that ferocious beast Qilin. Now that ferocious beast hasn't grown up yet, the teacher instructed me to take that young beast and escape. September 19, 2162. Sunny turns to cloudy. It has been more than 2 years since I escaped that place, and the past is fresh in my memory. I have woken up from nightmares countless times, dreaming of the day I was fleeing. If it hadn't been for that young man named Fang Qingdi letting me go, I might have died 2 years ago. My teacher has also been gone for more than a year, and that ferocious beast has gradually grown. I didn't expect it to awaken 4 innate abilities: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. No wonder those people tortured my teacher so much. If Hong Huang No. 1 had fallen into the hands of those hypocritical people, the consequences would have been unimaginable. My time is running out. I do not possess the Beastmaster talent, so I cannot form a contract with this young Qilin. But I cannot find a suitable candidate. That young man with the surname Fang is quite good, but sadly he does not have the Beastmaster talent. December 18, 2162, Heavy snowfall. I can't hold on any longer. I sent that Qilin into the Divine Demon's ruins, telling it to find an honest and kind person to form a contract. I used the last power of my witchcraft talent to bestow blessings and curses upon this notebook. Anyone who obtains this notebook, if they are a good and honest person, can form a contract with the Qilin. If they are evil and treacherous, they shall not die a good death. The diary ends on this page. Snap. Fong Xian's fingertip stung, as if pricked by something. Without a word, Fong Xian tossed the notebook away. After checking his finger, he indeed saw a small red dot on the fingertip. Fong Xian looked at the notebook he had thrown on the table. What's wrong with this person? Why bless and curse just by reading a broken diary? After all, what serious person writes a diary? Fong Xian rubbed his fingertip, feeling like something had been added to him, but there were no other noticeable changes. Though his thoughts returned to the content of the diary. The diary mentioned his grandfather's name. This means that his grandfather knew the person who wrote the diary, and the other party lived a few more years due to Fong Xian's grandfather letting him go. Besides that, the elusive Hong Huang No. 1 also created a ferocious beast known as the Qilin. The author of the diary placed the Qilin in the divine demon's ruins, where an honest and kind person could form a contract with it. Fong Xian rubbed his finger, he just happened to have the Beastmaster talent. If he could tame this Qilin, wouldn't he be flying high? Checking the divine demon's ruins mentioned in the notebook, he found it marked as a forbidden area. Fong Xian reflected on himself. Other than being a bit blunt, he should be quite kind, right? No, starting from tomorrow, he would insist on helping elderly people cross the street. Fong Xian pondered. But how did this connect with his grandfather? Fong Xian felt like he was trapped in a series of mysteries, as if he was entangled in a ball of yarn without a clue. Killing talent, car accident of his parents, car accident of Ailey's parents, Ailey's sister missing, and now this diary appearing. It seemed everything had a connection, but where the connection specifically lay was still unknown. His thoughts gradually returned. He found the option to process the loot. To be safe, Fong Xian first scanned the invisibility cloak. The cloak vanished into thin air. A few minutes later, the smart link device's indicator light flashed, and the invisibility cloak was spit out. Fong Xian picked it up and found it had become a masterless item. Then, with no weariness, he stuffed in the paralysis rod, revolver, and other items one by one. He checked all the items. Only then did Fong Xian relax, turning everything into his own. Among them, Fong Xian was most curious about the paralysis rod. Just now, the smart link device evaluated these items. The invisibility cloak was a 4th-tier treasure. The revolver was also a 4th-tier treasure, with only 3 bullets, capable of taking out a level 4 combatant with no treasure protection in one shot. And this immobilization rod is a 9th-tier treasure. Only those whose combat strength reaches level 5 can use it. No wonder that person had such a thing, waiting to take it out only after eating the forbidden fruit. At level 5, it can only immobilize those of the same level or lower, and can only be used 3 times. As combat strength increases, the number of uses will increase. Fong Xian shook the immobilization rod, realizing it was truly a good thing. He didn't expect to get such a great piece of equipment. Time passed to just after 11 at night. Fong Xian sat up from his bed. He took his grandfather's phone from the drawer and opened it to watch the videos in his grandfather's album. After that, he turned and walked into the bathroom. In front of the mirror, he activated the slaughter runes. Chapter 23 The Ninth Prince. It was 12:30. Fong Xian looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't expect it to be the same as last night. No matter how he flaunted himself, shining like a peacock, there was no extra reaction from the person in the mirror. Fong Xian kept pondering. Where exactly had the problem occurred? His entire process before looking in the mirror today was almost a perfect replica of that day's events. But the king of slaughter in the mirror just wouldn't come out. Fong Xian returned to his bedroom, lying on his bed, contemplating what trigger mechanism he was still missing. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, he couldn't figure out which step was lacking. Unable to fall asleep, Fong Xian thought again about the divine and demonic ruins mentioned in his diary that had a Qilin. That fierce beast named Qilin by Professor Shang had awakened 4 talents: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. If he could sign a contract with this Qilin that could rival the primal divine beasts, that would be a huge boost. Fong Xian flipped through the information. There was no precise history about the origin of the divine and demonic ruins. That place was perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Few people who entered could come out alive. Even those who did survive often ended up mad. There had once been top-tier powerhouses who entered without believing in evil. But in the end, they never came out again. From the few mad survivors, only bits and pieces could be pieced together. In the divine and demonic ruins, ancient statues of gods are erected everywhere. But they are so ancient that many statues are incomplete. In addition, there are many rare and unusual treasures in the divine and demonic ruins. Though it is a forbidden area, it opens twice a year. According to countless experiences built by brave warriors risking their lives. The higher the realm, the greater the restrictions in the divine and demonic ruins. On the contrary, it is much friendlier to those at lower realms. Every year, midterm assessments and final assessments of the youth training camp are conducted in the edge areas of the divine and demonic ruins. Fong Xian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then wouldn't he be able to enter for free to find the Qilin during the 2 assessments? Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. However, the curse on the notebook was quite troublesome. The man Fong Xian killed today was the best example. To a certain extent, he was also affected by the curse of the notebook. Fong Xian flipped out that notebook again. This time he read through those complicated formulas at the front of the diary. There were many parts that Fong Xian didn't understand, but a lot had notes explaining them. After carefully reading through it, Fong Xian sat on the bed, his emotions slightly agitated. This Qilin, injected with the primal number 1 serum by Professor Shang, has 4 SSS level talents. If it grows up, wouldn't it be able to rival the primal divine beasts? Now that he thought about it, quite a few years have passed. Since the awakening of talents, awakened beings live much longer than ordinary people. According to Fong Xian, some of the first batch of awakened beings are still alive to this day. Logically speaking, this Qilin should still be alive as well. If I were to live until now, that combat power, I wouldn't even dare to imagine. Putting away the notebook, Fong Xian's gaze was like a torch, determined to find a way to sign a contract with this Qilin. The phone had been vibrating for quite a while. Fong Xian picked it up and found that in the class group, Qin Juanhao was starting to show off again. First, he sent several big red envelopes. Su Xiaoqiang, as a loyal sidekick, was naturally the first to respond after grabbing the red envelopes. Brother Hao, why are you still awake? Worried. What's there to worry about? You're going to report to the 7th Division soon. I'm going to the youth training camp soon. My dad bought me a private jet. He said I should take the private jet to get there. To be honest, I originally wanted to take the train, to experience life a bit. But I heard from my family's nanny that there are a lot of workers on the train, it's all smelly, so I gave up in the end. I thought to go to the youth training camp low-key. I didn't want to take the private jet. I thought about driving, but I don't know whether to take my 7 million sports car or my 12 million supercar. The 7 million one is a bit cheaper, but I really like that style. The 12 million one is good in every aspect except for the style. I don't know which one to choose. Qin Juanhao said with a worried expression. As he spoke, he sent another message. Qin Juanhao at Chu Xinyao, Xinyao, can you help me choose? Qin Juanhao sent a few photos of sports cars. Fong Xian saw there was an opportunity to profit and quickly grabbed several red envelopes. After seeing the red envelope notification, Chu Xinyao sent a message, Little Fong, you're not asleep either? No, worried. What are you worried about? There are too many awakened talents, and their levels are all just SOSO. I don't know which one to practice first. I'm so worried that I can't sleep. After Fong Xian finished speaking, Qin Juanhao didn't show off again. The group chat quieted down quite a bit. Fong Xian's phone vibrated again. Chu Xinyao sent a private message, Little Fong, my dad said he is thankful for you saving me last time. He also said he wants to meet you when he has time. Sure, have him schedule a time with my secretary. Fong Xin. Chu Xinyao sent an angry emoji. Chu Xinyao's father has always been a mysterious figure. Suddenly bringing up wanting to meet was indeed a bit surprising for Fong Xin. To be honest, he really wanted to see what kind of person this was. When? Fong Xian asked seriously. Chu Xinyao replied, he's very busy lately. Also, the youth training camp is starting soon. You'll also be going to participate, so there's no time. We can only meet after the midterm exams. At that time, there will be a week off, so let's do it then. Fong Xian agreed, okay. Chu Xinyao happily said, but you must not change your mind. I won't. Chu Xinyao then gave Fong Xian a warning in advance, there's one more thing. My dad has a bit of a strange temper, and because of work, he can be sharp with his words. You need to be mentally prepared. What's such a big deal? I understand a bit about fighting. Little Fong. Chu Xinyao angrily tapped on Fong Xian's profile picture. I'm just joking, how could I really do anything? Chu Xinyao continued, Little Fong, my dad has some friends in the government, and he also has some friends in the Tiandun Bureau. Remember to train well every day after you get to the youth training camp. I will supervise you. When the time comes, you come to my house, and talk nicely with my dad. I'll plead with him a bit. If you want to be promoted in the 9th Division in the future, it won't be any problem. Otherwise, in that kind of place, without a strong backing, even if you have achievements, it will be very difficult to rise. Fong Xian paused for a few seconds. This topic had been brought up before by the white-haired Zhuge Hang as well. But at that time, Zhuge Hang's exact words to Fong Xian were that the head of the 9th Division, Old Man Yi, was a sworn brother with Fong Xian's grandfather. As long as Fang Xian joins the ninth division and doesn't make any particularly big mistakes. When Fang Xian achieves his accomplishments, he will soar smoothly, without any obstacles along the way. In other words, Fang Xian is the prince of the ninth division. Chapter 24, Decapitation Operation. Little Fang. Why aren't you responding? Are you asleep? Fang Pig, remember to message me back tomorrow. Good night. Fang Xian paused and replied, no need to bother your dad. Chu Xinyo mistakenly thought Fang Xian's pride was hurt. Little Fang, we are about to enter society, and these things are actually very normal. To thrive in society, having a background is essential. I understand your thoughts, you have enough capability and your own pride. You want to create your own success through hard work, but if you work hard and have support, it will save you a lot of detours. Fang Xian smiled. He understood the reasoning behind Chu Xinyao's words. No matter what the situation is, to grow big and strong and also be enduring, besides having solid personal strength, a strong background is also an indispensable factor. Chu Xinyao continued, just like that Zhu Gahong from the ninth division. My dad told me that such a terrifying genius like Zhu Gahong must have a powerful Zhuge family backing him. Fang Xian was taken aback, he didn't expect that the white-haired boy had such strong backing. Indeed, some people are just better than others. Chu Xinyao appeared to recall something. Oh, there's one more thing. You can listen, but whether to act or not is your own decision. My dad said that Zhu Gahang is very likely to become the head of the ninth division in the future, and he could even take over as the #1 leader of the Tiandun Bureau. At the very least, he will be the #3 leader of the Tiandun Bureau. Furthermore, his Zhuge family is one of the notable families in the entire Dragon Country. If possible, be sure to develop a good relationship with Zhu Gahang, it will be very helpful for your future. Fang Xian looked at the long message that Chu Xinyo sent. To be honest, Fang Xian did not enjoy flattering others. He had always looked down on people like Su Xiaoqiang, even though people like him usually fared well in reality, this didn't prevent Fang Xian from despising them. Moreover, whether it's the white-haired Zhu Gahang or Chu Xinyao's father, he was ultimately just a stranger in their eyes. They could not wholeheartedly help him, even if they did provide help, it would require an equal exchange. Relying on their protection felt as futile as praying to the first emperor of Qin for protection from the dragon ancestor. However, Fang Xian also understood Chu Xinyao's thoughts. Her mother worked in a government agency, so Chu Xinyo had more exposure to people, realizing that this society is indeed one of relationships. Thus, she wanted to give Fang Xian a boost. Seeing that Fang Xian hadn't replied for a long time, Chu Xinyo sent another message, Little Fang, it's okay if you don't want to compromise. You just need to know that you have me behind you. If you don't like it this way, then I'll handle those matters, I will be your strongest support. Fang Xian smiled. He and Chu Xinyo had known each other since kindergarten. The reason Chu Xinyo treated Fang Xian so well was partly because they had a strong connection, and partly because Chu Xinyo didn't look as pretty when she was younger. In elementary school, she was chubby and clumsy, often bullied because she loved to eat and gained weight. But Fang Xian always stood behind her to protect her. At that time, Chu Xinyao's parents hadn't yet become powerful, both of them were workaholics and didn't pay much attention to her. Fang Xian remembered one time when Chu Xinyo was seriously ill. In the end, her father didn't come to see her even once. Her mother came once but left after answering a phone call. Fang Xian's parents, who had not yet passed away, took care of Chu Xinyo during that time. Fang Xian replied, then I'll just focus on being a charm on Sister Yao's leg in the future. He. Alright, little Fang. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Fang Xian lay on his bed, glancing out the window. Tonight, the Lan City was unusually quiet. Because there are often strange beings active at night, Lan City has a curfew. After midnight, no one is allowed outside. Yet even so, there are still occasional noises, and police patrols wander around, unlike tonight's silence. Watching the flickering lights of the Tiandun intelligence connection device, Fang Xian picked it up and saw new messages in the group chat of the 9th training camp. The one who sparked the conversation was a guy named Shirtai Lang. I heard that there will be a baseline exam after this year's training camp starts. Do you all know about it? Zhang Yaozu replied quickly, not just this year, it's every year. Shirtai Lang continued, damn, my brother said that in the baseline exam, we will face puppets with combat power from level 1 to level 3. But the 9th baseline exam is known as the Devil's Trial, every level of the puppet has the peak combat power of that level. To put it this way, our 9th level 1 puppet can fight level 2 puppets from other places. I've heard that there are not many who clear the 9th baseline exam without a scratch, unless the student reaches level 4 combat power. Level 4 combat power? Isn't that a joke? A person named Xinyu said. Not a joke, those who awaken SSS level talent early might reach level 4 combat power. Historically, there have been such individuals, Zhang Yaozu replied. Tai Lang immediately responded, you just said historically. Throughout Long Country, since the early 20th century when talent awakening was discovered, until now, nearly 2 centuries later, only 2 high school students have awakened SSS talent and reached level 4 combat power. Fat guy, can't you not argue with me? Zhang Yaozu said angrily. Tai Lang sent a chuckle and said, by the way, have you awakened your talents? What level of combat power are you all? I'll go first, I'm at level 2 early combat power. Damn it, I am at level 1 peak combat power. You fat guy are at level 2. Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. I am also at level 1 peak. Shen Yu added. Tai Lang exclaimed in frustration, damn it, are we all doomed? Remember to bring along various medicines when you go. What level of combat power do the 3 of you have? Fang Xian watched the messages in the group. The current training camp is equivalent to the universities long ago. It's just that it is said that previous university students had it relatively easy, while the university now known as the training camp is as exhausting as a dog. Fortunately, after graduating from the current training camp, students are assigned jobs, with generous stipends and good benefits. It is said that past university graduates had trouble finding jobs and ended up like cattle and horses in society. Earlier talent tests were merely tests, of course, the higher the talent level, the earlier it awakens. Fang Xian's current strength talent allows him to exert peak level 3 combat power, his slaughter talent can bring him to peak level 4 combat power. If he summons the King of Slaughter, he can reach peak level 5 combat power. In this way, it can be said that he ranks among the top 3 in the entire history of Long Country. Suddenly, Bai Yulin sent a message to change the subject. Tonight in the Red Lotus district, there is a decapitation operation targeting strange beings. Do you know about it? Bai Yulin at Fang Xian, new brother, your Lan City is also involved in this operation, how's the situation over there? Fang Xian was stunned for a moment, got up, and looked out the window, no wonder it was so incredibly quiet tonight. Just when he wanted to reply, a hand appeared out of nowhere. After grabbing a few times, it finally caught Fang Xian's arm and yanked him hard. Fang Xian vanished from where he stood. Chapter 25 That white-haired one brought me here. Fang Xian felt dizzy. When everything returned to normal, he found himself standing next to the white-haired one, with his hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses in the late night. Fang Xian looked down, realizing he was about 500 meters off the ground. Suddenly, he was startled and shook a little. Instinctively, he grabbed the white-haired guy's arm. The white-haired guy showed his small white teeth and revealed his signature smile. Good evening. Fang Xian steadied himself and complained. Big brother, it's almost midnight. If you want to talk to me, why not just come to my house? Why drag me out? What if I was going to the bathroom or taking a shower? Wouldn't I be caught with my pants down? Zhuge Hong tilted his chin, signaling below. I called you here to do some odd jobs, earn some points, and make things easier when school starts. Fang Xian was confused and looked down. He found himself hovering above Lan City. The entire Lan City was within his sight. Tonight, Lan City seemed far from calm. Standing in mid-air, looking down, the entire Lan City was covered by a huge hemispherical barrier. The residents' homes were protected by a nearly transparent light membrane, which stopped enemies from escaping and made it easy to capture them, while also isolating sound to avoid disturbing the public. Various battles of different scales were happening in many places in Lan City. Fang Xian immediately realized this was the decapitation operation mentioned by Bai Yulin in the group tonight. Are you the person in charge of this decapitation operation against superhumans in the Honglian district here in Lan City? Zhuge Hong hovered in the night sky, hands in his pockets, and shook his head. I'm not the overall person in charge of Lan City, I'm the overall person in charge of this operation for Qingzhou province. Fang Xian clicked his tongue, feeling impressed by the white-haired guy. Zhuge Hong looked down and explained to Fang Xian. Most of these superhumans are remnants of the Eternal Night Army, which your history textbook mentions. I won't explain much, these people want to restore the Eternal Night. There are many superhumans, both organized and unorganized, and anyone harmful to ordinary citizens is a target for the Heaven's Shield Bureau. Fang Xian recalled what Zhuge Hong just said. What did you just say about points? After entering the training camp, the official will provide some resources to students, but just relying on the resources from the official is far from enough to grow. However, the official isn't doing charity work, so they issue tasks for students to earn points, which can be exchanged for necessary resources later. Killing a level 1 enemy gives 100 points, level 2 gives 200 points, and the calculation for below level 5 is similar. If it's an enemy wanted by the official, there will be extra points. Of course, you can also exchange points for cash in reality, but 1 million can only be exchanged for 100 points. For you, that's not considered fixed assets. The tens of millions your parents left you would only be enough for a few thousand points. Some scarce resources and treasures require thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of points. Your assets simply aren't enough, nor worth it. Plus, many resources are controlled by the official and various major forces. Having money doesn't guarantee you can buy anything. So in the awakened worlds, points are the real currency, much more valuable than cash, mainly because points can represent the true strength of an awakened individual. So, if I have 1,000,000,000 points and spend them all, wouldn't that make me weak? Zhuge Heng grinned, showing his small white teeth. There is a points ranking system among the awakened. Each level has a different star rating. When you have 1,000,000,000 points, your star rating will be very high. When others see the card in your hand, they will know your strength. Fang Xin nodded. Did the little deer send you your card and your smart link device? I didn't bring them, they're on my desk. Zhuge Heng reached out, with one arm disappearing into the void. A few seconds later, he pulled out a bank card containing 1,000,000 and handed it to Fang Xin. Every new recruit in the 9th Bureau has 1,000,000 cash in their card. It's worth 100 points. After you kill an enemy, the system will automatically add points for you. Fang Xin took the card and also grabbed the smart link device from Zhuge Heng's hand. So, will I gain points after killing enemies normally? You can, but you have to scan the enemy you killed after the battle is over. If the information is verified and it confirms that the opponent is an abnormal person, it will add points to you. Of course, it won't work if you scan an enemy that someone else killed, so don't have any wrong ideas. How can they determine that the person wasn't killed by me? Zhuge Heng explained, when the smart link device scans the corpse, it captures the deceased's aura. The reviewers in the background are usually perceptive type talents. They will read the memories from a period before the death and compare them with your identity data in the database. If verified, points will be added to you. Fang Xin looked at the smart link device in his hand. No wonder it was called a treasure machine, it's really powerful. Are there any other questions? Zhuge Heng asked. What if I teamed up with someone to kill an enemy? How are the points calculated? Points will be distributed based on the proportion of damage you both inflicted on the enemy. Fang Xin nodded, understood. Got it, then let's begin. Wait a minute, can I put on a pair of shoes? Fang Xin hurriedly said. He had just been brought here from the bed and was still in his pajamas without shoes. Zhuge Heng flashed a small smile. If you encounter an enemy suddenly attacking while you're on the toilet, do you think that the merciless enemy would wait for you to finish before making a move? As he spoke, Zhuge Heng gently patted Fang Xin on the back. Good luck. Fang Xin felt a flash before his eyes. He found himself in a barrier. Inside the barrier were 3 level 2 abnormal people and 1 level 3 abnormal person. The team from the Shield Bureau had 5 members. Upon seeing Fang Xin suddenly appear, everyone was stunned for a moment. Fang Xin stood in the middle between the two groups, wearing pajamas and bare feet, not knowing which side he belonged to. There was dirty water on the ground, and Fang Xin had to stand on one leg like a golden chicken. A fierce-looking abnormal person stared at Fang Xin. To the ends of the earth and the depths of the underworld. Fang Xin hesitated. Both places are vast and indistinguishable? The abnormal person sneered. Incorrect password. As he spoke, a huge hand grasped towards Fang Xin from midair. Fang Xin felt a chill rising from his feet. He saw a nearly transparent hand emerging from the dirty water below. It turned out to be the Wailing Spirit type talent. Whoosh! A flash of light passed by. The team captain from Shield Bureau swung the laser sword transformed from the smart link device, slicing off that nearly transparent hand. Protect him, the captain instructed. A team member stood in front of Fang Xin. Don't move. How did you get here? Fang Xin pointed towards the sky, under the crescent moon in the night sky. A figure hovered between heaven and earth. That white-haired person brought me here. Chapter 26, Battle. The team member protecting Fang Xin was stunned for a moment. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky. Upon seeing that figure, he was even more taken aback. You were brought by Instructor Zhuge? You're the new recruit from the 9th section? Yes. Just as they were talking, a new round of battle erupted between the team and the 3 abnormal people. The team captain had an electricity-type talent, with a power level of 3. The strong man with the Wailing Spirit-type talent was also at a level 3 power. Both sides were evenly matched in the battle. Just as the two parties were in the heat of combat, the strong man retreated backward, pressing a hand to the ground. A strange pattern appeared on the ground. As the strong man pulled upward and pushed downward, the ground cracked. And a zombie-like corpse climbed out from within. Disgusting, smelly goo was dripping from that corpse. That corpse also had a power level of 3. The strong man grinned sinisterly. They all have to die. Back off. The team member protecting Fang Xin stood behind him. Just now, Fang Xin said he was brought by the white-haired one. But seeing that Fong Xin was still wearing pajamas, the young team member thought that this new recruit from the 9th district must have been dragged out of bed by Instructor Zhuge and thrown here to face the brutal battlefield early. After all, Instructor Zhuge never followed the usual path, and throwing a new recruit who hadn't even started school into the monster-filled battlefield wasn't unusual in the 9th district. Stay behind me, the young member urged Fong Xin. Every new recruit from the 9th district was a good seed, he didn't dare to be careless. If someone died in their team, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Rather than training the new recruits, wasn't it also training for them, the senior members from other districts? But unexpectedly, New Xin suddenly rushed out. The young member quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" The muscular man with level 3 power, who summoned zombies, grinned viciously at the rushing Fong Xin. Nice body, turning him into a zombie is a good choice. The team leader Yu Guang, who was confronting ahead, saw Fong Xin charge towards the level 3 muscular man. Hey! What are you? He hadn't finished his words. Fong Xin soared into the air. As the saying goes, elbows like knives, knees like spears, his knee struck the muscular man squarely in the face, driving in hard. The muscular man immediately had his face smashed in. Fong Xin clasped his arms back, trapping the muscular man's head between his knees, twisting his waist, and with a crack, the muscular man's neck snapped, dying on the spot. The movement was clean, sharp, and absolutely without hesitation. As the muscular man fell in an instant, the zombie hung its head, as if the power had been cut and it shut down. Before the muscular man's body even hit the ground, Fong Xin kicked off, and his intelligent weapon shot out a crimson laser knife, piercing another special person's forehead. As the tang knife-like laser knife was drawn out, Fong Xin turned the knife for another swift strike. With his back pressed against the last special person, the laser knife extended from Fong Xin's armpit, penetrating the chest of the special person behind him. Fong Xin pulled out the laser knife. All of this, though it sounded lengthy, happened in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Zhuge Hang watched Fong Xin's direction, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Not bad. Fong Xin stuffed the intelligent weapon into the pocket of his pajamas, crouched down, and snatched a pair of shoes from a nearby special person who had a similar size and shoe size as him. He sniffed them and immediately gagged, throwing the shoes aside. Turning back, he saw that everyone in the team was staring blankly at Fong Xin. Everyone was filled with shock on their faces. This is the combat power of a new recruit from the 9th district? No wonder he was going to join the monster house. A new recruit was this terrifying. Is there still law? Is there still justice? But before even enrolling, to have level 3 power, this was outstanding even in the 9th district. Although the habit of sniffing dead bodies' shoes seemed a bit strange. But it didn't matter. What genius didn't have some quirks? The squad leader walked over to Fong Xin. He saluted Fong Xin. "Hello, District 6, Tian Junhui." Fong Xin quickly stood up and saw that the other party had a badge on his chest, with a swirling cloud in the center and the character land. "Greetings, officer. My name is Fong Xin." Fong Xin saluted back at Tian Junhui. The other team members also saluted Fong Xin one after another. Tian Junhui quickly tried to cover Fong Xin's mouth. No, brother, don't call me officer, you are a new recruit from the 9th district, right?" The other team members all had smiles on their faces. Fong Xin was a bit confused but still nodded. "Yes." Tian Junhui smiled. The new recruit from the 9th district is at the same level as the squad leaders from other districts. "Don't call me officer, I truly cannot bear that." Fong Xin was stunned. It seemed the treatment in the 9th district was indeed unusually high. Tian Junhui continued, "Next, you want to stay with us or?" Fong Xin maintained a golden rooster standing alone stance. "I can do either, but I need to first find a non-smelly special person to get me a pair of shoes." A few people finally noticed that Fong Xinguang was barefoot. No wonder he just took someone else's shoes and even smelled them. They thought he had some strange quirk. The corpse on the ground disappeared after being scanned by the Smart Link device. The pocket of his pajamas flashed briefly. When Fong Xin took it out, he saw numbers appearing on the bank card. It flashed from 100. The numbers changed to 502. Among the 3 strange people earlier, 2 were level 2 and 1 was level 3. The 3 strangers could be exchanged for 700 points. Earlier, Tian Junhui's team dealt 40% of the damage, while Fong Xin dealt 60%. So Fong Xin received 60% of the total points. Fong Xin felt a bit embarrassed. "I took your points, how about this, you follow me to deal damage, and we can speedrun the level together. Once the quantity is there, the points will come, right?" Tian Junhui looked at the others, and the teammates all agreed with no problem. They had seen Fong Xin's strength. As long as the numbers were there, dealing damage and gaining points wouldn't be an issue. "No problem." Raising his wrist, the holographic projection of Lunching's 3-dimensional map appeared on the watch face, with many red dots representing the strange beings moving around. Fong Xian curiously looked at this watch. When he first saw Ellie, she also had this thing. What is this thing? Tian Junhui explained, this is a Tiandun watch, which is basically a basic version of a smart link device that looks like a watch with storage capabilities. It's equipped after graduating from the training camp and is also a symbol of identity. However, after you finish the 9th training camp, you won't get a Tiandun watch, but a Tiandun ring, which is more advanced than this. Fong Xian suddenly understood. I see. Tian Junhui pointed at a few red dots and asked Fong Xian, there are a few fleeing strange beings here. Shall we go? Sure. Tian Junhui noticed Fong Xian was still barefoot, turned the watch, and took out a pair of shoes. New shoes, if you don't mind, I'll give them to you. Fong Xian took them. I can't thank you enough, how could I mind? Putting on the shoes, let's set off. The team rushed towards those red dots. Half an hour later. Tian Junhui and the others looked happy. In just half an hour, under Fong Xian's leadership, they had quickly taken down 4 enemy teams. They were responsible for dealing damage, while Fong Xian handled the finishing blows. Fong Xian and their team split the things roughly in half. Fong Xian saw that his points on the card had increased from 520 to 1,570. According to Tian Junhui's introduction, to check the card's balance, one just needed to place it on the Smart Link device. The strange beings had not been cleared yet. Tian Junhui once again selected an enemy team but sought Fong Xian's opinion afterward. Clearly, they had already regarded Fong Xian as their core member. When Fong Xian looked at the enemies, there were 5 in their team, 2 at level 3, 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 1. Let's move. Having encountered strange beings many times, Fong Xian felt no psychological pressure in eliminating them. A few minutes later, Fong Xian's team clashed with the enemies. At first sight, Fong Xian heavily injured a level 3 enemy, then let the team go in to deal damage while he waited for the right moment to swoop in for the kill. Just when he thought everything was going smoothly. Unexpectedly, among the enemy team, the lowest level 1, a level 1 boy, ugly with triangular eyes gleaming with menace, shouted. Grandpa! Grandma! Save me! Fong Xian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Under the perception talent, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged. Fong Xian quickly flashed aside. The ground where he had just stood cracked open, and a massive centipede surged up from the underground. Its huge, gaping mouth was filled with sharp fangs, biting fiercely at the place where Fong Xian had just been. One bite missed, the centipede curled up and bit towards the nearest team member. The team member was just about to run. A voice came, if you dare to escape, you'll be tripped. As soon as the words were spoken, the team member who was about to run stumbled in place, and the centipede bit off his lower leg. The centipede broke through the ground, only to see an old man and an old woman sitting on its back. Both had dark expressions, the old man's mouth was stained with fresh blood, and his yellowish eyes were staring at Fong Xian. A young man with a power-type talent, so young, his talent must be strong. Old woman, let's collect his blood for our precious grandson, a great tonic. The old woman behind him, resembling a witch, let out a chilling laugh. Good, good, he can definitely bleed a lot. 1 bowl for you, 1 bowl for me, and the rest for our precious grandson. Beep beep beep. Tian Junhui looked at the alert on his watch, his face serious. 3 small red dots first flashed on it, then turned into 4 small red dots. Level 4 Beast Master. Level 3 Witch. Fong Xian looked up but found that Zhuge Hong had disappeared into the night sky, not knowing where he had gone. Unable to help it, one hand reached for his ring. Zhuge Hong was extremely powerful, who knows where he is, so it's better not to use the killing talent for now. Fortunately, he had an invisibility cloak and a revolver in his ring, which could take down the level 4 old man with 1 shot. Tian Junhui and several team members dragged the legless team member back. They hesitated not at all and called for their captain to come for support. Requesting support. Please. The old woman sitting on the centipede smirked, dare to call for support, and your tongue will rot. Those calling for help, Tian Junhui and a few others, let out a muffled groan, black blood spilling from their mouths. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows, his eyes widening. What the hell? Is the curse of the witch talent really this scary? The old woman's brown eyes stared at Fong Xian, a greedy look revealed in her gaze. Did you think you could survive after we old couple caught you? You're simply dreaming. Old man. Kill him, let our precious grandson drink his blood. Chapter 27, Brutally Killing Level 4. The huge centipede raised its upper body high. The old man on its back licked his blood-stained lips. It seemed he had just drunk human blood. The old man's grayish-blue eyes stared at Fong Xian with a ghostly glow. He slapped the centipede beneath him, kill him. The nearly 10-meter-long centipede opened its mouth, letting out a sharp sound. It lunged towards Fong Xian. Without thinking, Tian Junhui and a few others threw out their smart devices to form a hemispherical barrier. This protected them within. Hold the barrier. Call for support. Tian Junhui spoke, his words unclear, black blood still flowing from his mouth. The nearby team members also began to request support. The centipede opened its massive mouth and bit down on the barrier. The barrier emitted a tremendous explosive sound. The old woman held a human skin drum. As she shook her wrist, the drum produced a strange sound that was dizzying. Her mouth full of yellow teeth turned stomach-churning, while a raspy sound that resembled fingernails scraping metal echoed from her. If the barrier doesn't open, all your teammates will die. It was evident that the light of the barrier weakened. Tian Junhui remained calm, saying, Xiao Chang. Mind-type talent counters witch-type talent. Attack her. A young man beside him, before Tian Junhui finished speaking, focused his eyes on the old woman and launched a mental attack. A nearly transparent mental blade shot towards the old woman's head. But unexpectedly, the old woman pulled out a strange scarf from somewhere and covered her head, blocking all mental attacks. The old woman sneered ominously, Old man, attack from below the barrier. Hearing this, the old man stood up, stomped his foot, and the centipede beneath him plunged directly into the ground. Tian Junhui's face changed dramatically, and he shouted, Tiles. He saw a young man beside him, looking honest and trustworthy, pressing both hands on the ground. Before their eyes, the ground instantly became as hard as iron. The gigantic centipede's head pushed upwards. It directly lifted a large section of the ground. Above the ground was the barrier. The centipede's head pushed up hard. It aimed to throw the barrier, along with the people inside, into the sky and then smash it down hard. Tian Junhui's expression was serious. He tried to calm himself, raised his wrist to check his watch, and saw several small blue dots rapidly converging towards them. Fang Xin, don't be afraid, reinforcements will arrive soon. Huh? Where is Fang Xin? Tian Junhui spoke vaguely, dark blood flowing from his mouth. As he spoke, his gaze shifted and he found Fang Xin had disappeared. The other team members were also exchanging glances. Just now, when the centipede lifted them, Fang Xin was at the back of them. They had been focused on the enemy's attack and hadn't noticed, but at this moment, Fang Xin was nowhere to be seen. The group's faces were grave. During the fall of the barrier, a distance away, an old man with beast mastery talent suddenly heard the sound of a gunshot. The old man's head was directly hit by the firelight that suddenly appeared 1 meter away. It burst like a watermelon, spraying red and white all over the old woman's face beside him. The old woman screamed in fright, If you're too scared to take off the invisibility cloak, your whole family. The curse was not fully spoken. Fang Xin, dressed in an invisibility cloak, had already reached the old woman's side, twisting his waist. With a punch, he struck out. The old woman's jaw twisted, half of her teeth flying out, and her body followed, flying out. Fang Xin was a power talent, immensely strong. The main reason many awakened ones looked down on the power talent was because it was too rough and rude. As long as it was close combat, the power talent was absolutely the king. Once touched, a punch could blow a body apart. So some awakened ones specifically trained their bodies, hoping to remain intact when the power talent approached. The old woman flew out sideways like a weed in the wind under Fang Xin's punch. Fang Xin was not a good man. Fearing the old woman might die messily, he swiftly moved forward, throwing another punch that slammed her head into the wall. Who's cursing my family to die? My parents are long gone. Your stupid curse is useless to me. Fang Xin mumbled angrily, feeling unsatisfied, and kicked the old woman twice. All of this happened too fast. So fast that by the time the old man and the old woman died, both sides barely reacted. The huge centipede roared sharply, seemingly provoked, twisting wildly in place and damaging many walls. Fang Xin, still in his invisibility cloak, quickly approached the enemy team. 1 punch for each small cutie. Every punch hit flesh and struck with fury. Each punch aimed at vital spots. In a moment, the other enemies fell one after another under Fang Xin's sweep. As the enemies fell, traces of imperceptible bloodlight seeped from their bodies, merging into Fang Xin's body in the blink of an eye. All this happened so quickly that no one noticed any signs. At the instant the bloodlight from the beast mastery old man merged into Fang Xin's body, Fang Xin felt a strange sensation, as if he had fused with the other's beast mastery talent, enhancing his own. Fang Xin casually picked up the 2 old people's treasures and spatial rings, checking them. The contents of the rings were quite a mix. The bank cards in the pajama's pocket flashed like strobe lights, blinking non-stop. Take it out and look. Just that old couple, both of them had their names on the wanted list, so one had 450 points and the other 350 points, adding up to 800 points, all given to Fang Xin. The other 5-member team, Tian Junhui and his squad previously dealt 37% of the damage, while Fang Xin dealt 63% of the damage, totaling 1,100 points, and Fang Xin received 693 points. Now Fang Xin's total score had reached 3,063. He was immediately overjoyed. This is equivalent to over 30 million in cash. In the distance, a team was quickly rushing over here. On their chests, a badge with the character Lu representing the 6th Division. Seeing Tian Junhui and the others with corners of their mouths stained with dark blood, then looking at a pile of corpses on the ground, and in the middle of the corpses stood Fang Xian, wearing pajamas and grinning foolishly. Everyone immediately got into a combat stance, facing Fang Xian. Tian Junhui hurriedly grabbed the captain's arm. Though his speech was still a bit unclear, at least he was understood. Captain Zhang, he is a new student from the 9th Division. Captain Zhang was stunned, looking at the corpses on the ground, then at Fang Xian. Are you saying this 9th Division new student killed a level 4 Beast Master? Plus a level 3 Witch Master, and a 5-member team? The whole team brought by Captain Zhang stared in disbelief at this 9th Division new student in pajamas. This is outrageous. They only knew that the monster house in the 9th Division was filled with talented freaks, but how can a new student who hasn't even officially enrolled kill a level 4 Beast Master, a level 3 Witch Master, and a 5-member team? Isn't that too much? Is he level 4? Captain Zhang hoarsely asked. You must know that in this age, only 2 have level 4 combat power in the entire history of Long Country. Fang Xian stuffed the card into his pocket. Turning to look at Captain Zhang, it's not as powerful as you think. I was just level 3 before, and I could kill them because I relied on a treasure. Captain Zhang smacked his lips. Level 3 is still amazing, okay? In the 9th Division, that is also a standout. Fang Xian pointed at the giant centipede that was still writhing and twisting. What to do about this? The Beast Master killed it, so this centipede is your loot. How you handle it is up to you. Before Fang Xian could speak, a voice came. You have Beast Master talent, do you want to subdue it? A white-haired figure appeared out of thin air, stepping on spatial stairs and walking up to Fang Xian, finally standing 30 centimeters above the ground, hands still in pockets. Instructor Zhuge. All the team members saluted respectfully. Zhuge Hong just replied with an Just when Fang Xian was in danger earlier, the white-haired figure appeared high above Lan City, but as soon as he appeared, he saw Fang Xian had already killed that old couple and a team. Zhuge Hang's lips curved up wildly. Like a treasure found. Fang Xian turned around and knew that this white-haired figure was everywhere, so he steadied himself and didn't use his killing talent. Hearing the white-haired figure's words, Fang Xian looked at the giant centipede and shook his head. It's too ugly. No. Thinking of the majestic Qilin mentioned in the diary he obtained, what was this centipede? This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede. And its potential isn't low. At the very least, it can accompany you to level 10. Zhuge Hong reminded again. Can it be exchanged for something else? Zhuge Hong nodded. Yes, if you really don't want it, you can go to the Beast Palace and exchange it for something similar. As he spoke, Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers, and the centipede disappeared on the spot. The members of the 6th Division looked at Fang Xian with envy. This white-haired figure was known in the 9th Division as the strongest genius of this century. To gain his protection, the future is immeasurable. Oh, I almost forgot, your beast taming talent hasn't fully awakened yet. Let me take you to the Beast Palace for a quick awakening. Snap. After the snap, the scenery in front of them changed. They appeared on the top of a mountain, and in the next moment, the scenery twisted and changed again. This process repeated 3 times. The 2 men found themselves in a luxurious bedroom. On the huge bed, a man with a big beard, long hair, and a lot of chest hair was sleeping. He was cradling 2 stunning beauties, each with a different style. The 3 seemed to have gone through several fierce battles. At this moment, they were sleeping soundly. Zhuge Hang sat on a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. He leisurely drank his tea. A thick black fog emerged from under the big bed. A huge black shadow crawled out from under the bed. It resembled a giant python. Upon closer inspection, it was a large snake with a bulging forehead. With just one step, it could transform into a dragon. The giant snake opened its huge mouth and lunged at Zhuge Hang. Zhuge Hong turned his head, slightly lowered it. His sunglasses slid down slightly due to inertia, revealing eyes that emitted dazzling lightning. Get lost. The fierce giant snake showed a flicker of intense fear in its eyes, and immediately shrank back to the side of the bed, bumping its head against the big bearded man. The man woke up, looking at Zhuge Hong who was leisurely drinking tea. He immediately became alert and, feeling helpless and angry, said, Mr. Zhuge, why are you here in the middle of the night? Zhuge Hong twirled the lid of his teacup, stirring the tea leaves before taking a sip. I've only heard that the Lady Master of Beasts has great beast taming talent, but I didn't expect your human taming skills to be impressive too. Chapter 28 The 9th Level. The big bearded man sat on the bed. The 2 women beside him were also startled awake. Finding 2 strangers in the room, they frightenedly clutched their chests and huddled in the Lady Master's arms. The lady master comforted the two women, signaling that it was okay. Mr. Zhuge, what exactly brings you to our beast palace in the middle of the night? Zhuge Hang pushed up his sunglasses to cover his eyes. First, put the gun away, I don't like being pointed at with guns. The lady master quickly lowered her head, hurriedly pulling on a pair of underwear. She casually threw on a golden robe and stepped down from the bed. Now can you tell me what brought you here at this hour? I have recruited a new student who has beast taming talent. He came to the beast palace for a complete awakening and to choose two suitable fierce beasts to sign a contract. The lady master frowned, glancing at the bloodstained sleeves of Fang Xian's clothes. You came here at this hour for this? The lady master sat down. I have other things to do during the day. I have no time to bring him. The lady master looked up and down at Fang Xian, seeing the bloodstains on his sleeves and shoes. Your new student has beast taming talent, and he must be at least S-class, right? Yes, S-class. Oh, without the use of potions, it's S-class. The lady master's hands paused as she tied her robe. Without the use of potions, that means it's SS-class beast taming talent? As she spoke, her eyes locked on the Fang Xian, shining with the hunger of a starved beast that had spotted fresh prey. Mr. Zhuge, can you let him join our beast palace? No. Mr. Zhuge, although the 9th level is very strong, as the saying goes, there are specializations in every trade. In terms of beast taming talent, our beast palace is also leading the way. If you let him join us, I will do my utmost to nurture him. The lady master gazed at Fang Xian, like a lustful old man staring at a stunning beauty, nearly drooling. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Hong decisively rejected her. That won't do. What's wrong with that? He has beast taming talent, and in our beast palace, we can better nurture his gift. Zhuge Hong set his teacup aside. His beast taming talent is not his main talent. An SS-level beast master talent is not a main job talent? Then what is his main job talent? The head of the palace stood up, her emotions running high. SSS-level power talent. The head of the palace walked around Fang Xian with her hands behind her back, trying her best to squeeze out what she thought was a kind smile, and patted Fang Xian's shoulder. Young man, what is your name? Fang Xian. The head of the palace recalled. Fang Xian? I don't remember this name being on the list of SSS-level talents for this year. Zhuge Hong laughed. Didn't I just say? He didn't use any potions. The head of the palace slapped her forehead, looking at Fang Xian with envy. What a talent, you guys in the 9th division have taken all the good ones. As she spoke, she sat back down and poured herself a cup of tea. Mr. Zhuge, we are old friends, you know, I consider myself a bit of a businessman. A businessman must always consider profit before doing anything. In our 10,000 Beasts Palace, awakening the Beast Master talent has many more benefits than elsewhere. The affinity with beasts will be very high in the future, making it easier to sign contracts. Zhuge Hong bluntly replied, if the 10,000 Beasts Palace helps him awaken his talent, I will give you a piece of news. The head of the palace tugged, but you said earlier that you would send him a fierce beast. Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers, and a giant centipede appeared in the room. This is what he found, just give him an equivalent one. Of course, if you want to create a good relationship with him, you can send him a higher level one, I don't mind. It depends on whether you are willing. The head of the palace smiled again, glancing at Fang Xian. Her eyes still seemed to want to keep Fang Xian in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. But competing with the white-haired man in front of her for talent was a bit too much, so she ultimately held back. Alright. So what was the news you mentioned earlier? The head of the palace asked again. Zhuge Hong flashed his signature smile, showing his little white teeth. First, let him awaken, and after the awakening, I'll tell you the news I have. I guarantee you'll have such a good night's sleep that you won't be able to fall asleep tonight. The head of the palace stood up. Mr. Zhuge, you are my favorite business partner among everyone in the Tian Shield Bureau, and I only regard you as a friend, straightforwardly. Then shall we prepare for the awakening? Let's go, I'll take you there. Zhuge Hong laughed. That sounds troublesome. Before his words fell, the surrounding environment became blurred and distorted. When the scene steadied again, Fang Xian found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. A mountain path wound its way up to the peak, hidden from view by lush green trees along the way. The head of the palace exclaimed, the space talent truly deserves to be ranked among the top talents. Zhuge Hong tilted his head, gesturing for the head of the palace to lead the way, casually commenting, personal ability is strong, don't elevate it to the level of talent. The head of the palace laughed heartily, her golden robe blown open by the night wind, revealing a chest full of hair. As they walked up, the head of the palace chatted, I heard someone say, Mr. Zhuge is getting promoted? Is this news true? Zhuge Hong chuckled upon hearing this. Who told you? I heard it while chatting with a few people from the Five Elements Alliance that day. Zhuge Hong stepped up. They gave me two choices, one was to go to the church as the governor of the Red Lotus district, and the other was to choose any of the other 8 divisions to be the director. The head of the palace paused slightly before continuing to walk forward. So, Mr. Zhuge, what was your final choice? I went to the old guy's house who signed the transfer order. After a warm and friendly discussion, he finally agreed to let me stay in the 9th division, no need to go anywhere. The head of the palace turned to look at Zhuge Han. Mr. Zhuge, going to the church to be the governor of the Red Lotus district would be a promotion. Zhuge Han scoffed at this. Those old weirdos in the church, other than stirring up people's hearts and engaging in power struggles, are of no use, they annoy me. The head of the palace seemed to be shocked, covering Zhuge Hang's mouth. Mr. Zhuge, you must not speak carelessly. Zhuge Han pushed away the hand of the palace master in disdain. It was I who said it, and if they want to cause trouble, they can just come find me. The palace master kept looking around, appearing as if afraid of being overheard. She stopped discussing these topics with Zhuge Hang. The palace master led Zhuge Hang and Fang Xian to the top of the mountain. At the mountaintop was a huge altar. And in the center of the altar was a massive staircase. The staircase had a total of 9 steps. But if you looked closely, you would see a giant dragon skeleton coiled on the 9 steps. At the very top, the 9th step was where the dragon's head was positioned. Zhuge Han tilted his head to signal Fang Xian. Go up. See how many steps you can reach. The palace master reminded from the side, once you go up, if the pressure becomes too much, just stop. Stay on the step as long as you can endure. But don't push yourself. Especially on the last 3 steps. However, since you have SS level beast summoning talent, just grit your teeth and holding on the 8th step shouldn't be a problem. What's the benefit of staying up there? Fang Xian asked in confusion. The palace master patiently explained, by experiencing the dragon's aura, you will awaken your beast summoning talent. The dragon's aura will blend with your own, and the longer you stay, the more of the dragon's aura will be within you. In the future, when you want to form a contract with spirit beasts or even divine beasts, while others may take 3 hours, you only need 3 minutes. Fang Xian walked up the steps. He could indeed feel a strange aura, like the presence of a wild beast, bringing a certain pressure. Fang Xian climbed 4 steps in one breath, and with each step up, the pressure increased, making him feel like he was being watched by the king of beasts. However, for Fang Xian, it was no pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 7th step. Though the pressure increased quite a bit, Fang Xian found it not too difficult. He stepped onto the 8th step again. The pressure on the 8th step was almost double that of the 7th, and his heartbeat quickened slightly. But he felt completely able to accept it. Fang Xian looked at the 9th step, his eyes filled with eagerness. The palace master gazed at Fang Xian covetously. It seems he has reached his limit. With SS level beast summoning talent, he is a treasure even in the palace of beasts. If he grows up strong, as long as no one with SS level beast summoning talent appears in the palace, he will be the future candidate for the palace lord. But just as he finished speaking, Fang Xian took a step onto the 9th step. What is he trying to do? The palace master of the palace of beasts exclaimed in surprise. Zhuge Hang also showed a puzzled expression. If he can't withstand the pressure of the true dragon, he might explode. The palace master quickly warned. Zhuge Hang quietly watched for a few seconds. Since he can go up, it proves he has prepared himself mentally. Just watch quietly. But young people of this age like to show off. He might not even know the power of the 9th step. The palace master reminded again. Zhuge Han glanced at the palace master. Old Shang, are you worried about someone dying here and you being held responsible? Don't worry, if something happens, I'll take the blame. The palace master awkwardly smiled. I'm just worried. Such a promising sapling, I can't bear to watch him die before my eyes. While speaking, the palace master kept her eyes on Fang Xian. Fang Xian had been up there for more than 10 seconds. Though his face looked flushed, like he had just exercised vigorously, there were no other bad reactions visible. This shouldn't be possible. Only those with SS level talent can go up, the palace master wondered. Zhuge Han was also slightly surprised, as he understood what the 9th step represented in the palace of beasts. After a moment of thought, he said, perhaps, he has a strength-based talent. The palace master nodded. It can only be explained this way. A power-type talent, and it's an SSS level power-type talent, makes the physical body much stronger than an ordinary beast master. Saying it this way makes sense. Time passed, second by second. Fang Xian felt a strange aura merging with his own. During this process, Fang Xian also gained a more wild and rugged aura, along with a somewhat indescribable kingly presence. In the history of the Beast Worship Palace, how long did anyone last on the 9th level? The palace master recalled, the founder of our Beast Worship Palace stayed for a full 40 minutes. The second was the old palace master, who has now retired from the spotlight. He lasted 32 minutes. As for the third, only 13 minutes. All 3 caused manifestations in heaven and earth, attracting the beasts to worship. I have an SS level beast control talent. I tried once before and couldn't hold on for more than 2 minutes. You, as a new student with SS-level beast control talent and top-notch power-type talent, should be able to stay a bit longer, but after all, the 9th level contains the purest dragon aura. No matter how strong the body is, there is still a limit. Zhuge Hong said nothing, quietly waiting for Fang Xian. At this moment, Fang Xian felt that other than his heartbeat speeding up a little, there were no adverse reactions. That aura was still merging with him. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The palace master became restless, stretching her neck to look up, her eyes wide open. 10 minutes? How is that possible? He can't be dead up there, right? Fang Xian, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes to signal that everything was fine. The palace master was stunned. At such a distance, he can hear our conversation? Zhuge Hang smiled lightly. I forgot to mention, without using any potions, he still has S-level perception talent. The palace master's eyes widened even further, looking at Fang Xian with intense envy, as if seeing an unparalleled treasure. You really found a treasure. While speaking, the palace master glanced at the time. He has already held on for 11 minutes, he's about to catch up with the third strongest in the history of our beast worship palace. Before anyone's eyes, a light purple aura swirled around Fang Xian. Many low-tier fierce beasts and spirit beasts in the beast worship palace began to grow anxious and let out low growls. 2 minutes later, the palace master, sitting on a stone, slapped her furry thigh and stood up. He has surpassed the third strongest of the beast worship palace. The aura surrounding Fang Xian became more robust. Throughout the beast worship palace, low-tier ferocious beasts roared restlessly from time to time. In the mountains and fields, a deer with a monkey on its back raced quickly toward this side. The palace master looked over. Both the deer and the monkey were fixated on Fang Xian on the 9th level of the steps. A few seconds later, the deer turned to look at Zhuge Hang. Zhuge Hong displayed a warm smile. Good evening. In the next moment, the deer spoke human language, its voice a magnetic woman's voice. Mr. Zhuge, this is the new student on the 9th level. The two figures fixed their gazes on Fang Xian on the 9th level. Time continued to pass. Fang Xian's time held out reached 20 minutes. The aura swirling around Fang Xian grew even thicker. All mid-tier fierce beasts and spirit beasts in the beast worship palace began to stir restlessly. In no time, the beast worship palace became incredibly lively. And above this mountain, the clear night sky suddenly gathered many clouds and mist. Vaguely, a terrifying presence seemed to be faintly visible within. 20 minutes. The palace master swallowed hard. A tiger's roar sounded. A mighty and domineering white tiger came racing toward this side, resting not far away, its bright yellow eyes locked on the Fang Xian. Another unknown fierce bird, colorful like a rainbow, descended from the sky, circling in the air, and finally landed on the treetop, staring at Fang Xian. Right after, a wild boar, as tall as a person, charged forward, its bloody eyes fixed on Fang Xian. Good evening, everyone. Zhuge Hang greeted all with great politeness. 9th District's new student, a rough voice came from the fierce wild boar, one of its tusks broken halfway, the other one shining coldly. Yes. SSS-level beast taming talent, the wild boar asked again. The three who arrived afterwards, the lady of the palace, seemed notably more polite, and patiently explained, no, it's SS-level beast taming talent, but SSS-level strength talent. As time reached half an hour. The faint purple aura swirling around Fang Xian had already split into two, happily circling him. Above the sky. After rolling thick clouds, a gigantic dragon had slowly emerged from within. Terrifying and overwhelming pressure swept in all directions. Roar! In an instant, all the fierce beasts and spirit beasts in the beast palace erupted in a frenzy. To the point where everyone woke up. The lady of the palace's eyes were as wide as cow eggs. Half an hour. 31 minutes. 32 minutes. 33 minutes. At the very instant it reached 32 minutes. The lady of the palace excitedly held her head. He has surpassed the second strongest in the history of the beast palace. Others' expressions were also filled with shock. The uproar of the beast palace grew larger. It seemed as if the whole world was boiled by the terrifying roars of fierce beasts. All eyes were focused on Fang Xian's direction. 34 minutes. 35 minutes. The strong from the beast palace stared at Fang Xian. This was heading towards surpassing the founding ancestor of the beast palace. If he truly surpassed the founding ancestor of the beast palace, they would spare no cost to keep this young man. 37 minutes. 38 minutes. Fang Xian's face was flushed. Looking down at his own hand, Fang Xian clearly felt. With the fusion of this aura, holding on a little longer was not a problem. But his killing talent was about to burst forth. 39 minutes. With just 1 minute left to hold equal with the founding ancestor. Fong Xin suddenly stood up, forcibly ending everything. The clouds in the sky rolled. Dragon roaring through the skies. Pressure overwhelming in all directions. The fierce beasts of the Beast Palace paid homage. So close. So close to surpassing the founding ancestor. The lady of the palace licked her lips, sweat covering her forehead, originally just trying to do a favor, unexpectedly causing such a huge commotion. This even triggered a heavenly anomaly of all beasts bowing. The deer, monkeys, white tigers, colorful birds, and wild boars that came to watch all had shocked expressions. Everyone's colors varied. Especially the wild boar that was closest. It had already harbored thoughts of snatching the young man. A sparrow suddenly flew over. Flapping its wings, it hovered before the lady of the palace. The lady of the palace quickly extended her hands to support the sparrow. Old Palace Master. The sparrow fixed its gaze on Fong Xian, then tilted its head to look at Zhuge Hang, who was standing beside him, hands in pockets, a smile at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, an old voice emerged from the sparrow's mouth. Truly a good seedling. Youngster of the Zhuge family, if you let this child join our beast palace, I will gift you a 12th tier divine beast. How about it? Chapter 30, The Message. Zhuge Hang had a smile at the corner of his mouth. 12th tier divine beast, the old palace master is truly generous. So, do you agree? I don't agree. Zhuge Hang directly rejected. The sparrow again emitted an old voice, 13th tier. I will give you a 13th tier divine beast. You won't lose, this child placed in your 9th district, your several beast tamers can't teach him at all, such a good seedling can only be buried. Zhuge Hang still shook his head, I don't agree. The wild boar with bright red eyes standing next to him, its tusks shining coldly. A breath of dangerous terror spread out, old palace master, why waste words with him? Just act directly and grab the person. The massive body of the white tiger coiled there, seemingly agreeing with the wild boar's idea, the king character on its forehead exuding a terrifying killing intent. That colorful bird had an inscrutable expression, and the monkey along with the deer with huge antlers were in a dilemma, unable to decide. Zhuge Hang gently nodded, his sunglasses slipping slightly down to reveal his eyes. Boom! The sky suddenly lit up with flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, as if a thunder pool was hanging in the sky. Zhuge Hang showed no fear, one hand in his pocket while the other hand raised, with lightning swirling in his palm, the surrounding space began to twist and deform, grinning with small white teeth. Want to try? The sparrow coughed softly. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. The young palace master quickly mediated, Mr. Zhuge, didn't you say there's news exciting enough to keep us all awake at night? Old palace master, Mr. Zhuge said that news is enough to awaken this new student's talent. The sparrow tilted its head, looking at Zhuge Hang. What news? Unexpectedly, Zhuge Hang smiled and said, I changed my mind. That news not only needs to be exchanged for him to awaken his talent, but also to find him a suitable spirit beast. The young palace master coughed to signal, Zhuge. You didn't say this to me before. Before, your beast palace didn't plan to act. I have to compensate this kid for his psychological damage, right? White-haired kid, did you come to our beast palace to act wild? Have you come to the wrong place? The wild boar shouted angrily. Zhuge Hang was completely unbothered, your beast palace can't stop me. Can't stop you, but we can still make you suffer a bit. And you definitely can't take away this good seedling. He is the person pointed out by Elder Yi to focus on cultivating. Then Elder Yi can just come to your beast palace to ask for him. Zhuge Hang's words made everyone in the beast palace pause. The sparrow in the young palace master's palm changed the subject. What news did you just mention? Let him choose a spirit beast first. After a few seconds of silence, the sparrow waved its wing, a ray of light flashed, and a small mountain floated in the sky, with many spirit beasts wandering within. Choose, the sparrow said to Fong Xian warmly. Fong Xian felt a bit nervous, he didn't expect these people would go as far as to threaten him. Again, he couldn't help but glance at Zhuge Hang, this white-haired guy really was bold, coming alone to someone else's territory, facing so many strong ones without any fear. His gaze returned to the floating mountain, where he could see several golden characters shining brightly that red beast mountain. This was a treasure. Fong Xian didn't know its exact rank, but he was sure it was definitely stronger than that aquarium he saw before. Inside this treasure of Beast Mountain, there were many miniature spirit beasts. His gaze swept through them. Zhuge Hang reminded, choose the one you resonate with the most. Fong Xian's gaze finally landed on two wolves. One wolf was black and the other was white. Upon seeing the two wolves, Fong Xian could clearly feel his vitality gathering towards the paw with killing runes. Whether it was his beast taming talent or killing talent, it seemed to have a great affinity for these two wolves. I want them. Zhuge Hang reminded, they are just tier 3, choose a better one. Did you see that bear lying in the cave? It's tier 4 peak. The potential for the future is very high. It can at least reach tier 12. If you choose it, once you reach Tier 4 combat strength, you will be able to sign a contract with it. Eh? Little white-haired kid, you can choose whoever you want, and you have already chosen, the wild boar interrupted Zhuge Heng's words. The sparrow looked at Fang Xin, chosen? Fang Xin nodded, chosen. Good. The sparrow waved one wing again. The black and white wolves appeared right in front of Fang Xin. The two wolves stood before Fang Xin, just glancing at him, seemingly already recognizing him. The black wolf had a speed talent, while the white wolf had a mental talent. Fang Xin placed his hand on the foreheads of the two wolves. From each wolf's brow, a faint glimmer flew out. Fang Xin merged his own aura with those two glimmers. In just a short while, Fang Xin established a connection with these two wolves. With his eyes closed, Fang Xin could not only control them, but he could also switch to their perspectives through their bodies. The sparrow, white tiger, wild boar, and others were talking to Zhuge Heng using their beasts' bodies. A normal beast master, after awakening their talent, can only contract with spiritual beasts of Tier 1 combat power. The beast master and spiritual beasts are interconnected. As the spiritual beast's strength improves, so does the beast master's. The higher the beast master's talent, the higher level spiritual beasts they can contract with, and they can contract with many beasts, even directly snatching low talent beasts from other beast masters. Fang Xin was already at Tier 3 combat power, so he had no pressure in contracting with Tier 3 spiritual beasts. After everything was over, the two wolves transformed into two streams of light and dove into Fang Xin's arm, where a wolf pattern flashed and vanished. These two wolves seemed to resonate with the talent of slaughter, but since there were many people around, Fang Xin planned to check what was going on when he was alone. Zhuge Heng, seeing Fang Xin choose those two wolves, couldn't help but click his tongue. The wild boar snorted with laughter. With a wave of the sparrow's wing, the beast mountain vanished into thin air. The old voice spoke again. Young one of the Zhuge family, I have promised you what you wanted, now it's time to talk about the news you mentioned, right? Zhuge Heng waved his hand and pushed up his sunglasses, covering his eyes that were hiding a thunder pool. The thunder pool in the sky slowly faded away. Does everyone still remember Honghuang No. 1? Upon hearing this news, everyone in the Beast Palace paused in shock. Fang Xin was also momentarily stunned. He knew about this, wasn't it mentioned in the torn newspaper pages and the notebook? The core secrets of Honghuang No. 1 have long since disappeared. Why say all this? Zhuge Heng laughed. The professor who developed Honghuang No. 1 had 3 students. When that professor was captured, one student committed suicide by poison, one student fled abroad, and the professor's direct disciple went missing. The student who fled abroad was recently extradited back to the country. According to her, while developing the Honghuang No. 1 serum, her teacher had raised a divine beast, a beast whose power can rival that of the Honghuang divine beast. Codename Qilin. Chapter 31, The Gift of Meeting. Qilin? An old voice emerged from the sparrow, clearly trembling when these 2 words were spoken. The other terrifying beings in the Beast Palace also became restless upon hearing this name. Continue, the sparrow urged. Zhuge Heng maintained his demeanor. The professor's student who was extradited from abroad is in the hands of the church. Those terrifying beings in the Beast Palace fell silent for a moment. If it's in the hands of the church, this could be troublesome. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng laughed again, but the people from the church are too useless. All they think about is fighting for fame and profit, allowing remnants of the Eternal Night Army to take advantage of the situation, and during transport, they snatched the professor's student away. As soon as these words came out, the terrifying beings in the Beast Palace released horrifying waves. When? Where? The wild boar immediately inquired. Zhuge Heng scratched his ear. This is another piece of news. Want to know? That'll cost more. Speak. What do you want? Zhuge Heng pointed at Fang Xin. After he enrolled, the head palace master dedicates 1 day a week to teach him. The head palace master was taken aback, and without thinking, she said, deal. Can we continue now? Zhuge Heng continued. 4 days ago, at Danyang Mountain, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army who captured that professor's student have the surname Ko. Surname Ko? Sparrow's voice paused, then exclaimed, it's him. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. I've reviewed the interrogation files about that professor's student. That mythical creature was discovered by her by chance, but she is sure that her teacher entrusted that creature to the missing talented student. As for the whereabouts, who knows, but she participated in the development of Honghuang No. 1 the entire time. You all know the power of Honghuang No. 1, right? A group of terrifying beings from the Beast Palace fell into a brief silence, but it was clear they each had their own thoughts, especially that wild boar, whose scarlet eyes seriously communicated one word. Rob. The white tiger and the colorful bird exchanged glances, then questioned Sparrow with their eyes. Zhuge Heng was not hurried, he quietly observed these beings. Fang Xin looked eagerly at these big shots, feeling like a weak and helpless rookie mingling among powerful figures. The worst feeling was The thing these big shots wanted to find. He knew. All the formulas for Honghuang number 1 were in the diary he obtained earlier. Now he felt a sense of guilt, like the innocent man who bears the burden of possessing something precious. Scared, funny face. Even though only a few seconds of silence passed, every second felt incredibly slow. Sparrow was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Little one from the Zhuge family, this news is indeed very good. So, are we leaving? Wait a minute. Sparrow spoke again. Zhuge Hang paused, slowly turned his head. Old Palace Master, is there anything else? Sparrow flapped her wings, and for a moment, the treasure of Beast Mountain appeared, revealing a large white bear before Fang Xian's eyes. Fang Xian, right? Yes. Sparrow smiled kindly. This explosive flame bear is my gift to you. Fang Xian looked and realized this was the bear Zhuge Hang had let him choose earlier. Looking at Zhuge Hang, he asked whether he should accept it. Zhuge Hang smiled. Say the conditions. There are no real conditions, just as a goodwill gesture. Of course, in the future, if you encounter any of our disciples from the Beast Palace in trouble, help them if you can. This can also be considered as forming a good relationship with us. Zhuge Hang tilted his head, looking at Fang Xian and smiling. Say thank you. Thank you, Old Palace Master. The Old Palace Master smiled kindly. If you have time, come to the Beast Palace more often. If you have any questions about beast taming, you can always come find me. Okay, Old Palace Master. Let's go. Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers. In a flash, the two disappeared from the spot. The wild boar watched the place where the two had vanished, growling angrily in its throat. Just watching him take such a good seat away like that? A woman's voice emerged from the colorful bird. If we forcefully keep him here, that white-haired one will definitely not let us off easily. Once we start fighting, all of us here together could indeed injure him severely, but afterwards, the Beast Palace will face the wrath of both the Zhuge family and the Ninth Bureau. The Beast Palace cannot bear this. The wild boar snorted white breaths from its mouth and nose. The matter about the unicorn. Sparrow's voice turned cold. Investigate, go to Danyang Mountain and search for clues. Find a way to snatch that professor's student back from the Eternal Night Army. Honghuang number 1 is too important for our Beast Palace. The scenery before him changed several times. Fang Xian appeared in his own bedroom. Zhuge Hang grabbed a potato chip from the table and took a bite. I'll hand in that centipede for you, and the corresponding points will be issued to you. This bear I have opened up a new space to keep it in. This space ball you hold, when your level reaches the point you can control it, smash this little ball, and that bear will appear in front of you. Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers, and a space ball appeared in front of him. Fang Xian took it. If I smash this thing, will you appear in front of me? Zhuge Hang chuckled. You little rascal, are you getting addicted to freeloading from me? Fang Xian gave an awkward smile. Can you actually appear right in front of me anytime? If I can confirm your exact location, with the space coordinates, I can. Fang Xian nodded. I see. Any other questions? No more. I have other matters, I'll leave now. If there's anything, call me. Oh, right, this beheading operation will last for half a month. Remember to replenish your energy during the day. I'll call you on time at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. After speaking, Zhuge Hang disappeared without a trace. Fang Xian lay on his bed, exhaling deeply. So much had happened tonight. Outside the window, he could still hear some sounds occasionally. Fang Xian glanced at the sky. The dome that had been over Lan City was gone. It appeared that tonight's operation had ended. Fang Xian lay there for a while. His thoughts returned to the two wolves. Before, he had only used his beast control talent to control the two wolves. But his slaughter talent clearly had a stronger affinity with those two wolves. Fang Xian sat up again and raised his arm. Two beams of light, one black and one white, appeared out of thin air. The two wolves sat in front of Fang Xian. The black wolf had a speed talent, and the white wolf had a mental talent. These two could cooperate to attack. Moreover, this black wolf had a deadly skill, gathering all its power to strike with incredibly swift speed, dealing a devastating instant kill. However, the skill's casting time was a bit long, while the white wolf could use its mental talent to delay time for the enemy, making up for the black wolf's long casting time for its instant kill skill, paving the way for it. To prevent Zhuge Hang's white-haired sudden appearance, Fang Xian recalled the two wolves, turned over, and silently jumped out of the window, slipping into a park 2 miles away. Activating his slaughter talent, runes began to appear on the back of his hand, with 4 of them particularly crimson. The two wolves in front of Fang Xian lowered their heads, as if they were 2 loyal wolves following him. At the moment Fang Xian's palm pressed against the two wolves. Chapter 32, Count the Spoils. The black and white wolves trembled slightly. Immediately after, 2 barely visible blood rays drilled into the foreheads of the two wolves. In that moment, Fong Xian could clearly sense an indescribable resonance feedback from the two wolves. A glint of crimson flashed in the wolves' eyes. A kill rune flickered briefly in their pupils. It was as if Fong Xian had bestowed the slaughter talent upon the two wolves. Moreover, Fong Xian could clearly anticipate that after the two wolves slaughtered and devoured their powers, their own strength would increase. If they grew stronger, Fong Xian could also become stronger through the beast control talent, but now with the slaughter talent, it was like having a skill boost. On top of the original enhancement, Fong Xian would become even stronger than before. With the blessing of the slaughter talent, the capabilities of the two wolves would also massively improve, and their self-healing abilities would correspondingly become terrifying. In other words, Fong Xian now resembled the King of Slaughter, bestowing a simplified version of the slaughter talent upon the two wolves. It was visibly apparent that the aura of the two wolves was much stronger than before. Most interestingly, the wolves' inherent ferocity made them bloodthirsty, and they showed no signs related to the slaughter talent, perfectly concealing this talent. They received not only this, their previous upper limit was only level 10. It has already reached level 12, and if this continues, it will be even higher. Fong Xian was overjoyed. He never expected that his talent for killing had such an effect. Just in time for a mission tomorrow night, Fong Xian could go to the battlefield to try it out. Now he also had a bear gifted by the old master of the Beast Palace, if he could endow that bear with the killing talent. Just thinking about it made him excited. He needed to find a way to raise his strength-based talent to level 4, so he could openly sign a contract with the bear. He named the black wolf Little White and the white wolf Little Color. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the two wolves. The two wolves transformed into streams of light and darted into Fong Xian's arm, forming a wolf pattern that slowly faded into his skin. Fong Xian returned to his room. Just as he lay down, the bank card issued by the ninth office flashed. The number displayed had changed again. 400 points had been added. Now there were 3,463 points. He checked the details. He found that the points came from the centipede he had surrendered. If this pace continues, he could easily reach 10,000 points before the training camp started in a few days. Just as he lay down, he remembered something and turned over to take out the items he got from the Beast Master and the Witch Master today. In the old man's space ring, there weren't many good items, but Fong Xian's gaze landed on a scale. After taking it out, he discovered it was a 4th-grade defensive treasure. Besides that, there were a few insect eggs. After taking a glance at them and finding they were all spiders, he immediately stuffed them into the space ring, planning to exchange them for points. After checking everything, Fong Xian also saw a big red pair of underwear, a triangular one. After taking it out and scanning it with his smart device, he found that it was a treasure for resisting curses and insects from witchcraft. When using it, he only needed to wear it outside his pants and stimulate his vital energy. Even though the design was a bit strange, it was still a 7th-grade treasure. He scanned all these items with his smart device and made them his own. There were only a few treasures, some gold and silver, and cash, totaling about more than 10 million. These people's identities were, after all, not to be exposed. If they deposited the money in a bank and their identities were uncovered, their accounts would be frozen, and the money would be totally lost. So they carried most of their wealth with them. Fong Xian took another look at the old woman's space ring. The old lady had a 6th-grade headscarf treasure that could resist mental attacks. The headscarf was grayish-blue, which looked a bit earthy, but its ability to fend off mental attacks made that irrelevant. There was also a 4th-grade human skin drum that could unleash mental attacks. Inside the old lady's space ring, there were only 4 million in cash, and besides that, it was mostly filled with jars and bottles containing various bugs and poisons. Apart from these, Fong Xian also saw a scarecrow and several needles. He took them out to examine. This thing was a 6th-grade cursed treasure. All you had to do was place something belonging to the person you wanted to curse, like hair, nails, or blood, on the scarecrow, then prick it with the needle, and the target would be cursed, feeling pain wherever he was pricked. It could also kill the target. Those without witchcraft talents could also use this, but it would consume their vital energy. He scanned all these items one by one. Tonight was a fruitful night. He quietly waited for tomorrow's battle. After a busy night, he felt a bit tired, and because there was also an action plan for later, Fong Xian quickly fell asleep by 10. When he opened his eyes, Fong Xian picked up his phone to take a look. Xu Xinyo had sent a few messages. Xiao Fong, I am leaving Lan City tomorrow. Can you spend the day with me today? Where to? Fong Xian replied with a message. To my dad's place. Fong Xian did not ask further. I can accompany you around, but I won't do anything too exhausting. You come over, let's sit by the city moat for a while. Then we can walk around the school and visit Fengming Temple. I heard there's an old woman there who can predict very accurately. I want to ask for a fortune. Fong Xian glanced at the message and didn't spoil the mood. Sure. Then you pack up and come over to my house now. My mom isn't home, and while I put on some makeup, we can set off. No problem, see you in 2 hours. Xiao Feng. I'm going to get you. He took a shower. Feng Xin changed into a new outfit. In the living room, Jiang Xiaoyu was clinging to Jiang Weidong, acting cute. Dad, can you give me this space ring? Please? Several rich classmates of mine have one. If I wear it, they will definitely be super jealous. Don't worry, when the allowance comes, I will pay you back double. Xiaoyu, this is just vanity. That's not good. Feng Huilan said in a deep voice. Mom, what is vanity? It's not like I won't pay you back. Jiang Xiaoyu insisted stubbornly. Dad, can you give it to me, please? Jiang Weidong firmly said, no, this is for your brother. Oh Dad, why do you always side with him? If you give it to him, he might not even want it. If your brother doesn't want it, then I will give it to your sister. I don't want it. Don't worry, Jiang Xiaocha has never liked to fight or grab things. She listens to you, as long as you say to give things to me, she won't say a word against it. Why do you always say things like this? Seeing Feng Xin about to go out, Jiang Weidong immediately put on a smiling face. Since Feng Xin joined the 9th division, Jiang Weidong had made a complete turnaround, showering with compliments. Little Xin is going out. Yes, Aunt, I won't be back for lunch. I'm eating out with classmates. Jiang Weidong continued, Little Xin, I bought you a space ring. Even though the space inside is just 1 cubic meter, it will be quite handy. Xiaoyu, quickly bring the ring. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, unwillingly taking off the ring. Unexpectedly, Feng Xin smiled and said, I don't want it. After saying that, he walked out the door. As soon as he stepped downstairs, he bumped into Jiang Xiaocha, who was taking out the trash. Brother, going out to have fun? Yeah. After the test, the students were on break. Those who did well would go to the youth training camp, while those who did poorly would stay at school for targeted training in the second half of the semester. Feng Xin stopped. Xiaocha, let me give you something. As he spoke, he handed Jiang Xiaocha a space ring. This is a space ring? Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed. Yes. Where did you get it? Got it from a mission with that white-haired guy. Jiang Xiaocha looked at the ring. If you gave it to me, what will you use? I have another one. Jiang Xiaocha looked up at him. Thank you, brother. Feng Xin flicked Jiang Xiaocha's smooth forehead. Go back quickly. In the room, Jiang Weidong stood frozen in place, looking back at Feng Huilan. Does this kid still hold a grudge against me? Considering the things you said and did, it's hard not to hold a grudge. Aunt Feng Huilan said angrily. Jiang Weidong held the ring. What should we do? This ring cost quite a bit. How about you give it to little Xin? He listens to you. Feng Huilan sighed. This kid, like his parents, is stubborn. If he said he doesn't want it, then he definitely doesn't want it. Jiang Xiaoyu took the ring, proudly putting it on. He didn't want it, I want it. Just then, Jiang Xiaocha came in from outside. Xiaocha, did you see your brother just now? Jiang Weidong hurriedly asked. I did. How was your brother's mood? Jiang Weidong asked again. He looked pretty good. Jiang Weidong's worried heart relaxed a bit. Xiaocha, Dad has a space ring for you. Xiaoyu, give the ring to your sister. I won't give it to you. It's mine because it's on my hand. Jiang Xiaoyu screamed. What's wrong with you, kid? I just won't give it. Jiang Xiaocha coldly glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and said, I don't want it. Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. It's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu said proudly. When Jiang Xiaocha reached for the apple, Feng Huilan looked at Jiang Xiaocha's finger. Xiaocha, where did that ring on your hand come from? Jiang Weidong also looked over. That seems to be a spatial ring, right? Where did you get it? Just now downstairs, my brother gave it to me. Jiang Weidong and his wife were stunned. Your brother gave it to you? What did he use? He said he has more. Did you ask where your brother got it? Feng Huilan asked again. He said he got it from a mission with that Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Bureau. Jiang Weidong slapped his thigh. Joining the 9th Bureau is really different. So how big is this spatial ring? As big as a room. Jiang Xiaoyu's proud smile gradually froze as she looked at her own spatial ring, which could only hold 1 cubic meter. She cried out in despair. Feng Xin arrived at the villa area of Chu Xinyao's home. The security guard let him in after receiving a call. Feng Xin had been to Chu Xinyao's home before and had never met her father, but he had seen her mother once. That always high and mighty woman did not leave a good impression on Feng Xin, so he rarely visited Chu Xinyao's home. He pressed the doorbell. A window on the 2nd floor opened. Xiao Feng. Come in. Wait a moment. I'll finish my makeup soon. Feng Xin shrugged, used to it. Unexpectedly, the one who opened the door was not the maid, but a tall, very strong man. Dressed in a suit, he exuded an intimidating presence. He had a strange badge pinned to his collar. The pattern on the badge was an eye, but the pupil was a sun. The man looked down at Fong Xin, his golden eyes filled with disdain. You are Fong Xin? If you want to hit me, I can call myself Qin Juanhao. Chapter 33 Old Woman. The two looked at each other. The man with golden eyes tried to suppress Fong Xin with his aura. But to his surprise, Fong Xin ignored him completely. If it were before, Fong Xin might have been slightly affected. But now, he had seen many strong individuals alongside the white-haired figure. This kind of aura meant nothing to him. The opponent's combat power seemed similar to that of the leader of Group 7, Shang Tianqi, even a bit stronger. Fong Xin was even more puzzled. What exactly was Chu Xinyao's father's identity? Not only was he protected by the 7th Bureau, but also this unknown organization's 8th-grade powerhouse. Hearing Fong Xin's words, the man with golden eyes sneered, "You worthless little ant, only good at making empty threats." Fong Xin's smile gradually faded, his gaze coldly fixed on the man. "Watchman, step aside." Fong Xin's words instantly made the man's forehead bulge with veins, his golden eyes bursting with light. But he dared not strike, only releasing his pressure to make Fong Xin bear the brunt. What he didn't expect was that Fong Xin could withstand the true dragon pressure from the 9th layer of the Beast Palace, making his measly pressure feel like a drizzle. "Was sure, let my friend come up." Suddenly, Chu Xinyao's voice came from upstairs. Fong Xin glanced at the man with golden eyes, so his name was Huashur. The man with golden eyes stared at Fong Xin, one hand resting on Fong Xin's shoulder. "You worthless ant, I will make you pay for what you just said. And remember to mind your manners when speaking to my lady." Fong Xin smiled slightly, never indulging in such people. He stepped forward, colliding shoulder first. Although the opponent had a high realm, his physical strength still fell short compared to Fong Xin's SSS level strength. At such a close distance, Fong Xin's strong and imposing body caused Huashur to stagger. Fong Xin tilted his head slightly. Even though poodles have the word noble in their name, they are just dogs. Whatever the owner says or does, it's nothing for a dog to teach people manners. After saying this, he walked upstairs. Huashur rubbed his shoulders and moved his arms. Although he usually trained his own body, facing Fong Xin, who was gifted with incredible physical talent, in such close distance, if he didn't use his talent, he would only suffer losses. His golden eyes fixed on Fong Xin, watching his retreating figure, the veins on his forehead throbbed. But thinking that Fong Xin was a guest of Chu Xinyo and a new student at the 9th place, rumored to have that white-haired genius backing him, he could only vent a little frustration and anger. "Xiao Fong, wait a moment, I'll just tie my hair." Chu Xinyao's room was filled with pink everywhere, a pink blanket, a pink princess bed, a pink piano, bookshelf, and vanity. Her parents spent very little time with her, so they tried to satisfy her through material things. Chu Xinyao tilted her head to glance at Fong Xin. Today, Chu Xinyao wore light makeup and had her hair in a high ponytail, dressed in a light blue shirt paired with a short skirt and knee-high white socks, radiating youthful energy. Chu Xinyao bit her hair tie and adjusted her ponytail. Then, she looked in the mirror and turned back to Fong Xin with a sweet smile. "Xiao Fong, is there anything different about me today compared to usual? Did you wash your hair today?" Chu Xinyao crossed her hands on her hips, fuming. "Xiao Fong, why are you always such a pain?" Fong Xin sat at the table, flipping through a comic book. "SSS level pain in the neck talent, it's a natural gift, nothing I can do." Chu Xinyao let out a soft hum. Not wearing shoes, her feet wrapped in white knee-high socks, hopped over to Fong Xin on the pink carpet. A refreshing scent filled her nostrils, and Chu Xinyao leaned close, pointing at her eyes. "Look, my eyes, are they different?" Fong Xin gazed into Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes, seeing his own reflection in them, as if looking into a mirror, gently brushing his bangs back. "How can I be so handsome?" Chu Xinyao playfully poked Fong Xin's belly with her finger. "I wanted you to look at me, not at yourself." Fong Xin leaned in closely and studied her for a few seconds. "It looks pretty much the same as usual." Chu Xinyao huffed. "Didn't you notice that my pupils have a bit of golden color?" "Seems like there is. Did you put in colored contacts?" "No, my light system talent has awakened." Fong Xin was momentarily taken aback, recalling Huashur's golden eyes downstairs. "Is that what it looks like when the light system talent awakens?" "Ha? Then that lion dog downstairs is also light system?" Chu Xinyao laughed, pinching Fong Xin's cheek. "You really know how to cause trouble. That lion dog, or rather, Huashur also has light system talent. Xiao Fong, you also have light system talent. A level of light system talent." Chu Xinyao shook her head. "No, you haven't used any potions, so you have S-level light system talent. Your light system talent hasn't awakened yet, right? Here, take this. It can help you awaken your light system talent." The more talents you awaken, the more ways you have to protect yourself. As she spoke, Chu Xinyo handed Fang Xian a 3-inch tall little sculpture. It felt heavy in his hand. He didn't know what material it was made of, but he could sense an indescribable power within it. During the day or night, hold it towards the sun or moon, let the sunlight or moonlight bathe it, then focus on it. During your visualization, you'll enter a very mysterious state, and then you'll naturally awaken your light system talent. You gave me this, what will you use? Fang Xian asked. Chu Xinyo poked Fang Xian's forehead with her delicate finger. Are you silly? I've already awakened, so I don't need it anymore. Oh, right, ordinary light system talents can only awaken with either sunlight or moonlight. But you have an S-level radiant talent, and you will surely awaken both sunlight and moonlight. Alright, after you go back, visualize it. Today, you are here to play with me. Chu Xinyo pulled Fang Xian's arm and walked downstairs. Downstairs, Huashir saw Chu Xinyo and Fang Xian being so intimate and immediately reminded them. Miss, you are noble. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Xinyo. Huashir, I will leave Lan City tomorrow. My friend took time to spend the day with me, so today is very important to me. I really appreciate your protection, but please don't say anything excessive and don't disturb us. Xiao Feng, let's go. After putting on her shoes, Chu Xinyo pulled Fang Xian out the door. Huashir's golden eyes were filled with anger, but he had no choice. He lowered his head and answered softly, silently following behind. The two walked side by side in the tranquil outskirts of Lan City, with Chu Xinyo chattering next to Fang Xian. After an unknown amount of time, the two sat side by side. Xiao Feng, we grew up together, but I didn't expect that now for our future we would have to part ways. It feels a bit strange. Fang Xian looked into the distance. The books say that there are no feasts in the world that do not end, but the books also say that where in life do we not meet again? Chu Xinyo rested her chin on her hands, looking afar. Xiao Feng, what if I start to miss you? Just knock in the direction of Lan City, and I will feel it. Xiao Feng. Chu Xinyo grabbed Fang Xian's waist, and Fang Xian took out a scarf and handed it to Chu Xinyo. This is for you. After glancing at the scarf, Chu Xinyo immediately expressed her disgust. It's so ugly, I don't want it. But this is a great item that defends against tier 6 spiritual attacks. I still don't want it. It's so ugly. So ugly. So ugly. Huh? Xiao Feng, do you have a space ring? Yes. Do you want one? I'll give you one. Sure, but if you give it to me, what will you use? I have two. Without thinking too much, Fang Xian handed a space ring to Chu Xinyo. Chu Xinyo held the space ring with a face full of joy. Xiao Feng, you are so rich now. You even have 2 space rings. Actually, I originally had 3, I gave one to my sister. Chu Xinyo grabbed Fang Xian's arm, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Xiao Feng, you are so amazing. From now on, I will stick with you. Let me hug your thigh, okay? Fang Xian pushed Chu Xinyo's head away. Go away. Chu Xinyo giggled. Let's go. We'll go to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple is a famous Buddhist temple around Lan City because it is very effective, attracting many visitors, especially during holidays. Outside Fengming Temple, there is an ancient street. On both sides of the street are shops selling various local specialties, small inns, and all kinds of strange items. Chu Xinyo pulled Fang Xian into Fengming Temple to burn incense and pray, and then took Fang Xian to the ancient street. After wandering around for about 10 minutes, Chu Xinyo pointed at a small shop. It should be here. My sister said there's an old lady here who predicts very accurately. Once inside the small shop, Chu Xinyo looked around. Hello, is anyone there? After calling several times, a door opened, and a hunchbacked old lady stood there. Little girl, do you want to have your fortune told? Yes. Come in. Inside was a small room, with the walls covered in all sorts of strange things. The old lady was severely hunched, sitting at the other end of a low table, gently pushing out a crystal ball. Put your hand on it and think about what you want to know. Chu Xinyo did as instructed. The crystal ball emitted a soft light. The light grew brighter but suddenly darkened, then shone again. Fang Xian then realized that the old lady was a master of perception talent. The old lady placed one hand on Chu Xinyo's palm and closed her eyes. Minutes later, both opened their eyes. The old lady smiled and said, "Child, your future is bright. Even if darkness appears, it will only be temporary." "Thank you, grandmother." "How much is it?" "It's up to fate. $1 is fine, 10,000 is okay, you don't have to give anything." Chu Xinyo swiped 6,666. The old woman turned her head to look at Fang Xian. Her eyes had no whites or pupils, just a sea of watercolor, yet her gaze seemed to penetrate Fang Xian's soul. "Young man, let me calculate for you too." "I have nothing to calculate." Fang Xian shrugged. After saying this, he intended to leave with Chu Xinyao. But unexpectedly, the old woman's weathered voice came from behind. The distant bell tolls. The horn of war circles. The majestic eagle overlooks the earth. The vulture feasts on all beings. The ancient king descends. Slaughter. The prologue to a bizarre apocalypse. Slaughter. The ending of a false prosperous world. Chapter 34, Grandpa's New Message. Fang Xin paused slightly. He slowly turned his head to look at the old woman sitting behind the low table. The old woman's watery eyes still calmly gazed in Fang Xin's direction. If others heard these words, they might have had no reaction at all. At most, they would think the old woman was just pretending to say some nonsense. But the old woman's words made Fang Xin stop in his tracks. Only he and his grandfather knew about Fang Xin's talent for slaughter. Everyone else who knew the secret had been killed by Fang Xin. The figure in the mirror had also introduced himself as the king of slaughter. What the old woman had just said almost covered Fang Xin's identity and secret. Chu Xinyao did not understand why Fang Xin returned to sit down again. But she still obediently sat aside. Child, what do you want to ask? The old woman's watery eyes stared at Fang Xin. Fang Xin stared back at the old woman, their eyes meeting. May I ask, what did you mean by what you said earlier? The old woman chuckled softly. It doesn't mean anything, I'm an old blind woman who loves to say nonsensical things. After pausing, the old woman continued, Child, give me your hand. Fang Xin thought for a moment and then extended his hand. The old woman grasped Fang Xin's hand, her watery gaze fixed on the void. A few seconds later, the old woman's body trembled violently, her vacant eyes locking onto Fang Xin. What happened? Chu Xinyao asked in concern. The old woman turned her head to face Chu Xinyao. Miss, please go outside for a moment, I have something to say to him. Chu Xinyao was puzzled but finally walked towards the door. After confirming that Chu Xinyao had walked far away, the old woman turned back to Fang Xin. Her watery eyes were fixed on Fang Xin. Child, close your eyes. Fang Xin closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a battlefield. Corpses lay everywhere, blood flowed like rivers. Countless bodies had piled up into a mountain of corpses. Atop this mountain of corpses was a throne. Fang Xin recognized the throne, it was the same one he had seen in the mirror before. His subconscious drove him to walk towards the throne on the mountain of corpses. But the next second, a golden light pierced through his heart. Fang Xin wanted to turn his head. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not see who had stabbed him from behind. The figure wore a mask. Fang Xin wanted to remove the mask. In a flash, he opened his eyes. His heart raced wildly. Fang Xin clutched his chest, gasping for breath. The old woman's soft whispers echoed in his ears. The ring of slaughter pierces the human world. The sword of hypocrisy offers the heart. Eternal night descends. You shall eventually walk towards the throne. Fang Xin lay on the table, one hand clutching his heart, feeling as if it might explode any second. The old woman's hand rested on Fang Xin's shoulder, a warm current surged into his body. Only then did Fang Xin slowly begin to recover. Old lady, what was that just now? Fang Xin, stabilized, looked up at the old woman. The old woman chuckled softly, if you see the future, you will see the future. I am foolish, may I ask for the old lady's guidance? The old woman smiled kindly at Fang Xin, Child, I am someone who has been cursed, and there are things I cannot say, but I can remind you, you need to be wary of one person. Fang Xin suddenly raised his head and stared at the old lady. The Fang Xin in the mirror had said the same thing before. Who? The old lady took out a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Fang Xin's forehead, her gaze gentle, as if a kind elder were looking at their younger generation. The old lady just said, the old lady is someone who has been cursed, some words cannot be spoken, but the old lady can give you a little hint, that person, she stands in the light. Fang Xin was stunned. Slowly turning his head to look outside the door. Old lady, is it her? Is she the one you saw? Fang Xin thought back to the person who had just stabbed him, I didn't see clearly. Then I don't know. The old lady withdrew her hand, her watercolored eyes fixed on Fang Xin, her smile warm. You should go back, that beautiful girl was supposed to leave Lan City today, but she has delayed her departure for you. Fang Xin got up, took out his phone, and transferred 6,666 to the old lady. Old lady. About today's matter. The old lady smiled, the old lady is blind, saying only nonsense, no one listens to or believes the nonsense of a blind person. Old lady, is it true that strong people with perception abilities can see all of this? In the whole Dragon Country, only 3 people can see, one is me, the old lady, one is the Fate Master of Dragon Country, and one, you will meet. Fang Xian stared at the old lady before him, not expecting that such an existence was hidden in such a small place as Lan City. Old lady, you. The old lady raised her hand to interrupt Fang Xian's questioning. Everything from the past is a prologue, what you see is the future. Child, we shall meet again by fate. Goodbye, old lady. The old lady nodded slightly. Fang Xian felt relaxed as he left the small shop. He couldn't help but glance back at the old lady's shop, realizing that he could clearly sense there was no threat from her, which was why he sat down. But what he had just seen. Fang Xian could sense that the other party was a strong person with perception abilities, yet they gave off a very weak feeling. Combined with what the old lady had said about her curse, everything seemed to make sense. Zhu Xinyao poked Fang Xian. Xiao Fang, what did the old lady just say to you? Fang Xian, in a serious tone, replied, nonsense, she asked me if sweet or salty tofu pudding is better. Zhu Xinyao poked Fang Xian again. Humph, still hiding things from me. The old lady also said you were supposed to leave today? Zhu Xinyao was taken aback. Wow. How does she know this? Fang Xian asked curiously. That old lady is pretty accurate, why are there so few visitors? Zhu Xinyao, with her hands behind her back, walked alongside Fang Xian, because this old lady only reads fortunes based on fate. She only comes if she is in a good mood, and if someone seeks her, she will read fortunes for them. If no one is there, she will leave after a short while, so naturally, few people come. Moreover, the nearby Fengming Temple also has accurate fortune-telling, so many people go there. Hua Shi followed behind the two. Miss, if you want to find someone to tell your fortune, the most powerful fate master in Dragon Country is friends with Mr. Chu, you can completely seek that person. Zhu Xinyao stopped and turned to Hua Shi. Please don't interrupt when we're chatting. Please keep a certain distance from us. Miss Chu, I am here to ensure your safety. Zhu Xinyao puffed up in anger. Isn't Lan City safe enough now? Hua Shi respectfully replied, Miss Chu, after you were attacked last time, Mr. Chu was furious and suggested a decapitation operation. Though Lan City has been cleaned up once, it's better to be safe than sorry. I am here to. Don't speak anymore. Zhu Xinyao immediately interrupted Hua Shi's following remarks. Fang Xian's eyes widened. What the hell? You bastard. So the decapitation operation was initiated by Zhu Xinyao's father? Zhu Xinyao grabbed Fang Xian's arm. Xiao Fang, let's hurry up and ignore him. Noticing Fang Xian's expression, Zhu Xinyao asked, Xiao Fang, why are you looking at me like that? Sister Chu, I don't want to work hard anymore, I want to be supported. Zhu Xinyao smiled sweetly. Okay. Then you will stand behind your sister. Sister is your support and your strongest backing. She spent the whole day with Zhu Xinyao. After dinner in the evening, they went to watch a late-night movie. Before getting in the car, Zhu Xinyao waved her hand vigorously at Fang Xian. Fang Xian waved back. By the time he got home, it was already past 10 at night. Fang Xian hurriedly washed up, returned to his room, and took out the phone his grandfather sent him from the drawer. He planned to watch it for a while, then go to the bathroom to look in the mirror. But when Fang Xian opened the phone, he was surprised to discover there was a new message on the phone. Fang Xian quickly opened the new message. Xiao Xian, during the midterm test of the training camp, be sure to go to the number 9 Demon and God Ruins. Remember. Delete after reading, do not proactively contact Grandpa, wait for Grandpa's news. Fang Xian looked at this message. Why did Grandpa specifically want him to go to the number 9 Demon and God Ruins? When it came to the Demon and God Ruins, Fang Xian immediately thought of that Qilin. When he was reviewing the diary in his notebook earlier, that professor's student clearly recorded that Fang Xian's grandpa had helped them. Fang Xian thought back and forth. He checked the phone number Grandpa used to send the message, and found that the sender was from an unknown area. Lying on the bed, his mind was full of questions. He let out a breath. For now, he would set these questions aside, he would find out the specifics when he got there. He now wanted to look again at the King of Slaughter in the mirror. Previously, the King of Slaughter stopped midway while talking, and today that old woman repeated the same warning, telling Fang Xian to be wary of a certain person. He recalled the person who stabbed him with a sword, he had to find that person out beforehand. After watching the video again, Fang Xian stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom. After half an hour, it was still the same as before, nothing had appeared. Fang Xian lay back down on the bed. He thought back to the triggering conditions of that day. Yet no matter how he pondered, he couldn't figure out what step had gone wrong. He glanced at the time. It was already past 12:40. Zhuge Hong had said that they would start acting at 1 o'clock. Fang Xian put on his clothes, masked up, and sat quietly on the bed, waiting for Zhuge Hang's summon. Footsteps were heard from outside the door. Fang Xian casually sensed it was his aunt going to the bathroom. Sometimes, having a sensing ability could be too sensitive, and it wasn't always a good thing. Fang Xian had seen couples tangled together in this building more than once. So when he got home, he would only sense his own room. The door was gently knocked on. Xiao Xian? Are you still awake? Not yet, aunt. Can I come in? His aunt asked again. His aunt always had a good temperament and respected the children's privacy. Sure, aunt. Fang Huilan pushed the door open and walked in, only to find Fang Xian sitting on the bed fully dressed. Why are you dressed? Are you going out? There's a mission coming up. Fang Huilan looked confused. A mission? What mission? Just as they were speaking, a hand appeared in thin air, randomly scratching around, and suddenly pinched Fang Xian's face. Fang Xian brushed away the hand that was grabbing him and then held the white-haired hand, pulling to indicate that everything was okay. The white hair pulled, and Fang Xian disappeared from the spot. Fang Huilan stood frozen in place. She was as still as a statue. After a long time. Oh my god, these awakened ones are just too incredible. In the sky above 500 meters. When the white hair grabbed Fang Xian's face earlier, some saliva splashed, and he casually wiped the saliva on Fang Xian's clothes, then mysteriously ended up with a crystal ball in his hand. Zhuge Hong threw it into the sky. The crystal ball spun in midair, and in an instant, it emitted a cool light toward the entire city below. In a matter of breaths, the entire city below was covered by a dome, and then, beams of light began to wrap around many residential buildings. Zhuge Hang tucked his hands in his pockets, yawned, and lightly tapped his sunglasses leg, giving the order. Action. It was only then Fang Xian realized this white-haired sunglasses was actually a precious artifact. Immediately, squads emerged from the city below, beginning to eliminate the remnants of the Eternal Night Army in the streets and alleys. Isn't this Lan City? Zhuge Hang scratched his ear. Yes. In a small place like Lan City, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army wouldn't focus their attention there. So it's easy to wipe them out. Any other questions? At this moment, Fang Xian was already eager to verify the attack power of those two wolves. Can I act alone? No problem. As soon as the words fell, everything blurred, and Fang Xian was already on the ground. As soon as he landed, Fang Xian quickly put on a headscarf to defend against mental attacks, then slipped on a pair of big red shorts over his pants for curse protection, and nimbly dressed in his stealth suit, clipping a revolver to his waist while squeezing the defensive artifact scales in his hand. Everything was prepared properly, and he stealthily moved into the night. Zhuge Hang in the sky rolled his eyes dramatically. Fang Xian held the smart link device, which showed the location signals of those remnants of the Eternal Night Army. The first time, he dared not be too ostentatious. Choosing an enemy squad with only a third-level fighting power, he approached and released two wolves. A black and a white flash streaked across the night sky. The white wolf launched a mental attack first. The black wolf gathered energy briefly, then transformed into a streak of black light, piercing through the enemy's chest. One strike, one kill, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Both wolves fed on the enemy's life force, gaining strength, and Fang Xian also grew stronger along with them, stealing usable artifacts from the enemies, gathering the two wolves and blending into the city under the night. Using this method, Fang Xian furiously harvested 4,620 points in one night. His points reached 8,083. Fang Xian alone was like a whole team, and the points he earned also increased accordingly. At night, he was sent back home. Fang Xian counted various spoils of war. He picked out a few useful items, trading away everything else for points. In the blink of an eye, his points reached 9,228. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Xian looked out at the moonlight. He took out the small sculpture given to him by Chu Xinyao. The sculpture was a figure with wings, resembling a female angel. Fang Xian raised the small sculpture against the moonlight. He stared intently at the small sculpture. Gradually, cold moonlight spilled from the small sculpture, wrapping around Fang Xian, flowing into his nose and mouth with his breath. In Fang Xian's mind, a huge figure gradually emerged, clad in silver armor, holding a crossed sword, shaking pure white wings, suspended beneath a bright full moon, the moonlight staining him with a holy glow. As the wings flapped, countless sparkles like starlight fell to the earth, seeming to be the guardian of the night or perhaps the dominator of the darkness. But as he watched, the bright full moon in the sky slowly turned crimson. Within the scarlet moon, there seemed to be a throne, and on that throne, a figure could be seen faintly sitting, towering over the heavens with overwhelming power, looking down upon the world. And that 12-winged divine figure hovering in the night sky slowly turned, facing the blood moon, bowing in reverence. Fang Xian slowly awakened, recalling the figure he had just seen. The figure within the blood moon seemed too familiar. Fang Xian could even feel his toes, realizing this was the effect of his slaughter talent. Look up at the night sky. The cool moonlight slowly penetrates Fang Xian's mouth and nose, soothing into his spleen and lungs. It's quite comfortable. The light system's talent is divided into sunlight and moonlight. I will try the sunlight tomorrow. The next day, when the sun hangs high in the sky, Fang Xin takes out that small sculpture again and begins to visualize against the sun. Gradually, a round white sun appears in Fang Xin's mind. Beneath the white sun, a huge figure hovers between heaven and earth, clad in golden armor, waving enormous wings. Even from a distant place, one can feel the scorching energy waves emanating from him, as if he could dry the vast earth in an instant. That huge figure seems to represent the source of light in the world. But as Fang Xin visualizes, the round white sun actually begins to change. Chapter 36, The Ancient Prophecy. The white sun hanging in the sky actually turns black bit by bit with the passing of time, as if it has experienced an eclipse. And that golden warrior, who once hovered beneath the white sun, the ancient god representing daylight and light, slowly begins to dim. Black energy starts to emanate from his body. Following that, he slowly turns. Facing the direction of the black sun, holding the sword with both hands, he lowers his proud head, seemingly choosing to submit. Following the direction of his worship, Fang Xin sees, in the midst of the black sun, the throne is suspended once again. And the figure sitting sideways on the throne, resting his elbow on one side of the throne's armrest, holding up his chin with one hand, coldly overlooking the entire human realm. Whoa! Fang Xin opens his eyes, reflecting on the scene that just appeared in his mind. The figure on the throne, Fang Xin is extremely familiar with. Isn't that him? Fang Xin lifts his hand, the runes of slaughter appearing on the back of his hand. He didn't expect this slaughter talent to be so terrifying. The Fang Xin in the mirror had said he was the king of kings. That also means, besides the king of slaughter, there are other kings of talents. As his thoughts return, Fang Xin can now feel pieces of light particles slowly gathering towards his body. It seems that he has also awakened the light system talent. Fang Xin takes out his phone and opens the front camera. He does not notice any changes in his pupils. Fang Xin thinks that his awakening must be different from others. After pondering for a moment, Fang Xin takes out the smart link device and searches for awakening the light system talent, looking into what visualization should be like. After searching, Fang Xin is once again stunned. The light system is divided into sunlight and moonlight. Those with ordinary talent can only awaken one of them, while those with S-tier talent or above can awaken both. During visualization, one needs to hold the sculpture of the goddess of light, facing either the sunlight or moonlight, and then they can see the sun god or moon god. However, the sight differs with talent. The number of wings can be used to judge. Talents below B tier can only see the 2-winged god, while B tier and above can see 4, 6, 8, 10, and the highest being 12 wings. Fang Xin is confused. He didn't use the potion to test and found out he had A-tier talent, but his actual result is S-tier talent. That means he can only see the 8-winged god of light, so why can he see the 12-winged one? Could it be the effect of the slaughter talent? Fang Xin also checks some other information about light system talents, but strangely, he can only find some superficial things about the light system. In the Smart Link device, many talents can be found with corresponding skill methods, but there's no introduction on how to use skills for light system talents. Then Fang Xin investigates why there is so little information on light system talents. In the end, a few answers were displayed. Because all the resources and skills of the light system talent have been monopolized by the church. When Fang Xin flipped through the pages, her gaze fixed on a picture. To be precise, it was a totem. The totem of the church. An eye, and its pupil was a sun. Fang Xin had seen this pattern before. Wasn't it the crest worn by the lion dog at Chu Xiniao's house? Looking at it this way, Chu Xiniao's father was a member of the church. Fang Xin couldn't help but think of the time at the Beast Hall, when Zhuge Hang and the palace master were chatting. The church wanted to appoint the white-haired handsome Zhuge Hang as the governor of the Honglian district, but he refused. And that Professor Shang, who developed Honghuang No. 1, was also a student extradited back from abroad by the church, which suggested the church had great power. Moreover, from Zhuge Hang's few words, it was clear there was fierce power struggle within the church. So the white-haired man looked down upon the church's actions. Fang Xin searched for more about the church. Aside from what she had just seen, there was no other information at all. It was quite mysterious. Now that she thought carefully, every time Chu Xiniao talked about her father, she always kept silent. The root of it lay here. However, there was still one thing she found out earlier. Anyone with light-type talent would be forcibly taken away by the church, regardless of their level. Fang Xin caressed her intelligent device. Her light-type talent was not bad either. The only reason she wasn't taken by the church was that she joined the 9th division. While Fang Xin was pondering these matters, in the imperial capital, inside the ancient and magnificent light god temple, A middle-aged man wearing a crown and a gold-embroidered white cloak looked up at the gigantic statue of the light goddess standing in the temple. His cloak embroidered with sun, moon, and stars, if one looked closely. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be slowly moving with the cloak swaying. Behind the statue, there was a huge sphere suspended in mid-air, resembling the bright sun. But at this moment, the bright sun seemed to have experienced a solar eclipse. Bit by bit, it was being devoured into darkness. The middle-aged man wearing the crown had golden eyes that burst with dazzling light. The temple trembled. A figure rushed in from outside, the red cloak trailing behind, swaying left and right as they ran. Upon seeing this scene, their pupils constricted. "Your Holiness, what is this?" The middle-aged man's golden eyes were fixed on the sun still being consumed by darkness. He muttered. "Great calamity devours the sun, black and white are reversed, the seven kings reunite, judgment is at hand." The figure behind him trembled violently, their voice quaking. "This. The chaos of the gods just stopped less than a century ago. Is there any way to stop the seven kings from descending?" The middle-aged man slowly turned his head, his golden eyes bursting with terrifying radiance. "Yes. Either enslave them to serve us, or use every means to crush them in the cradle." The figure behind trembled again violently, and in what should have been a warm temple, a bone-chilling coldness swept in. "Watch the remnants of eternal night at all times, send people to infiltrate the remnants. If the seven kings appear, they will definitely sense it before us. Before they are summoned, we must take them by force. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who resist shall perish." Understood. Fang Xian wanted to recharge her energy and spent some extra time in the evening to brush points. And got to sleep a little longer. Before she knew it, evening had arrived. Fang Xian persisted in front of the mirror. As she always had, without any results. She returned to bed and waited silently. When a hand suddenly appeared, Fang Xian reached out and grasped it, the other pulled, and Fang Xian vanished into thin air. Looking down at the city below, Fang Xian found herself in yet another city. Zhuge Hong tossed the spherical treasure into the sky, and the protective shield covered down again. "Do you have any questions?" Zhuge Hong asked. "Can you find me some skills or techniques related to the light-type talent?" Zhuge Hong paused his ear-picking action. "Did you awaken your light affinity talent?" "Yes. The methods and skills of the light affinity talent, this thing is different from other talents. Other talent skills can be found online, and there are many on the intelligence device, but the light affinity talent is monopolized by those church-old geezers, a bunch of self-righteous fools who think they are superior. It is indeed somewhat difficult to get this. After all, the top figure of the church's family member had me break my leg not long ago. However, since you've asked for it, I will find a way for you. After school starts, I'll get it for you." Fang Xian was dumbfounded. This guy is indeed a remarkable person, thanks. "No problem, is there any other issue?" "Not for now." Snap. After a snap of fingers, Fang Xian appeared on the battlefield. Tonight was not as fruitful as the past few days. After all, the beheading operation had already entered the third day. The remnants of eternal night and those extraordinary people should have escaped by now, so there were considerably fewer people. Fang Xian scavenged only 2,832 points in one night. Currently, his points were 12,060. Just when Fang Xian's points reached 10,000, his card suddenly flashed. 2 stars appeared on it. "Dear Mr. Fang Xian, hello, congratulations on being promoted to a 2-star user." In the following days, Fang Xian killed and harvested every night in the dark. The members of the Heavenly Shield Bureau who came to eliminate the extraordinary were aware that there was a new student from the 9th section wearing invisible clothes, striking decisively and mercilessly, and even before enrollment, his combat power had already reached level 3. Few knew his appearance. Under the night, only his legend spread. Everyone thought everything would pass peacefully. Unexpectedly, on the last day, he encountered a wind attribute extraordinary person. The other side blew a gust of wind. Fang Xian's invisible clothes were blown off, revealing Fang Xian in red shorts below. And this scene happened to be captured by someone from the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Though they couldn't capture his face, everyone knew there was a flamboyant new student in the 9th section, level 3 in combat power, wearing red shorts outwardly. Fang Xian had just laid down at home. In the small group of the 9th section's training camp, Shirtai Lang sent a message. "Do you guys know? Our 9th section has a big shot this year, with combat power at level 3 even before enrollment." Zhang Yaozu was the first to reply. "Who is it? So strong?" "I don't know, the information is hidden, and those who go on missions are not allowed to say, but a photo has circulated." As he spoke, Shirtai Lang sent a photo. In the photo, the person was jumping high, wearing an old lady's headscarf, with a strange mask on his face, one hand holding a revolver, and the other hand holding an intelligence device's laser sword, and he wore very eye-catching big red shorts, which even had a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on them. Look! Now everyone calls him the Red Shorts Battle God. What a flamboyant outfit! Who is this? Could it be someone from our group? Sure, Tai Lang continued, there are always two people in the group who don't speak, it couldn't be one of them, could it? Bai Yulin took over the conversation, the photo looks like a guy. There are two people in the group who don't speak, one is Fong Xian and the other is Li Bauer is a girl. Sure, Tai Lang at Fong Xian, new brother, is this red shorts battle god you? Fong Xian looked at the group message, then at that photo. His trembling hands slowly typed a few words. How could it be me? There can't be such a flamboyant person in Arlan City, or even in the entire Honglian district. Chapter 37, the 9th section over there. Fong Xian wished he could find a crevice to hide in. This is too embarrassing. Sure, Tai Lang also replied, wow, it's not easy for new brother to send a message, now only Li Bauer is the one who isn't talking in our group. By the way, have all of you participated in this beheading operation in the Honglian district? Zhang Yaozu asked. Shin Yu took over the conversation, the entire 9th section only recruited 36 new students. This assassination operation seems to have selected only the best performer from each group for an early trial. I only heard about it, so I can't guarantee whether the news is accurate or not. Zhang Yaozu asked, which one from our group went? Is it Xin Gu or Bauer? Bai Yulin continued, Bauer sent me a message that day, saying she was sent to the battlefield by instructor Zhuge. It seems our group's top performer is Bauer. Damn, with a Xin Gu like ours, how amazing must Bauer be? Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. Bai Yulin replied, Bauer has a rare sword god talent, SSS level sword god talent. Super strong. We are from the same school. Her score is the highest in our Taiyang district. Zhang Yaozu was shocked, no way, does our small group really have two SSS level experts? The 9th monster room is terrifying. Sure, Tai Lang said, if that's the case, if the warrior in red shorts is not Bauer, then it's among the other 5 top scorers. We'll find out when we get to the training camp. All the new trainees of the Sky Shield Bureau train in the same academy. Sure, Tai Lang changed the subject, I have a little insider information, my grandpa told me he heard that the Master of the Beast Palace will personally come to teach us in the 9th section. The Master of the Beast Palace? Someone of that identity and status is coming to teach? Are you joking? Is this news reliable? It's about 80 to 90% true. My grandpa said that a few nights ago, a new trainee with beast taming talent from our 9th section was taken to the Beast Palace to awaken their talent, and the result caused a natural phenomenon, the talent only second to the founder of the Beast Palace. Even the old master of the Beast Palace was alarmed. I heard that they wanted to snatch the trainee, but in the end, they were afraid of the pressure from the 9th section, yet the Beast Palace really liked our new trainee and specially invited the master of the Beast Palace to give a class. Wow! Which big shot is so impressive? Making the master of the Beast Palace come to teach? Sure, Tai Lang continued, I don't know, but it seems like no one in our group has beast taming talent as the main ability, so it should be from another team. We'll report to the training camp tomorrow, and we'll find out after we get there. It's time to sleep, everyone. We must report before noon tomorrow, and the baseline test starts at 3 in the afternoon. Fong Xian put down the smart link device. Although the training camp is in Yunqing of the Honglian district, it's not in the province where Fong Xian is located, so it will take more than an hour to fly there tomorrow. He took out his card and swiped it on the smart link device. Beep. The card showed a score of 18,328 points. This is what Fong Xian worked hard for these past few days. Converted into cash, it's a whopping 180 million. Among the treasures he found, only 2 pieces caught Fong Xian's eye. One is a 5th-level Earth Spirit Pearl, which allows diving 10 meters underground and even passing through walls. The other is a 6th-level mask. When worn, it can briefly blind the enemy for 3 seconds after being seen, which is enough to change the situation on the battlefield. These 2 items were obtained by Fong Xian from ambushing a level 4 superhuman. All the other treasures that could be exchanged for points have been redeemed. In terms of cash, Fong Xian had gathered over 230 million from those superhumans during these days of looting. Some low-level superhumans, even though they had no good treasures, had managed to accumulate a lot of cash through their usual violent acts. However, what Fong Xian is feeling the worst about right now is that the bullets for his revolver are gone, and he found a place in the smart link device specifically for buying and selling treasures, where Fong Xian really found bullets suitable for this revolver. A single bullet actually costs 400 points. Fong Xian asked the seller, I'm a student, can you give me a few for free? The seller was very polite, telling Fong Xian to get lost as far as possible. Fong Xian painfully spent 2,000 points to buy 5 bullets. After all, 1 bullet could take down a level 4 super, and the reward from 1 level 4 super is more than 400 points. The next morning, Fong Xian heard his aunt tidying up things. He got up, checked the time, quickly packed his things, and took a shower. His aunt, Fong Weiran, was packing for her daughter Jiang Xiaochao while nagging her about some things. Seeing Fong Xin come out, she said, Xin, after you and your sister go, keep in touch and look out for each other. Got it, aunt. His aunt packed a lot of things, including various clothes, and finally made many of Fong Xin and Jiang Xiuqia's favorite foods starting from 4 in the morning. Jiang Weidong comforted her, why are you crying, the two kids are just going to school. I heard you guys have a break for the midterm, they will come back then. Fong Huiran patted Fong Xin's head and then Jiang Xiuqia's, her eyes full of reluctance. The younger daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, wouldn't report this year, although there was reform this year, she still had to stay for a semester to learn theoretical knowledge. However, Jiang Xiaoyu had already signed a contract with an organization and received a good allowance while at school. Fong Xin and Jiang Xiaoqia were on the same flight. Cloud City. When the plane arrived, it was already 10:30. There was a direct line to Tiandun Academy. Fong Xin took Jiang Xiaoqia onto the bus. The bus was filled with new faces, chattering nonstop, all new recruits from various places rushing to the Tiandun bureau. After getting on the bus, Fong Xin casually took a travel guide from the pocket of the seat in front and covered his face with it. But the new recruits were making such noise that he couldn't relax at all. Jiang Xiaoqia took out her earphones and stuffed them into Fong Xin's ears, giving him a sweet smile. Fong Xin leaned his head against the window, his sister really understood his thoughts. In the front row sat a girl whose voice was sharp, and she had been chattering nonstop since getting on the bus. To be honest, I wasn't in a good state that day, so I barely got an A grade, otherwise, I could have joined the 9th division. I was so close. But in our school, no one was selected by the 9th division. The best is me, and I ended up in the 6th division. My name is Huang Hui, which division are you all from? What's your name? We will be classmates from now on, let's get to know each other early. The people in front each answered one by one. None of us are from the 9th division? Huang Hui said with a sigh, of course, the kind of monstrous place that is the 9th division isn't meant for everyone. This year, the Tiandun Bureau recruited more than 1,800 people across 12 districts, but the 9th division only took 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui turned to look at Fong Xin and Jiang Xiaoqia sitting in the back row. Classmate, what's your name? Which division are you from? Jiang Xiaoqia, 1st division. 1st division, that's pretty good. Huang Hui looked at Fong Xin, whose face was covered with the travel guide, and reached out to lift it off Fong Xin's face. Hey, classmate, what's your name? Which division are you from? Jiang Xiaoqia frowned. Fong Xin opened his eyes impatiently. Qin Juanhao, 7th division. Huang Hui responded, oh, 7th division, although it's not as good as our 6th division, it's not bad. Fong Xin gave a fake smile and put the travel guide back on his face to catch up on sleep. Seeing this, Huang Hui said with a scoff, how high and mighty. Who knows, maybe I'll still be your officer after graduation. The bus bumped along the way. Huang Hui chatted the whole time. When they got off the bus, there were many cars parked at the school gate. New faces filled with curiosity and desire walked towards Tiandun Academy. At the school gate, there were signs marking the 9 special action divisions. Each registration spot had members from each division. Huang Hui got out of the car chattering, wow, the seniors are so handsome. So cool. Fong Xin turned his gaze towards the 9th area, where the little deer he had met before was sitting and registering. Jiang Xiaoqia waved at Fong Xin, brother, I'm going to register. Fong Xin replied, if you need anything, find me. Huang Hui glanced at Fong Xin, your cousin's 1st area is much better than your 7th area, Qin Juanhao. Fong Xin smiled back, and Huang Hui pointed to a spot, your 7th area is over there, right next to our 6th area, we're on the same path. Tian Junhui walked over. Huang Hui immediately got excited, raising her voice, hello, senior. I'm Huang Hui, a new student in our 6th area. Tian Junhui nodded and pointed to the registration area in the 6th area, go register over there. Okay, senior. As Huang Hui was about to leave, she suddenly saw Tian Junhui straighten up and salute Fong Xin with a slap. Fong Xin also returned the salute. Tian Junhui smiled and said, your 9th area is over there. Chapter 38, Balance. Fong Xin nodded. He gently patted Tian Junhui, then I'll go over first. Good. Huang Hui stood still, watching Fong Xin's back, then looking at Tian Junhui, senior, is he from the 9th area? Tian Junhui returned to his cool demeanor and simply hummed in reply. Huang Hui stared blankly in the direction Fong Xin left, feeling like she had been tricked, but was helpless. Fong Xin walked through the crowd and stood at the registration place for the 9th area. The little deer rested her chin on the table, dozing off. Fong Xin waved, sister little deer. The little deer lifted her head, smiling sweetly at Fong Xin. Fong Xin is here. Face the camera. Register now. Fong Xin faced a camera nearby. With a beep, the little deer extended her hand toward Fong Xin, welcome aboard. Fong Xin? A voice came. Fong Xian turned around and saw a chubby, fair-skinned little boy standing behind him. The little boy leaned forward and extended his hand with a grin. "I'm sure Tailang." Fong Xian extended his hand for a simple handshake. "Hello, nice to meet you." Behind Sher Tailang stood a girl with slightly darker skin, wearing sportswear with the word Strive printed on the front and Youth on the back. "Brother Xian, guess who this is?" Sher Tailang asked mischievously while hugging the girl. After a moment's thought, Fong Xian replied, "Li Bauer, right?" The girl's dark face flushed slightly, and after punching Sher Tailang in the stomach, she smiled shyly at Fong Xian. "Brother Xian, I'm Zhang Yaozu." "You're Zhang, oh? You're a girl?" Fong Xian stood there stunned. "Wow, that name is quite impressive." Zhang Yaozu scratched her head, grinning shyly. "My brother's name is Zhang Guangzong." Fong Xian was momentarily speechless by Zhang Yaozu's words. Thinking of this person who often bickered with Sher Tailang in the group chat and had an avatar of a chick with a middle parting, Fong Xian had always assumed she was a boy. "Where are the others?" "They went to their dorms to tidy up their beds, and we're waiting here for you," Sher Tailang said with a somewhat lewd smile. "Waiting for what?" Sher Tailang leaned in closer. "Aren't you curious who the red underpants warrior is? So many people want to know who that red underpants warrior is." Fong Xian instinctively coughed to clear his throat. "I'm not that gossiping. Even if they come, they probably wouldn't wear their pants outside." Sher Tailang chuckled. "Actually, after a comprehensive assessment, we've already identified who the red underpants warrior is. It's Zhang Chang from Team 6, he got the first in overall scores for their team, has participated in the Red Lotus District's decapitation action, and someone asked him about it, and he didn't deny it. Just 5 minutes before you arrived, he registered, and he looked quite flashy. There's no one else." Upon hearing this, Fong Xian realized someone was willing to bear this shameful title, and "Then you go for it." Sher Tailang continued, "Xian go, before going to the dormitory, we still need to go over there to pay the accommodation fee, along with various miscellaneous fees. Over there, remember to bring your card. Zhang Meiqiu will take you to pay the fees. The dormitories for the students in our 9th section are all single rooms. Shinyu came early and has already cleaned our rooms, so you just need to drop off your things when you go. I'll go to the cafeteria to book a private room for us. The 6 of us will have a meal first. Meiqiu, take Xian go to pay the fees. I will send the location in our group." Zhang Yaozu, with slightly dark skin, punched Sher Tailang in the belly again and said, "Get lost, you fatso. You are the coal ball. Your whole family is made up of coal balls." Sher Tailang chuckled. "Xian go, I'll go first." Zhang Yaozu led the way, and Fong Xian curiously asked, "Do you two know each other?" "Our families are well acquainted, so I've known that fatso since we were young," Zhang Yaozu explained. Unexpectedly, when they went to pay the fees, they ran into an old acquaintance. Xin Juanhao was standing among several students from the 7th section and said boldly, "Everyone don't fight with me, we are all from the 7th section, we will be good classmates and good comrades from now on. Nice to meet you all, I will cover all the various fees for everyone in the 7th section on my own. It's not much. Consider it a welcome gift." As he spoke, he waved his card around. "Before coming here, my dad loaded 5 million into this card. He told me to get along with everyone." As he said this, he swiped the card, and it displayed a balance of 392. Students around Qin Juanhao began to cheer. "Qin Xiao is so generous. It's just a little bit of money." Qin Juanhao waved his hand. Zhang Yaozu shook his head and clicked his tongue. "I don't know which landlord's fool son that is. So generous. He has already swiped his card for many new students in the 7th section, with each fee being 20,000, nearly 200 new students in the 7th section, almost 4 million. Rich people are really showy." Fong Xian was unimpressed. Qin Xiao was still desperately trying to show off with his cash. There were several payment windows. The 9th section had a dedicated payment window. Because there were fewer people, there was no need to queue. As Fong Xian walked over, many new students looked over. They envied the new students of the 9th section. Being able to join the monster dormitory means that everyone is a genius. Qin Juanhao turned around and saw Fong Xian. Instantly, he got excited with a little scheme. "Fong Xian." Qin Juanhao waved at Fong Xian. Many people around looked at Qin Juanhao and said, "Qin Xiao, do you know someone from the 9th section?" Qin Juanhao immediately replied, "Of course I know, how could I not know? We are both from Lan City, classmates in the same class, and we are good buddies." The new students from the 7th section gasped in surprise. Qin Juanhao walked over to Fong Xian. Holding his card, he saw Fong Xian about to pay tuition fees. "Fong Xian, I'll pay your fees." Qin Juanhao put his arm around Fong Xian, pretending they were quite familiar. After all, knowing a monster from the 9th section could elevate his own status. "Are we that close?" Fong Xian nudged Qin Juanhao away. seeing through his little schemes. Qin Juanhao clicked his tongue, still holding onto Fang Xian, wearing a false friendly smile. We are both from the same hometown, also old classmates, it's reasonable for me to pay your fees. And let's not forget, after your parents passed, the inheritance they left you must not be much. For you, over 20,000 for tuition fees is quite a lot, your aunt and uncle must save for a long time on their meager salaries. With that, he stepped on Fang Xian again, and after helping Fang Xian pay, his image grew even taller. Many classmates looked at Fang Xian. The eyes, to more or less an extent, held some pity. Unexpectedly, this new student from the 9th department has such a miserable family background. Zhang Yaozu frowned, inexplicably developing a feeling of disgust towards Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao shamelessly lowered his head and said to the staff handling payments, "Teacher, I will pay his school fees." Fang Xian, my dad has deposited 5 million for me, and there are still over 3 million left. That's over 300 points, you don't have to feel embarrassed. We are all old classmates, and since your family is in such trouble, it's nothing for me to help you. Zhang Yaozu's frown deepened, and looking at Qin Juanhao made her angry as she took out her own card, ready to pay for Fang Xian. Just as she was about to speak and swipe her card, Fang Xian had already expressionlessly pulled out his card and placed it on the card machine. Beep. 2 points had been successfully paid. Account balance, 16,326 points. A long string of numbers appeared. Qin Juanhao, holding his card, froze in place. He stared wide-eyed at Fang Xian's 5-digit points balance. That equals 160 million in cash. Nearby, Zhang Yaozu, who was also prepared to swipe her card for Fang Xian, was stunned. Her eyes bulged in disbelief. Didn't expect Fang Xian's card to have so many points. Other new students nearby also saw it. A wave of exclamations erupted in the crowd. Those at the back who couldn't see quickly inquired about what was happening. As news spread, the payment desk was in an uproar. Everyone stared at this new student from the 9th department. This was their first time seeing so many points on a new student's card. Over 16,000 points. Which wealthy young master had come to play here? No wonder it's the 9th department, a place for extraordinary students. Even the entrance was different from normal students. Even the teacher handling the payments was shocked, unable to help but look at Fang Xian again while handing over the betting. There were plenty of young masters today, but the most points in their cards only reached 4 digits. This was the first new student to have a 5-digit points balance. Qin Juanhao's mouth hung open, his card still held aloft, with just over 300 points remaining, which was merely a fraction of Fang Xian's points. You, where did you get so many points? Qin Juanhao asked in shock. Before school started, I did some odd jobs and earned some pocket money. Fang Xian gently pushed Qin Juanhao aside. After taking a few steps, Fang Xian paused, turned his head slightly to look at Qin Juanhao, and said coldly, "It's fine to want to show off in front of others, but remember, do not step on others' shoulders to display your little virtue, it's quite shameless, and we're not close." After saying that, Fang Xian turned and walked away. Qin Juanhao stood dumbfounded, like a wooden statue, while the surrounding new students began to point and whisper about him. Many classmates had just seen and heard Qin Juanhao's actions and felt that openly embarrassing Fang Xian regarding his family situation was indeed very shameless. Even the teacher at the payment desk rolled her eyes at Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao forced a smile. Luckily, he had thick skin and slinked back to the 7th department, initially wanting to swipe his card for the classmates behind. But the students behind immediately said, "Qin Juanhao, I will pay my own fees, I find your money dirty." And students in front chimed in one after another, "Qin Juanhao, I will give your money back." Fang Xian was admiring everything about Tiandun Academy. The academy covers an area of more than 1,000 acres, incredibly vast. What stood out was the many large training facilities. In the center of the academy, there was a huge sculpture. It depicted several figures cast in steel. 4 people stood in different positions, 2 in the middle, 1 crouching with hands clasped in front, and 1 holding a shield high, as if resisting all darkness in the world. Zhang Yaozu followed closely behind Fang Xian. "Brother Xian, where did you get so many points?" "I earned them by defeating small monsters." Fang Xian dodged, deciding for now to keep his connection to the assassination operation a secret to avoid being recognized as the Red Shorts battle god by the new students. Otherwise, just as he started school, having so many newcomers call him by that name would not only ruin his chances of finding a partner but could also lead to being dubbed Underwear Brother. If a classmate asks if you know Fang Xian and you say no, they might reply, "Oh, that's the Underwear Brother." Thinking of this scenario made Fang Xian dig his toes into the ground. The 9th dormitory was definitely the most luxurious of all. It was fully equipped with various facilities. Under Zhang Yaozu's guidance, Fang Xian arrived at his dormitory, located at the easternmost side of the floor, and set down his bedding and other items. "Brother Xian, I live next door to you. On my side is the dormitory of a very fat guy. Across from you, from left to right, are Li Bauer, Bai Yulin, and Xin Yu. While speaking, a delicate-looking classmate with long hair entered from the opposite door, dressed somewhat femininely.
Fong Xin.
Hello, I'm Bayu. Bayulin extended his manicured hand.
Fong Xin was taken aback, clearly remembering this guy's name was Bayulin. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaozu leaned in and whispered. Brother Xin, this guy has a split personality.
He has multiple personalities. Right now he's his sister, called Bayu. He also has a younger brother named Bailin and an older brother named Heiyulin, each personality representing a different talent.
Fong Xin felt dizzy in his head. Is it really that amazing? Suppressing his surprise, Fong Xin extended his hand. Hello. Brother Xin is here? A voice came again. Fong Xin turned to see a figure standing outside the door.
The newcomer bowed their head as they walked in.
Once he saw the person, Fong Xin's eyes widened significantly. The newcomer was 2 meters 6 tall.
With a robust and muscular build, standing there like an iron tower, his head nearly touched the ceiling.
Brother Xin, I am Xinyu. The newcomer stretched out a hand that was as big as a fan. Fong Xin also extended his hand to shake.
The shock was indescribable.
Where's Bauer? Zhang Yaozu asked. I'm here.
A soft voice came from the doorway.
Fong Xin glanced over to see a fair-skinned, pretty girl standing at the door.
The first impression was that she seemed a bit silly and a little naive. Yet, she was awkwardly carrying 2 machetes under her arms, somewhat ruining the silly atmosphere, while munching on a bag of potato chips. With long hair draped over her shoulders, she wore a white shirt and loose sports pants, one leg of which was torn off at the knee.
Brother Xin, this is Li Bauer. Zhang Yaozu introduced her. Hello. Fong Xin waved at her.
Li Bauer mechanically munched on the potato chips, as if standing there in a daze.
Bauer. Brother Xin is greeting you. Bayulin reminded her. Li Bauer's vacant eyes refocused. Oh. Hello.
Zhang Yaozu shifted the topic. The fat guy sent a location. Let's hurry to eat.
The group followed the location to the restaurant booked by Shi Tailang. Shi Tailang quickly handed out utensils and poured tea, looking very gossipy. I just saw underwear brother Zhang Chang. Right over there.
The door to the private room was half open, and Shi Tailang pointed with his chin in a direction. The others looked over and saw a new student sitting in the distance, wearing a floral shirt, pink pants, and golden leather shoes.
Fong Xin couldn't help but take a glance, as many new students pointed and whispered, some even taking covert photos. But Zhang Chang seemed to enjoy the attention. Fong Xin shook his head. If he wanted to be the underwear brother, so be it.
I just heard someone say that underwear brother has level 3 late-stage battle power, and today during the assessment, he is most likely to pass without injury.
Shi Tailang said again.
Zhang Yaozu glanced at the time. It's just past 12.
After lunch, let's rest for a bit.
We need to gather at 2:30, and the placement test starts at 3. I heard this year's difficulty level has been adjusted a bit, making it harder than previous years.
It's tough to pass without any injuries.
I heard that last year, some seniors got seriously hurt and had to lie down for a month to recover.
Bayulin said.
I brought some medicine. I'll hand it out to everyone before the test.
Xinyu said upon hearing this. Fong Xin took out his smart device and looked at a message from Zhuge Hang. Xin, come help me move some things.
There was a location pin following the message.
Fong Xin stood up. Zhuge is calling for me. You all eat first, I'll be back soon. Okay, brother Xin. If you can't make it back later, send us a message, and we'll bring you food. Thanks. After greeting, Fong Xin went out the door. After watching Fong Xin leave, they returned to their previous conversation.
I heard that the top 3 people who pass the placement test the fastest can earn bonus points.
Shi Tailang took a sip of tea. Fastest pass?
Just being able to last until the designated time is already a blessing. Let's not even think about those kinds of things. Zhang Yaozu clicked his tongue and said, Bauer has level 3 combat power, she should have the easiest time among us. Unexpectedly, Li Bauer looked at Zhang Yaozu with a blank expression, her voice soft and slow. I can't beat Fong Xin.
Chapter 40, Placement Test.
After Li Bauer said this, the other new team members looked surprised.
Bauer, you said, you can't beat Fong Xin? Bayulin turned to look at Li Bauer. Li Bauer nodded. Are you sure?
Li Bauer munching on chips, her voice still soft and mellow, very sure.
Wow, so you're saying brother Xin is also level 3 combat power? Shi Tailang exclaimed, that means there are 2 level 3 combat powers among us? Yes. Brother Xin has SSS level strength talent. Thinking about it, it seems not surprising. Shi Tailang pondered a bit. But wait, didn't they say that only the top performers from each team were chosen for the elimination mission? Since Bauer can't beat Brother Xin, why did our team send Bauer instead of Brother Xin? Zhang Yaozu questioned. Li Bauer raised her head, her big eyes blinking adorably. Bai Yulin asked, is this news accurate? I heard. Bai Yulin rolled his eyes, heard rumors don't count. Who knows if both Bauer and Brother Xin were sent from our team? Then last time when we asked Brother Xin if he knew about the elimination mission, why didn't he say anything? Li Bauer rested her chin on the table, her little mouth munching on chips, because I was busy fighting and had no time to chat with you all. Zhang Yaozu suddenly understood, I see. You mean Brother Xin might be the Red Underpants war god? Tai Lang immediately retorted, stupid, it's not Red Underpants bro for sure, it's confirmed to be Zhang Chang. Brother Xin looks like the type with a strong sense of justice, how could he dress so flamboyantly? Fatso, you're the stupid one. That aside, Brother Xin should be able to do well in the placement test this afternoon. Not necessarily. The placement test at the 9th department is very tough, but anyway, he is better than me. Tai Lang said. A dozen large trucks filled with various equipment stopped on the road. Fang Xin stood there in a daze, looking at the white-haired guy slurping noodles next to him. Is this what you call moving some stuff? Zhuge Hang slurped some noodles, resting his elbow on Fang Xin's shoulder. What's wrong? Too little? Fang Xin frowned. I still have the entrance placement test this afternoon, bro. Zhuge Hang shrugged. All these tools on the truck are for training at various venues. I told the teacher in charge here that if you move all these things according to the rules, I'll give you a manager position. If others come to train outside the scheduled time, they not only have to pay but also plead with the person in charge. You, if you have admin status, don't need to. How does that sound? Fang Xin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Thank you, big brother. Go, Pikachu. Zhuge Hang pushed Fang Xin and disappeared on the spot while slurping noodles. Fang Xin wondered, what's a Pikachu? He opened the car door and, following the person in charge's instructions, began to move the equipment down. Fortunately, with his strength talent, these things weren't too tiring for Fang Xin. He kept busy until nearly 2:30. Tai Lang and the others messaged to ask where Fang Xin was, as they were gathering to prepare for the exam. Fang Xin had finished moving more than 10 vehicles, but then a few more arrived. Xiao Lu sent a message in the group, Fang Xin, Mr. Zhuge told the chief examiner that it's no problem for you to come late. Fang Xin replied with a weary acknowledgement. After finishing everything, it was already past 3 o'clock, and the person in charge gave Fang Xin an identity card, with his name on the front and administrator on the back. After thanking the person in charge, Fang Xin rushed toward the exam location. By the time Fang Xin arrived, the exam had already started. The exam took place in 9 huge arenas. Above in the sky, a giant screen floated. It displayed the new students' scores for this preliminary exam. Scores were assessed based on combat power and the time taken to pass or the duration of endurance. Passing simply meant facing one level 1 peak puppet first, then 2, followed by 3, after passing level 1, it would be level 2, and so on, from 1 puppet to 3 puppets, ending with a level 3 peak puppet, again from 1 to 3. If one couldn't win, it would depend on who could delay the time the longest. The longer the delay, the higher the score, but each level had its limits. Level 1 would end after 10 minutes, level 2 after 20 minutes, and level 3 after 30 minutes. After this preliminary exam concluded, the first place would earn 300 points, second place 200 points, and third place 100 points. When Fang Xin arrived at the location, he glanced at the large screen above. At this point in the exam, the overall first place was a student named Chengyu, who took 17 minutes and 58 seconds to pass. The top 20 on the screen were mostly monopolized by the 9th division, and as newcomers gradually entered the exam venue, they were expanding into the top 30, leaving others far behind. On the distant stands sat a row of leaders, including a particularly eye-catching white-haired man. Compared to the other leaders sitting upright, the white-haired man appeared somewhat lazy, and most of the other leaders were middle-aged or elderly, with him being the only young person, making him stand out. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fang Xin, new brother, over here. Fang Xin quickly walked over, and Zhang Yaozu handed him a luxurious handheld pancake and a cup of porridge. Here you go. Just as he took a sip of porridge, a gasp arose from the crowd. Someone had refreshed the first place score. Wow! It's Brother Underwear. Zhang Yaozu stared at the screen. All the freshmen began to murmur among themselves. Unexpectedly, Brother Underwear's flashy outfit matched his impressive combat power, breaking the first score at 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Immediately after, Fang Xin saw Brother Underwear, battered and bruised, walk out from the exam area. Fang Xin looked around. It seemed that those who finished the exam mostly came out bruised. A few ambulances and healing talent staff were always ready nearby. Zhang Yaozu, also with a bruised face, gazed at the big screen. Fang Xin took a glance and saw Zhang Yaozu ranked 29. Just as he took a bite of food, the announcer called,
please have the students below enter the exam area for the exam. Another large screen displayed several students' names. Fong Xian's name was prominently listed. Fong Xian suddenly took a big bite of porridge and chewed on 2 large pieces of flatbread. Zhang Yaozu took the uneaten flatbread from Fong Xian. Come on, Xian go, I'll go heat up some more flatbread for you in a bit. As Fong Xian walked toward the examination hall, the large screen above flickered again. The rankings had changed. Everyone was caught in a gasp of surprise. Fong Xian couldn't help but look over. He saw a name appear in first place. Ji Xuansa, 12 minutes and 6 seconds. He directly outpaced the guy in his underwear by more than 5 minutes. But before the crowd's gasp settled down, an even louder gasp arose. First place changed again. Li Bauer, 7 minutes and 1 second. The gasp surged like an angry tide, sweeping in all directions. What the heck? Is this the monster room? 7 minutes and 1 second? I could barely last 7 minutes without crying, and she completed it in 7 minutes? Can we separate the 9th place results from our other scores? It's so demoralizing. It's like we're from 2 different worlds. 7 minutes and 1 second, that's rare in the history of Tiandun Academy. This guarantees first place. 300 points secured. In the grandstand, an old man sitting in the center crossed his fingers and leaned back slowly. This Li Bauer is truly remarkable. 7 minutes and 1 second, this ranks in the top 5 in the history of Tiandun Academy. Dean, this year's students are all very excellent, a middle-aged man said excitedly beside him. The old man looked into the distance, where a silly but pretty girl came out of the examination hall, 2 machetes tucked under her arms. Is that Li Bauer? Yes. The old man smiled with satisfaction. The younger generation is impressive. This girl looks about the same age as my granddaughter, but with her talent and combat power, my granddaughter can't compare at all. A nearby old man with glasses immediately said, Dean, your granddaughter is not bad either. The old man waved his hand. No flattery, let's be realistic. This girl is a clear top tier. She must be the undeniable first place in this year's Tiandun Academy entrance exam, right? Absolutely. 7 minutes and 1 second. It would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to surpass her, several people echoed nearby. Zhuge Heng interlocked his fingers behind his head, leaning back slowly, rocking in his seat. He watched Fong Xian walk toward the examination hall. A smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 41, I'll go heat it up for him. Fong Xian stepped into the examination hall. In midair, an owl flew. The owl's eyes were locked onto Fong Xian. Beep. 9th place, new student Fong Xian. Identity verification successful. Baseline test starts. As the words fell, the owl flapped its wings and soared high, hovering in midair like an invigilator. Fong Xian shifted his gaze. He found the surroundings began to change. The original classroom transformed into an old community. Next, a scarred-faced man walked out from the side, shaking his head and sizing up Fong Xian. Fong Xian was taken aback, clearly not expecting this puppet to be so lifelike. Moreover, the environment of this examination hall was quite unexpected. It was practically an immersive combat simulation. The scarred man tilted his head, gripping a dagger and rushed towards Fong Xian. The opponent was at the peak of level 1. But in front of Fong Xian, he was simply insufficient. As soon as he approached, Fong Xian didn't use any flashy moves. He delivered a powerful slap. The scarred man tilted his head and fell to the ground, motionless. The owl in midair tilted its head. On the ground, the scarred man stood up, and from the side walked out a young man with long hair. The scarred man represented strength attributes while the long-haired young man represented fire attributes. The two cooperated from a distance and closeness, rushing towards Fong Xian simultaneously. Fong Xian didn't give the two puppets any room to think and charged directly forward. The waist twisted. A punch crashed down. Directly smashing the scar-faced puppet down to the ground, there was no movement. Another fireball attack was easily avoided by Fong Xian, a flying knee took care of it. In the blink of an eye, two puppets crawled up, and another young puppet sporting a baseball cap emerged from one side, directly launching a mental attack. An almost transparent palm reached towards Fong Xian's head. Fong Xian rolled on the spot. After countless battles, he had summarized many experiences, and when encountering mental attacks, he must first focus on striking the one who launched the mental attack. A sliding kick knocked the mental attack puppet down, and Fong Xian delivered an elbow strike that broke the neck of the mental attack puppet. He turned and threw the incapacitated puppet, crashing it into the fire attribute attack puppet. Fong Xian flew over and smashed the head of the scar-faced puppet into its chest with an elbow, then with a turning whip kick, he rendered the fire attribute attack puppet unable to act. Student Fong Xian, first level. Cleared. Elapsed time, 42 seconds.
A flash appeared, and the surrounding scene transformed. Fang Xian turned his head and found himself standing at a ferry dock.
An ice spear shot up from the surface of the water.
Fang Xian broke through countless methods with force.
His realm crushed the opponent, giving them no chance to launch attacks, and he charged in with a heavy shoulder. It was not without reason that power-type talents were referred to as brute talents. Once the physical body reached a certain level, it did not bother to explain anything.
After that, another mental attack and a metal attribute puppet emerged in succession. For someone like Fang Xian, who had been through many battles, these were just child's play, and he finished the fight effortlessly.
Before entering, he thought it would be difficult, but once inside, he found that it was much simpler than the beheading operation he had encountered before.
Student Fang Xian. Second level.
Cleared. Total elapsed time for the first 2 levels, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. As soon as he entered the third level, he encountered beast-taming attacks.
Fang Xian smiled at the sight.
With a swift movement of his arm, 2 black and white shadows flashed, and 2 wolves appeared. Since the test was so simple, he decided not to waste time and brought both wolves to attack together, aiming to speedrun the level for points.
Outside the examination hall,
Li Beier's score hung high above everyone else's.
7 minutes and 1 second.
This score ranks among the top 5 in the history of Heavenly Shield Academy.
Many new students, and even many teachers, stretched their necks to look towards Li Beier.
Li Beier felt a bit shy and hid behind Zhang Yaozu, scratching her head, seemingly not wanting to be stared at. However, this manner clashed with the 2 mountain knives tucked under her arms.
Shi Tailang, bruised and battered, walked over.
Both his eyes were swollen, and he could only see through 2 slits. One side of his lips was swollen, and he awkwardly drank some water with the other half of his mouth.
Beier is really amazing. 7 minutes and 1 second. The injured by Yulin and a dislocated arm Xing Yu also came over. Beier is really impressive. A clear first. 5 minutes less than the second place. What about XINGE? Shi Tailang asked again. Just went in. Shi Tailang tightened the bottle cap.
Beier said she couldn't beat XINGE.
If Beier is already at 7 minutes and 1 second, how much would XINGE have? 6 minutes? What do you think, Beier? Li Beier looked up with a silly and dazed expression. I don't know. Haven't sparred. It can't be less than 5 minutes, right? Zhang Yaozu asked. Shi Tailang licked his swollen lips. Less than 5 minutes? Zhang Meiqiu, are you joking?
Only 2 seniors in the entire Heavenly Shield Academy have done it in under 5 minutes.
The best score in history is 3 minutes and 39 seconds. The entrance exams back then weren't as hard as they are now. You fat guy, can't you think bigger? Shi Tailang retorted, but you have to link it to reality. You can't just dream and talk nonsense for your grand vision, right? Fat guy only knows how to argue with me. How long did our instructor Zhuge take to clear the levels back then?
Instructor Zhuge directly skipped the training camp and joined the 9th division. But with his talent, getting into the top 3 was easy for him.
Shi Tai pulled the topic back. Speaking of which, Bauer is really amazing. Some people didn't even last 7 minutes in the first round, but Bauer cleared it in 7 minutes. Bai Yulin raised his chin. For others, let alone lasting 7 minutes, at least 1,200 people couldn't even last 3 minutes.
After all, everyone here was a student before, without much real combat experience.
The puppets in that test were all peak level 1 fighters. Isn't it normal that they couldn't last 3 minutes?
Zhang Yaozu linked his arm with Li Bauer's, so this proves how awesome Bauer is.
Hasn't Xian's pancake and porridge been eaten halfway? Shi Tailang noticed Zhang Yaozu was holding something half-eaten.
Yes, I just took a couple bites, then the announcement for the exam came in.
I have to go heat it up for him later.
While they were talking, the once noisy students and teachers suddenly fell silent.
Shi Tailang, with swollen eyes, looked around and quietly asked, what happened? What's going on?
Everyone turned to look at the big screen showing the scores.
The screen flashed once.
A name slowly appeared above Li Bauer's.
Chapter 42, Breaking Records. In the stands.
The elderly dean wore a kind and gentle smile, looking far in the direction of Li Bauer. His eyes were filled with comfort and joy at the rise of a successor surpassing the previous generation. Wait a moment, when awarding the top 3, I will personally give this little girl her prize.
All right, Dean Su. Dean Su crossed his fingers on his belly. 7 minutes and 1 second. It's been many years since a new student broke into 10 minutes.
Dean, isn't it because the difficulty of the entrance tests has been increasing year by year? A middle-aged man flattered.
Dean Su twirled his thumbs around. Doesn't this just prove how amazing this little girl is? Who brought her in? Others looked towards Zhuge Hang. The dean patted Zhuge Hang's shoulder with satisfaction. You always manage to surprise me. Zhuge Hang grinned. Old Su, this is just the beginning. The dean slightly tilted his head and asked, what background does this little girl have?
Zhuge Hang smiled. There are only a few skilled knife wielders in the dragon country. Her last name is Li. I can't believe you can't guess. The dean was briefly stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, is she that person's granddaughter? That's right. The dean, excited, moved his fingers, his face full of smiles. I said, such a strong little girl can't come from an ordinary family. How many new students are left to finish testing? A person beside replied, Dean, over 90 are left. The dean adjusted his clothes, then it settled that this little girl has secured first place this session. Let's go, prepare, I'll personally award this little girl. As he spoke, the dean stood up. But just as he stood up, the once noisy students and teachers at Tiandun Academy fell silent. All the students and teachers turned to look at the big screen showing the scores. They saw the ranking list flickering slightly. Li Bao's first place slowly shifted to second. A name slowly appeared above Li Bao's. Student, Fang Xian, 9th Division, score, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire school of over 1,000, nearly 2,000 people, fell silent. The entire venue was silent, not a sound could be heard, even a needle dropping could be sensed, as if everyone was cast under a spell. A few seconds later, the whole school erupted. Damn! 3 minutes and 12 seconds? Am I seeing things? Is this real? No way, bro. You finished in just over 3 minutes? Even if you finished in 3 minutes and 12 seconds, you did it without a scratch? I thought 7 minutes and 1 second was unbeatable. Who is this guy? What do you mean monster room? This is definitely a monster room. I can't take it anymore. Over 1,200 other freshmen couldn't last 3 minutes, and this guy cleared it in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Last year's top score at the Shield Academy was 39 seconds. This just broke the record. The difference between first and second is 3 minutes and 12 seconds, while between second and third is over 35 minutes. The difference between first and me is like between a human and a dog. Stop it, I heard there's an B-class talent fire attribute watchdog at the 9th area with level 8 strength. You're not even as good as that dog. I can't take it anymore. I strongly suggest removing the members from the 9th area from the list, it's too much of a blow to our confidence. Bro, stop joking, this score really hit us hard too in the 9th area. In the crowd, the injured Qin Juanhao saw Fang Xian's name, stunned. Many new students from the 7th area recognized Fang Xian through Qin Juanhao, and upon seeing his results, they were in awe, even more disdainful towards Qin Juanhao. Zhang Xiaoqiao looked up at the scoreboard, and after seeing Fang Xian's name, adjusted her glasses and smiled sweetly. A classmate beside her asked in confusion, Xiaoqiao, what are you smiling about? Nothing. The dean, who was about to leave, looked up with wide eyes. Thinking that he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, leaned forward with his hands on the table, and looked again at the results. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Absolutely correct. The dean pointed at the big screen with trembling fingers. 3 minutes and 12 seconds? The other leaders from the Shield Academy in the same row were also shockingly amazed. It's a record. It's a record, Dean. The dean was so excited, he sat down, patted his racing heart, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and his smile almost reached the back of his head. His gaze turned to the calm white-haired Zhuge Hang. Hey? Zhuge? Did you expect this? Pretty much. Did you bring this new student here? That's right. Zhuge Hang grinned, showing his white teeth. The dean slapped Zhuge Hang's shoulder hard. You little rascal, I'll give you first-class credit. No, I have to tell Olji this good news. While on the phone, the dean asked, Zhuge, what's the background of this guy named Fang Xian? Zhuge Hang stood up slowly with his hands in his pockets, patted Dean Su's shoulder, and leaned down to whisper in his ear, Old Su, sometimes knowing too early can be a bad thing, you will definitely find out later. Dean Su was taken aback as the call connected. A strong voice from the other end of the line came through. Hello? Dean Su quickly picked up the phone. Olji, it's me, Su Bushing, I'm here to report good news. The Shield Academy's top score in this year's qualifying test is 3 minutes and 12 seconds, it's a new record. What's it called? Fang Xian. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Good, huh, I got it. Is Zhuge next to you? Hand the phone to him. Dean Su got up. Zhuge, Olji wants to talk to you. Zhuge Hang was originally about to leave but turned around upon hearing this. This usually arrogant white-haired guy became unusually polite and respectful on the phone. Olji, what can I do for you? After a few responses, Zhuge Hang hung up and handed the phone back to Dean Su. Dean Su still wanted to ask something, but Zhuge Hang waved his hand and vanished. Dean, how are we supposed to award the prizes now? The top 3, I will award. Su Bushing turned around and responded, feeling puzzled inside. Elder Ye's tone earlier seemed to indicate he already knew this new student named Fang Xian. Combining this with what Zhuge Hang had just said, Su Bushing was curious and turned to look in Fang Xian's direction. pondering what kind of background this boy truly had.
Fong Xian walked out of the examination room, rubbing his shoulders. Xian Gu. Shi Tailang shouted at the top of his lungs and directly lifted Fong Xian up, spinning him around. Xian Gu is awesome.
Shi Tailang nearly burst his throat shouting.
Fong Xian received the unfinished food from Zhang Yaozu's hands. Zhang Yaozu blankly handed the pancake and porridge to Fong Xian. It's still hot.
Xian Gu, you are incredible. You broke the record in just over 3 minutes, do you know that?
Shi Tailang exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yaozu retorted, you fatso, you just said Xian Gu couldn't do it within 5 minutes.
Shi Tailang clicked his tongue, I only knew Xian Gu was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong.
Fong Xian quickly said, it was just luck. It's not that I'm strong, really not.
The test was just too simple.
Shi Tailang threw up his hands, listen to this. Is this even human talk?
You can't fight, can't pretend, what are we supposed to do?
Fong Xian was about to speak when Zhuge Hang appeared beside him.
A hand rested on Fong Xian's shoulder. In the next second, Fong Xian surprisingly noticed the conversation around him with Shi Tailang and the others became fuzzy, as if separated by an air wall.
Moreover, these people seemed unable to see Zhuge Hang.
There's something I forgot to tell you.
Chapter 43 Award Ceremony. Fong Xian looked at Zhuge Hang in confusion. Zhuge Hang's hand remained on Fong Xian's shoulder.
You must not go around saying you are the grandson of Emperor Fongcheng.
If others ask, don't say anything.
Although your grandfather's case was cleared, back when he left the Divine Court, many in the Divine Court were heavily wounded by him. Those people are now in high positions in the Sky Shield Bureau, so if they find out you were Fongcheng's grandson, you might face the harsh realities of society.
When I checked your information before, I modified your family's details a bit. Unless someone checks carefully, they won't find anything.
Right now, the only ones in the 9th Division who know your identity are Elder Yi, me, and Xiao Lu. But your identity will be exposed sooner or later, so before that happens, try to improve your strength as much as possible. Elder Yi and I can indeed help you avoid a lot of trouble, but we can't solve your problems every minute and second. Also, you've made quite a name for yourself this time, someone will definitely be watching you. So keep a low profile for now, and just aim for the top 10 during the midterm tests.
Fong Xian quickly asked, wait, don't leave yet.
I still have something to ask.
Go ahead.
What is it?
Can I see the detailed case file of my parents' car accident? Zhuge Hang paused for a moment. Actually, the official investigation hasn't found any useful clues. There are a lot of messy leads, and we can't find a starting point. Your parents' information is encrypted for 2 reasons. First, this case is indeed strange and connects to other cases from many years ago. Second, what they were researching involved high-level secrets. Your current realm and position are too low, so you cannot see it. Moreover, this case is currently a coordinated investigation by multiple parties. The 9th Division does not have absolute authority, even I can't fully intervene. Fong Xian was stunned, you can't fully intervene? Zhuge Hang shrugged, so you understand how complicated this case is, right?
Your main task now is to improve your strength. When your strength is high enough, everyone will be beneath you, and you can check whatever you want.
Since we're on this topic, I need to remind you, there might be people coming to ask you about your parents later.
You know what to say, just say it, and no matter how they try to lure you, just say you don't know, especially those church people.
Fong Xian was a bit confused, how did the church get involved?
That's why it's so complicated.
Fong Xian lowered his gaze, surprised that this matter involved so much. Just now, Zhuge Hang mentioned that the case of Fong Xian's parents was linked to a case from many years ago. This made Fong Xian's mind immediately flash to that beautiful girl with ice blue eyes. Ailey's parents and her sister's case were also connected to Fong Xian's parents.
Earlier, Ailey said there were other clues. Now that both of them wanted to verify the same thing, their goals were aligned. They needed to strengthen contact with Ailey appropriately.
I'm leaving first, Zhuge Hang said, and then disappeared from the spot.
The previously vague voices of Shi Tailang and others gradually became clearer, followed by a noisy chatter around them.
Zhang Yaozu waved his hand in front of Fong Xian's eyes. Xian Go, what are you daydreaming about? Fong Xian came back to his senses, nothing, just thinking about other things.
Just now, it was announced that you 3 top students need to go collect awards.
Our Dean Su will personally present the awards. Fong Xian looked over. The Dean of Tiandun Academy was smiling at Fong Xian's side. His gaze lingered over Fong Xian and Li Baoer's faces.
He was quite fond of these 2 new students.
Li Baoer seemed to have a bit of social anxiety, bouncing behind Fong Xian as they both headed to the stage.
The person in 3rd place, Ji Xuanse, had already stepped onto the stage.
Ji Xuanzi was not very tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, built quite robustly. Seeing Fang Xian and Li Bao walk up together, he smiled and nodded at them.
Fang Xian also politely smiled and nodded back.
Su Basang came over personally with the awarding ceremony. The prizes included points, a trophy, a certificate, and a spatial ring.
When he handed the trophy to Fang Xian, Su Basang held Fang Xian's hand. Really good. Where is your home?
Lan City.
Su Basang nodded. Lan City, huh?
His tone was slightly long, as if pondering which strong family or organization might have cultivated such a promising youth from Lan City.
He then patted Li Bao on the head. Li Bao?
I still know your grandfather.
How is he doing recently?
Li Bao looked up as she received the trophy, saying cutely, oh.
He is very well. As long as he is well, that's good. I will visit him when I have time.
Li Bao looked up straightforwardly and said, oh, my grandfather said, if I come to Tiandun Academy and someone tells me they will visit him, he would want me to tell that person, don't pretend, why the false politeness, you know in your heart if you will come or not. Su Bushang's mouth twitched, forcing a smile. Li Lao is still so full of character. This month, I will visit him. Li Bao received the other prizes and said, oh, my grandfather also said, if someone specifies when they will go to see him, I am to tell that person, my grandfather only sees me now, everyone else is a hypocritical little person, and he won't see them. Su Bushang's smile froze. Luckily, he was old enough to have thick skin, still maintaining his smile. What else did he say? Li Bao's voice was soft and a bit shy as she cutely said, my grandfather also said, if the person asking me these questions is Su Basang, tell Su Basang, if he dares to give my granddaughter a hard time, my knife can cross half the country and pin it to your brow.
Ahem. Su Bushang's face went green and pale, forcing another smile. Li Lao was just as mischievous as ever. Fang Xian held back his laughter, looking more at Li Bao. This cute teammate, so pale and tender, was delightful to watch.
A stunning moment. Just a few words made Director Su, who held a high position, laugh harder than he cried.
However, Fang Xian was indeed quite interested in Li Bao's grandfather, feeling that the old man must be quite intriguing.
And he must be very strong and terrifying. That earlier line about his knife spanning half the country and piercing the brow was definitely not just talk. Looking at Director Su's expression, one could deduce that Li Bao's grandfather could really accomplish such feats.
How strong must one be to achieve such things?
It's not only about strength. Su Bashang is the director of Sky Shield Academy, and his rank speaks volumes. Fang Xian looked at Li Bao's side profile as she offered her potato chips to him, signaling to share, and Fang Xian smiled. Who would have thought that this exceptionally gifted and adorably silly teammate was actually a genuine third-generation martial artist? Su Bashang walked up to Ji Xuanzi. Ji Xuanzi bowed slightly. Hello, director, I am Ji Xuanzi.
Su Basang paused for a moment, sizing up Ji Xuanzi, from the Ji family?
Ji Xuanzi had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His thick brows lifted slightly at the ends. Thus, he appeared somewhat fierce.
Su Basang patted Ji Xuanzi on the shoulder. Very good, you are young and promising.
Seeing this new generation of young people so outstanding brings me great joy. Ji Xuanzi bowed his head in respect. Thank you, director.
How is your grandfather's health lately?
Su Basang instinctively asked this question, and after speaking, he inexplicably glanced at Li Bao next to him, who was engrossed in eating potato chips. After all, Li Bao's earlier words had quite a punch. A person in a high position like him hadn't been confronted like that in a long time. Ji Xuanzi's voice was quite pleasant to listen to. In response to the director, my grandfather is very healthy recently. Before the school year starts, he asked me to send his regards to you.
Su Basang patted Ji Xuanzi on the shoulder. That's good to hear.
The group took a photo together. Then all the new students lined up according to their respective units.
Su Basang delivered an enrollment speech.
During the speech, a gentle voice from Xiaolu approached the new students from the 9th Division, advising them not to publicize their exam results and to keep everything that occurred at Sky Shield Academy confidential, including all facilities, tutor information, and teammates' details. Any breach would result in expulsion from Sky Shield Academy, as the lightest punishment in serious cases might even lead to imprisonment. While conveying all this, it was revealed that Xiaolu was the counselor for the new students in the 9th Division. According to Shi Tailang, Xiaolu looked pure and sweet, conflict-averse, with a good temper, resembling a next-door sister, but her background was anything but ordinary. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Sky Shield Bureau.
After the event ended, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As Fang Xian and others walked side by side to the dormitory,
Bai Yulin suddenly stood still with his head down, his body slightly trembling. Words were mumbling from his mouth. Brother, let me out to play for a while.
But a steady voice scolded back, no. Can't you see our sister wants to chat with Fang Xian? Bai Yulin, what nonsense are you talking about? I want to chat with all my teammates. I'm not just wanting to talk with Fang Xian alone.
A clearly female voice came through, and it was evident that Bai Yulin's face turned slightly red as he looked at Fang Xian with a hint of childish pouting.
Fang Xian felt his heart tighten, shivering inside. You're blushing like a teapot. Then another rough voice boomed out, what are you chatting about? A bunch of useless people.
With such terrible scores, you still have the face to play? Let me out, I want to battle Fong Xin to determine who is superior. Sure. Tailang leaned closer to Fong Xin. Don't be afraid, new brother, this guy's talent is really special. Even more magically, when his sister's personality occupies his body will also change into that of a girl. Fong Xin's eyes widened in shock. No wonder when I first met Bai Yulin at noon, her feminine voice sounded so natural, not like a fake tone. This talent, where the body can switch between male and female, was something Fong Xin had never heard of before. After a strong twitch of Bai Yulin's body, she shook her head vigorously, her scattered pupils recongealing, and she reached out to Fong Xin. Hello, new brother, I am Bai Yulin. Fong Xin shook hands with Bai Yulin, and he could clearly see that Bai Yulin's features had also slightly changed. She went from looking very feminine and beautiful, even a bit like a mature lady, to looking more androgynous. Sure. Tailang suggested that after they returned, everyone should take a shower, and in the evening gather in the dormitory to have hot pot. The lunch gathering was just a hurried meal, and Fong Xin wasn't present, so it didn't feel complete. Among the people present, if nothing unexpected happened, they would soon form a small team after graduation. So, they wanted to establish good relationships from the start and learn to get along with each other. When selecting trainees at first, they would consider the compatibility of each team member's talents. Each team would include someone for command, attack, defense, coordination, and a healer. In the small team Fong Xin was in, looking at the current situation, he was responsible for overall command and initiating attacks. Dai Li Bayer was in charge of close-range combat with her blade talent, Bai Yulin with her multiple personality talent focused on long-range attacks, the tall Shinyu was responsible for defense due to his earth element talent, and the healer, Kolbal Zhang Yaozu, took on the nursing role, while the chubby guy with martial arts talent was on standby to support wherever needed. It seems that when Zhuge Hang selected these new trainees, he already had some ideas in mind. Back in the dormitory, as Fong Xin was getting ready to take a shower, Chu Xinyao sent him a message. Little Fong is awesome. I am now Little Fong's little fan. Fong Xin was a bit confused. What are you talking about? Humph. You ranked first in the school-wide foundation test. I knew Little Fong was the best. How did you find out? Fong Xin asked, puzzled, because Sister Xiaolu had specifically mentioned that everything happening at school today was not to be leaked, and Chu Xinyao was not at Tianshield Academy. How did she know this news? Chu Xinyao sent a voice message, sweetly saying, Little Fong, call me sister and I'll tell you. Fong Xin thought for a moment and was now very sure that Chu Xinyao had gone to the church. According to what he knew, the church had a lot of power, even challenging the Ninth Bureau. But a regular first-year student like Chu Xinyao wouldn't have access to Fong Xin's results. Then there was only one possibility. Did you hear it from your dad? Chu Xinyao was silent for a long time. Little Fong, how did you know? Just a guess. Humph. I'm angry. Saying this, Chu Xinyao sent a long string of symbols and numbers, seeming to be madly typing in a fit of anger. Fong Xin looked at the long string of numerical characters. In the past, Chu Xinyao loved to play secret games with Fong Xin. The two would pass notes in class without writing words, just using numerical symbols. The numerical symbols corresponded to the strokes of Chinese characters they had rearranged together. Fong Xin was already very familiar with the recrafted Chinese strokes. At a glance, he understood what the string of numerical symbols sent by Chu Xinyao meant. The church wants to find you, be very careful. My messages are being monitored, do not pry. Seeing this message, Fong Xin's heart was thrown into turmoil. After the foundation test finished this afternoon, Zhuge Hang specifically mentioned this to Fong Xin. He also mentioned that many forces had gotten involved in his parents' case. The church also got involved, and it would look for Fong Xin to ask some questions later. Now, Chu Xinyao sent a special message about this matter. This kind of news is definitely not known by everyone in the church. Without a doubt, Chu Xinyao found out about it from her father. Although we are unsure about her father's exact position in the church, it certainly cannot be far from the truth. This proves that the news must be accurate. The reason for approaching Fong Xin is that a long time ago, Zhuge Hang explained this to Fong Xin. Chapter 45, Impersonation. Zhuge Hang had mentioned. Fong Xin's parents discovered a substance that could change genes at minimal cost. So the car accident that caused their deaths was shrouded in conspiracy. Now, behind what Fong Xin knows, there must definitely be a hidden mastermind. Fong Xin's thoughts returned to the message from Chu Xinyao. It's highly likely that this news came from her father. She even reminded Fong Xin to be more careful, which indicates that the arrival is not friendly. Fong Xin replied to Chu Xinyao, I'll treat you to a big meal next time we meet. I'll remember that. Oh, you topped the mock test, my dad praised you for being excellent. Also, we agreed before that after your midterm tests, you'll have a break. My dad wants to invite you to our house as a thank you for saving me before. No problem. I'll go take a shower first. Good. It's cold outside, make sure to add more clothes, and remember to eat on time.
Hit me up when you're free. After replying, Fong Xin went to take a shower. At 6 in the afternoon, Sher Tailang was already preparing to eat hot pot in his dorm. All kinds of ingredients were already ready. This guy even somehow got a huge iron gourd filled completely with liquor. Fong Xin, Bai Yulan, and Xin Yu drank beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Bauer had juice.
Sher Tailang held the iron gourd filled with liquor and took a big swig. Seeing everyone else's surprise, Sher Tailang's buddy Zhang Yaozu explained, "Don't be surprised, this fat guy has a special talent for drinking, it's an old tradition in his family.
Moreover, before drinking, he's an S-level martial arts talent, and after drinking, he's SS level."
Seeing everyone so astonished, Sher Tailang hugged the wine gourd. "Outside, I can be the big brother, but in front of you guys, I'm just a younger brother, especially in front of Xin Gu and Bauer Jie, then I'm truly the youngest of the younger brothers."
Bai Yulan asked curiously, "Xin Gu, you were so strong, your parents or elders at home must be strong too, right?"
Under the table, Zhang Yaozu bumped Bai Yulan's knee and winked to signal him to stop speaking carelessly.
Fong Xin clearly sensed this but still laughed and said, "My parents are gone, I am an orphan."
"Sorry, Xin Gu," Bai Yulan hurriedly said.
Fong Xin shrugged it off, "What's so bad about that? Otherwise, do you think my strength comes from nowhere? As the saying goes, without being an orphan, how can one be the main character?" Seeing Fong Xin like this, the others also laughed a little. "Eat. Eat." Sher Tailang continued.
This meal was cheerful, and everyone started to understand each other a little better. After the meal, Xiaolu sent a message in the group, saying that the class schedule had already been arranged, and everyone must check their individual schedules. Due to different awakened talents, the tutors are also different, so each person's classes would naturally vary a bit. Among everyone's talents, the strongest one is called the main job talent, and the training here will lean toward the main job talent. Besides the talent courses, there are also courses on combat tactics and various other topics, including local geography and culture, and secret languages for dealing with various factions.
Fong Xin took a glance, his strength-type talent tutor was named Hua Chang.
After clicking on each mentor's avatar, one can enter the mentor's account homepage, where there are evaluations from previous students about each mentor. I read through Hua Chang's evaluation. He is a level 10 powerhouse of the strength system, with a very strong physique, seemingly like a Vajra from Buddhism. So, his colleagues often refer to him as Hua Vajra, and since he is the sixth child in his family, both the black and white forces call him Hua Luyi. He not only serves as a mentor here but also holds the position of group leader of the 6th team in the 9th division.
Previous students affectionately call him Hua Lu Gu. He is known for his fiery temper but equally known for being protective of his students. Anyone who touches his students or subordinates without reason will be the first to face his wrath. Fong Xin flipped through and found that several of his deputies were also scheduled for courses. The workload varied according to their talent levels. The courses for the perception system were slightly fewer than those for the strength system. The mentor for the perception system is a super beautiful woman named Chung Bingqing. Previous students unanimously praised her with just 2 words, goddess. The slot for the light system talent mentor was empty. The main light system talent new students were almost completely monopolized by the church. All strong warriors of the light system were with the church. The mentor for the mental system talent is an old lady wearing rectangular glasses, seen in a photo knitting a sweater. Even through the photo, Fong Xin could feel his heart racing under her intense gaze. The old lady's real name is Sun Bai Jun, a level 12 powerhouse of the mental system, but she is not originally from the 9th division. Her late husband was from the 9th division, so they specially invited her over. All the comments below are anonymously posted, harshly labeling her as a ruthless master who lacks humanity, has no compassion, and is a nightmare. Fong Xin looked through all the comments and saw that some even accused her in dozens of comments, totaling tens of thousands of comments. There were fewer than 100 praising the old lady, and any praises received severe backlash from other anonymous users. Just earlier, Fong Xin thought the comments from previous seniors were all positive. Now it seems that's not the case. Bai Yulan held his phone and said, "The sky is falling, brothers. Did any of you sign up for the Ruthless Masters class?" Sher Tailang just took a sip of his drink, and upon hearing this, he spat it out, laughing gleefully. "Old Bai, you're in deep trouble, ha ha ha." "I signed up too." Fong Xin chimed in. "You both are in trouble, ha ha." Sher Tailang laughed annoyingly. "Nuga, that old lady doesn't care about your talent level or how you rank on the entrance exam, she treats everyone equally badly." "Old Bai, Nuga, I will often think of you too and light incense for you, ha ha ha." Bai Yulan hugged Fong Xin. "Nuga, we are now fellow sufferers." Fong Xin patted Bai Yulan's back. "Little Bai, you may have misunderstood. The mental system talent is just my secondary profession talent. It won't matter much if I skip that class. As long as I attend every class for my main talent, it's fine." Bai Yulan smiled broadly. "Nuga, for other classes, it might be okay to skip if they're not your main talent, and the mentors might let it slide.
But don't even think about skipping the Ruthless Masters class. You have to be there 5 minutes early. If you're late, you'll regret it. Is that true? Bai Yulin looked despondent. My uncle was her student. He thought like you back then, and now in his 40s, even after more than 20 years since graduation, he still gets nervous seeing that old lady knitting. Fang Xian looked at the photo of the old lady, still somewhat skeptical, preparing to see for himself if it was really as terrifying as they said. The schedule turned to the next page. The mentor of the Beast Mastery talent has no name, just a big question mark dot. After clicking on the question mark avatar, many comments were just posted dot. Is there anyone? I heard this mysterious mentor is the Lord of the Beast Palace? Is it true or false? Someone with 18 centimeters, please tell me. Don't listen to rumors, someone with the status of the Lord of the Beast Palace would come here to be a mentor? Hey, the guy upstairs, don't flaunt your intelligence. I have solid news, this mysterious mentor really is the Lord of the Beast Palace. A student from the 9th department with an extraordinary beast mastery talent was recognized by the old Lord of the Beast Palace. The Lord is here to teach to make connections. Damn, it's the 9th department again. Who's the big shot there? Does anyone know? I don't know, but whoever gets to attend the lectures of the Lord of the Beast Palace is really lucky. The school is using this chance to let us enjoy free lessons from the Lord. Thanks to the big shot from the 9th department. The top ranks in the basic test from the 9th department, who has a main talent of beast mastery. Looks like Brother Underwear's main talent is beast mastery. Now that you mention it, someone asked Brother Underwear, and he smiled without answering or denying. But his expression probably says it's him. What the hell? Brother Underwear has this kind of identity? Thinking back, it's not surprising that he's the Red Underwear war god. But why isn't Brother Underwear in the top 3 of this basic test, when he's so strong on the battlefield? You don't understand, do you? Just like they say, the gun shoots the bird that stands out, and the wood that's taller than the forest will be blown down by the wind. Brother Underwear is playing it low, waiting to surprise everyone later. Besides, the beast mastery talent is something that really shines in the later stages. Just look at the number 1 guy, Fang Xian, he's got a strength talent. Strength talents are just unbeatable at the start, which is the main reason he's in first. What the hell? I just asked Brother Underwear, and he really does have a connection to the Beast Palace. He accidentally let it slip while eating that his current fierce beast was given to him by the Beast Palace. Thanks, Brother Underwear. Now we can enjoy lessons from such a terrifying existence as the Lord of the Beast Palace for free. Brother Underwear is amazing. Fang Xian read through the post dot. He couldn't help but shake his head dot. This fake Brother Underwear really loves to impersonate others dot. Chapter 46, 5 Abnormalities. After dinner, when he returned to the dormitory, it was already past 9, almost 10. Sister Xiaolu sent a message asking Fang Xian if he wanted to be the freshman representative to speak at the morning meeting dot. Fang Xian directly rejected it dot. According to Zhuge Hang, many people have already set their sights on Fang Xian, who was first in the basic test today dot. It's better to keep a low profile for now dot. Fang Xian returned to his dormitory and lay on his bed dot. He casually took out the phone his grandfather sent him and opened it to check dot. His grandfather hadn't messaged him in the past few days dot. He didn't know where his grandfather was right now dot. As for the midterm test going to the number 9 Demon Ruins, there's still a long time to go dot. Fang Xian opened that video again to watch dot. He pondered about looking at the Ruin King in the mirror tonight dot. He stood up and checked around the room once dot. He didn't find any signs of testing equipment dot. But just to be safe dot. Fang Xian decided to be cautious. Right now, he was under the spotlight, and also watched by the church. If the Ruin King appeared from the mirror and caused a stir, he would be taken away for dissection, which would be too risky for him dot. The smart connector vibrated a bit dot. Fang Xian picked it up and saw it was a message from Zhuge Hang dot. The virtual screen displayed. You have a delivery. Will you check it? Fang Xian clicked yes. He saw a small sculpture under 10 centimeters in size. Fang Xian held the screen to his palm, and the small sculpture slowly transferred into Fang Xian's hand, looking quite similar to the one that Chu Xinyo had given him before. There are 2 light-type talent techniques in here, but they are only level 9 techniques. However, they are enough for you right now. Take a look. The core techniques of light-type talents are strictly controlled by those old church folks, it's hard to come by. I will find 2 techniques for you from the church when I get the chance. Thanks. You're welcome. Fang Xian held the small sculpture, facing it towards the moonlight in the night sky, focusing his gaze on the small sculpture and contemplating. A few seconds later, a scene gradually appeared in Fang Xian's mind. A vague figure completed a flash in the moonlight. Divine skill, instant flash of light. With the light-type talent, it is possible to achieve teleportation within a certain range. Because of the technique, at the beginner level, it could only teleport within 10 meters, and its upper limit could achieve a flash within a 5-kilometer radius. Compared to Zhuge Hang's ability to cross several large regions in just a few blinks, it simply was not comparable. But having it is certainly better than not having it at all. However, as Fang Xian visualized, he suddenly discovered that the shadow which was originally like moonlight turned into a figure nearly identical to darkness. With a whoosh, it teleported even farther than before. Fang Xian suddenly realized that his killing talent seemed to enhance this skill. Originally, he could only flash 10 meters at the beginner level, but now he could flash 30 meters, and its upper limit changed from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers. It was an increase of 3 times. Fang Xian now realized that he understood too little about his killing talent. In addition to the instant flash of light skill, there was another technique skill. Divine skill, instant slash of light. A figure raised both hands high, and moonlight gradually formed a moonlight cross sword in its hands. Immediately after, a shadow of the moon god slowly appeared behind him, and the moon god also raised the sword in his hand as the figure swung forward for a mighty slash. Within a range of 10 meters, this sword struck the enemy at the speed of light, achieving a 100% hit rate. With the power of the moon god, it could unleash the peak strength of the user at their current level. As Fang Xian visualized, the shadow of the moon god gradually changed, almost identical to the change that had appeared during his previous visualization. The silver armor the moon god wore transformed into pitch black armor, with flashes of blood red appearing between. With the enhancement of the killing talent, the previously beginner-level instant slash of light, which could only lock onto enemies within 10 meters, instantly changed to a distance of 30 meters. Fang Xian slowly exhaled. He didn't expect that with the enhancement of the killing talent, he could unleash battle power that was originally 3 times stronger. Excitement gleamed in Fang Xian's eyes. However, if people with light-type talents see him activate this skill, they would definitely realize it was not a light-type talent. So the situation of use must be considered. Once activated, he must ensure that everyone who has seen it must die, and to prevent those with perception-type talents from extracting their memories of the prior life, he must also erase their memories. When preparing to sleep at night, Fang Xian felt that there was commotion in the next dorm room and sensed it. Bai Yulin was arguing with himself, bickering back and forth with different voices, expressions, and tones. Shi Tailang was hugging a wine gourd, drinking while stroking it, looking like a pig. He was also muttering some off-air lines. Li Bauer had 2 machetes standing on the bed, one under her head and the other under her heels, snoring loudly. Zhang Yaozu actually sleepwalked, and as if that weren't enough, he was hugging a pillow in his arms, swaying back and forth like he was comforting a child. Shen Yu looked like the quietest one, but unexpectedly this towering figure of 2 meters and 6 was not sleeping in bed but on the floor, curled up in a human-shaped sandbag's embrace like a little child, mumbling something about needing milk. Fang Xian sat up. What the hell, there were 6 people in this little team. 5 of them were abnormal. What the hell is this? The 9th place is a monster house. Are you sure this isn't a mental asylum? Fang Xian withdrew his perception, limiting it to the room he was in. Early the next morning, the group notified that there was a big meeting in the morning. First, the representative of the new students would speak, followed by the mentor representative. When they arrived at the venue, they saw many people pointing at a spot in front, and Fang Xian followed the direction everyone was pointing. He saw the imposter brother Underpants, Zhang Chang, sitting in the front row, wearing a poop yellow suit that shone under the light like sparkling armor, big red pants, golden shoes, and his hair styled so shiny it looked like a cow had licked it. Dressed so flashy, he was simply the most dazzling guy in the entire venue today. After the host's opening remarks, next, let's invite the mentor representative of this session to the stage. A very robust figure swiftly stepped onto the stage, first saluting the leaders and the students below. Then he said, "Hello, fellow students. I am Chen Yuanjue, the team leader of the 2nd group of the Special Operations Department of the Sky Shield Bureau, and one of the mentors of this mental division. I am honored to stand here to welcome new students. The Sky Shield Bureau was established in the early part of the century, aiming to protect the peace of our country and eliminate social threats led by the Eternal Night Army and other harmful organizations. We bear the heavy responsibility of ensuring the safety of the lives and properties of ordinary people." After blabbering for a long time, Chen Yuanjue continued. "I see many new students seem to care a lot about their scores from the entrance exam. In fact, it is just a reference because many new students have not experienced combat before coming here, so their scores might not be ideal. However, after the upcoming specialized training, many of you will see a significant improvement in your scores. So, a poor score right now does not mean you won't do well in the end. Of course, if you score well in the entrance exam, don't be too proud, you might be surpassed by other diligent classmates later." Fang Xian clearly sensed many people's gazes looking over in his direction. When Chen Yuanjue finished his speech, the host came back to the stage. "Thank you, Teacher Chen, for your speech. Next, let's welcome the excellent new student representative, Zhang Chang, to give a speech. After Zhang Chang stood up, he stomped his golden shoes and shook his sparkling hair, striding confidently to the stage. Many classmates started cheering, "Brother Underpants is awesome. No wonder it's Brother Underpants." I said Brother Underpants was hiding his strength, being the excellent new student representative says it all. Yesterday, because of the Beast Tamer Mentor incident, someone debated with me, saying the master of the Beast Palace wasn't here for Brother Underpants. Now, Brother Underpants has indirectly admitted it, and now he's slapping that guy in the face. This is the best proof. Zhang Chang cleared his throat. "Hello, leaders, hello, fellow students. My name is Zhang Chang, and I am honored to speak here as the representative of this outstanding new class. Just now, Teacher Chen said something very right. The entrance exam scores do not represent everyone's future scores. Some classmates who currently have good scores do not mean their future scores will also be good. Even if you broke the school record, in the future, it's still possible for everyone to surpass you." The words of the fake boxer immediately caused an uproar. Many people instinctively looked towards Fang Xin. Zhang Chang's words were clearly aimed at Fang Xin. Fang Xin obviously didn't expect the boxer to target him in front of so many new students. When Zhang Chang spoke up to this point, he deliberately paused. He looked in Fang Xin's direction. Even the leaders and mentors at the front row subconsciously looked over at Fang Xin. The new students were buzzing with gossip. Soon, the new students split into two factions. One faction felt that wanting to surpass Fang Xin was simply a dream. Those saying this sounded like they had just woken up. Fang Xin was able to break the college's record, becoming the first person ever in Tiandun Academy's entrance assessment. This wasn't simply luck. It was truly achieved through his own strength. Zhang Chang seemed to be dreaming here, talking nonsense. However, some people felt that Zhang Chang had a point. Moreover, Mentor Chen Yuanjue had just said the same thing. "What are you all talking about?" Mentor Chen Yuanjue said the same earlier. "If you're not convinced, go argue with him." Some people are just unbelievable. Exactly, the entrance assessment isn't the same as future tests. Some talents will show weak later on. That guy who ranked first in the assessment has a strength system talent that everyone understands. Besides, many students in Tiandun Academy had excellent results in their entrance assessments but were surpassed by others by graduation. It's not just one or two cases, there are many, alright? What are you bragging about? I support Boxer Brother. Boxer Brother has the kind of big shots like the Lord of 10,000 Beasts personally teaching him. Do you people need to bark? Many of you benefited from Boxer Brother, can you stop whining? It's just a slightly better entrance assessment, it's not like they can't be surpassed. The two factions of new students continued to argue endlessly. Shi Tailang, sitting next to Fang Xin, glanced back. Do these people really not understand or are they pretending? Do they think they can surpass Xin Ge? Have they not woken up? Even Xin Ge's weakest talent could get into the 9th division. They have the right to bark? Fang Xin didn't mind the questioning at all. In fact, he found the doubts convenient for him to develop more secretly. On the surface, he let these people think they could surpass him, while he quietly developed behind the scenes, then would show his strength to shock everyone. Zhang Chang smiled, watching the new students argue below. He seemed very satisfied with this situation, as if this was the effect he wanted. Glancing at Fang Xin, Zhang Chang was filled with provocation, as if to say that he was supposed to be the center of attention among new students, but now Fang Xin had stolen his spotlight. Fang Xin calmly looked at Zhang Chang and returned a smile. Shi Tailang muttered in dissatisfaction. What qualifications does someone like Zhang Chang have to be an excellent representative of new students? Why didn't the school let Xin go? Fang Xin smiled and said, because I refused. The companions beside him were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. They thought Zhang Chang was impressive, but it turned out he was just picking up what Fang Xin didn't want, acting so arrogant for no reason. It wasn't until the host asked everyone to settle down that Zhang Chang continued his subsequent speech. When he stepped down, he even tidied his hairstyle, holding his head high, like a rooster that had just successfully stepped on a hen. Until the end of the event, the two factions sparked by Zhang Chang's words were still arguing endlessly. Some students with poor entrance exam scores deeply appreciated what Zhang Chang said, so they strongly supported him. However, some new students scoffed at him. As a result, the conflict between both sides intensified, and eventually, some new students even began to fight. It wasn't until the mentor intervened that things finally calmed down. The subsequent fierce arguments spilled onto the forum of Tian Shield Academy. In the end, someone made a threatening remark. Let's see during the midterm tests whether those with good grades can really be surpassed. Let's see how long you can be so cocky. After the tests, it will be time to shatter your illusions. To be frank, the top scorer of the entrance exam won't even be first in the midterms. Level 3 combat strength is a small watershed. After level 3, talents like mental and voodoo abilities can match those of power type abilities. Let's just wait and see. Fong Xin dismissed these highly provocative posts. That afternoon, textbooks were distributed.
The next morning had a class on power type abilities, followed by a class on beast taming in the afternoon.
Fong Xin's phone vibrated, someone added him as a friend.
When he checked, he found that someone with the nickname Baron Tianlong added him. He casually opened the person's profile, and the signature read Pure Love Old Boy. He discovered that this was the master of 10,000 Beasts Palace, Shang Tianke.
Fong Xin rolled his eyes dramatically. You call your pure love? If I hadn't seen you hugging two beautiful women with my own eyes, I would have actually believed it. Fong Xin, I will teach you tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Master Shang, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to tutor me. Shang Tianke replied with a fist salute emoji. Let me ask you something, is there a mentor named Chung Bingqing in your class? Yes. Fong Xin, could you help me with something?
If it works out, I'll send you a 4th tier combat strength spirit beast.
Fong Xin was on guard. What is it? Shang Tianke, with a big smile, said, Can you give me Chang Bingqing's contact information? Fong Xin chuckled. No wonder this old guy was the Baron Tianlong and also a pure love old boy.
Turns out he wasn't after me, but after our teacher.
Don't the mentor profiles have their contact info? That's your internal system, I can't access it. Look, you awakened your talent because I helped you, right? Zhuge Hang is my good friend, and you are one of Zhuge Hang's proud students. By that logic, we're practically half friends, help a friend out. Fong Xin thought for a moment, alright.
He turned around and sent Qin Juanhao's contact information to Master Shang.
Qin Juanhao's profile picture was a quite cute cartoon image, which should work as a cover.
Master Shang happily replied with a voice message, Haha, thanks, bro. I'll bring you the spirit beast during class tomorrow afternoon.
Is there any way to send it over right now? Fong Xin asked. Tomorrow would definitely be too late.
Master Shang said, no way, the transmission over there can only go through internal channels.
I can't send it over.
But don't worry, you helped this old brother with such a huge favor, so you'll definitely get something in return. Gotta go, the old brother is off to chase love.
You mustn't say I gave you the contact information. Fong Xin reminded him. Don't worry, you helped me so much, I definitely won't sell you out. As night fell,
Qin Juanhao racked his brain on how to mend his relationship with the students from the 7th Division, and his gaze gradually focused on Zhang Chang. Today, Zhang Chang's words during the new student meeting had created a strong hostility towards Fong Xin, and he had many followers. If he could tie himself to Zhang Chang, he might be able to improve his reputation a little bit. As he pondered how to connect with Zhang Chang,
the phone vibrated.
Someone added me as a friend, with a note saying the master of the Beast Palace. Qin Juanhao sat up suddenly.
Chapter 48, Let this kid get tricked. Qin Juanhao looked at the other person's account over and over again. After opening their homepage,
from the daily posts, it really seemed like the master of the Beast Palace.
Qin Juanhao searched online for information about the master of the Beast Palace.
From the scattered introductions and photos, this person looked exactly like the one who wanted to add me. But Qin Juanhao was puzzled in his heart.
His family had some money, it's true.
But there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. In the eyes of the master of the Beast Palace, their family was nothing.
How could the master of the Beast Palace take the initiative to add him as a friend?
Suddenly, Qin Juanhao had a flash of inspiration. Rumor had it in the academy that Brother Underpants knew the master of the Beast Palace. The master of the Beast Palace coming to teach was all for Brother Underpants. He could take this opportunity to ask Brother Underpants and also get closer. Qin Juanhao immediately found someone to inquire about Brother Underpants' contact information. Then he added the friend, and as soon as Brother Underpants accepted, Qin Juanhao jumped in to chat.
Brother Chang, I'm Qin Juanhao, your admirer. Brother Underpants was very aloof. Brother Underpants, I have something I want to ask you.
Someone just tried to add me as a friend, but I don't know that big shot. I want to ask you to verify if this is real or if someone is impersonating. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot for Brother Underpants to see. A few seconds later, Brother Underpants was not as aloof as before. This is Uncle Shine's contact information.
Who are you? My name is Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th place, your admirer. Who is your father?
Qin Juanhao was taken aback for a moment but then replied, my father is Qin Zongxing.
Okay, does Uncle Shang have something for you?
I thought it was a scammer, so I didn't dare to accept, that's why I asked you, I'm going to ask now. Qin Juanhao held his phone, his excited hands trembling. The noble Master Shang had actually added his contact. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Qin Juanhao clicked to accept the friend request.
Hello?
As soon as the message was sent, the other party replied right away, stop with the hellos, just call me Brother Shang, it feels closer.
Qin Juanhao was momentarily stunned. I dare not. You are the master of the Beast Palace. Calling you Brother Shang is too presumptuous, I will still call you Master Shang. What's so presumptuous about that? Other people can call me Master Shang, but you are an exception, just call me Brother Shang. If you want to be even more friendly, you can also call me Tian K. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened. This isn't right. The noble Master Shang, and he, a small nobody, already overstepping by calling him Brother Shang. If he called him Tian K, that would be wrong. I dare not, you are overestimating me. Your profile picture is very cute, just like you, very playful, very lovely, very lively. Master Shang continued. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened even more. Why did that sound so strange? Did you add the wrong person? No, it's you. To speak frankly, since I saw you last time, I couldn't stop thinking about you. I've dreamed of you many times, with your figure always in my dreams. The fragrant smell emanating from you, I still remember it clearly, hard to forget. Qin Juanhao felt an uncomfortable tightness. How does this sound? Not good. I have a hammer-like fragrant smell on me. After thinking for a moment, Qin Juanhao wondered if Master Shang might really have added the wrong person. Master Shang, do you know who I am? Of course, little orange teacher. Your character is just like you, pure and clean. Qin Juanhao's body stiffened. Master Shang, I am not the person you are looking for. Little rascal, are you trying to trick me? Master Shang, I am really not the person you are looking for. Did you add the wrong person? You are looking for teacher Cheng Bingqing, right? The other party was silent for a long time. Who are you? What is your name? My name is Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th Division. Qin Juanhao said honestly. But after saying this, Qin Juanhao regretted it. He had learned a terrible secret. Sweat broke out on his nervous forehead. You must not tell anyone about today's events. Understand? Shang Tianke said sternly. Definitely not, I saw nothing. As he spoke, Qin Juanhao also deleted the chat record and took a screenshot for Shang Tianke to see. Qin Juanhao swallowed hard. It felt like he was keeping a huge secret. At this moment, Brother Pants asked Qin Juanhao, did Uncle Shang ask you anything? Wrong person. After typing a few words, Qin Juanhao deleted them again. Outside, identity is given by oneself. It can be a bit vague, which helps to get closer to Zhang Chang. After thinking it over, Qin Juanhao replied to Zhang Chang, he told me a little something. What was it? Brother Chang, the specific content is really not convenient to say. Qin Juanhao replied mysteriously. Qin Juanhao put his phone aside. Now he also knew a little secret of the master of the Beast Palace, and he didn't expect such a powerful figure to have this side. Beast Palace. Shang Tianke lay in the swimming pool, with a beautiful white woman sitting beside him, massaging his temples. Shang Tianke rested on the woman's snowy legs, and on his left and right were two stunning beauties, one holding a drink and the other feeding him fruit. Putting his phone aside, Shang Tianke couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, Palace Master? I was tricked by that Fong Xin kid, ha ha ha. How can you still laugh after being tricked? Shang Tianke laughed. This kid is different. Other people, to curry favor with me, would definitely give me Chang Bingqing's contact information to get a 4th level spirit beast, but he didn't ask for it. He has principles. I like to make friends with people who have principles. However, there is one thing that needs to be handled. Go find a clearing pearl for me. I'll need it tomorrow at Tiandun Academy. Just in case, I need to erase the Qin Juanhao's memory. To avoid embarrassment later. Tomorrow afternoon in class, I'm going to beat up that Fong Xin kid. Damn it. That little brat dares to mess with me. Reverse the heavens. The next morning. After breakfast, the morning class was for those with power-based talents, held in the gravity chamber. Fong Xin greeted a few people and walked towards the gravity chamber. Not many people came to Master Hua Cheng's class. There were only a dozen people, and not just Hua Cheng teaching this course. Hua Cheng's students were all top students. Those who came here were basically all power-based talents. After Fong Xin arrived, he took a glance around. Most of the other new students with power-based talents were super muscular. Each one was brawny, at the very least stocky. Fong Xin was on the leaner side among them. However, Fong Xin belonged to the type that looks slim in clothes but has muscles when undressed. Seeing Fong Xin come in, a group of classmates nodded towards him. After all, Fong Xin was the top scorer in the initial assessment. Although what Zhang Chang said yesterday caused a lot of controversy, many looked down on power-based talents, which successfully placed them at the bottom of the talent disdain chain. This led the new students with power-based talents to unite, all supporting Fong Xin. Chapter 49, 18,000 kilograms. New brother. A crowd of classmates greeted Fong Xin. Fang Xian also nodded back at everyone.
They all did a simple self-introduction.
Including Fang Xian, there were 12 people. As a few chatted, someone walked in from outside. Teacher Hua. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone greeted him. Before class, everyone had seen photos of Hua Chang and Hua Jinggang, so they naturally recognized who had come. Hua Chang was 1.9 meters tall, with a very solid and sturdy build, wearing the unique uniform of the 9th Division, and just standing there gave off a strong sense of pressure. Meeting his fate, all past students like to call me Brother Hua Lu. If you don't mind, you can also call me Brother Hua Lu.
Brother Hua Lu. A group of students called out in unison.
Fang Xian followed suit and called out.
He could clearly sense that this Brother Hua Lu was genuinely cheerful and not pretending. The good evaluations from many graduated seniors about Hua Chang were enough to prove his character. Hua Chang took off his coat and draped it over the equipment beside him. Let's get straight to the point. Those who can come to me all have power-type talent, which is also known as reckless talent, or strength worker talent, always at the bottom of the hierarchical chain. But true strong people never care what others say. The most correct approach for the strong is to use their strength to break the mundane prejudices, to shatter the cages of labels. It is said that one force can overcome 10 measures, which proves that in the face of absolute strength, many flashy things are just empty talk. Of course, if on the foundation of great strength, we add top-notch skills and incredible speed, our explosive combat power is unrivaled.
Fang Xian. Hua Chang suddenly shouted. Fang Xian, who was listening carefully, froze for a moment and immediately raised his hand. Here. Use all your strength and attack me. Fang Xian was stunned again, knowing that Hua Chang wanted to give everyone a demonstration.
Without much thought, he charged at Hua Chang with a shoulder tackle. Hua Chang remained steady, simply raising a hand to press down on Fang Xian's shoulder.
Fang Xian quickly changed his attack moves, punches like cannons, elbows like knives, knees like spears, attacking Hua Chang from various tricky angles.
These attack techniques were honed by Fang Xian through countless battles, based on a martial skill called Bajiquan that his grandfather taught him.
But during the attack, Fang Xian was surprised to find that no matter how fast his attacks were, Hua Chang's defense was impenetrable, and his proud strength seemed worthless in front of Hua Chang.
However, Hua Chang couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth during the attack. The other students also let out gasps of surprise.
Fang Xian's powerful and impactful attacks brought them a visual feast, while Hua Chang's composure gave them an unprecedented sense of pressure. After everything was over,
Hua Chang was the first to raise his hand to applaud. The other students followed suit and raised their hands to applaud.
Hua Chang patted Fang Xian's shoulder. No wonder you could gain Zhuge's attention, you are indeed extraordinary.
Everyone saw that just now. Although Fang Xian's attacks had a few flaws, there was something commendable. Every strike he made aimed directly at the vital points, which is crucial in combat. In life and death moments, it's either you die or I die, so never miss any opportunity to take your enemy's life. No matter what flashy attack methods other talents have, we can take them down with one punch. I also heard a bit about the speech from the new student representative at yesterday's freshman conference, claiming that level 3 combat power is a dividing line. After level 3, other talents can crush our power-type talents.
Pure nonsense.
I don't care how other power-type talent students think, but if you attend my class, you must realize one thing: if at the same level, with the same talent level, and you still can't defeat your opponent, that can only indicate one thing: it is your problem, not the issue of power talent. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is indeed a terrifying presence with a power talent who doesn't care about what talent you have. In front of him, one strength breaks 10,000 rules. A tall classmate with a hedgehog head exclaimed excitedly, Brother Hua Lu, are you talking about the master guarding the world's #1 temple? Hua Chang nodded. That's right.
It is him.
So I say to all of you, do not feel inferior because of some gossip. Use strength to smash all the mouths that talk nonsense.
Everyone grinned broadly.
Hua Chang raised one hand. And one more thing, this is my rule. Since you are now my students, you must remember, I don't care how others are, any one of you, if bullied, no matter who the other party is, all 11 of the others must stand up to support you. If you can't handle it, go find your previous senior. If your senior can't handle it, come to me.
If I can't handle it, I have 5 older brothers above me.
If my brothers can't handle it either, then my father's 12 brothers will come out to back me up. But remember, everyone, no one is allowed to bully poor families, no one is allowed to oppress the weak, no one is allowed to bully good people, and harming women is not allowed, men are not allowed either.
Remember that? Remember, Brother Hua Lu.
Fang Xian looked at Hua Chang and had to say, this Hua Jinggang had a sort of magic about him, feeling like a really dependable big brother. Hua Chang clapped his hands. Alright, we officially start the first class. Many people have misunderstandings about power talents, including all of you present. The greatest strength of power talent is not that we are more powerful than others, but that our exploration and application of our bodies far exceed that of ordinary people. Long ago, our levels were not divided as they are now into first and second, but rather they were called inspiration, source stream, pulse, standing firm, observing the well, harmonizing the way, shattering the mirror, and so on.
And this system of level classification is more suitable for our understanding of the realm of power talent.
Today, we will first discuss the first four realms. Inspiration, as the name suggests, is the awakening of the talent within your body.
This will occur once you awaken.
Source stream is about honing the physical body through your talent, controlling the flow of your qi and blood continuously through your veins. Pulse is the way to release the energy brewed from qi and blood by impacting with the pulse, a kind of strength that was once called hidden strength a long time ago. While speaking, Hua Cheng placed one hand on Fang Xian's chest. Without seeing Hua Cheng move, Fang Xian felt a strange electric force surging through his limbs, causing him to stagger back in shock. This power was truly terrifying.
Hua Cheng looked at Fang Xian and smiled. Your combat power is very strong.
First, your talent is very high. Second, your combat experience is rich. Third, your skills are strong, but you know very little about the qi and blood pulse. If you can comprehend this qi and blood pulse, your fighting power will directly reach level 4, which is standing firm. The level of standing firm, for those with power talent, is a strengthening of your defense mechanism, allowing you to constantly hone your qi and blood physical body, generating a layer of protective barrier on your body's surface through the energy produced, making you as stable as a rock and in an undefeated standing position.
Come on, attack me again. Hua Cheng looked at Fang Xian, and Fang Xian struck with a punch.
He saw a nearly transparent protective layer appear on Hua Cheng's body.
Fang Xian's punch struck, but it could not touch Hua Cheng's flesh.
Hua Cheng's body shook slightly, and Fang Xian was immediately sent flying backward. Fang Xian was shocked. Indeed, it is necessary to rely on a famous teacher to guide you, otherwise, figuring it out on your own could take ages. Hua Cheng continued, originally, I was only going to tell you about the first three realms, but
because of Fang Xian, a fourth level was added.
You can now take a look at the techniques and skills I sent you. I grouped you based on your progress in strengths and weaknesses.
Next, I will provide individual instruction.
Oh, the textbooks the school sent you, take some time to look at them. Just treat them as extracurricular reading.
The main thing is to listen to me. Fang Xian glanced at the martial arts techniques Hua Cheng had prepared for him. Martial skill, ninefold heaven breaking force. This is an attacking martial skill, capable of unleashing 9 layers of continuously accumulated power with a single punch. Martial skill, golden bell shield.
The second martial skill is a defensive technique that can only be used after reaching level 4 combat power. However, due to Fang Xian's previous execution action, his killing talent caused a significant rise in combat power. The strength talent surged as well, reaching the peak of level 3 combat power. He was always stuck at the peak without moving up, and he didn't quite understand why until he heard the explanation today. It turned out he didn't know how to perform the blood pulse technique.
Hua Cheng stepped forward and saw Fang Xian looking at the golden bell shield.
This is something to look at after reaching level 4 combat power. Now, I'll explain the blood pulse technique to you.
With that, Hua Cheng took Fang Xian to a power measurement device. Throw a punch. Fang Xian swung his fist. The display on the measurement device flickered with numbers.
In a flash, it reached 15,999.
Other students let out exclamations of surprise. Hua Cheng also smiled. Not bad, kid.
The power for a strength talent is the current level plus 1 squared, multiplied by 1000. The peak strength for level 3 combat power is 16,000 kilograms, and you are just a little shy of it.
Come on, relax. As he spoke, Hua Cheng placed a hand on Fang Xian's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel. Fang Xian closed his eyes and could clearly feel a pulse of power being transmitted from his shoulder.
The blood energy within him began to fluctuate, like the rising tides. This sensation grew stronger, and the energy brewed from his blood surged into his fist.
Fang Xian felt that if he threw a punch now, it would receive a qualitative enhancement. Remember this feeling. Hua Cheng withdrew his hand and smiled as he patted Fang Xian's shoulder. Don't rush it. Take your time to find the feeling. Your talent is strong.
Within half a month, you should grasp this feeling and reach level 4 combat power.
Fang Xian closed his eyes.
Just now, Hua Cheng had stirred his blood energy. Now that Hua Cheng had withdrawn his power, the fluctuations of Fang Xian's blood energy slowed significantly, but that feeling remained.
Grasping tightly onto that feeling, Fang Xian clumsily stirred the blood energy inside him.
Hua Cheng clapped his hands and looked at the others.
Come on, Fang Xian is progressing faster than you all. Let him find his feeling while I teach you. Fang Xian kept his eyes closed.
Initially, he was a bit awkward, but what Hua Cheng had done at the start played a crucial role. He grasped that feeling, and it became stronger, as if it were about to erupt at any moment. The accumulated energy from the previous killing surged forth with a great tide.
Because Hua Cheng was so engaged, class moved along quickly, and an hour passed in no time. When everyone was preparing to leave, they saw Fang Xian still standing motionless in front of the power measurement device. Hua Cheng approached and patted Fang Xian's shoulder. Class is over, you can't rush this. You need to take it slow. Just as he spoke, Fang Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Hua Cheng exclaimed. Fang Xian twisted his waist. Suddenly, he threw a powerful punch. The measurement device emitted a rapid beeping as the value surged upwards. Just a moment ago, he was almost at 16,000, but it instantly broke through that line. The numbers kept climbing. A second later, the value rapidly changed again. It astonishingly locked in at 18,000 kilograms. Chapter 50. Come sit in front. Ha! The other classmates were about to leave. Seeing the commotion here, they all came forward. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. Isn't this a bit outrageous? It's the first class. Everyone was still confused in class. Some points of knowledge hadn't been digested yet. And you just broke through? You set a record in the entrance test with a huge margin. You even broke the official historical record, that's one thing. Now in the first class, you've reached level 4 combat power. Is there still any justice, any law? How are we supposed to live? Hua Cheng grinned, hugging Fang Xian. Which teacher wouldn't love a student like this? No wonder that white-haired guy always drags this kid around. Great talent, good understanding, strong combat power. Good, good, good. Hua Cheng clapped Fang Xian's shoulder, ecstatic beyond measure. The upper limit of level 4 combat power is 25,000 kilograms, and Fang Xian just broke through to reach 18,000 kilograms. The other classmates were both helpless and awed. Fang Xian had already won too much at the starting line. Hua Cheng shook his head, sighing, no wonder it's the SSS level power talent. Just now, I said that you wouldn't break through until half a month later. Looking at it now, that slapped me in the face. Fang Xian laughed, thanks, brother Hua Lu. If it weren't for your help just now, I wouldn't have reached level 4 combat power so quickly. Hua Cheng said grandly, I'm your mentor, so this is what I should do, right? When the student excels, it brings me glory too. At this point, Hua Cheng seemed to remember something and looked at the other classmates. For now, don't announce Fang Xian's breakthrough to the outside world. There's an old saying, a tall tree catches the wind. Fang Xian just ranked first in the entrance test, and he's too eye-catching. If he draws too much attention, it can easily lead to unnecessary trouble. To say the least, if some big mouth leaked the news to the abnormal organizations or remnants of the Eternal Night Army, they'd focus on Fang Xian. Being targeted by those people could either lead them to forcibly recruit Fang Xian or simply eliminate him. That would be very unfavorable for Fang Xian. Everyone nodded, got it, brother Hua Lu. Hua Cheng embraced Fang Xian, however, letting you hide and grow cautiously doesn't mean you should just show weakness. When it's time to show your fist, show it. After all, some people are just asking for it. Deserving a good beating. Fang Xian grinned, this mentor was just his type. Who wouldn't love a mentor like this? Alright, class is over, time to eat? I have to go, but if you have any questions, whether about studies or life, or any difficulties, feel free to ask me. Alright, brother Hua Lu. Oh, today is the first day, so the gravity chamber's gravity coefficient hasn't been adjusted. Starting from the next class, there will be weight training, so be mentally prepared. Understood. Fang Xian and a few classmates went to the cafeteria together. While eating, everyone asked each other about the afternoon's classes. When they heard that Fang Xian had a beast mastery class in the afternoon, a classmate nicknamed Pot Lid asked, Brother Xian, who's your beast mastery teacher? It's a question mark. Pot Lid said, that would be the master of the Beast Palace. I also got into his class. We're taking advantage of the Beast Palace master's visit this time, leeching off him as much as possible. As long as one has decent beast mastery talent, they've all been shoved into his class. Brother Xian, we can go together. Sure. Is this settled? A tall classmate named Zhang Bing asked, wearing a tank top. Pot Lid nodded, confirmed. Don't look at some of our classmates being unspectacular, many have strong backgrounds, and some even have connections to the Beast Palace. They've all checked, the Beast Palace master will indeed come. Zhang Bing bit into a piece of bone, then the rumors say. The master of the Beast Palace is coming for Brother Underwear, is this true? It's probably true. Someone said with great certainty that Brother Underwear's family has connections, and there's a relationship between their family and the Beast Palace. Some even heard him calling the master of the Beast Palace uncle on the phone. Zhang Bing took a sip of his drink. But Brother Underwear seems to have never said clearly that he has a connection to the master of the Beast Palace, right? Gua Guy was picking at a fishbone. Even if he didn't say it, what's the difference from it being obvious? That's true. But to be honest, every time I see that flashy brother underwear, I get angry. I don't know why. Me too, ha 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 ha. Fong Xin took a sip of his drink. There was a slight feeling of guilt, after all, he had tricked Shang Tianke yesterday. But this was Tiandun Academy, this old pervert shouldn't cause trouble for him, right? In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Fong Xin and Voigai entered the classroom together. As soon as they walked in, they saw Brother Underwear already there. Sitting in the front row, wearing colorful clothes, it was hard not to notice him. Next to him were many people, all flattering Brother Underwear, Zhang Chang. Strong brother they called him, as they praised him. It was clear that Zhang Chang enjoyed this attention. Most of the people around Zhang Chang were in favor of what he said at the freshman conference yesterday, that the preliminary test results didn't represent the future, and that talented individuals would definitely surpass those with less impressive grades. When Fong Xin walked in, he was considered a hot topic among the freshmen, and he had become quite popular. Why is he here? Someone sitting next to Zhang Chang asked in confusion. Others echoed the confusion. Yeah, what is he here for? A chubby boy with acne sitting by Zhang Chang sneered. What else could he be here for? Isn't it obvious with so many people here? They all came to ride on our strong brother's coattails. The master of the Beast Palace is coming for strong brother, and now the high-ups of the Tiandun Bureau want to take advantage of it. Many students have been crammed in here. Damn, these people are all benefiting from strong brother. Some even talk back to us as if they are on the same level. They should pay additional tuition to these flashy people. Imitating the real Brother Underwear, Zhang Chang cleared his throat. No need to mind them. Uncle Sean coming to class is beneficial for our Tiandun Bureau and is a kind of networking. Since everyone is here, Uncle Sean will surely teach. The chubby boy with acne clapped and praised. Our strong brother is the best, with such a big mindset. But it's just looking down on these people. Exactly. Look at Fong Xin. After he came in, everyone surrounded him. It's really funny, they don't even know whose coattails they are riding today, just sitting there. Humph, wait until our strong brother really shines, then we'll slap the faces of these people hard. Let them know that good preliminary test scores don't mean everything. Some students spoke without consideration, even deliberately raising their voices for Fong Xin to hear. Voigai glanced at Fong Xin's profile and comforted him. New brother, don't pay attention to these clowns. They are just envious of you. It's not as if this connection with the master of the Beast Palace is theirs, it's Zhang Chang's. Why are they barking like that? A bunch of eunuchs pretending to care about the emperor. Fong Xin was thinking about other things, he just smiled in response. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, a figure walked in from outside. Everyone turned to look. The newcomer had a big beard, exactly like the photos found online. Master Shang. It's really Master Shang. The huge classroom erupted in excitement. Brother Underwear is amazing. I must say, it's all thanks to Brother Underwear. He can actually get someone like this to come teach us. With all due respect, everyone present has benefited from Brother Underwear. We really need to learn gratitude. Exactly, some people are truly ungrateful, yet still speak ill of Brother Chang. From now on, I will be a loyal fan of Brother Underpants. The classroom was full of chatter. Unexpectedly, the imposter Brother Underpants in the front row suddenly stood up. Stand up. Rustle, rustle. The sounds of desks and chairs moving made everyone stand up instinctively. Hello, teacher. Everyone, sit down, responded Shang Tianke, scanning from below. The imposter Brother Underpants smiled. Teacher Shang, everyone welcomes your arrival. Shang Tiang's gaze swept over the face of the imposter Brother Underpants, Zhang Chang, and smiled at him. It's you, sit down. This remark immediately sparked a lot of discussions. Wow. I knew it, they really know each other. No wonder he's Brother Underpants. I'm already tired of saying it. Brother Underpants is awesome. Someone asked in confusion, then why say it's you? What do you have stuffed in your ears? A toilet? Why ask such a question? Of course, he's pretending not to know. It's also for Brother Chang's sake, to prevent others from thinking he has a special connection. Exactly, some people just don't use their brains. How could they ask such a thing, morons? What's the point in talking to such people? They're just envious of Brother Chang. Did you hear how sour their words are? While the discussions buzzed below, Shang Tiang's gaze fixed on Fong Xin, who sat in the back row. Fong Xin. Shang Tiang's sudden call made the entire classroom quiet down. Everyone looked over. Why is he calling Fong Xin? Maybe he knows he's ranked first in the entrance test and wants to see what he looks like. Completely normal. Fong Xin stood up, grinning like a fool. Hello, Teacher Shang. Shang Tianke smiled. Come sit in the front. Fong Xin beamed, there's no space in the front, I'm perfectly fine sitting here.
Shang Tianke suddenly pointed at the imposter brother underpants, Zheng Chang, who was sitting in the front row. You move back a bit and let him sit here. The imposter brother underpants, Zheng Chang, was instantly stunned, his face turning pale. Everyone in the classroom was shocked, thinking they heard wrong. Seeing this old friend's resentment, Fong Xin, with a pure smile, replied, Teacher Shang, everyone is sitting well now, class has already started, no need to shuffle around, you can begin the lesson, I can hear just fine from here. Seeing Fong Xin smile and recalling the awkward situation from being cheated by him yesterday, Shang Tianke almost wanted to kick this guy. With a smile, he curled his finger. I came here just for you, kid. The others are just here to crash the class, why are you hiding at the back? Come sit in the front. Chapter 51, Scared Me to Death. The large classroom was silent. It was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. All the students attending class were looking toward Fong Xin. The words from the Master Shang just now echoed powerfully. No one expected that the esteemed Master Shang was actually here for Fong Xin. And anyone with eyes could see that Fong Xin and Master Shang knew each other. But soon, everyone reacted again. Aren't you a power-type talent? How could the Master of Beast's Palace come to teach you beast mastery talent? Could it be a dual major talent? Everyone instinctively held their breath, looking at Fong Xin in shock. Those who had mocked Fong Xin earlier felt as if their faces were being slapped hard by him. They desperately flattered brother underpants, Zheng Chang, claiming to bask in his glory, saying Fong Xin had no shame to come crashing the class, not even offering a word of thanks. Now it seemed, the shameless ones were them, they were the ones basking in Fong Xin's glory. At this moment, the one who looked the most pale was still brother underpants, Zheng Chang. Before the semester started, he had snatched the title of Red Underpants God of War. But he did not admit it, only dressing flamboyantly to stand out among his peers and become the center of attention this year. Moreover, his entrance exam scores were not bad, and he was even an excellent representative among the new students, speaking up for those who performed poorly in the entrance assessment. Since learning that the noble teacher had come to teach, he became even more motivated, dreaming of becoming the focus for everyone. So he intentionally let people know that he was acquainted with the noble teacher, even pretending to casually let others hear him call the noble teacher uncle, just to gain their admiration. But he also knew that the noble teacher was not coming for him, so he never admitted it, only giving hints for others to guess. He was betting that the noble teacher wouldn't publicly reveal who she had come for. Clearly, gambling requires caution. The pot-bellied boy sitting next to Fong Xin, along with the other new students who supported Fong Xin, all let out gasps. The classroom instantly erupted in a noise loud enough to almost lift the roof off. Brother Xin is awesome, the pot-bellied boy exclaimed in admiration. So it turns out Brother Xin is the hidden big shot. Zheng Chang was just putting on a show, thinking the noble teacher was here for him, making me almost believe it, turns out he's a fake. What about those people who were just worshipping Zheng Chang? Keep barking. Let your master keep pretending. This is too funny, the higher you soar, the harder you fall. The descendants of the panty-wearing brother can finally shut up now. His entrance scores are poor, his character is poor, and he still wants to surpass Brother Xin? Dream on. Taunts rose and fell. Zheng Chang's face turned pale, but he still forced himself to remain calm. The boy with acne questioned, Brother Chang, what's going on? Wasn't the noble teacher here for you? Zheng Chang feigned calmness, did I ever say that? Did I ever admit it? The boy with acne was taken aback, as if it had always just been Zheng Chang giving hints, the rest was all in people's imaginations. For a moment, those who had just supported Zheng Chang turned pale and then flushed. Shang Tianke cleared his throat, Fong Xin, come here. Fong Xin walked to the front reluctantly. Shang Tianke glanced at the pretender, Zheng Chang, having caught on to some things from his brief words, showing him no good regard and thinking, how dare you use my aura to show off? I will definitely not give you face. You, go sit in the back. Zheng Chang opened his mouth, feeling unprecedented humiliation, wanting to say something, but ultimately he held it in, walking to the back with his head down. When he brushed past Fong Xin, Zheng Chang bumped shoulders with him, mumbling softly, Fong Xin, right? Let's see who does better in the midterm. Fong Xin casually replied, who cares about you? Zheng Chang's forehead bulged with veins. If today it was only made clear by the noble teacher that she was here for Fong Xin, he could have just been a bit embarrassed, but the noble teacher actually made him go to the back, giving Fong Xin his spot, which was an utter humiliation. Let's see how this plays out. Fong Xin paid him no mind. He walked straight to the first row and took Zheng Chang's former seat. The boy with acne who had just been fawning over Zheng Chang came over, showing a fawning smile towards Fong Xin. Hello, Brother Xin. What's so good about it? The boy with acne was taken aback and licked his lips, awkwardly laughing. It's great, I'm really happy to have you sitting beside me. Then you're too early to be happy.
Shang Tianke looked at Fang Xian with a half-smile. This kid sure was cheeky.
Alright, everyone, let's get to the main topic. Today is our first lesson. I believe many of you already know something about the Beast Master series. The Beast Master series, a class of innate profession known as Beast Masters, might not initially have outstanding combat power, but as our levels rise, the stronger the beasts we raise, the more feedback we receive ourselves. It is well known that our beast tamers do not possess bodies as powerful as those of the brawny talented individuals. Tisk. The classroom was originally very quiet, but suddenly, Fang Xian, sitting in the front row, let out a TSK, which sounded particularly fresh in the classroom.
Shang Tianke smiled at Fang Xian and said, I'm not saying you are a brawler.
What I mean is, everyone with strength-type talent is a brawler. Fang Xian looked helplessly at Shang Tianke, unable to fight back, and what they said was also true, which was the most frustrating part. Many new students also whispered to each other, covering their mouths and laughing. Even Lord Shang said that those with strength-type talents are all brawlers. Shang Tianke continued, the strength of beast tamers is a shortcoming, so we must maintain a strong resonance with the beasts we establish bonds with because the physiques of beasts are usually stronger than ours. Beasts are divided into 3 types, those with a maximum rank of level 5 and below are called ferocious beasts, those from level 6 to level 10 are called spirit beasts, above level 10, level 11 is called king beasts, level 12 is emperor beasts, level 13 is holy beasts, and those above level 13 are called divine beasts. Beast tamers, depending on their talents, can control different types, different ranks, and different numbers of beasts. Of course, the higher the talent, the more beasts they can control, the stronger their power, and the more numerous they are. Today is the first lesson, and we will start by talking about how to establish a connection with beasts and sign contracts. As he spoke, Shang Tianke waved his hand, and a giant lizard more than 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall appeared next to him. As soon as the giant lizard appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the students below. Many classmates sitting in the front row were so frightened that they stood up and retreated.
Only Fang Xian sat firmly like a mountain in the front row. Fang Xian looked left and right, noticing the chaos behind him.
Students from the first, second, and third rows were all scared, standing up and retreating in a frenzy, leaving him alone sitting in the front.
Fang Xian stood up, crossed over the desks, and went to the back, standing with his classmates while patting his chest. Oh my, that scared me to death. Chapter 52, What kind of students are you looking for? Shang Tiang's face was darker than a pot bottom. He almost wanted to go up and punch the kid. Originally, the new students were quite afraid. But seeing Fang Xian, they didn't know how to evaluate the situation for a moment. Shang Tianke pointed at Fang Xian, grinding his teeth, you come here. Sit properly. Fang Xian chuckled awkwardly and returned to the front row. Other students wanted to follow and sit in the front row as well. Unexpectedly, Shang Tianke said, except for Fang Xian, all those who were originally in the front row moved back. A group of students thought Shang Tianke was angry, and some even thought he was showing favoritism. Unexpectedly, Shang Tianke then said, this fire-scale giant lizard has a strong aggression, sitting in the front row makes you easily injured. Those new students who were originally frowning all laughed upon hearing this. They all looked at Fang Xian. Zhang Chang, sitting at the back, showed a delighted smile. But now it was Fang Xian's turn to have a dark face. No, Lord Shang, this. Shang Tianke asked seriously, what is it? You are really a little rascal. Shang Tianke smiled, if it weren't for so many people, he really wanted to punch this kid. Seeing Shang Tianke talking like this with Fang Xian, Zhang Chang could no longer smile, and those new students were all talking among themselves, wondering what kind of background Fang Xian had to dare speak like this to Shang Tianke. The fire-scale giant lizard bared its teeth toward the students below, then shook its big head and leaned closer to Fang Xian. Many students supporting Fang Xian became very nervous, while many from Zhang Chang's faction looked on with glee, wanting to see Fang Xian make a fool of himself. Some people even secretly took out their phones, wanting to record Fang Xian making a fool of himself next, so they could post it on the forum and let everyone have a good laugh, showing just how insignificant a brute with a power-type talent was in front of a beast master. Fang Xian looked at the ugly, ferocious head getting closer and felt disgusted, pushing it away with his hand. Get lost, don't touch me. The true dragon aura obtained from the true dragon staircase in the beast palace automatically emerged. The previously irritable fire-scale giant lizard instantly became much gentler, its eyes softening, as it brushed against Fang Xian's palm and retreated back to Shang Tiang's side. After a few seconds of silence in the classroom, it suddenly erupted into chaos. What the hell? What is going on? No way? This can also happen? Top-level beast master talent? Damn, this guy isn't possibly a dual main job talent, is he? Did you all feel the pressure from his aura just now? It was too strong. Shang Tianke cleared his throat and pulled the conversation back, saying, everyone, quiet down, you all saw it. High-level beast master talents are like this, they have a strong affinity with beasts.
Speaking of which, this is a king beast with a maximum combat power of level 11. Most of you students have already awakened your beast master talents, right? Those who haven't will have other beast master teachers help you awaken. Let me teach you the specific method of signing a contract with beasts. As he spoke, Shang Tianke demonstrated to everyone the method of signing a contract. Then Shang Tianke added, but there's one thing you all must remember, each beast master has their own destined beast. The higher the talent, the more destined beasts you have. But no matter how many destined beasts you have, when choosing to sign a contract, you must remember, never sign carelessly with your destined beast because it relates to your future potential. Some people may have S-level talent, but if your destined beast suddenly mutated one day and became stronger, your talent level and upper limit will also rise accordingly. So, when selecting your destined beast, you must choose wisely. Fang Xian couldn't help but think of the Qilin divine beast mentioned in his notebook. If he could sign a contract with that Qilin divine beast and make it his destined divine beast, just thinking about it was exciting. Although Shang Tianke had been tricked by the official Tian Shield Bureau, he still had some morals and didn't just fool around, teaching with dedication. With 5 minutes left before class ended, Shang Tianke put away the fire scale giant lizard. Everyone, digest what has just been taught. After class, you can go back. Fang Xian, come out with me for a moment. Fang Xian stiffened all over, seeing Shang Tianke's expression, he knew this old guy was definitely going to bring up the trouble from last night. Just say it here. Fang Xian smiled innocently. Shang Tianke waved his hand, come out. Your Zhuge instructor has something to do, I need to tell you something to pass on to him. With doubts in his heart, Fang Xian followed him out the door. As soon as he stepped out, the classroom door slammed shut. Fang Xian sensed something was wrong and wanted to run, but Shang Tianke grabbed his arm and kicked him in the butt. You little brat, are you trying to trick me again? Shang Tianke's strong arm clamped around Fang Xian's neck. Who was that Qin Juan Hao to you? Fang Xian smiled awkwardly, high school classmate. Why are you so bad? One trick after another. Shang Tianke kicked Fang Xian in the butt again. You're trying to go after our female instructor. How can I just stand by? Hey, you seem to be quite just. I can't help it, it's in my nature. While the two were grumbling, a figure appeared around the corner of the distant staircase. There was an old lady, wearing square glasses, with a bag hanging from her arm, containing wool, and she was knitting with 2 needles in her hands. When she saw someone coming, Shang Tianke immediately let go of Fang Xian and regained the aura of a higher-up. Shang Tianke recognized Fang Xian and could get along with him, but when encountering others, he was still the high-ranking lord of the Beast Palace. Fang Xian straightened up upon seeing the person approach. The person was none other than the famous mental instructor of the academy, the notorious master of extermination, Sun Baijun. Seeing the old lady, the palace master also humbly bent down. Senior Sun. Fang Xian quickly followed by bowing, hello, mentor. The old lady frowned, and her gaze at Shang Tianke was filled with undisguised disdain. What are you doing here? I was invited by the school to teach. Without hesitation, the old lady said, didn't the old fellows from the Sky Shield Bureau have anyone else to choose? Letting someone like you teach? Are they trying to lead the students astray? Shang Tianke wasn't angry, he just forced a smile. Fang Xian stared wide-eyed, was this old lady really that harsh? Did she not care about the palace master at all? Who is this? The old lady looked at Fang Xian again. Shang Tianke glanced at Fang Xian, this is my student, I came specifically to teach him. He is also a friend of mine, and our relationship is very good. Fang Xian heard this and felt somewhat flattered. But unexpectedly, the old lady's face instantly turned cold, and she scolded Fang Xian, you, a student, are associating with such a dubious person? An acquaintance? Fang Xian was momentarily at a loss, and a glance at Shang Tianke showed him barely holding back laughter, realizing he had been set up. I'm not familiar with him. He's just here to teach us. Not just for me, but for many Beast Master students. Fang Xian explained. Unexpectedly, Master of Extermination didn't buy it at all, smooth talking. How could the Sky Shield Bureau recruit such dubious students like you? What good can come from mingling with such shady people? Fang Xian turned to look at Shang Tianke, who was almost unable to hold in his laughter. Clearly, this old guy did not have a good impression with Sun Baijun. The old lady frowned, what's your name? Fang Xian replied without hesitation, Qin. Before he could finish saying Qin Juanhao, Shang Tianke interrupted, Senior Sun, his name is Fang Xian. I'm going to find Su Basan right now to ask why the school has students like you, associating with such dubious people, and I will get you expelled at once. After saying that, Sun Baijun turned and left. Fang Xian stood there in a daze. What the hell? In the rumors, the terrifying Master of Extermination really materialized at this moment. Shang Tianke laughed, slapping Fang Xian on the shoulder, little brother, you're going to have a hard time now, ha ha ha.
Fang Xian's face darkened. Palace Master, Brother Shang, she's going to the dean to expel me. Please help me plead my case. This old lady, I've seen past graduates say she's quite troublesome. Shang Tianke, relishing in his misfortune, said, quite troublesome? Little brother, she's the most troublesome person in the entire Sky Shield Academy. But don't worry, Dean Su will definitely not let you go. If he doesn't want you, just come to our Beast Palace. The old Palace Master has already said he will train you to be the next Palace Master. Fang Xian thought about it carefully. No, she said you were dubious, it's clear I was dragged down by you. What have you done to provoke her? Shang Tianke looked at the departing Sun Baijun. Previously, I asked Zhuge Hang for Chang Bingqing's contact information. And then? Shang Tianke sighed, looking like he remembered an unspeakable past. Then that white-haired guy gave me the old lady's contact info. I didn't look closely, I just added her and said a whole bunch of nonsense. I even sent a few photos. What photos? Fang Xian asked with curiosity. You know, those showing off my chest and abs photos. And then what? And then? Shang Tianke smacked his lips. Let out another sigh, as if recalling some terrifying past. This old lady is a strong psychic, who later invaded my dreams. For a whole month, every time I closed my eyes, I would see a bunch of old men in Speedos dancing in front of me, asking if I wanted to date. Want to have a kiss? Fang Xian had a face full of disgust. Shang Tianke patted Fang Xian on the shoulder, gloatingly said, this old lady has a very bad impression of me, you better take care of yourself. In the dean's office. Su Bashan was drinking tea. The office door swung open with a bang. The old lady knitting a sweater stormed in fiercely from outside. Su Bashan, what kind of students are you recruiting? Chapter 53 Change of Attitude. Su Bashan, who was drinking tea, shook his hand. Tea splashed all over his pants. He quickly set down the teacup and pulled out a tissue to wipe it. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Su Bashan quickly stood up, hurried to the door in just 2 steps, looked outside, and then closed the door. What happened to make you so angry, sister-in-law? Sun Bijuan sat down. Su Bashan quickly poured another cup of tea. Why let someone like Shang Tianke teach the new students? Su Bashan explained, well, sister-in-law, among the new students this year, there's a good prospect in the Beast Mastery category. As the saying goes, every field has its own expert, so we invited their palace master from the Beast Palace to teach our new students. This is for their own good. And originally, we agreed to let just that good prospect attend the class, but you should have seen it. Many new students with Beast Mastery talent also want to attend. After all, they make a living from this, and with a bit more in-depth research, if our new students learn a little more now, won't that save them some trouble in the future? Someone like Shang Tianke, who is a shady character, could really endure such a loss. Sun Bijuan said coldly. Su Bashan laughed, the details were negotiated by Zhuge Hang. Sun Bijuan sneered again, idle street thugs, shady little hoodlums, truly a match made in hell. Su Bashan could say nothing more, only forced to smile. There's another thing. Among the new students, there's one called Fang Xian. Fire him. Mixing with someone like Shang Tianke is no good. Su Bashan froze for a moment. Sister-in-law, that doesn't seem fair. If you want me to fire someone, I can consider it, but Fang Xian is not acceptable. Why not? Someone like him is a disaster for the Tiandun Bureau. Sun Bijuan's voice turned cold, perfectly showcasing the old lady's unreasonable behavior. Su Bashan forced a smile, hurried to the door again, opened it, peeked outside, then closed the door, just in case, casually setting up a soundproof barrier. Sister-in-law, we really cannot fire Fang Xian. You may not be aware, but he broke the campus record during the baseline test, completing the checkpoint in just over 3 minutes, the fastest of the new students. Sun Bijuan furrowed her brows, her movements paused slightly. Is it him? What use is good talent if the character is bad? Sister-in-law, this kid is under the protection of old Yi. Sun Bijuan was taken aback for a moment, but then her brows furrowed. I absolutely dislike connections like that. So what if old Yi is protecting him? Su Bashan hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, there's one more thing, I must tell you, you absolutely must not tell anyone. Sun Bijuan remained silent, just knitting her sweater, waiting for Su Bashan to continue. Su Bashan leaned forward, even with the soundproof barrier, he lowered his voice, Sister-in-law, his parents were the couple who were killed by a car at the research institute. Fang Zhengping and Yi Rujia. Sun Bijuan's hands shook violently, and she suddenly raised her head, staring blankly at Su Bashan. The lips trembled, and the terrifying gaze that once existed in the eyes behind the lenses vanished completely, replaced by shock, confusion, helplessness, and grief, a mix of emotions swirling together, making the eyes extremely complex. He is the child of Xiao Fang and Xiao Yi? Yes. The old lady's previously dominating demeanor suddenly wilted a lot, her head hung low, as if recalling some memories, slowly sinking into the sofa like an eggplant hit by frost.
Muttering softly, she repeated her earlier words, he is the child of Xiao Feng and Xiao Yi.
Yes, sister-in-law. Su Boshang confirmed again.
The old lady lowered her head and after a while, smiled bitterly and gently. Back then, I still owed that young couple a huge favor, and unexpectedly ran into their child here after that incident.
Su Boshang joked, sister-in-law, should we still dismiss this young man? If you want to dismiss him, I can handle the paperwork right now.
Sun Bichuan returned to her usual icy expression, glancing at Su Boshang lightly, and he immediately straightened up nervously. Just kidding, just kidding. Tell the child to stay away from Shang Tianke, he's not a good thing, don't let this child be led astray. After saying this, she was about to walk out. Su Boshang quickly stood up to see her off. Sister-in-law, there's one more thing, this kid's identity information is encrypted, and his parents' matter is quite troublesome. What you heard today here, you must not. Sun Bichuan coldly huffed, I'm not so loose-tongued as to blab all over like a cotton-padded pant waist. Su Boshang smiled and was about to open the soundproof barrier, but the barrier instantly melted open a hole, while Sun Bichuan casually adjusted her sweater and strolled out. Seeing this, Su Boshang could only smile helplessly. After sending off Sun Bichuan, Su Boshang sighed, closed the door, and returned to his seat. He took out a document from the folder, which contained Fong Xian's information. Su Boshang tapped his fingers on the document. Fong Xian, Fong Zhengping, Fong Yingtai, someone Mr. Yi is willing to protect, this kid's true identity. TSK, not simple. At this moment, Fong Xian felt uneasy inside. Shang Tianke, that old man, was grinning from ear to ear, holding on to Fong Xian and wanting to go eat together, also suggesting that Fong Xian invite Qingju and Hua to erase some of his memories. Seeing Fong Xian wanting to message Zhuge Hang, Shang Tianke said, you're looking for Zhuge Hang? Isn't that helping him out? Did you forget who gave me the old lady's contact information? Zhuge Hang tries to avoid that old lady whenever he sees her. No problem, no problem. Think about it this way, if the Sky Shield Bureau doesn't want you, come to our 10,000 Beasts Palace, then you'll be the Deputy Palace Master. How impressive. Fong Xian helplessly said, but this is a solid job, guaranteed income, you guys are a private company, can it be the same? Hey, you kid are quite picky. Once you come here, my position will be yours, in the Sky Shield Bureau, without a background, even if you are outstanding, with great achievements, the most you can do is be a team leader in the 9th Division or a Deputy Division Chief in another division. Without a background, you are destined to be a lackey for someone with a background. I've kept the position of Deputy Palace Master open for you, as long as the Sky Shield Bureau dares to not want you today, I'll take you away. Shang Tianke hugged Fong Xian, patting his chest proudly. As the two walked to the restaurant, they saw Sun Bichuan walking out from the administration building. Fong Xian looked at the old lady from a distance, feeling an unexplainable pressure in his heart, anxious and uneasy. Shang Tianke also saw Sun Bichuan, patted Fong Xian's shoulder with a big hand, grinning, with that old lady's personality, even if she can't dismiss you. You boy are not feeling well either. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke, you're the one who sent the flirtatious messages and photos, but I'm the one being punished, this isn't fair. Shang Tianke laughed uncontrollably, this old guy had the same temper as Fong Xian, so he was very easygoing in front of him, now they were completely getting along, gleefully saying, what are you afraid of, you're a grown man. If they expel you, so what? I'll cover for you. Hee hee. Ha ha. The old lady saw us, she's coming towards us. Fong Xian quickly pulled away from Shang Tianke, but who knew this old guy was sticking to Fong Xian, even deliberately hugging him in front of the old lady, pretending like they were very close. Sure enough, the old lady walked over with a stern face. Shang Tianke bent down and greeted her, senior son. He glanced at Fong Xian out of the corner of his eye, already preparing to laugh. Sun Baijun ignored Shang Tianke and looked at Fong Xian, her icy gaze rarely softening and warming up. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke and showed a smile he thought was very humble to Sun Baijun, hello, mentor. Sun Baijun's gaze was gentle, and she raised her hand to rub Fong Xian's head, if you have any difficulties, come find me. I'm in the mentor's apartment, building 26. Fong Xian was stunned. Shang Tianke was also stunned, feeling like the script was wrong, what happened to this old lady? She went to the administrative building, and how did she come out like a different person? Did someone curse her? Unexpectedly, Sun Baijun pointed at Shang Tianke and said to Fong Xian, stay away from this kind of person. This person has a corrupted character, a bad temperament, and a messy lifestyle. Don't get too close to this kind of person. Fong Xian didn't understand, but still nodded, okay, mentor son. Shang Tianke was completely confused, old lady, isn't your evaluation a bit? Get lost. Chapter 54, Don't Let Your Heart Be Too Dirty. Shang Tiang's expression froze. He watched as Sun Baijun walked away. Shang Tianke turned back to look at Fong Xian, what happened to this old lady? What did she hear in the administrative building? How did her attitude do a 180-degree turn?
Fang Xin exhaled a breath, his heart finally settled. She must have gone to the dean and found out how excellent I am.
Shang Tianke thought about it, and this reason seemed to be the most reasonable one.
Just now, he was trying to make things difficult for Fang Xin, but in the end, it was only he who got hurt.
The news that Shang Tianke came specifically for Fang Xin had already spread among the new students.
Fang Xin was already in the spotlight, and now it was even brighter.
Fortunately, Brother Hua mentioned it, so the students in the same class as the power system didn't reveal that Fang Xin had already reached level 4 battle strength, otherwise, this year's new students would definitely have exploded. Fang Xin arranged to meet Qin Juanhao, casually mentioning that a big shot wanted to meet him, and told him not to tell anyone.
Qin Juanhao was still confused, but after hearing that Shang Tianke was specifically coming for Fang Xin, he immediately guessed that the big shot Fang Xin was referring to was Shang Tianke.
Now Qin Juanhao was both excited and jealous. Back in school, he could never compare to Fang Xin.
He had tried all sorts of ways to step on Fang Xin, but never succeeded.
Now, he had been left far behind by Fang Xin.
The terrifying existence he once looked up to was actually coming for Fang Xin.
But fortunately, the Beastmaster of the Beast Palace was also coming to find him, so at least he could meet a big shot. Though he already guessed what it was about, he still felt excited.
Qin Juanhao headed toward the location Fang Xin had specified. As soon as they met, Shang Tianke didn't waste any time.
He immediately interrogated Qin Juanhao, and after confirming that Qin Juanhao had not told anyone the details, he finally relaxed. However, Qin Juanhao had told Zhang Chang that the Beastmaster of the Beast Palace had added him as a friend.
Shang Tianke checked their chat records. Nothing can be seen from the words and lines.
Then he took out a bead and waved it in front of Qin Juanhao, causing Qin Juanhao's eyes to lose focus and faint on the ground.
Shang Tianke patted Fang Xin's shoulder. I'll leave first. When he wakes up, you handle it. Fang Xin looked curiously at the bead in Shang Tian's hand. What is this thing called?
Shang Tianke glanced at the bead, tossed it to Fang Xin. This is called the clear memory bead. It's just a 5th grade treasure.
If you like it, I'll give it to you.
It can erase part of the memories of people with combat power below level 5. It consumes a lot of mental energy when used.
Fang Xin played with the clear memory bead. Thanks. Shang Tianke waved his hand. Why are you being polite with me?
I still need to mingle with some leaders from your Sky Shield Bureau.
I'm leaving. Fang Xin watched Shang Tianke leave. Fang Xin studied the clear memory bead, glanced at Qin Juanhao, and deleted their chat records. He then called Fang Xin using Qin Juanhao's phone. After waiting a few minutes, Qin Juanhao shook his head and woke up.
Rubbing his head and looking around, upon seeing Fang Xin beside him, Qin Juanhao immediately pulled back warily. After checking his body for issues, he seemed fine and had not been beaten.
Where is this? Why are you here? Qin Juanhao asked. Fang Xin shook his phone. You called me here, saying you needed to talk. When I arrived, you were lying here, and I still want to ask what you needed me for. Qin Juanhao patted his head, feeling like he had blacked out. He vaguely remembered contacting Fang Xin, but the rest was very fuzzy, his mind blank. Fang Xin checked the time. What exactly do you need me for? Qin Juanhao rubbed his head, looking at Fang Xin in front of him, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes, then looking at Fang Xin warily. I forgot what I needed. Why did I faint? You called me here, then lay down, and I kept watch over you until now. You didn't even say thank you and are now asking me why you fainted? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Qin Juanhao choked. I really forgot why I called you. Then think about it before contacting me again. I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Fang Xin didn't want to deal with Shang Tiang's mess, but being obligated made him agree in the end.
Now, Qin Juanhao had no memory of meeting Shang Tianke.
Guided by Fang Xin, he only remembered reaching out to Fang Xin.
As for the fake brother underwear, Zhang Chang, previously Qin Juanhao's talk had been unclear. If Zhang Chang asked, Qin Juanhao would know nothing. Zhang Chang would only think Qin Juanhao was pretending. They could go ahead and guess. On the way back to the dormitory, many new students proactively greeted Fang Xin, and his contact requests skyrocketed, including several beautiful female classmates adding him as a friend. His phone kept vibrating, making it impossible for Fang Xin to ignore it, so he had to change the settings to limit the contact requests, which quieted things down a bit. Upon returning to the dorm, the chubby Shi Tailang and a few others were chatting together. Hearing Fang Xin was back, Shi Tailang rushed forward first. Xin go, how much more do we not know about you? What's up? Shi Tailang spoke excitedly, the palace master is here for you. Wow. I even analyzed it with others, saying maybe it's the underwear brother who invited the palace master. I didn't expect a true god to be beside me. Fang Xin explained, I'm not sure if he really came for me. What if I told you all in advance, and then he doesn't show up today?
That would be awkward for me. That's true. Xin is still steady. Zhang Yaozu chuckled, but underwear brother is too showy. Intentionally misleading everyone to think the palace master is here for him. The result hit them hard. That big foolish brother in the shorts already said, he never claimed that the palace master was coming for him, it was all a figment of everyone's imagination. If you ask me, this guy is pretty malicious. Just like a pink raggedy pair of shorts with a bow, pretending to be something it's not. Bai Yulin crossed his arms and continued. Fang Xian observed for a moment. Bai Yulin's voice was rough like a man's, with his hair tied up, wearing a tank top and exercise pants, his arm muscles clearly visible. Shi Tailang responded, "Whoa, big brother, even if your words are crude but make sense, they are still too crude. Zhang Meiqiu doesn't matter, but Bauer is right here." Fang Xian realized this shouldn't be Bai Yulin, this should be Hai Yulin, that is, Bai Yulin's elder brother. Zhang Yaozu punched Shi Tailang in the belly. Li Bauer munching on potato chips said foolishly, "My grandpa said, it doesn't matter if your mouth is dirty, just as long as your heart isn't too dirty." Xinyu, who had always been low-key, spoke up, "Xian, we are going to the multifunctional training hall, do you want to come with us?" "Sure, let me change my clothes and we'll go." Fang Xian was just thinking of practicing the 2 martial arts techniques that Hua Chang had given him today, along with the 2 light-type skills that Zhu Gahong provided. Shi Tailang glanced at the time, it's 6:30 now, the training hall closes at 9:30, let's get there early, anytime practicing is good. He changed his clothes, and took his administrator card to tuck it in his pocket. The group headed toward the training hall. When they arrived, the entire training hall was abuzz with voices. Many people had already gathered. Fang Xian's gaze turned and saw a familiar silhouette. The other party also noticed Fang Xian. She turned back and smiled sweetly at Fang Xian. Fang Xian waved his hand. Zhang Xiaocha ran over to Fang Xian. Her high ponytail bounced up and down cheerfully. Chapter 55, Is there such a requirement? Zhang Xiaocha was very beautiful. She had an oval face, delicate features, and a tall figure. Although she always wore loose clothing, sometimes it was hard to hide her gradually developing curvy body at this age. In front of outsiders, Zhang Xiaocha always appeared cold, like a high and mighty goddess. But when she saw Fang Xian, she would always show a sweet smile. With the training camp starting, many students set up a Tianxian list on the internal forum. They voted for the most attractive students of this session. Zhang Xiaocha also made the list, ranking in 3rd place. Li Bauer, from the same team as Fang Xian, also made it onto the list, though her style was really like a girl version of Pan Jun, which lowered her score slightly. However, with a strong enough face and excellent martial ability as bonus points, she still squeezed into the top 10. When many classmates saw Zhang Xiaocha come here, their attention was drawn to her. Fang Xian lifted his hand and flicked Zhang Xiaocha's fair forehead. When many classmates saw Zhang Xiaocha walking toward Fang Xian, they were filled with envy and jealousy. They couldn't believe that the 3rd-ranked Zhang Xiaocha was so close to Fang Xian. Shi Tailang, looking like a pig, came over, "Xian, introduce us." Fang Xian said, "This is my sister, Zhang Xiaocha." "Xiaocha, this is Shi Tailang." "Hello." Zhang Xiaocha said lightly. Shi Tailang grinned, looking silly as he said, "Hi there, Xiaocha, just call me Tailangu." Fang Xian went on to introduce Zhang Xiaocha to the others nearby. Everyone would be colleagues in the Tian Shield Bureau in the future, so there was no harm in making more friends. After the introductions, Bai Yulin shouted with a rough voice, "Everyone should hurry up and train, don't waste time on unnecessary things." "Fang Xian, these useless guys all say you are very strong, I want to fight you later. Let's settle this together." Fang Xian responded, "We can settle the score, but to determine who is superior." "I think you are stuck in a bug." Bai Yulin was taken aback, and the several companions in front burst into laughter. "Let me see just how strong you are." "Bai Yu, Bai Lin, and Bai Yulin all say you are very strong, but I don't believe it. If you defeat me, I will vote for you unconditionally for our team leader." Fang Xian observed Bai Yulin in front of him, feeling that he was a bit insane, even cursing himself. Zhang Yaozu sniffed, "New brother, he's the only one in our team who won't admit it, so make him cry later." "All right." Hai Yulin's fists collided with each other, grinning impatiently, "My fists are itching for a fight." "Perfect, there's a team practice room nearby. We can have a match inside." Shi Tailang pointed to the side. Fang Xian had previously discovered this multifunctional practice room when moving equipment, it was amazing. It was divided into single and multiple person practice, where single person focused on individual combat, and multiple person focused on team cooperation. Each practice room could adjust to the corresponding talent training mode and select various scenario simulations for actual combat, with many functions. The few of them walked into a team practice room. Hai Yulin's fists clashed again, "Let's start. Let's see if we are donkeys or horses." As he spoke, a swirling red-black aura emanated from Hai Yulin, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Sure, Tai Lang gasped, raging talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother has such a hot temper. He Yulin grinned, stepping forward, unleashing a violent force, shooting towards Fang Xian like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Xian, throwing a punch aimed at Fang Xian's face. Fang Xian slightly tilted his head. He Yulin's fist brushed past Fang Xian's cheek, the wind from the punch causing Fang Xian's hair to sway, one hand lifted. Smack! Fang Xian grabbed He Yulin's neck and lifted him up directly. Blood and energy surged like a tidal wave. He Yulin's chaotic expression quickly faded, his gaze softened, and soon after, his face became more delicate, visibly, his chest puffed out, and his long legs slowly closed together. Fang Xian, you hurt me. A slightly aggrieved female voice came from Bai Yulin's mouth. Fang Xian was taken aback. Zhang Yaozu's face was puzzled, what's going on? Has it begun? Li Bauer tilted her head dumbly and said, it's over. Ha? One move? There's nothing fancy about that, and it's over? How strong is that? Zhang Xiaoqiao looked at Fang Xian with her beautiful big eyes, joyful to see her cousin so strong. Fang Xian realized this was Bai Yulin's sister, and quickly let go. Bai Yu rubbed her red neck, her watery eyes looking at Fang Xian, that bastard He Yulin, both weak and loves to mess around. Fang Xian, He Yulin told me to let you know, this time he fully admits defeat, the gap is too huge. To ordinary people, seeing you is like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon, while to awakened ones, it's like a mayfly seeing the sky. Fang Xian immediately said, hearing this makes me a bit embarrassed, everyone here at the 9th place is outstanding, they are all geniuses in their own fields, of course, genius is just the threshold to see me. They looked at each other, if someone else said this, I would think they are just showing off, but when you, new brother, say this, I truly believe it, using He Yulin's words, you're like a top space ring. What do you mean? Others want to show off but can't, but you really can. Fang Xian couldn't help but smile, alright, everyone hurry up and train. Zhang Yaozu said with a frown, the door closes at 9:30, we should make every second count. I heard from a senior that if you want to continue training, you have to plead with the administrator and pay extra. It's quite expensive, $5,000 per hour. What the hell? So expensive. Then we can't waste any more time. Several people left the multi-person simulation training hall, each going to find their own individual training rooms. Fang Xian shouted to Zhang Xiaoqia, if anything happens in the future, just send me a message. Got it, brother. Fang Xian went to find the training hall supervisor. The person in charge of the training hall came over, he was a kind-looking uncle named Ren Liancheng, who had met Fang Xian before. Fang Xian. Ren Liancheng walked over. Teacher Ren. Fang Xian greeted him. Did you bring your ID? I did. Fang Xian waved his administrator badge. Ren Liancheng glanced at the time, I have something to attend to, so I need to step out. Just keep an eye on things here, watching that everyone doesn't break the rules. If someone really causes trouble, you can punish them and ban them from the training hall for 3 days to a month. You can handle it with your smart device. Of course, normally, no one would dare to break the rules here. I'm asking you to keep an eye on things, mainly for after 9:30. If someone wants to keep using the facilities, charge them a fee of 5,000 each. 10% of this fee will automatically be credited to your account as your administrator commission. Also, you have the right to bring people in for free, but just keep it under 10 people. Understood, Teacher Ren. Ren Liancheng patted Fang Xian's shoulder, then I'll be off. Alright. Fang Xian found an individual training room. He came here today to practice the 4 skills given by Hua Chang and Zhuge Hang. Fang Xian adjusted the gravity to 4 times normal. He had already experienced the inner strength once today, so unleashing the 9-fold opening force became much easier. After practicing for a while, Fang Xian began to grasp its essence. He punched out powerfully, and the force meter beeped as a value of 18,000 kilograms gradually appeared, and then the number kept doubling. The 9-fold opening force could stack power, up to 9 levels of strength. On the first day of training, Fang Xian could currently only reach 3 levels of strength. However, with the enhancement of his killing talent, although the power of the 3-fold strength was as described in the skill, it also increased the penetration damage. A single punch dealt pain to the enemy that was more than just sheer strength. After some research on the Golden Bell Shield, Fang Xian manifested a nearly transparent membrane on his body. He tested its impact resistance and found it could withstand a powerful strike of mid-level strength. Fang Xian's face lit up with joy, this was achieved through the optimization of his killing talent, and one had to admit, the killing talent was indeed impressive. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Xian focused on the 2 skills of the light system talents. Godly skill, instant flash of light. Godly skill, instant kill of light. These 2 skills, enhanced by the killing talent, had a range that exceeded their original limits. Fang Xian switched the training hall to a combat environment for light system talents. The skylight opened, and moonlight spilled through. Fang Xian kept feeling the energy around him. Moonlight scattered like points, enveloping Fang Xian's body, and his eyes turned silver like two full moons.
His body gradually became blurred, as if an eraser were rubbing away his form.
In the next second, Fang Xian reappeared 30 meters away.
He took a breath, hands on his knees, gasping for air, his eyes filled with excitement. He had succeeded all at once. However, the stored moonlight was too little, leaving him slightly fatigued. Storing this moonlight was easy, he just needed to bask in the moonlight.
Gathering his strength, Fang Xian began to absorb moonlight again. A few minutes later, Fang Xian raised his hand and grabbed at the moonlight.
A cross sword formed from condensed moonlight appeared in his hand. A training dummy appeared in the training hall for practice.
Fang Xian swung his sword at the puppet.
The sword light, made of moonlight, appeared before the puppet in just a breath. With one slash, the puppet split in two, turning into sparkling shards.
Fang Xian gasped again, the moonlight in his body was still insufficient.
Moreover, his light-based talent could not be considered top-tier, so the moonlight he stored was limited, allowing him to use his skills only 3 times. Calculating, he realized that without using any potions, his true strength was only S-level in light-based talent. To raise his limit, the simplest and most brutal method was to kill a few awakened ones with light-based talents to plunder their power.
Fang Xian glanced at the time. A long while had unknowingly passed, it was already 26 minutes past 9.
He left the training hall. At this time, many students had already left. After practicing for so long, everyone was tired. But some were still quite diligent. When Fang Xian glanced around, he saw Jiang Xiaocha coming out of the training hall, wiping away sweat. Upon seeing Fang Xian had also come out, Jiang Xiaocha waved and was about to walk over. However, she was stopped by a group of people. The one at the front held a bouquet of flowers. "Xiaocha, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Would you be my girlfriend?" The crowd behind him cheered, "Say yes. Say yes." The commotion attracted the attention of many. Jiang Xiaocha frowned, "Sorry, could you please move aside?" But the man refused to leave and blocked Jiang Xiaocha with others. "Xiaocha, I'm Yang Haoxi, a new student from the second area. I saw you on the day of enrollment. The moment I saw you, I knew you were my destined girl. Xiaocha, I really like you. Would you be my girlfriend?" Jiang Xiaocha's face was cold. "Get out of my way." Yang Haoxi grinned shamelessly, "No way. If you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I won't let you leave today." Jiang Xiaocha frowned and tried to walk around, but Yang Haoxi blocked her again, grinning maliciously, and casually snatched Jiang Xiaocha's towel, smelling it in front of his nose. "Wow, Xiaocha, what shower gel are you using? It smells so good. Can you not be so disgusting? Move aside." Yang Haoxi stubbornly obstructed the path again, casually taking Jiang Xiaocha's glasses and putting them on himself. "Xiaocha, let's get to know each other. Once you do, you'll see how good I am." Jiang Xiaocha's expression was cold. "Give me back my glasses." Yang Haoxi held the glasses high. "Call me hubby and I'll give them back to you." A few of Yang Haoxi's friends echoed, "Call him hubby. Call him hubby." Jiang Xiaocha's eyes turned red. "Give them to me. I heard that your family is not well off, and neither of your parents are awakened. I overheard you talking to someone earlier. You said you wanted to practice a bit more today. It costs 5,000 for one person, and that must be a lot for you. I can pay it for you, you just have to call me hubby." Jiang Xiaocha, with red-rimmed eyes, coldly stared at Yang Haoxi. "Can't you understand human language? Give me back my glasses. You're quite stubborn, I like that. The more you resist, the more I like you. If you want the glasses, remember my words, call me hubby." Before he finished speaking, Yang Haoxi's wrist was suddenly grabbed, and then sharp pain surged through his arm. Yang Haoxi howled in pain, his fingers opening, and the glasses fell from his hand. Fang Xian caught the glasses and handed them back to Jiang Xiaocha. "Clap. Clap." Fang Xian patted Yang Haoxi's cheek. "If you don't know how to speak, just keep your mouth shut." Yang Haoxi rubbed his arm but showed no fear upon seeing Fang Xian. He pointed a finger at Fang Xian's chest. "What do you want? A hero saving the beauty? What I confessed to her has nothing to do with you. Why are you so anxious?" Fang Xian smiled faintly at Yang Haoxi. "This is my sister. Stay away from her. This is your first warning and your last." Yang Haoxi suddenly laughed, turning back to the friends who had come with him. The people also laughed along. "Yang Xiao, this brat is really full of himself. Let's get him." Yang Haoxi pointed his finger at Fang Xian's chest and laughed. "You want to warn me? You're quite something. So what if she's your sister? Even if she's your mother, if I like her, I'll find a way to get her. No matter how talented you are, no matter how strong you are, so what?
Being out here is all about power. A young man nearby spoke, "You bastard, do you know who Yang Xiao is, and you're barking like a dog? You even dare warn us? You've got some guts." Yang Haoxi nudged his head closer to Fang Xian, pointing at his own head. "You want to hit me? Come on, try it, move and touch me." Fang Xian grinned. "Still asking for this? Fine." Chapter 56, Don't Take It to Heart. Fang Xian clenched his fist with all 5 fingers. He swung his arm wide. He punched with all his might. Bang! With the massive impact, Yang Haoxi's jawbone cracked instantly. His eardrum was also pierced by the punch. Blood gushed out from his mouth, nose, and ears. Yang Haoxi's body swayed twice. His pupils dilated, and he lost consciousness for a moment due to Fang Xian's punch. He staggered and fell face-first to the ground. His body twitched uncontrollably. Yang Haoxi's few friends hurried to help him up. The one who had spoken up for Yang Haoxi earlier pointed at Fang Xian and said again, "You're finished. Do you know who Yang Xiao is? Do you know what kind of background he has? Our Yang Xiao's family is a top-tier noble family, and his uncle works in the church. You think just because Instructor Zhuge is protecting you, you're safe? Let me tell you, even with Zhuge's protection, you're still finished this time." Yang Haoxi struggled to throw a punch at Fang Xian. Fang Xian casually slapped Yang Haoxi's punch away and immediately slapped him across the face. Slap. The slap was crisp, clean, and loud. Fang Xian didn't give a damn about Yang Haoxi's background. He pulled out his Jilian device and scanned Yang Haoxi. "You're not allowed to enter the multifunctional training hall within a month." Blood was still pouring from Yang Haoxi's mouth as he revealed a sinister smile. "What are you to say something like that?" The friend who was helping Yang Haoxi growled angrily, "What the hell, do you think the multifunctional training hall is your family's? You think Yang Xiao can't come just because you say so?" Slap. Fang Xian slapped again, sending the guy's teeth flying out of his mouth. He fished around in his pocket and pulled out an ID card, pinning it to his chest. "The multifunctional training hall may not be mine, but I'm in charge of it now." "You." Fang Xian scanned the friend who had been defending Yang Haoxi with his Jilian device. "You're not allowed to enter for a month. As for the rest of you, you're not allowed to enter for half a month." As he spoke, Fang Xian scanned them all. He shoved the Jilian device back into his pocket and looked at them, his tone clear and simple, "Get lost." Yang Haoxi's group of friends hastily helped him out and left. Fang Xian turned back to look at Zhang Xiaoxia. "Are you okay?" Zhang Xiaoqia's eyes were red. "Brother, if they come after you." Fang Xian waved it off. "Don't worry, if they come after me, they'll be in the wrong. As long as I'm right, it'll be fine." The other students watched the scene and started gossiping. Shi Tailang and the others walked over. "Brother Xian, are you okay?" Xinyu watched the direction where Yang Haoxi's group left and murmured, "Yang Haoxi is tough, with a strong background. His grandfather is the vice president of the White Lotus Society, and his uncle works in the church. They'll definitely cause trouble. Brother Xian just beat Yang Haoxi like this. If they make trouble at the 9th district, even if we're in the right, with their background, Brother Xian will definitely get punished." Shi Tailang said, "What are we afraid of? Brother Xian has his own background, too. He's backed by the Beast Palace." Xinyu, worried for Fang Xian, said, "Even with the Beast Palace behind him. Behind you is the White Lotus Society and the church." Zhang Xiaoqia bit her lip, about to cry from anxiety. Fang Xian smiled and wiped Zhang Xiaoqia's tears, comforting her, "It's okay. The leader of the 9th Bureau is Fang Xian's grandfather's sworn brother." This is what Fang Xian's grandfather told him. In Zhuge Heng's words, Fang Xian is the prince of the 9th Bureau. The 9th Bureau is Fang Xian's stronghold. They're looking for trouble by stirring things up in the 9th Bureau. What's there to be afraid of? Unexpectedly, Li Bear was brought back to reality after zoning out, munching on potato chips, and said, "Fang Xian, tell your sister not to cry. If Yang Haoxi's family dares to cause trouble for you, I'll have my grandpa crush the White Lotus Society." Fang Xian looked at Li Bear unexpectedly and couldn't help but laugh. "Bear, is your grandpa really that powerful?" Shi Tailang asked. Li Bear munched on potato chips, her small mouth moving like a little bunny. "Pretty average. Not as good as me in 30 years. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. Li Bear is one of the top students among all new students. Her strength in 30 years is self-evident, which makes her grandpa's strength even more remarkable. Bai Yulin changed the topic. "So, do we continue training or go back?" Fang Xian shook his administrator badge. "If you want to keep training, just come to me." He rubbed Zhang Xiaoqia's head. "Stop crying, it's okay. Didn't you hear? We have Bear protecting us. No need to panic." Zhang Xiaoqia hung her head. "I'm sorry, brother. I caused you such a big trouble. Why should you say sorry? He came to harass you on purpose, even provoking you. The one who should say sorry is him. Alright, dry your tears. Go practice a bit, and later I'll take you home. Got it, brother. Fong Xin handled the paperwork for other students who wanted to continue training. In total, exactly 400 people came to continue training. Each person paid 5,000. In one night, that totals 2 million, Fong Xin took 10%, which is 200,000. As soon as the money was received, his card instantly gained 2,000 points. Now the points total is 16,646. It must be said, making money is really fast here. 5,000 is quite a lot for students from ordinary families. Even with a stipend, it's not enough to come every day, so students from ordinary families can't afford to waste time here. Those from wealthy families don't care about that small amount of money. For them, money is just a string of numbers. The rich can stay here indefinitely, while those from ordinary families have limited time for training. The gap will gradually widen. Over time, students from privileged backgrounds, if they work a little harder, will see their strength grow further apart from those from ordinary backgrounds. When their families invest various resources, they will soar high, naturally becoming leaders of teams, and after that, they will keep rising, eventually monopolizing the higher echelons of the Celestial Shield Bureau. It's hard for ordinary people to carve a path for themselves. Fong Xin picked up the smart device. He found a message from Zhuge Hang that was very simple: if you fight, then fight. Eat and drink as you please, don't let anything weigh on your mind. No problem. Next, Hua Cheng also sent a message: well done. My student should have guts, not be a coward. If he dares to use his family connections to trouble you, just come to me, I'll handle it. I'll take care of whoever comes from his family. Fong Xin couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Brother Hua. Unexpectedly, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Shang Tianke. You little rascal, you're impressive. Less than 3 days into school and you've already beaten up someone, and it was the grandson of the White Lotus Society's vice president. Wasn't it right to beat him? Haha, I learned about the whole situation. He bullied your sister. If you don't do something, I'll look down on you. Bastards like him deserve a beating. A damn illegitimate son born from a mistress thinks he's somebody now. If he dares to send his family to cause you trouble, come to me. I'm on call for you 24/7. If something happens, I've got your back. Fong Xin laughed. He didn't expect this old pervert to be so loyal. Thanks, Palace Chief Shang. Don't call me Palace Chief Shang. From now on, you call me Old Shang. I'll call you Little Xin. Thank you, Old Shang. No big deal, Little Xin. Why so polite with me? When you graduate, just treat me to a massage parlor. Fong Xin looked at the message sent by Shang Tianke. No wonder Sun Bijuan was so repulsed by this old pervert. These shady titles, Shan Palace Chief had earned them through his own efforts. On the other side, with blood all over his face, Yang Haoxi dialed a video call. The call connected. On the other end was a very seductive woman, every expression and smile full of charm, wearing a cheongsam, playing mahjong. When she saw Yang Haoxi like that, she immediately let out a scream. Son, what happened to you? Mom, someone beat me up. Yang Haoxi whimpered and cried. What happened? Which blind bastard dared to hit my precious son? The woman shrieked. Yang Haoxi wiped away his tears. It was some dog bastard named Fong Xin. I was just messing around with a girl classmate. I didn't even do anything, just joking. Somehow I triggered some sensitive nerve of his, and then he purposely picked a fight and beat me up. Mom, he knocked out several of my teeth, even cracked my jaw. If it weren't for the school medic with healing abilities, I wouldn't even be able to talk. Chapter 57, the situation escalates. The seductive woman immediately flew into a rage. Blind bastard, dared to touch my precious son, I want him dead. What did you say his name was? Fong Xin. Just wait, I'm going to your dad right now. As she spoke, she pushed back her chair and stormed off in high heels, clack clack clack, tears rolling down as she ran. My precious baby. It hurts so much, doesn't it? Mommy's taking you home. You'll rest at home for a while. Yang Haoxi shouted angrily, Mom, the pain in my body will heal, but the pain in my heart won't go away so easily. I got beat up so bad today, I want 100 times payback. Okay, son, don't worry, Mommy will find a way to deal with him. Bang! The woman kicked open the study door. Inside, a middle-aged man was bent over reading documents. The seductive woman screamed, Yang Yanbin. Are you still going to ignore this? Look at what your son has been turned into. As she spoke, she handed over the phone. Yang Yanbin took it with a puzzled look. When he saw Yang Haoxi's swollen, battered face, he instantly frowned. What happened? Yang Haoxi's eyes welled with tears as he choked, Dad, I was playing with classmates and got into an argument with a new student.
He cursed me, even said our Yang family is nothing. I told him to watch his mouth, and he just hit me. If the school medic hadn't treated me, I couldn't even talk now because of my broken jaw. Hearing this, Yang Yanbin's brows furrowed. But he knew what kind of person his son was. Housey, are you telling the truth? You didn't provoke him first? The seductive woman immediately blew up. Yang Yanbin. Are you fucking sick? Your own son got beaten up. And you're doubting him? Yang Yanbin looked at Yang Housey. I'll call my friends in the Tiandun Bureau to verify everything. I'll ask you one more time, are you telling the truth? Yang Housey didn't dare meet Yang Yanbin's eyes. Are you insane, Yang Yanbin? Does the truth matter? No matter what, our son got hurt. This is how you act as a father, the seductive woman screamed again. Yang Yanbin raised his head and gave the woman a cold look. She shuddered under his gaze. Yang Yanbin then stared at Yang Housey. I'm asking you a question? It's true. Dad, look at me, I've been beaten to this state. Yang Yanbin opened the drawer, inside were several phones, and he picked one to make a call. When Yang Yanbin hung up the phone, his face turned completely dark. He snatched back the phone, glaring at Yang Housey on the screen. You teased a female classmate and did it in front of her brother. She's a new student from the 9th division. Why didn't you let them beat you to death? You're beaten like this and it's all your own fault. I sent you there to study. Not to bully others. Yang Housey didn't dare to breathe. Yang Yanbin threw the phone to a seductive woman. I told the Tiandun Bureau, when the time comes, let him apologize sincerely to that student's brother and sister. The seductive woman's eyes welled with tears, and she screamed at Yang Yanbin, why? Yang Yanbin, are you even human? Ha? When you tricked me into being with you, you didn't say it like this. I've followed you for so many years without a name, now our son is bullied and you don't care. Apart from hitting him and scolding him, have you ever fulfilled a bit of a father's responsibility? Are you even a father? Have you treated him like your own son? The other side is from the 9th division. I don't care what division they are from. Bullying my son is unacceptable. If you won't deal with it, I will. Yang Yanbin looked coldly at the seductive woman. Suching, this personality of his is spoiled by you. If you keep this up, it will only lead to great disaster. I don't care. I only know my son was hurt by some blind fool. Yang Yanbin watched the seductive woman step outside. The old man is in seclusion, don't disturb him. Jiang Suching stomped her foot, turned back to look coldly and resentfully at Yang Yanbin, and sneered, the Yang family doesn't care, I'll find my maternal family. After saying that, she walked out the door. Jiang Suching sent a message to Yang Housey, baby, don't worry, your dad won't care for you, I'll ask your uncle for help. After sending the message, she made a phone call. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Suching wailed, brother, your nephew was bullied. He was almost beaten to death. Who did it? Yang Yanbin. No, a new student hit him at the training camp. What's the name? Fong Xin. There was a pause on the other end. Fong Xin? Yes, what's wrong, brother? Heh, just right, the church here is investigating someone. It's exactly a new student from Tiandun Academy named Fong Xin. There is only one student with this name, it must be him. Don't worry, I will arrange this. If someone dares to hit my nephew, even a little and without any background, just because of good talent, they think they can show off, I'll make him understand that without background, no matter how good the talent is, it can only be stepped on. When the time comes, I'll have someone lock him up, and let Housey go in and take revenge personally. Jiang Suching wiped her tears, okay, brother. It's still the maternal family. After hanging up the call, Jiang Suching called Yang Housey again, baby, mom just called your uncle. Your uncle said they will soon investigate the one named Fong Xin. He won't have good days ahead, just wait. Your uncle promised to catch him and lock him up, letting you take revenge personally. After hearing this news, Yang Housey's face twisted with rage. After hanging up the call, he excitedly waved his fists. A few friends gathered around. How is it, young Master Yang? Yang Housey grinned maliciously. My uncle who works at the church said he would help me take revenge. That scoundrel won't have good days ahead. Wu Zhishuan, who had been speaking up for Yang Housey, covered his mouth that was previously smashed by Fong Xin. Young Master Yang is powerful, without a bit of poison, he cannot be a true man. You must let this scoundrel see some colors. Nothing but trash without any background, not worth a fart. As Fong Xin began to hit Yang Housey, this incident quickly began to escalate. Fong Xin once again found himself in the spotlight, helplessly lamenting that he indeed had a life of a top star. At first, many new students cheered and applauded, believing Yang Housey had done well. But as time passed, many other voices began to emerge. Fong Xin is asking for it. Yang Dishao not only has the Yang family behind him but also the support of those other two major organizations.
How many heads does Fang Xian have to dare to hit Yang Xiao? Isn't Brother Xian also backed by someone? The leader of the Beast Palace is coming for him. Don't joke around. Your brother Xian has a background? All he has is talent. Juga instructor is helping him, that's how he got connected to the leader of the Beast Palace. If the forces behind Yang Xiao come knocking, do you think the leader of the Beast Palace would offend two major organizations for a new student from the 9th Division? Your brother Xian is practically digging his own grave. Fang Xian at least ranked first in the entrance exam and is still from the 9th Division. Yang Xiao's people are here, the 9th Division can't just stand by. Is someone upstairs out of their mind? Have you seen those folks from the church afraid of anyone? They act on their own without caring about the 9th Division. Besides, how many times has it been said, entrance exam results don't mean anything for the future? Fang Xian has no background at all, even if he doesn't die this time, he will surely be skinned alive. Chapter 58, feel free to ask me if you don't understand. Fang Xian just glanced through those comments. He didn't take it to heart at all. With Zhuge Heng, Hua Cheng, and Shang Tianke leading the way, Fang Xian was not afraid at all. Moreover, there was the old man Yi behind the 9th Division. Fang Xian was even less afraid. When he took Jiang Xiaocha home, her eyes were still red. In order to comfort her, Fang Xian showed Jiang Xiaocha the news from Zhuge Heng. Only then did Jiang Xiaocha let out a sigh of relief. On the way back to the dormitory, he happened to run into the fake brother underpants, Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang brushed past Fang Xian. As he passed Fang Xian, Zhang Chang laughed, I was going to challenge you in the midterms, but it looks like whether you can survive until then is another matter. Fang Xian glanced at Zhang Chang indifferently, if you keep barking like a brainless villain, let alone surviving until the midterms, you might not make it through tonight. Zhang Chang sensed the aura emanating from Fang Xian. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He had experienced life and death battles during the previous execution and could clearly sense that, in that moment, Fang Xian's presence was exactly the same as those who had blood on their hands he had met before. Zhang Chang swallowed hard, not daring to linger, fearing that Fang Xian might send him away before Yang Haosi could punish him, hurriedly running downstairs. Fang Xian had just sat down upon returning to the dormitory when Shi Tailang, Bai Yulan, Xingyu, Zhang Yaozu, and Li Baoer walked in from outside. What's going on? Shi Tailang chuckled, Brother Xian, we just called our families. If that son of a gun Yang Haosi dares to cause you trouble, our families will also step in to help. Especially my dad, he only has me as a son. If he doesn't help, I will smash my 2 happiness beans to make him lose the joy of being a grandfather. Fang Xian smiled and felt a surge of emotion, thank you, everyone. Shi Tailang patted his chest, we're all comrades in the same team. It's only natural to support each other in tough times, we are your background. Fang Xian stood up, and several people opened their arms, hugging each other. I won't say any mushy words, we'll deal with everything in the future. Alright, Brother Xian. After sending off a few people, Fang Xian sat down again. Scenes of Yang Hao and his gang flashed continuously in my mind today. Although Zhuge Heng, Hua Chang, and Shang Tianke all clearly stated they would help Fang Xian, Fang Xian knew very well. That was because Fang Xian had great talent and strength, with a promising future, so no matter what, he had to improve his own power. Fang Xian flipped his hand, clutching a small space orb, which was a gift from the old palace master of Wanshou Palace to Fang Xian. With a casual flick, the space orb shattered. The bear inside appeared right before Fang Xian's eyes. The huge white bear slammed its claws against its chest fiercely, and Fang Xian immediately released his true dragon aura. The white bear instantly stopped being fierce, instead appearing very docile, lowering its head and approaching Fang Xian. Fang Xian placed his hand on it. This big white bear is called the explosive flame bear, with a fire attribute talent and a rampage talent. During battle, its body is engulfed in flames, and the lower its health, the stronger its fighting power. Currently, it has the strength of a peak level 4. Fang Xian made a contract with the big white bear. The big white bear affectionately rubbed against Fang Xian's palm. With the signing of the contract, a flicker of crimson appeared in the big bear's eyes. Fang Xian was startled, he hadn't activated the killing talent, but just now when signing the contract, this big white bear had somehow also been granted a simplified killing talent. He stroked the bear's soft fur. With the big white bear, Fang Xian also gained an additional fighting helper. Next, he needed to find ways to increase his own strength. He must enhance his own value, as long as his abilities were strong enough, he could receive enough protection. The simplest way to increase strength is through killing. But in Tian Shield Academy, committing murder is just a fantasy, the easiest way is to take on some tasks. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, Bai Yulan came knocking at the door. Brother Xian, it's Master Mixi's class this morning, don't sleep, we need to get to class 5 minutes early to secure seats at the back, if we go late we'll have to sit in the front. Fang Xian, who was practicing the golden bell shield early in the morning, opened his eyes. He changed his shoes and opened the door. Let's go. Bai Yulin had an expression as if he was about to head to battle, while Shi Tailang leaned against the door with a toothbrush in his mouth, gleefully saying, "You two have a good journey, I will remember you." Zhang Yaozu and Li Baoer returned after breakfast, hearing Bai Yulin and Fang Xian were going to Master Mixi's class. Meiqiu made a cross on his chest, then folded his hands. "Amatba, I wish the two brave benefactors a good trip to the west. The Lord will bless you, amen." Bai Yulin weakly flicked Meiqiu on the forehead, annoyed. Get lost, get lost." On the way to the classroom, Bai Yulin handed Fang Xian a small wooden tablet. "What is this?" Bai Yulin shoved the small wooden tablet into Fang Xian's hands. "I got a blessed wooden tablet from a senior with witchcraft talent. Holding this reduces the risk of being called on by Master Mixi for questioning. You know, if she calls on you to answer a question and you can't answer, you might as well forget about having a good semester." Fang Xian fiddled with the small wooden tablet and casually tucked it into his pocket, recalling how he encountered Sun Bijuan. Indeed, she seemed a bit fierce at first, but when he saw her the second time, she was somewhat gentler. Teacher Sun is quite frightening, but she should have a gentle side. Bai Yulin turned around to look at Fang Xian. "Brother Xian, what's wrong? Are you traumatized? Master Mixi can have a gentle side? If Master Mixi were gentle, even pigs could climb trees." The two chatted as they entered the classroom. Once inside, they saw the large lecture hall. The first 3 rows were completely empty, while everyone had gathered behind the 3rd row, and those who came early had taken all the back seats, leaving the latecomers to sit in the front row. It can be considered a wonder, there is no second in the entire Sky Shield Academy. As the saying goes, a person's name brings attention. Old Lady Sun's reputation is indeed terrifying. As the top talent in Sky Shield, many people's attention immediately turned to Fang Xian when he appeared. What the heck? Isn't that Fang Xian? Why is he taking this class too? How many talents does this guy have? I heard he awakened 5 talents, and the worst one seems to be an S-rank mental talent. What the hell, people are so annoying. What good are all those talents? Now that he's offended young Master Yang, he might as well wait to die. Why does he seem so calm? It's like nothing is wrong. Should he cry in public? It must be fake. When young Master Yang's family comes to find him, he'll just embarrass himself. I asked young Master Yang, he said the earliest is this afternoon, and the latest tomorrow morning. His uncle sent someone to find trouble with Fang Xian. I can't wait to see Fang Xian get punished. Are you crazy? Why are you eager to see Fang Xian get punished? Sorry, the taller bird gets shot first. Who told him to be so showy? Plus, that group supporting him after the entrance test is really irritating. I wish he gets beaten to tears by young Master Yang's family. While the crowd was discussing fervently, a figure walked in through the classroom door. Wearing square glasses and a hooked sweater. As soon as she entered, the entire classroom fell silent. Old Lady Sun walked to the podium and took out the attendance sheet from the briefcase hanging from her arm. Close the front and back doors, it's attendance time. Students sitting in the front and back immediately went to close the doors. All the students sat up straight, not daring to breathe. The pressure this old lady brought was simply too strong. Old Lady Sun called the names one by one. When she called Fang Xian's name, he raised his hand to respond. Old Lady Sun looked up and directed her gaze towards Fang Xian, her tone softening. Don't sit so far back, come sit in the front row. As soon as this was said, all the students' eyes in the classroom focused on Fang Xian. Bai Yulin lowered his head and muttered, "Crap. The little sign isn't working anymore?" Other students whispered among themselves, causing the classroom to buzz with low chatter. Why is she calling him? Because his entrance test scores are good. Don't be silly, in front of the ruthless teacher, she doesn't care what your entrance test scores are. This old lady hates students who don't follow the rules. No matter who is right or wrong, she dislikes anyone fighting on campus. Fang Xian hit young Master Yang yesterday, who else could she target but him? Fang Xian is doomed. Fang Xian is completely finished, he won't even wait for young Master Yang to take action. The ruthless teacher has already struck first. Fang Xian stood up. Unexpectedly, this old lady played a trick on Fang Xian. He felt a bit uneasy inside, although she had been much kinder when leaving the administrative building yesterday. Still, her past records spoke volumes. It would be a lie to not have doubts in his heart. In the entire front 3 rows, Fang Xian was the only one. Just as Fang Xian was about to sit down, the old lady's gaze softened, like a senior looking at an excellent junior, and she gently said, "Mental skills can be a bit difficult. Sitting in the front means you can ask me anything you don't understand." Chapter 59, You Found Out. Fang Xian was stunned. He had just felt a bit tense. He didn't expect to feel nervous for no reason. Although he didn't know what the old lady had heard from the dean in the administrative building, her attitude towards him had indeed made a complete turnaround. Old Lady Sun suddenly speaking so gently made many students below start to wonder why she treated Fong Xin this way.
What else? Brother Xin has good grades, isn't that obvious? Outstanding people get attention wherever they go. Even the ruthless teacher pays attention. Who just enjoyed the misfortune, hoping for Xin to be punished? Keep barking like dogs. Some people just envy our Xin. Lifelong trash. Those who were just reveling in schadenfreude felt like they received a hard slap from an invisible hand. Their faces burned with pain. Bai Yulin had been looking down, but now seeing Fong Xin receiving special treatment, immediately squeezed his little wooden sign. That startled me. The wooden sign really works. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Sun Biyun on the podium pulled a stern face again. All students who brought items blessed by the witchcraft system, if anyone dares to bring them to class next lesson, get ready to fail this semester. Those low-tier items are useless to me. After saying this, Bai Yulin was stunned, and not just him. Many students had seen comments left by previous seniors, so they bought all kinds of blessed items, only to find they were of no use to this ruthless teacher. After finishing her speech, Sun Biyun sat down again. She continued to knit her sweater. Now in class, the mental system talent has strong offensive abilities, and it can attack from a distance. It can also control a person's mind, emotions, and even a person's dreams. There are many ways to control. The three main types are sound, vision, and mental waves. Harsh sounds or pleasant sounds can make a person intoxicated and obsessed. This is a form of mental attack. Chaotic visuals, disordered arrangements, and indistinguishable sights can also cause someone to lose themselves. Now, each person has a reference object in their hand, something they have used for a long time. Next, I will use mental power to make you enter an illusion. In this environment, focus your attention and fix your gaze on the reference object to break free. As Sun Biyun spoke, the needles she used for knitting brushed against each other, making a sizzling sound that was irritating, creating a restless mood. Fong Xian was holding his phone, something he had used for a long time, and suddenly, he blinked, realizing that darkness surrounded him.
The sizzling sound filled this dark world. Fong Xian turned his gaze warily, glancing around, and vaguely saw a shadow in the darkness, seemingly 100 meters tall, sitting there like a forgotten ancient demon, weaving a sweater, the sound of the needles clashing making his head ache. Her eyes were like two red lanterns hanging in the sky.
Is this the high-level battle spirit talent? Fong Xian murmured to himself. So terrifying.
The harsh sounds were dense, and they seemed to be growing louder. Fong Xian recalled his reference object. He clearly had his phone in his hand just a moment ago, but now felt empty, his palm surrounded by darkness.
Taking a deep breath, Fong Xian concentrated, staring closely at what was in his hand. The noisy, piercing sound started to fade away as Fong Xian focused more and more, locking his gaze tightly. Fong Xian only had the unawakened mental talent, which was considered a low-level ability among his various talents, making the process relatively slow. As time passed second by second, the concentration made Fong Xian's brow feel sore and swollen, like the sensation when he pointed at his brow during playtime before.
The more he concentrated, the more intense the swelling felt in his brow. While the surrounding noise grew quieter, the darkness gradually dissipated, and he felt a little sensation returning to his hand, recognizing that he was indeed holding something, his phone. He did not know how long it had been. The swollen feeling in his brow reached a peak. Fong Xian clearly saw the mobile phone in his hand, the dark tide slowly receding, the surrounding loud noise diminishing, and the space became quiet, with only the soft sound of Sun Baijun knitting.
Fong Xian's face was somewhat pale. He took a breath, looked at the mobile phone in his hand, and scanned the surroundings.
He was now sitting in a classroom. A few talented individuals had already woken up, but they all looked exhausted, their pale faces resting on the desks, and many classmates remained seated, frowning, still lost in the illusion.
Fong Xian couldn't help but feel shocked. The power of those with mental abilities was terrifying. If this were in combat, a moment's blink could lead to being controlled.
This was also why, in team battles, a mental ability teammate was always required. Fong Xian raised his head and looked at Sun Baijun, who was still knitting. The old lady smiled kindly at Fong Xian. For a mental ability as a side role, to wake up in such a short time exceeds my expectations. Very good. The classmates who woke up afterward looked astonished. Did this old lady take the wrong medicine today? According to past legends told by seniors, this old lady came to work every day as if she had taken gunpowder, scolding anyone she caught, and when in a bad mood, she would also attack mentally. Why is she being so nice to Fong Xian?
Could it be that Fong Xian is her son's illegitimate child? The old lady kindly asked again, is your forehead feeling sour and swollen?
Yes. The old lady explained, maintain that feeling, this is your source of spirit.
To launch a mental attack, you must rely on it.
The stronger the energy of your spirit source, the stronger and longer lasting the attack will be. This spirit source is also called the Divine Spring. With it, you have essentially stepped into the first tier of mental abilities combat power. In former realms, this was called the Summoning Realm. Do you know what the subsequent realms are called? Fang Xian had heard this before. Zhuge Hang and Hua Chang had discussed it. The following ones are called flow, pulsation, grounding, observing wells, harmonizing, breaking mirrors, responding to the void, spirit platform, etc. Sun Baijun's eyes lit up, and she smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Having the spirit source means you have entered the summoning realm, but the summoning realm of mental abilities doesn't just summon your own mental power, it must also summon others' mental power. Through constant training of the mental power, when the mental power overflows from your divine spring, you reach the second realm. The second realm of flow allows your overflowing mental power to cover every part of your body. When the mental power is full, only then does the third realm count as the real entry into the mental ability. In other words, attacks launched from the third realm of mental abilities are the real deal. The mental power can attack enemies through sound, eye techniques, and mental waves. As for the fourth realm, it allows you to condense the mental power into a protective shield to guard yourself. You can't rush things. The combat power your physical ability can unleash is already, among peers, truly the best, very strong. But the mental ability has just touched the threshold. Take your time, there's no rush, focus on building your divine springs foundation, and I will teach you gradually in the future. Fang Xian nodded, okay. Just after speaking, an eye mask appeared on the table in front of Fang Xian. Wearing this can train your mental power. Thank you, teacher. No need. The needles in Sun Baijun's hands resumed their soft clicking sound. The few awakened students once again fell into the illusion. Fang Xian was taken aback. Sun Baijun asked, "Did you offend a young master from a big family?" Fang Xian chuckled awkwardly, "He bullied my sister, so I made a move." Sun Baijun nodded, "If they come to trouble you, just come find me. Even the president of the White Lotus Society would give me some face. Let alone just the illegitimate grandson of a vice president." "Thank you, Mentor Sun." Sun Baijun said gently, "No need to be polite with me, I know your parents, they call me Aunt Sun, so from now on, you can just call me Grandma Sun in private." Fang Xian was stunned again. No wonder this old lady was so nice to him, it turns out she knows his parents. Okay. Keep feeling the divine spring. Fang Xian closed his eyes, summoning the sour and swelling sensation at his brow. As time passed, Fang Xian felt as if he were in a strange space, where a spring appeared before him, slowly bubbling with wisps of spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, class was over. Sun Baijun packed her things and turned to leave. Almost everyone had varying degrees of pale faces. Bai Yulin stepped forward, "Brother Xian, let's go." Fang Xian stood up, and the two walked out together. Many classmates behind them looked at Fang Xian's back, feeling a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Brother Xian, why is the extermination teacher so biased?" Bai Yulin rubbed his head. Fang Xian thought for a moment, maybe it's because my name is Fang Xian, so it's biased towards new? Bai Yulin massaged his brow, "Damn, then I'll change my name to Bai Yu Xian. What classes do you have this afternoon?" Perception series. Wow, that's the class of the Sky Shield Goddess, Teacher Chang. Bai Yulin's eyes sparkled, "Brother Xian, you don't know, I saw her in person at the beginning of the semester, she is super beautiful, the prettiest one among all the opposite sexes I've ever seen. How beautiful can she be? Let me put it this way, using my brother He Yulin's words, if Goddess Chang spat, my brother could drink that watered down for half a year." Fang Xian looked at Bai Yulin curiously. "Old Bai, do you always shift blame onto your brother or sister when you do something wrong?" Bai Yulin smiled awkwardly, "You've caught me." While they were having lunch in the cafeteria, many classmates pointed and whispered over here, some sympathizing, while others were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Some voices even deliberately raised their tone, wanting Fang Xian to hear. "Someone is going to get taught this afternoon. Young Master Yang's family is coming this afternoon. People from the church are coming. We are in for a show this afternoon." Chapter 60, Meeting Again. The voices were noisy. As a result, Fang Xian became the center of attention in the cafeteria. Bai Yulin turned around and shot a fierce look at one student nearby who was speaking the loudest. "Brother Xian, don't pay attention to them." Bai Yulin comforted. Fang Xian took a bite of food, his tone relaxed. "I originally just wanted to be an ordinary little transparent person, but I didn't expect to keep becoming the hottest topic among the new students, those celebrities are nothing compared to this." Seeing Fang Xian so carefree, Bai Yulin also breathed a sigh of relief. When the two finished eating and were heading back, those new students were still staring and discussing Fang Xian. Fang Xian exhaled, recalling what Zhuge Hang had said, advising him to restrain himself a bit, otherwise, it would be easy to attract attention. They say the shooter hits the bird that sticks its head out. Now, he silently decided that after the midterm test, he must not stick out anymore, just be a little cautious. Back in the dormitory, Fang Xian lay on his bed. He ignored the outside world and took out the eye mask that Sun Baijun had given him from his spatial ring and put it over his eyes. Fang Xian adjusted the eye mask to a reference position. As soon as he put it on, he entered into a realm of darkness. Using the experience from today's class, Fang Xian concentrated his attention. The sour and swelling feeling at his brow was there, allowing him to feel a small amount of spiritual power counteracting the harsh sounds and the darkness. With experience plus a little spiritual power, Fang Xian gradually felt the eye mask. He awakened from the illusion, but the sour and swelling sensation at his brow still lingered. Fang Xian kept his eyes closed, and in his mental space, the nearly transparent spiritual power radiating from that spring seemed to be slightly more than before. But just as Fang Xian was about to remove the eye mask, he found that the originally transparent spiritual power in the spring instantaneously turned blood red, and at this moment, the spring looked more like a demon's eye. Fang Xian's heart jolted. This was influenced by the talent of slaughter. He removed the eye mask and slowly sat up. The few talents he had already awakened, strength talent, light talent, perception talent, spiritual talent, and beast mastery talent, were all influenced by the talent of slaughter, enhancing their original strength. Rather than saying it was enhancement, it felt more like a mutation. Although other than the strength talent, the rest were not SSS level, killing others with the same type of talents in the future would also enhance his own. Just like Fang Xian's beast mastery talent, he recalled that the reason he could step onto the 9th level of the True Dragon platform at the Beast Palace was partly due to his good foundation, and partly because he had killed an old master of beast mastery before going to the palace and devoured the other's talent. Looking at the time, he realized it was almost time for afternoon classes. As Fang Xian walked along the road, students passing by pointed at him, some with sympathy and some with glee. Outside the classroom, there stood a beautiful woman with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, gentle and sweet, her captivating eyes slightly blinking, mesmerizing hearts. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings were straight and slender, attracting the attention of many. The students in the classroom scrambled to sit in front, each one like livestock, eager to sit at the podium. It was a completely different world from Grandma Sun Bijuan's class. Fang Xian? The black-haired woman suddenly called out. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned and looked at the black-haired woman. Hello, Counselor Chang. The black-haired woman smiled back. Have you seen Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai? Bai Yulin? He went to the shooting talent class. The black-haired woman shook her head. Not Bai Yulin, it's Zhuge Heng, I call him Xiao Bai. Do you know where he went? I don't know. I haven't seen him these past few days. The black-haired woman clasped her hands behind her back. Can you help me find out where he is? Fang Xian asked curiously. Why don't you ask him yourself? He ignores me. Seeing Fang Xian's expression, Chang Bingqing straightforwardly said, haven't you heard the gossip between us? I'm his loyal fan. Everyone in the 9th branch knows that I've been pursuing him since I was a teenager. But he always treats me coldly. This is a public secret in the 9th branch. Fang Xian looked perplexed. He didn't expect such gossip, and that the white-haired guy had such a beautiful woman chasing after him. No wonder that old lecher, Shang Tianke, asked for Chang Bingqing's contact information from the white-haired guy, yet it was given to Sun Bijuan instead. So that's where it stems from. Chang Bingqing gazed eagerly at Fang Xian with her hands clasped in front of her chest. Could you help me ask him where he is? Fang Xian hesitated a moment and sent a message to Zhuge Heng. Where are you, big brother? Did your counselor Cheng ask you to ask? Fang Xian felt a bit awkward. This white-haired guy really was perceptive. Cheng Bingqing blinked her large, sparkling eyes. Can I send him a message? Fang Xian handed over the smart device, and Cheng Bingqing was a bit nervous. After a moment of hesitation, she finally sent a voice message. Xiao Bai, please don't hide from me. It's cold outside, I bought you some clothes. Can I come and deliver them to where you live later? After sending the message, Cheng Bingqing looked eagerly at her device for a reply. Seconds later, her smart device vibrated. She quickly took it out to check. Upon seeing the message, Cheng Bingqing's expression was a mixture of 3 parts joy, 3 parts grievance, 3 parts helplessness, and 1 part unyielding resilience. Fang Xian couldn't help but sigh. The goddess that every new and old student sought after was indeed hard to come by. In front of the white-haired Zhuge Heng, it was surprisingly humbling. Returning Fang Xian's smart connect device, Cheng Bingqing smiled softly. Alright, let's get ready for class. As Fang Xian walked into the classroom, the lustful gazes of the students instantly shifted from Cheng Bingqing to Fang Xian. The goddess could be seen every day, but the fun could not be seen every day. The students' eyes wandered between Fang Xian and a figure at the back of the classroom. Fang Xian followed the students' gazes. He then saw a few people sitting in the last row of the classroom. Leading them was Yang Haoxi, whom he had previously fought. At this moment, Yang Haoxi crossed his arms and looked at Fang Xian, grinning with satisfaction. Brother Xian, over here. Zhang Bing, a classmate from the power system class, waved him over. After Fang Xian took his seat, the classroom buzzed with discussion. A good show is about to start. Young Master Yang has no perception talent, yet he still comes here. That means young Master Yang's men are arriving this afternoon.
Fang Xian is done for this time. No background, and he dared to lay a hand on a big young master with a strong background. Isn't that like looking for death in a toilet with a lantern? Who else would he provoke? If it were a normal person, upon hearing about such a strong background, wouldn't they compromise? He? No background and is reckless, thinking that being good at academics gives him the right to act wantonly. No matter how good his grades are, they are useless. In this world, everything relies on background. Even with Zhuge instructor backing him, he can't be protected this time. If he only messed with the White Lotus Club, instructor Zhuge might still help him, but who told young Master Yang has the church behind him? Isn't there still the Master of the Beast Palace? Don't joke around, the Master of the Beast Palace was introduced by instructor Zhuge. Do you think he would act for a new student from the 9th district? Think before you speak, alright? The big man Zhang Bing turned around. Damn, these people are really despicable. Fang Xian shrugged, it's normal.
Cheng Bingqing gently tapped the podium.
Okay, everyone quiet down. Today is our first perception class.
Before we start, let me introduce myself.
My name is Cheng Bingqing, and I will be your instructor for this perception course.
Perception is one of the few talents that lacks offensive power among many talents, but any team cannot lack teammates with perception talents. Perception talents not only allow you to sense the enemy's coordinates but can also sense danger. When your level gets higher, you might even sense a person's past and future, as well as the past and future of this world.
As for... Before she could finish, Cheng Bingqing frowned and looked towards the door. Almost in the next second. Bang!
The sudden, ear-splitting sound of the door being pushed open interrupted Cheng Bingqing's words.
A few people stood at the door. Each of them wore a distinctive uniform. And on each person's chest was a badge.
The badge depicted a totem.
In the shape of eyes.
The position of the pupils was a sun.
Members of the church.
These people all had arrogant expressions, looking down on everyone as if they inherently possessed superiority. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with triangular eyes.
He slightly tilted his head.
Behind him, a blond young man stepped out. Fang Xian immediately recognized the blond young man. He was none other than the lion dog, Huoshi, whom he had met at Chu Xinyao's house. Huoshi took out something similar to a smart connect device and scanned the classroom.
A beeping sound emitted. It was aimed directly at Fang Xian. All eyes in the classroom turned to Fang Xian. Realizing this was aimed at Fang Xian,
Yang Haoxi in the back row crossed his arms, revealing a triumphant smile. Seeing Yang Haoxi's expression, the students present showed shocked expressions, not expecting the church members to be so powerful, barging in recklessly during class to capture someone.
Huoshi walked over to Fang Xian's position. He reached out and grabbed Fang Xian's shoulder, roughly lifting him up.
Huoshi looked down from above, his expression arrogant. He showed a disdainful cold smile.
We meet again, let's go for a trip. Chapter 61, Take Me to See.
The classroom instantly erupted in chaos.
Damn! They're really here. Young Master Yang is amazing. The church's people came to catch Fang Xian. Now Fang Xian is really done for. These people from the church are so arrogant, they don't care about anyone. Today, no one can protect Fang Xian.
Oh, no matter how talented you are or how high your grades are, without a background, you can only be at the mercy of those with connections.
Various noisy voices came. While talking, these students looked towards the back row where Yang Haoxi was sitting.
Yang Haoxi crossed his arms, a smile blooming on his face, his eyes filled with malice, then looked at Fang Xian and arrogantly whistled with his finger in his mouth.
Huoshi was pulling Fang Xian. Fang Xian's eyes burned with an inexplicable anger.
He lunged forward, colliding into Huoshi's chest. Huoshi let out a muffled grunt. His eyes suddenly burst with golden light.
With golden pupils staring at Fang Xian, he said, "You better behave. No one dares to protect you today." Zhang Bing, who was sitting next to them, suddenly stood up. The big guy, a strength-based student, was a bit fierce. On what basis are you capturing my classmate?
As he spoke, he was about to grab Huoshi, but Huoshi's golden light intensified, and he slapped Zhang Bing away.
Fang Xian instantly surged with a killing intent. He grabbed Huoshi by the neck. "Come at me. Don't touch my classmate." Huoshi was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fang Xian to fight back. The intense killing intent that erupted from Fang Xian made him feel uneasy.
He couldn't understand why a young boy would have such a strong, restless killing intent, and his lofty golden radiance was shaken by the clash. With his golden light shining, Huoshi's aura swelled, directly overpowering Fang Xian, cuffing him and tightly squeezing his shoulder while delivering 2 punches to Fang Xian's stomach.
Fang Xian was immediately hit, paling in face.
Huoshi pinched Fang Xian's chin and whispered in his ear, "Kid, don't be arrogant." Someone personally stated they want you to live worse than dead. Ants should stay low, this time, the lady can't protect you. After finishing, he dragged Fong Xin out. On the podium, Chang Bingqing's beautiful face instantly turned cold as she slammed the desk. Everyone, is it too disrespectful to come to my class to catch someone? Are you also showing no regard for our Tiandun Bureau? The middle-aged man with triangular eyes standing at the door smiled. Teacher Chang, it's a routine duty. Please forgive the disturbance. Duty? What kind of duty requires taking a new student? The triangular-eyed man's demeanor was arrogant and scornful. The church is doing business. No comment. Huoshi dragged Fong Xian out of the classroom. The triangular-eyed man and the church members behind him scanned the students below, still high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Chang Bingqing's expression was furious. They specifically targeted a class with no combat effectiveness because she was weak. Chang Bingqing sent a message to Zhuge Hang, Xiaobai. Fong Xian was taken away by the people from the church. After sending the message, Chang Bingqing dashed out. The many students in the classroom also rushed out in chaos. Yang Haoxi strolled out slowly. The crowd automatically parted to create a gap. Many new students were flattering and sucking up. Young Master Yang. Amazing, Young Master Yang. Even the church is backing Young Master Yang. Now Fong Xian is definitely doomed. Zhang Bing, who had just been hit by Huoshi, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took out his communicator to make a phone call. Brother Hualu, the people from the church forcibly took Fong Xian away from the classroom and even hit me and Fong Xian. In the perception class. They are still in the hallway. The noise here was too loud, and teachers and students from other classrooms on the same floor looked over. When they saw Fong Xian being forcibly escorted out of the classroom by members of the church, many students also skipped class, rushing out to see what was happening. Word spread quickly, and more teachers and students surged this way, clogging the hallway to a standstill. Huoshi twisted Fong Xian's arm and looked disdainfully at the teachers and students blocking the hallway. The church is doing business, irrelevant people, quickly get out of the way. But the crowd was growing, and with just one look from Huoshi, a church member with a buzz cut and heavy dark circle stepped forward, raised his hand, and grasped at the air, forming a glowing sword out of thin air, and swung it. The sword brutally cleaved open a path through the jammed hallway. Overcrowded students stumbled to the sides. Huoshi's golden eyes fixated on the teachers and students in the hallway. This is a warning, the church is doing business. If you dare to block the way again, no mercy. The Sky Shield Bureau also had its temper. On the other side of the hallway, the team leader teaching new students, Chen Yuanjue, walked up with a stern face. Is the church here to make trouble? Did you come to the wrong place? The triangular-eyed man stepped forward. Raising one hand, golden light flickered between his fingers, and then he held a document tightly between them. The highest commander of the church's Red Lotus district personally ordered the capture of the new student Fong Xian from the 9th place. Do you have any objections? Chen Yuanjue stepped forward, took the document, and examined it carefully, discovering it was indeed an official document signed by the church. His brow furrowed tightly. The triangular-eyed man took the document back, smirking with mockery. Make way. Seeing Chen Yuanjue's changing expression, the new students erupted in chaos. Wow! Yang Xiao is amazing. Using such big firepower to catch Fong Xian? Having a background really does mean something. Wow, Fong Xian is probably done for now. Let's not say probably, any clear-eyed person can tell that Fong Xian is completely finished. 7 days later will be his resurrection night. Good grades mean nothing. Good talent means nothing. Without a background, in the end, you're just an ant in the eyes of those with a sky-high background. Underpants' brother mixed in with the crowd, watching this scene with glee. Yang Haoxi whistled at Fong Xian, showing an extremely provocative smile. Huoshi twisted Fong Xian's shoulder and moved forward. You a lowly ant without a background, and yet you dare to dream of something with my lady. Do you feel the gap now? What's the point of joining the 9th place? Even a gentle young master can easily manipulate you. But after a few steps, they were blocked ahead. The newcomer had a big beard and a slightly open collar that revealed a sexy little chest hair. Everyone, this kid is mine. If you want to take him, have you gotten my permission? Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowded hallway erupted into a frenzy. Wow! The master of the Beast Palace is here. Who said the master of the Beast Palace wouldn't come? The master of the Beast Palace actually stands up for Fong Xian. Underpants' brother frowned, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Several church members stamped their feet. Master Shang, the church is doing business, don't court disaster. The triangular-eyed man frowned, clearly not expecting Shang Tianke to come personally to block them. Shang Tianke grinned, this is my precious student. How do I know if you're really the church doing business? He came here specifically for this today. The old palace master valued Fong Xian highly. Before coming here today, the old palace master had specifically instructed him to protect Fang Xian within reason, which also reinforced the bond between him and Fang Xian. The triangular-eyed man wearily pulled out the document. Shang Tianke took it, examined it thoroughly, and then pointed at the document, smirking at the triangular-eyed man. It says to take him away, but it's not about arresting. Then what do you mean by handcuffing my student? The triangular-eyed man frowned again, turning to look at Huoshi, who smiled and said, there are no rules in the documents about how to take him away. Shang Tiang's face was cold, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Immediately, black mist spread out, and a giant single-horned python appeared out of thin air, its massive figure coiling behind Shang Tianke. You disrespectful thing, are you talking to me? This scene once again drew gasps from the crowd. Huoshi couldn't help but swallow hard and took 2 steps back in fear. The triangular-eyed man's expression darkened as he glanced at Huoshi, unlocked the handcuffs. Huoshi hesitated for a moment. Though he was extremely reluctant, he still unlocked the handcuffs. The triangular-eyed man and Shang Tianke stood face to face, shoulder to shoulder. Shang Palace Master, I've given you face, that's enough. I must take him away today, no one can stop me. But unexpectedly, as soon as the words were spoken, a sharp whistling sound came, and a chair flew through the air, smashing right into Huoshi's face, causing him to burst open and bleed instantly. Hua Chenghua's 6th brother walked over. He slapped the triangular-eyed man's chest with the back of his hand. Jiang Weiqi, this kid is mine, let me take a look at him. Chapter 62, Dazed Head. With the appearance of Hua Chenghua's 6th brother, the scene erupted into loud commotion once more. Damn! 6th brother Hua Jingang from the 9th division is here. Is 6th brother Hua famous? Is he famous? How dumb do you have to be to ask that? This master is not only powerful, do you know who his grandfather is? Hua Mo. A character specifically introduced in our history textbook, a terrifying figure holding military power. One of the heroes of the gods' turmoil. Wow! How powerful that he comes out to protect Fang Xian. Fang Xian has a strength talent, and 6th brother Hua is also a strength tutor. Plus, 6th brother Hua is famously protective of his own. If Fang Xian is to be taken away, how could he not come out? Does 6th brother Hua fear the church? It's certainly unwise to confront head-on, but the church hasn't received any directives, so they wouldn't dare act against 6th brother Hua. He comes from a proper big faction. And the Hua family army is known for their camaraderie. Touch one and you touch them all. In that case, Fang Xian isn't without support, he has 2 big shots backing him. It seems not so easy for Yang Shao to seek revenge. Not necessarily, after all, the church looks down on everyone. Plus, this time it's a matter of official process. The noisy voices never ceased. Yang Hao thought, mixed in the crowd, his face dark and fierce. He never expected that the church would intervene, and not just anyone, but 2 heavyweight guests would come. The triangular-eyed Jiang Weiqi had an expression as dark as water, his face as gloomy as possible. Hua Lao Lu. I am handling official business. Don't go too far. Hua Chang said with a grin, official business? What official business? Jiang Weiqi stepped forward and lowered his voice, Hua Lao Lu, this kid has been personally named by the higher-ups to be taken back for questioning. If something happens, even your old man may not be able to protect you. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but as soon as he did, Hua Cheng immediately got angry. I'm stopping him today, what can you do about that? Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes glinted menacingly, but he found himself powerless against Hua Cheng. He could only shake his wrist and pull out the documents again, handing them to Hua Cheng. Open your eyes and take a good look, is this document signed by the higher-ups? Is this official business? Just as Hua Cheng was about to speak, a voice rang out. Official business? Is it really just official business? Following the voice, everyone turned to see an old lady wearing rectangular glasses and a sweater approaching. As the old lady appeared, the crowd parted like the tide, instinctively moving aside. It seemed that the pressure from this old lady was even more formidable than some ancient beasts. Shang Tianke uncomfortably tidied his clothes. Covered the sexy little chest hair, obediently turned to the side. Senior son. Hua Chang, this hothead also retracted his arrogant demeanor, bowing slightly, Auntie-son. Sun Bijuan walked through the crowd and stood in front of Jiang Weiqi. Using public office to serve personal interests, who gave you the authority? Jiang Weiqi's tone softened for once, as if he also knew the position of this old lady in the Sky Shield Bureau. Old lady son, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you, right? This child is my student. You are here to arrest my student. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? As soon as this was said, the whole place erupted. Wow! The merciless master of extinction is here to rescue someone? Unprecedented.
I already found it incredible that the head of the palace and Lord Hualu intervened. How come this one is here too? Goodness, is this still the iron-faced, heartless master of extinction I remember? My sense of security is at an all-time high. After this battle, my impression of the master of extinction has shifted from pitch black to slightly darker. Young Master Yang is in hot water. I thought young Master Yang could deal with Fang Xian, but instead, Fang Xian brought out these big shots. What about those who just wished for disaster and said Xian was going to be finished? Keep barking. A group of rats in the sewers can only squeak all day because they are jealous of us, Xian. These people have a problem with their mentality. They must be feeling sour. Were they slapped in the face by Fang Xian? The group that had just been laughing at misfortune suddenly fell silent. The situation was turning out to be more unexpected than anticipated. Brother Underwear gaped, clearly not expecting 3 big shots to come to the rescue. Even the Master of Extinction showed up. Jiang Xiaocha also stood in the crowd, nervously and angrily watching this scene. Yang Haoxi in the crowd wore a fierce expression, his eyes almost murderous. He had skipped class today to watch the excitement around Fang Xian, preparing to later use torture in the interrogation room against Fang Xian, but now 3 obstacles came out one after another. Jiang Weiqi squinted his triangular eyes again and shook the document. Old lady son, even if he is your student, the higher-ups have said he must be taken away. Please cooperate. Absolutely a matter of public business? Sun Bijuan asked. Jiang Weiqi smiled. Old lady son, I assure you, this is absolutely a matter of public business. Sun Bijuan's hand that was knitting abruptly stopped. She turned back to look at Yang Haoxi in the crowd. The old lady's cold eyes behind her glasses stared intently at Yang Haoxi as she merely said 4 words, speak the truth. Yang Haoxi's pupils scattered. I teased Fang Xian's younger sister, and Fang Xian hit me. I went to find my mom, and my mom looked for my uncle. My uncle agreed to it. They were just looking for Fang Xian, and then my uncle would send someone to take Fang Xian away, locking him in a secret room, letting me use torture to deal with Fang Xian. After finishing, Yang Haoxi's pupils gradually focused, his face pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. As his words fell, Jiang Weiqi's face turned ashen, and the expressions of several church members behind him also changed drastically. The onlookers were in an uproar. Sun Bijuan's knitting movements became faster, her eyes behind the lenses radiating a terrifying aura. Say that to me again, that this is business as usual. Hua Cheng pointed angrily at the air, you son of a b**********. Jiang Weiqi, come on, explain to me, does this church have the surname Jiang? Under the banner of the church, bullying our people from the Sky Shield Bureau. What else do you want? If you dare to use the church's banner to capture our students today, tomorrow you'll dare to use the church's banner to capture our mentors. Are you trying to incite a conflict between the church and our Sky Shield Bureau? Jiang Weiqi forcibly stabilized the situation. Hualu, food can be eaten in a disorderly way, but words cannot be recklessly spoken. Could it be that the document is fake? Sun Bijuan stared at Jiang Weiqi, then your practice of torture is genuine, right? Jiang Weiqi chuckled, old lady son. What can a child's angry words mean? Don't you agree? If you let them take someone away today, does that mean anyone can come and step on the Heavenly Shield Bureau in the future? Jiang Weiqi's smile gradually faded. Everyone, I advise you nicely, I've given you face, but please don't be ungrateful. Jiang Weiqi pointed to his chest badge, what you all said just now, my superior has already seen it. I must take this person away today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he cannot stop me. While speaking, whether it was Hua Cheng, Shang Tianke, or even Sun Bijuan, their communicators suddenly rang. Hua Cheng frowned at the caller ID but eventually answered the call. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan also looked at their caller IDs and answered the call. Hua Cheng stepped aside. What's wrong, Dad? Are you standing up for a student? Yes, did that doggone church call you? It called your uncle. He said you shouldn't interfere. Hua Cheng frowned, not interfere? Just sit and watch as my precious student gets taken away by those dogs? This matter is a bit complicated, don't worry, there will be important people stepping in to protect that student. After hanging up, Hua Cheng's face turned as dark as water. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan felt the same way. Jiang Weiqi's squinted eyes glinted with disdain. Everyone, isn't it time to give way? Seeing a few people step aside. The onlooking classmates were completely stirred up. Wow! These 3 big shots are stepping aside? I really underestimated the church. Looks like Fang Xian is finished this time. I was too naive, I thought young Master Yang couldn't take revenge, but now it looks like young Master Yang is going to win for sure, and Fang Xian will be skinned. The short pants brother revealed a smile again, thinking that the church still had the upper hand. In the crowd, Jiang Xiaocha had red-rimmed eyes. Fang Xian watched the fierce competition among the various forces and felt for the first time the importance of having a strong background. Without one,
He felt like a rootless weed drifting aimlessly. Looking at these people from the church, then glancing at the smug young housey. Fang Xin silently vowed in his heart. I must create my own power. I will crush all these bullies who rely on their power. Huashir wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grabbing Fang Xin's shoulder. Do you feel like an ant now? Do you feel the gap? You're dead today. Just as Jiang Weiqi and the others were about to leave, a pale, naive girl appeared from the crowd, crunching away on potato chips. She walked straight towards Jiang Weiqi and the others. Many teachers and students recognized her. Wow! Li Bear has come to cause trouble? She wouldn't be trying to save Fang Xin, would she? Who knows what background Li Bear has? I don't know, but can she really challenge the church? Jiang Weiqi frowned and raised his hand to push Li Bear away. Get lost. But as soon as his hand touched Li Bear, he didn't use any strength. Li Bear fell to the ground with a thud. Oh no! I've been knocked down. Li Bear lay on the ground, pulling out her phone. Hey, Grandpa, I've been hit, my head is dizzy, my whole body hurts, and I can't breathe. Jiang Weiqi sneered disdainfully. Su Bashang arrived late and, seeing Li Bear lying on the ground, turned pale and shouted, Don't provoke her. Jiang Weiqi ignored him, thinking Su Bashang was talking to Li Bear. Completely disregarding Li Bear lying under his feet, he was about to raise his leg and step over her. Su Bushang's face changed immediately, clapping his hands together. Oh no! This is completely over. You've kicked a hard board. In the next second, a terrifying aura descended from above, directly enveloping the entire Heavenly Shield Academy. A thunderous roar rang out in the sky. Next came the sound of shattering mirrors in the void. An almost transparent knife directly struck Jiang Weiqi's shoulder. Jiang Weiqi didn't have time to react, his body was instantly struck by a huge force, sending him flying backward, and he was directly pinned to the wall by the knife. Blood gushed out. Jiang Weiqi's eyeballs bulged, and under the intense impact, his face turned a purplish liver color. Who dares to touch my granddaughter? His voice thundered, resounding through the sky. Jiang Weiqi's mouth was dripping with blood, a thin line. For the first time, a look of fear appeared on his face, as if he had realized something, and he cried out loudly. Old Li! Please, listen to my explanation. Chapter 63, Do you want to go against Old Yi? A mighty wave of knife energy surged forth. It filled the entire hallway. Everyone present was terrified. The pressure from the sky was so intense it was horrifying. Tian Shield Academy emitted several terrifying auras, probing the visitors' presence. The students watching were stunned. What the hell? What kind of terrifying existence is this? With such combat strength? It must be level 13. Such a terrifying existence must not be some insignificant figure in the entire dragon country. What is Li Baobao's background? How does she have such a terrifying grandfather? Did you hear that? The one from the church, Jiang Weiqi, his face changed, he seemed so afraid of Li Baobao's grandfather. Anyone with a brain can tell, he almost lost his life. Of course, he's scared. Li Baobao's grandfather is not afraid of the church? The guy in the underwear stared with his mouth agape, stunned by the scene, then looked at Li Baobao. This silly, innocent girl actually had such a powerful background. Not to mention these students. Hua Cheng, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijuan, and Shang Bingqing all looked shocked. Shang Tianke seemed to have realized who the other person was, and gasped, his eyes suddenly widening. It's that old senior. The only one who knew Li Baobao's identity, Su Bashang, helplessly looked at the scene, wearing a face full of despair. Jiang Weiqi was pinned to the wall by the transparent large knife. His face was pale, sweat dripping from his forehead. Old Li, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't touch your granddaughter. A voice like a thunderclap exploded from above. Didn't touch my granddaughter? Stop talking nonsense. My granddaughter has always been honest. Could it be that my granddaughter is wrongfully accusing you? Jiang Weiqi felt as if the sky had fallen. Old Li, I didn't touch your granddaughter at all, just ask your granddaughter. Li Baobao lay on the ground, her gaze unfocused, looking injured, her voice soft and weak. I can't move. My head is dizzy, my whole body hurts. Jiang Weiqi's body went numb, and he hurriedly cried out, Little sister, you mustn't say such things, I didn't touch you. Li Baobao lay on the ground, speaking in a very meek tone while saying the most shameless words. Your words hurt me, your momentum severely injured me, your actions offended me, your behavior attacked me. Jiang Weiqi was stunned. With difficulty, he turned to look at the dean, Su Bashang. Dean Su, you have to testify for me. Su Bushang's face was serious, but in his heart, he cursed like crazy. What the hell, am I going to testify for you? You arrogant fool, came to Tian Shield Academy to arrest someone and even hit someone. Now, when you run into trouble, you want me to testify for you?
Moreover, I already warned you not to provoke her earlier.
You didn't listen and now you come to me.
Su Basang slowly stepped forward, raised his head, and looked up at the sky, forcing a smile. Oldly, actually, I didn't see clearly what exactly happened earlier.
Jiang Weiqi immediately stared at Su Basang with wide eyes. Dean Su.
You clearly saw I didn't touch her.
Su Buoshan's expression turned cold.
I am, after all, the Dean of Tianshield Academy. Though I'm just a civilian in the Tianshield Bureau, I still hold a position higher than yours.
You think the church can be so arrogant just because of this? If it weren't for the fact that today's matter is too complicated, do you think you would be so arrogant?
I came late, there were too many people in front, I couldn't see clearly. Jiang Weiqi still wanted to argue, but the knife inserted in his chest twisted, and immediately a painful wail came out of his mouth. Jiang Weiqi slapped the badge on his chest.
Bishop, save me. The sunlight scattered through the window, enveloping Jiang Weiqi.
A layer of golden halo radiated around him. The badge on his chest was especially dazzling.
It seemed like a tiny sun. The eye in the badge seemed to come alive.
Before long, a golden phantom appeared. The face was unclear, just a mass of golden light. At first glance it seemed like a clump of shining gold. Deputy Commander Li, after all these years, still the same temper. Laughter radiated from that golden light. A voice like thunder came, no wonder the people under you are blind, it turns out to be you, the one-eyed man. Laughter echoed again from that golden light, the people under you are blind. They bumped into Deputy Commander Li. I'll apologize on his behalf. As for your granddaughter, how about this, I'll gift her a top-tier magic tool as an apology.
Would that satisfy you? Whether I'm satisfied is not important, what matters is my granddaughter's satisfaction.
The phantom in the golden light looked at Li Bao'er, who lay on the ground, with a small, pitiful, helpless expression. She was already adorable in appearance, and with her naive and silly personality, lying there made it impossible to blame old Mr. Li for his fury.
Li Bao'er pointed at Fong Xin. Grandpa, this is my friend.
The voice from the golden light came, Deputy Commander Li, we have no ill intentions towards your granddaughter's friend. This matter is very complicated and relates to something from over a decade ago.
I think you should know what I'm talking about. For the first time, the voice of Li Bao'er's grandfather fell silent.
After a long pause, he said, you must promise me, don't harm him.
No problem. Bao'er, get up.
I'll. Li Bao'er stood up and dusted off her clothes. A fist-sized ball of golden light flew out and entered Li Bao'er's space ring. This is for you.
Deputy Commander Li, I've done what I promised.
The knife that pinned Jiang Weiqi quietly dissipated, and Jiang Weiqi, with his back against the wall, sat on the ground, drawing a thick line of scarlet on the wall. A cold voice came from the golden light, take him away. Jiang Weiqi struggled to stand up, took out a bottle of potion from his space ring, and swallowed it without hesitation, giving Huoshi a glance.
Huoshi roughly pulled Fong Xian's shoulder and started to leave.
Hua Cheng's anger appeared, and in a swift step, he approached, with energy flowing in his arm. His thick arm was wrapped in dragon scales formed by energy, and with an explosive punch, he slammed it into Huoshi's abdomen. Huoshi instinctively raised a golden protective shield, but it was instantly shattered by Hua Cheng's punch, his body folding backward and flying away. He crashed into the wall and then bounced onto the ground. Lying on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Hua family brat, do you know what you're doing? Angry voices came from the golden light.
Hua Cheng flicked his wrist, uninterested, and said, the document said to take him away, you also said to take him away.
Does he look like he's being taken away?
The figure in the golden light glanced at Huoshi, and under its powerful pressure, Huoshi immediately bowed his head, not daring to breathe. Huoshi struggled to get up. A tearing pain came from his abdomen. Huoshi stood behind Fong Xian, this time he didn't dare to act violently, let's go. Just as Fong Xian was about to walk away, Huoshi's voice suddenly came into his mind.
Lowly ants.
Just wait, you won't need young Master Yang to lift a finger, watch how I torment you. I want you to wish for life but cannot have it, wish for death but cannot die. After I torture you half to death, I'll find a healer to save you, and we'll repeat this cycle. You will know how desperate it is to offend the powerful.
The onlooking students stared at Fong Xian. Although many big shots have come to help, ultimately, he will still be taken away. Once taken away, who will believe the verbal promises? Fong Xian will still be tormented, and when the time comes, finding a healing savior will just be treated as if nothing happened.
But just a few steps later, the void stirred up ripples, and a figure walked out from within. With white hair all over, hands in pockets. Showing a small white-toothed, iconic smile.
Good afternoon, everyone.
With the appearance of the white-haired guy, the scene erupted again.
Wow!
That prodigy from the 9th district is also out.
Just one Fong Xian has brought out so many big shots. Who dares to say Fong Xian has no background now?
A voice came from within the golden light, Zhuge Hang, are you also coming to block the way?
Zhuge Hang stood in the air, hands in pockets. Not blocking, but you cannot take him away. You can only question him at the Sky Shield Academy. Do you really want to go against our church? A furious voice boomed from the golden light shining fiercely, the air trembling, the windows roaring. Zhuge Hang leisurely raised his hand, a token pinched between two fingers. Elder Yi has spoken, no one can be taken away. Do you want to go against Elder Yi? Chapter 64, Do you want to mess with Wushi? The token hung in mid-air, unleashing a vast and terrifying wave that instilled fear. It showed just how powerful the one behind this token was. The figure in the golden light fell silent, just floating in the air, as if it were on autopilot. The air at this moment became still. The previous auras that spread from the Sky Shield Academy gathered over here. The reason the church didn't act was that the higher-ups hadn't given the order. Now that the figure behind the 9th district has spoken, they no longer had to hold back. These people from the church were truly too arrogant. Auras surged as if they wanted to crush those from the church into minced meat. Time seemed to be frozen. After a few dozen seconds, a voice emerged from the golden light. Then let's listen to Elder Yi. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Hang continued, there's one more thing. You church ignored the rules of the Sky Shield Academy today, violated the agreements signed between our organizations, and in front of so many new students, attacked our new student in the Sky Shield Bureau. Don't you think you should show some acknowledgement? What do you want? Donate 10 or so techniques above the 10th level from your Holy Light Church to our Sky Shield Academy. A sneer rang out from the golden light, 10? Do you even dare to ask? Then you can negotiate. 1 technique. Zhuge Hang shook his head, 10 techniques above the 10th level. Angry voices sounded from the golden light, white-haired kid, don't push it too far. Our personal grudges haven't been settled yet. The white-haired guy showed no sign of fear, still grinning with his small white teeth, Chief Priest Wu, it's working hours now. During work hours, please call me Instructor Zhuge, as I am the chief instructor of the Sky Shield Academy. The figure in the golden light trembled slightly, seemingly very angry. After a few seconds of silence, 3 techniques. If that works, fine. If not, then we'll just have to involve the courts. No problem, the techniques. Zhuge Hang casually agreed. But I have 2 more conditions. What are they? The techniques must not be publicly circulated. That's the first point. Second, the Sky Shield Academy must not make things difficult for him afterwards. The figure in the golden light pointed in the direction of Yang Haoxi. No problem. 3 light spheres shot out from the golden light. After Zhuge Hang checked them, the meeting room is ready, let's head over now. Snap. Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers. Several people vanished into thin air. This left many new students present dumbfounded. Many new students had heard of a very strong white-haired street performer from the 9th district, but they had no idea just how strong he was. They were completely awed by that extremely cool snap. Many female students let out exclamations, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Cheng Bingqing looked at the direction where Zhuge Hang disappeared, like a little fangirl, her watery big eyes filled with admiration. Fang Xian glanced around and found it to be a spacious and bright office. After a few people appeared, they all sat on the genuine leather sofa. Zhuge Hang stretched his legs, everyone, feel free to ask any questions. Jiang Weiqi looked around, then his gaze indicated toward the mass of golden light, and after receiving a signal, he pulled out a treasure that resembled an eyeball from the spatial ring. Gently tossing it, the eyeball-shaped treasure floated in midair. A beam of light shot out from it, enveloping Fang Xian. Jiang Weiqi coldly stared at Fang Xian, you will say what I ask. Do you understand? Zhuge Hang nodded slightly at Fang Xian. Fang Xian replied, Where were you when your parents had the car accident? At school. After your parents' accident, did any strange people come to find you or give you anything? Fang Xian shook his head, no. Never? Fang Xian nodded firmly, never. Did your parents ever give you any strange items? No. Did they privately take you to get any vaccinations? No. Jiang Weiqi glanced at the eyeball floating in midair, it showed no unusual signs, then let me ask again, before your parents had the accident, did you notice anything strange about them? Fang Xian carefully thought back, no. Unexpectedly, the eyeball burst forth with a blinding light, flashing like a strobe light. The mass of golden light sitting on the sofa suddenly expanded, the dazzling golden glow filling the entire room. Jiang Weiqi's pupils suddenly turned golden, speak the truth. Fang Xian remained silent for a moment. My father never touched alcohol or tobacco, the night before the incident, he came home after drinking a lot. Continue speaking. He fainted right after entering the door. The voice within the golden light pressed urgently, is that all? Fang Xian shook his head, that's it. What about the next day after he woke up? When I got up, he was already gone. On the table was a note saying he and my mother had a very important seminar in the morning and told me to eat out, and then I never heard from him again until the police notified me to go to the morgue. After a moment of silence in the interrogation, Jiang Weiqi continued, after your parents left, did any strangers come to find you and say anything, or did strangers come and try to pick a fight with you? Yes. This made the others from the church stare tightly at Fang Xin again. Who? What do they look like? Do you remember their names? While speaking, a brush and a drawing board flew out from Jiang Weiqi's spatial ring. Fang Xin described, golden hair, long hair to here, a slightly square face, eyebrows a bit light brown, big eyes, a high nose bridge, slightly fleshy nostrils, thick lips, overall a quite ugly handsome. As Fang Xin described, the brush painted quickly, the portrait gradually taking shape, lifelike. Looking at the portrait, Jiang Weiqi frowned and turned his head to look away. As the portrait was taking shape, Fang Xin added, his name is Huoshi. The one sitting right next to you. Huoshi's face darkened, fiercely staring at Fang Xin, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Bang! Jiang Weiqi slammed his fist on the table. Are you *****ing playing with me? Fang Xin replied honestly, wasn't it you who asked me? Jiang Weiqi choked for a moment, restraining his anger, is there anyone else? There is one more. What's their name? What do they look like? Yang Haoxi. Jiang Weiqi was once again left speechless, putting away the brush and drawing board, his eyes surging with anger. If it weren't for Zhuge Hang being there, he would have already started to take matters into his own hands. Everyone, are you done asking? If you're done, can we leave? Zhuge Hang took over the conversation. Jiang Weiqi stared at Fang Xin, then glanced at the shadow in the golden light. That massive golden light shrank and suddenly vanished into Jiang Weiqi's badge. When leaving, he left a sentence, let's go, it seems he knows nothing. Jiang Weiqi stood up, Zhuge Hang casually stood up, I'll see you off. Before Jiang Weiqi could say anything. Snap. After the snap of the fingers, Jiang Weiqi and the many people from the church disappeared without a trace. Zhuge Hang put his arm around Fang Xin's shoulder, today's lesson is truly educational. Did you feel your own insignificance? I felt it. Since you felt it, find ways to improve your strength. This world is like this, from the day humanity was born, the law of the jungle is ingrained in our bones. No matter how civilization updates, the weak being preyed upon by the strong is just played out in different forms. At this point, Zhuge Hang changed the subject, do you want to take down that Huoshi? Fang Xin grinned, definitely. Zhuge Hang hugged Fang Xin, did you see that punch Huoshi took from Hua Laolu today? Fang Xin recalled the punch Hua Cheng threw at Huoshi. Huoshi couldn't avoid it at all, and all of his golden shields were shattered by Hua Cheng's punch. Although there was a gap in realm, Hua Cheng's punch left Huoshi with no strength to fight back. I saw it. That technique is called Tai Yi Sheng Long technique, it's specifically designed to counter Huoshi. Once mastered, it can even target the light element. Since you were at a disadvantage at the church today, with Hua Laolu's temper, he will definitely pass on the Tai Yi Sheng Long technique to you to deal with the church. During the midterm test, the demon ruins will be opened, and the church will also be involved. Anyone who enters the ruins, regardless of their level over level 5, will be suppressed. Huoshi will also go to the ruins, there he can only exert level 5 strength. Whether you can kill him depends on your skills. Chapter 65, Terrifying Unknown. Fang Xin was stunned. Will killing the church people not be pursued? When the demon ruins are opened, in addition to many so-called righteous organizations, remnants of the Eternal Night Army, and various other anomaly organizations will enter as well. By then, it will be chaos inside, as long as you don't kill the Heaven Shield Bureau comrades inside. If you meet other organizations, you can team up with them or hunt each other, including hunting down church members. A glint of killing intent flashed in Fang Xin's eyes. During the test, even if he's not a student, can he still enter? He can. There are many good things in the demon ruins, a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so aside from the test students, others will take risks to enter and seek treasure. Fang Xin paused, can we choose the demon ruins to go to? Zhuge Hang smiled, yes. Do you have an idea? I want to go to Demon Ruins number 9. Zhuge Hang tilted his head and looked at Fang Xin, with so many demon ruins, why do you want to go to number 9? My lucky number is 9. Fang Xin evaded the question. No problem. Will Huoshi definitely go? Zhuge Hang made an okay gesture, absolutely. Any other questions? Aren't you the chief instructor? Why haven't I seen you teach anyone? Fang Xin asked a side question. Zhuge Hang put his hands in his pockets, grinning with his small white teeth, because I'm the street punk of number 9. This answer was flawless. These 3 techniques, take a look first, remember to return them after you finish. I need to submit them to the Heaven Shield Bureau. 3 groups of light flew in front of Fong Xin. He collected all of them into his space ring. Thanks. No problem, now go back to class. Snap. Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers. Fong Xin disappeared on the spot. Those new students were still discussing. So many big shots came out today to support Fong Xin. Even the one behind number 9 conveyed a message in the end. This showed how much they valued Fong Xin. They originally thought Yang Haoxi could take Fong Xin away, but they didn't expect to kick against an iron plate. Previously, those students who flattered and worshipped Yang Haoxi were now being countered by Fong Xin's faction. Where are the ones who were just licking Yang Haoxi's boots? Keep talking. Did your vocal cords fall at home? They say Yang Xiao is so impressive, even if new brother is talented, it's useless. Did you see? Talent. Good grades are useful, all the big bosses will support you. Those are just dirty rats in a stinky sewer, who can't stand to see others do well, always speaking in jealousy. Now, those who worship Yang Haoxi will be even more envious. Don't make a fuss. Nugu has so many big bosses helping him, it seems he has a background. I heard from people in the 7th department that when Nugu enrolled, he had over 10,000 points in his account, which is equivalent to over 100 million in cash. Under all sorts of verbal attacks. Those who once flattered and worshipped Yang Haoxi now dare not even let out a sound. Now, it seems clear to everyone that the 9th department is determined to protect Fong Xin. When the teacher just left, Yang Haoxi and a few cronies slinked away with their tails between their legs. Cheng Bingqing stared blankly in the direction Yang Haoxi left. Her gaze was hollow, as if she were in a trance. Shang Tianke crept over like a fly, rubbing its hands together. Cheng. Before he could finish, Sun Bijuan glanced over and said crisply, "Get lost." All right. Shang Tianke forced a smile and rolled away several meters. Sun Bijuan glanced at Cheng Bingqing. A few minutes later, Cheng Bingqing's eyes regained their spirit, her face a bit pale, panting heavily. What did you see? Sun Bijuan asked, tugging at her sweater. Cheng Bingqing looked in the direction Yang Haoxi had left. He still wants to deal a deadly blow to Fong Xin. On the life and death stage. He borrowed the strength of others. He displayed a combat power of at least mid-level 4. Sun Bijuan's elderly hands paused slightly, then she went on to ask, then what? Then, it became unclear. I only saw someone die, I don't know who it was. Sun Bijuan's brow furrowed for the first time. You can't see clearly? Cheng Bingqing nodded. The possibility that a prophecy talent of the perception system can't see is either the opponent's realm is very high, or there is a higher level prophet obscuring the heavenly secrets. Also, the person being investigated could have an unknown existence protecting them. Sun Bijuan responded, so you mean someone obscured the heavenly secrets, or there is an unknown existence protecting that Yang Haoxi? If there is a prophet obscuring the heavenly secrets, I would be able to sense it. There is only one possibility, either Fong Xin or one of Yang Haoxi has an unknown existence protecting them. This unknown existence is terrifying. Those protected by an unknown existence, if they don't perish young, can reach the peak in rival deities. These words made Sun Bijuan's hands unexpectedly falter, her knitting paused. Can't you tell who it is between the two of them? Just as Cheng Bingqing was about to speak, the crowd erupted into chaos. Fong Xin suddenly appeared in the corridor. Cheng Bingqing fixed her gaze on Fong Xin. A few seconds later, Cheng Bingqing let out a muffled grunt, her eyes red, bloodshot, her already pale face losing all color, swaying as if she might fall. Sun Bijuan hurriedly supported Cheng Bingqing. What did you see? Cheng Bingqing's forehead was sweating, her long legs trembling slightly. I didn't see anything. The one protected by an unknown existence is Fong Xin. Sun Bijuan stared blankly at Fong Xin. She froze as well. Cheng Bingqing adjusted her breathing, took out a fruit from her spatial ring, and took a small bite. Her color improved quite a bit, but her eyes were still filled with blood vessels, glaring red. She took out a pair of sunglasses from her spatial ring and put them on. Upon closer inspection, one would find the sunglasses matched with Zhuge Hang's style as a couple's outfit. Everyone back to class, a mentor shouted sternly. Many students hurriedly went back to their respective classrooms. As Fong Xin was heading back to class, Hua Cheng emerged from the crowd, wrapping an arm around Fong Xin. Come find me in the gravity chamber after class. Recalling Zhuge Hang's words just now, Fong Xin nodded, okay. When they reached the classroom, not long after, Cheng Bingqing walked in from outside. Cheng Bingqing succinctly stated, class is about to end, so I'll briefly explain to everyone. Anyone with perception talent only needs one perception fruit. I won't elaborate further on that. Our perception's consumption is the same as the spiritual system, both use mental energy. In some ways, the two talents are similar, but the spiritual system focuses more on attack.
The first realm of perception talent, the call realm, is to judge safety within a certain range through our own sight, hearing, smell, touch, and feeling. The second realm, the source flow, focuses on unique methods to condense mental energy, create a divine spring, and enhance sensitivity and range of perception. The third realm, the pulse, is to resonate with external airflows through mental energy pulses, merging together, enhancing the sixth sense and sensitivity to danger.
The fourth realm, the grounding, weaves mental energy into a huge net, like a spider web. Any danger within that range will be detected by us. Because you are beginners, I will only talk about these four realms.
Do not underestimate our perception system, any team cannot do without us.
With our perception, a team's winning rate will multiply. No matter how strong you are, if you cannot perceive the enemy, it is futile. Fong Xian clicked his tongue, wondering what was wrong with the power system. Why did everyone always have to bring it up? His anger boiled. When would their muscle heads stand up? Teacher, what realm is needed to foresee a person's past and future?
Cheng Bingqing replied softly with a smile, that would be the fifth realm. Because Cheng Bingqing was beautiful, had a sweet voice, and a good temper, every minute of her class passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, class was over.
Everyone left, but many turned to look back at Fong Xian.
Today, Yang Haozi used connections from the church, wanting to harm Fong Xian.
Everyone initially thought Fong Xian was doomed, but the outcome was unexpected. This also showed everyone the importance of Fong Xian to the Ninth Bureau.
Those who licked Yang Haozi's boots were mocked by the crowd.
Fong Xian did not hurry back to the dormitory.
Instead, he followed Hua Cheng's instructions and went to the gravity room.
As he entered. Chapter 66, Your Uncle Has Agreed. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Hua Cheng was practicing boxing against a high-level puppet. His upper body was bare, muscles clearly defined, each muscle filled with explosive strength.
Hua Cheng's body was covered with dragon scales evolved from the energy flow.
It looked like he was wearing a suit of dragon scale armor. This dragon scale armor not only enhanced defense but also boosted attack power. Hearing footsteps, Hua Cheng twisted his arm, muscles moving like a coiled dragon, the dragon scale energy flowing and finally forming 9 small dragons attaching to his arm.
With one punch. Boom!
The air exploded with a massive bang from this punch.
Following the bang was a thunderous dragon's roar. The high-level puppet was immediately knocked back by one punch.
In midair, it seemed to receive more residual force, getting hit backward repeatedly as if gliding through water in the air.
Hua Cheng turned and waved his fist. Did you see that?
I saw it.
Want to learn?
Yes.
Hua Cheng grinned. Good. If you don't learn, I will beat you.
That damn church, my people have suffered so much today, we cannot let this go.
We must find a way to vent this anger.
This technique is called the Taiji Rising Dragon technique, something my old man stumbled upon. Before I teach you, you must promise me, do not use this technique to bully the weak, do not harm the innocent, and do not hurt our comrades.
Fong Xian nodded. I promise, I will not use the Taiji Rising Dragon technique to bully the weak or harm the innocent. Do not harm your comrades. Good. Hua Cheng patted Fong Xian's shoulder.
As he spoke, he took out a bamboo slip. Starting today, set aside 2 hours each day, and focus on practicing this technique for me.
When you encounter those from the church during the midterm test, hit them hard. Fong Xian carefully examined the Taiji Rising Dragon technique.
After reading it, his emotions surged. Hua Cheng was truly straightforward.
The 13th level technique was both instructive and practical.
This technique combined offense and defense, allowing one to condense dragon scales with energy.
When fully mastered, one's physical strength could rival that of a true dragon.
Moreover, the dragon scale armor produced by this technique could withstand light-type attacks, and add penetrating and critical hit bonuses against light-type shields. As Zhuge Hang said, this technique counters light-type talents. Soon, he would need to give Ho Shi a grand gift. Hua Cheng continued, the two techniques I taught you before have many similarities with Taiji Rising Dragon technique. Once you master it, you will seamlessly integrate the other two techniques.
But before practicing, you need to sense the true dragon aura.
I have a dragon bone here, try to sense the true dragon aura today.
Only with the true dragon aura, holding the dragon might will your combat power receive a corresponding boost. Fong Xian looked at the palm-sized dragon bone, and the moment his fingers touched it, the true dragon aura within him erupted.
Hua Cheng was stunned for a moment, exclaiming in shock, where did your true dragon aura come from?
I got it when I awakened my beast mastery talent at the Beast Palace.
Hua Cheng laughed broadly, I thought so. No wonder that lecherous elder from the Beast Palace, Shang Tianke, sought special permission to come to school to support you. So it turned out to be this way.
That's great, that's great.
You have the innate sacred body of the Taiji Rising Dragon technique.
Practice it, practice it. If you have any questions, just ask me. Hua Cheng's laughter was hearty. To be honest, Fang Xian had a very good impression of this Hua Liuye in many ways.
After observing the technique, Fang Xian followed what he had learned earlier, letting the energy and blood surge within him, finally causing a bit of energy to spring forth. His finger was enveloped by the energy, transforming into a dragon claw. Hua Chang adjusted the gravity coefficient to 6 times the normal level. Adjusting level 4 battle power to 4 times the gravity was just right. Fang Xian clenched his teeth and struck out his fist. The images of those high and mighty individuals from the church flashed continuously in his mind. Fang Xian's gaze turned cold. His will became increasingly firm. I want to become stronger. I want to be the strongest. I will smash apart all the powers in this world. I will destroy all the scum that bully the weak. At first, under the gravity, even lifting an arm was difficult.
With a resolute expression, Fang Xian endured all discomfort, mobilizing his energy and blood, unleashing fist after fist.
Hua Chang stood by, watching this scene with a satisfied smile on his face. If this determination continues, reaching level 5 battle power by the midterm test seems possible. On the other side,
Yang Haoxi dialed a phone number. Mom, that Fang Xian is still fine. Not only did I fail to take revenge, but now I have become a laughingstock in the whole school. Everyone points and talks bad things about me when they see me, calling me a clown. If this continues, I might get depression.
On the other end of the line, Jiang Suqing hurriedly said, "Sweetheart, listen to Mom. I asked your uncle, and it's not the people from the Sky Shield Bureau protecting Fang Xian.
It's because Fang Xian is involved in some secrets.
Your uncle said, the one behind the 9th Bureau keeps Fang Xian around because he has value, but he, without any background, once he loses his value, whether he lives or dies won't matter to anyone." Yang Haoxi gripped his phone and roared, "But I want him dead now." Jiang Suqing said, "Son, don't be anxious, Mama has a secret to tell you, this is what your uncle told me personally."
What secret? This time the 9th Division is protecting that Fang Xian, which made some people in the church very angry, and I heard that Fang Xian has decent talent. The 9th Division already has a genius, Zhuge Hang, which gives them a headache. They definitely won't sit by and let the 9th Division produce a second genius. Isn't there a life and death platform at your Sky Shield Academy? The church will bribe a new student to go on the life and death platform, challenge Fang Xian, and then eliminate him. Yang Hao thought for a moment and said, "Mom, that Fang Xian has strong battle power, how can a new student with a severe level challenge him and not be joking?"
Jiang Suqing snorted, "Son, don't rush, let Mama explain.
This plan will be implemented after a while. Fang Xian has a power-type talent, power-type talents are all reckless. After some time, they will be surpassed by students with other talents. The church will provide a kind of treasure to the bribed student, and that treasure can transmit power. As long as that student wears the treasure, there will be individuals with high battle power outside who can transmit power to him. To avoid detection, they will lay it out step by step, making this student's power seem to increase steadily. However, among the new students, their power increase can't be too exaggerated, it will be controlled at level 4 battle power. Killing that Fang Xian will be easy. So, son, hang in there, you will definitely see Fang Xian being killed." Yang Hao's eyes were wild. "Mom, don't look for a new student, let me go, I want to kill him with my own hands."
"Son, but your Mama's precious one, let others do this rough work."
Yang Hao said bitterly, "Mom,
if I don't kill him with my own hands, I will always be laughed at as a clown by those students, I can't stand that kind of humiliation, I want to wipe out my past shame."
"Son."
Before Jiang Suqing could finish her sentence, Yang Hao interrupted, "I don't care.
Go find my uncle to arrange this for me.
I want to go on the life and death platform to kill Fang Xian with my own hands.
If you don't arrange it, I won't live." "Son, don't be foolish, you are everything to Mama, Mama will go find your uncle right now."
After hanging up, Yang Hao kicked the chair beside him, his eyes dark.
Before long, the phone rang again.
"Son, your uncle cares about you, and he agreed."
Chapter 67, Getting Stronger. Boom. Fang Xian punched the puppet. The mid-level level 4 puppet was knocked back half a step. Hua Chang's eyes lit up. Fang Xian could exert 18,000 kilograms of punch force. The limit for level 4 battle power is 25,000 kilograms. This means that Fang Xian's actual battle power is still at the early level 4 stage. Being able to push back a mid-level level 4 at the early stage shows his talent. Fang Xian grasped this kind of thing almost immediately. After Hua Cheng taught him a few times, Fang Xian quickly understood the essence of it. Within just 2 hours, Fang Xian was able to wrap his hand with qi.
The qi outside his hand evolved into a dragon claw. With a sweep of his 5 fingers, the puppet's chest had several cracks. This was still under 6 times gravity. If it were outside, Fang Xian's battle power would double. During training, Hua Chang also acted as a sparring partner, pointing out some flaws in Fang Xian's combat.
With countless practical experiences, Fang Xian learned and understood quickly. When Fang Xian and Hua Chang came out of the gravity chamber, not a few female students looked over. Many female students were far more flirtatious than male students, plus Fang Xian had become a figure of attention at Sky Shield Academy, so with this buff, he attracted many lustful glances. Hua Cheng glanced at the time. I'm heading back now, let's continue at this time every day. I got you the gravity chamber, it's just for you. As long as you don't kill yourself, push yourself to the limit. If I can't make it, just message me with any problems you have. Okay, brother Hua. Hua Cheng squeezed Fang Xian's shoulder. Xian, remember, when being a person, be decisive, have a firm belief. If you have a favor to repay, repay it. If you have a grudge, get even. If you can't get even right away, don't blame the heavens or the world, that's what a loser does. All the injustice we see comes from our weakness. Everything in this world, right and wrong, is based on strength and weakness. Only when we are strong can we take down all those bastards who bully the weak. Fang Xian looked at Hua Chang, growing more fond of this brother Hua. Got it, brother Hua. Hua Chang smiled at Fang Xian. No need to be polite with me. In class, I'm your mentor, but after class, we are brothers. Great. I have things at home, I need to go. Waving goodbye, Fang Xian tugged at his clothes that were sticking to him. He needed to hurry back to take a shower and thank Li Bear. Today, that little fool Li Bear's appearance was quite abstract, but indeed helped Fang Xian a lot. Fang Xian also thanked Zhuge Hang, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijun, and Chang Bingcheng. This thing called favor isn't just about helping someone and then treating them to a meal or giving them a gift to repay. Doing that completely cuts off future connections. He would keep this favor for now, and when they needed Fang Xian, he would definitely help with all his might. On the way back, a crisp familiar voice came from behind. Brother! Going to eat together? Fang Xian turned around to see Jiang Xiaoqiao running up, handing Fang Xian a soft towel that carried a pleasant scent. Fang Xian wiped his sweat. I need to go back to shower first. Then I'll go tidy up your room. As they walked, students occasionally looked over at Fang Xian, and sometimes someone would greet him. That Yang Haosi hasn't bothered you again, right? Fang Xian asked. Jiang Xiaoqiao shook her head, let out a light breath, and sighed. When I was a student, I used to think that as long as I did well in my studies, everything would be fine. During the talent test, I thought that good grades meant a complete life. But today's incident made me feel how small I am for the first time. In front of power, we who have no background and no support are as tiny as ants. They can crush us whenever they want. Even if we are the victims, they still want to step on us. After a moment, Jiang Xiaoqiao looked up and said firmly, Brother, I don't want to be an ant. I don't want to be trampled on anymore. As long as we are strong enough, without any background or support, then you and I are each other's support. We are each other's background. Fang Xian looked at Jiang Xiaoqiao's determined and resolute eyes, smiled slightly, and said seriously, all right. Jiang Xiaoqiao raised her hand, pinky promise. Fang Xian raised his hand, and the two siblings locked their pinky fingers in a vow. Thinking for a moment, Fang Xian took out the eye mask that Grandma Sun Bijuan had given him from his space ring. This thing trains your mental strength. Every day while I train my other talents, you can use it to train your mental strength. Jiang Xiaoqiao took it and said, okay. Arriving at the dormitory, Fang Xian knocked on Li Bear's door. Zhang Yaozu came out of his room. Brother Xian, Bear isn't here. She went to the training hall to practice with her knife. Before she left, she said if you come back and want to thank her, it's not necessary. Just get her a month's worth of chips. No problem. Zhang Yaozu sniffed. Brother Xian, today only Bear helped you. We couldn't help. It happened so suddenly, no one reacted in time. What about the others? Zhang Yaozu chuckled. They all went to train. Today the church was too arrogant, many are feeling upset. Hearing about the midterm tests, I was even more determined to train hard, thinking that I might run into the church people there. I'm all set to show them what I've got. I have to go, Brother Xian. See you. After taking a shower, the siblings went out to eat. Not wanting to waste any time, Fang Xian finished his meal and immediately dove into the single-person multifunction training room. He took out the cultivation method he obtained from the church using his spatial ring. He opened the first cultivation method. A few words caught his eye. Chapter 68 New Information. Light Technique, Divine Concealment. Fang Xian looked at this first cultivation method. To put it simply, it was an invisibility technique. Moonlight flowed down, and Fang Xian's body slowly became blurry. In no time, Fang Xian's body became completely transparent. 3 minutes later, Fang Xian's body gradually appeared, panting, as the light energy stored within him was not very abundant. This skill had the advantage over the invisibility cloak in that it could evade perception to a certain degree, making it more effective. Fong Xin looked at the second skill. Light technique, sun's scorching heat.
Using the light technique to condense a ball of intense sunlight to launch an attack. The damage was extremely high. However, it required the power of the sun. Its effect was better during the day, while at night it could only use the stored solar energy within.
When Fong Xin absorbed the light energy earlier, he noticed.
Above his divine spring, a small ball of light energy was floating. The small ball was a mix of black and white. Besides some moonlight merging into the light energy ball, there were also tiny black dots blending in.
This should be the light attribute talent modified after the killing talent.
This small ball was called the divine source. Its purpose was equivalent to the divine spring of the light attribute talent. However, Fong Xin could not only absorb sunlight and moonlight, at night, he could also absorb that black energy.
Fong Xin followed the method of the sun's scorching heat technique and used the solar energy accumulated in the divine source.
A small white ball the size of a ping pong ball appeared between his fingers. With a flick of his finger, the small ball shot towards the puppet, instantly scorching a burn mark on the puppet's body.
Fong Xin extracted some black energy to activate the sun's scorching heat, and another ping pong ball-sized black ball emerged from his fingers. He sent the black ball towards the puppet, and it entered its body.
While the puppet seemed unscathed, seconds later, it collapsed onto the ground.
Fong Xin hurried over to check.
The puppet's spiritual energy was being burned by the black ball, and the light energy inside the puppet acted like fuel, feeding the fire.
Fong Xin quickly raised his hand to grab, and a fist-sized black ball emerged from the puppet.
This mutated light attribute talent was too overpowered. It not only burned the light energy inside the opponent but also burned their spiritual energy.
Every person has spiritual energy within them, even ordinary people, though it varies in strength. Fong Xin looked at the black ball floating in his palm. A skill influenced by the killing talent seemed enchanted, practically countering both light attribute and spiritual attribute talents. With a grasp of his 5 fingers, the ball dispersed and merged into Fong Xin's body.
The divine source floating above the divine spring solidified a bit more.
The normal divine source of the light attribute is either white to represent sunlight or silver to represent moonlight. Fong Xin now possessed a hue reminiscent of the night, a dark black color. While absorbing the moonlight, Fong Xin looked at the third cultivation method.
Light technique, divine movement. This skill used light energy to increase speed. In other words, it was a light energy accelerator. At night, using the black energy in the divine source, its duration could be doubled.
Fong Xin firmly memorized all 3 skills in his mind. His strength attribute talent's battle power had now reached level 4.
His beast control talent had a level 4 battle power big white bear.
The mental talent has just begun. The perception talent is now considered level 2.
Although the light talent has just condensed its divine source not long ago,
it can still launch attacks, and its combat power has just touched level 3.
If there is black energy support, it can unleash mid-level 3 combat power. The strength talent has reached level 4, and the slaughter talent has soared to level 5 power. It's just unknown how to use the power of the King of Slaughter. What needs to be done now is to completely make up for the shortcomings and fill the attribute points of the secondary talent.
There is a way to do this. Slaughter. Plunder. After a few more days of refining, Fong Xin will go to take on tasks. Returning to the dormitory, he delivered 2 large boxes of chips he just bought into Li Bear's dormitory. Sure, Tai Lang somehow got a projector. A movie is currently playing on it.
This projector can be considered a spiritual treasure, able to influence people's spirits, making them mistakenly believe they are experiencing it in person.
New brother, come watch a movie. Sure, Tai Lang invited. This suspense movie stars my goddess, the popular actress Zhao Rojuan.
If I could just meet her, I would even be willing to let Zhang Meiqiu fail her midterms.
Dead fat guy, you're so brave. Fong Xin took a glance and saw a very charming and talented actress.
Nowadays, choosing actors relies on acting talent. This talent makes them resemble whatever they act out, and as their popularity rises, they attract some awakened ones to become their loyal fans. I heard that hundreds of years ago, those star actors would just squint their eyes and count to 1234 to earn sky-high pay for their performances. In today's world, if they tried to mess around, they would be killed on the spot by an audience member with superosmosis syndrome.
Fong Xin greeted a few people and returned to his own dormitory. He took a shower and lay down on the bed. Fong Xin took out the phone his grandfather had sent him. He turned on the screen. Upon seeing a new message notification on the screen, Fong Xin instantly sat up. Chapter 69, Mental Power Training.
Xin, if someone with the surname Ko comes looking for you, don't be scared, it's someone from our side. The message was just this simple sentence. Then there was nothing else.
Fong Xin flipped through the phone repeatedly several times.
He confirmed that there was only this one new message.
Someone with the surname Ko?
This surname is quite rare. But his grandfather didn't say who this person named Ko was or what they did.
Could it be someone from the 9th Bureau? But why does the surname Ko feel so familiar? Fang Xian was just about to lie down when suddenly
he seemed to remember something and bounced up from the bed. His emotions were more out of control than when he received his grandfather's new message. At last, he recalled where he had heard the surname Ko before. Previously, when he was taken to the Beast Palace for the first time by Zhuge Hang. Zhuge Hang had mentioned that he would exchange a piece of good news that would excite the Beast Palace, allowing Fang Xian to awaken there. That news mentioned Hong Huang No. 1, mentioned the Qilin, and also mentioned the old professor who developed Hong Huang No. 1, as well as a living student who was extradited back from abroad by the church. But due to power struggles within the church, that student was taken away by remnants of the Eternal Night Army at Dangyin Mountain. The leader of the remnants who took that student was surnamed Ko. Fang Xian couldn't help but murmur. The surname Ko mentioned by grandfather, could it be the same person that Zhuge Hang spoke about, the one who took away the professor's student? But with so many clues intertwined, it's hard not to be suspicious. If this is true, then grandfather is involved with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. The Heavenly Shield Bureau that Fang Xian belongs to has an irreconcilable conflict with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. Could it be that he would have to act out a show of filial piety against grandfather one day? If it's true, how did grandfather become one of their own? Fang Xian gently tapped his temple with his phone. He reviewed all the clues. Grandpa left the Divine Court organization and even hurt many of its elders. If he was angry and teamed up with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army to enjoy life luxuriously, riding and sharing the world's splendor. It's not impossible. Various thoughts swirled in his mind. In any case, since grandfather said he was one of his own, there was no need to get tangled up. The most important thing now was to improve his own strength. Yang Hao was excessively well behaved, but this pampered second generation had taken a hit, and with the nickname of Clown Brother stuck to him, he couldn't take it and could only stay calm for a few days. The grudge between him and Fang Xian would not end so easily. He put away his phone. Fang Xian lay back down. He put on an eye mask. Once again, he fell into darkness, focusing his mind to break through the dark. In the following days, Tiandun Academy became much calmer. Everyone returned to their normal study life. Fang Xian practiced the Tai Yi ascending dragon technique without fail every day. Afterwards, he soaked in the training hall until 11:30 every night. Hua Chang was extremely strict with Fang Xian's training, always pushing him to train beyond his limits. Clearly, it was Fang Xian who had been bullied by the teaching staff before. Hua Luyi was even angrier than Fang Xian, wishing he could transfer his own power to Fang Xian so that Fang Xian could go on a killing spree. The one making the fastest progress these days was the mental system talent. At first, when wearing the training eye mask for mental systems, Fang Xian needed half an hour to wake up after entering the dark space. Now he could escape in less than 3 seconds. The divine spring also materialized, flowing forth like a faint crimson mental power spring from the divine fountain. But this was merely the initial training of the eye mask, specially designed for S-level and below mental system talents. Sun Mai Jun told Fang Xian that this eye mask had 2 more settings, one for SS-level mental system talents and one for SSS-level mental system talents. Fang Xian could try it if he wanted, and if he succeeded, it would greatly enhance his mental power. Of course, mental talent was just a secondary role for Fang Xian, so there was no need to be so harsh. Fang Xian lay on the bed and adjusted the difficulty level to the intermediate setting for SS-level mental system talent training. He wanted to see what kind of illusions SS-level mental system talents faced. After putting on the eye mask, before his eyes was a room draped in pink veils. Fang Xian lay on a strange chair, unable to move, as if pressed by a ghost. A beautiful woman glided towards Fang Xian, tall and graceful, with fair skin and striking features, dressed in light gauze, her enchanting figure partially hidden, and as her seductive song echoed, she danced gracefully. As she danced closer to Fang Xian, she seemed to hesitate, shy yet inviting, delicate but not flirtatious, her flowing silk garments creating a scene that was both clear and hazy. Fang Xian frowned. Is this a test for me, a young man just turning 18? Which young man can withstand such a test? Isn't this leading me to make a mistake? This thing that tarnishes my pure soul is really beautiful. No wonder the books say that under the peony flower, even death is charming. As the woman drew nearer, Fang Xian couldn't help but feel warm. It's hard not to have some reaction in this situation. I didn't expect this illusion to be so dangerous. SS-level mental system talent trials are terrifyingly intense. The woman's delicate fingers traced down Fang Xian's chest, slowly leaning down. The real sensation made it hard to distinguish what was real and what was illusion. They say that a word of passion is as sharp as a sword. Sure enough. Which young person doesn't dream a little dream of youthful bravado? But what's in front of me feels even more real. Fang Xian wanted to move, but he found himself unable to do so, only able to lie here and be manipulated. The woman's fingers slowly lifted his clothes, stepping on Fang Xian's chest with her index and middle fingers, then gently drawing circles.
Fong Xian wanted to shout, but his mouth was immediately blocked by the woman's delicate fingers, as she leaned over Fong Xian's chest, her hair brushing against him, breathing softly into his ear, warm and ticklish.
Big brother Xian, I want you. Damn it. My heart only holds the organization and the people. You can't make me fail this test. Fong Xian concentrated his mind.
But every time he focused, the woman would do something to distract him, causing his mind to scatter. Fong Xian remained persistent, constantly reminding himself that this was all an illusion, and even if it were real, it was just a seductive skeleton. Desire was a blade against his bones. My strong body is not meant to be wasted on such things. I am meant to build the beautiful dragon country.
Bold enchantress, how dare you disrupt my training? Fong Xian recalled an old video he had seen from hundreds of years ago. In the video, there was a spell. Whether it worked or not, he would chant it anyway. Great heavenly dragon. Great Luo spell. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Putna.
His mental power gathered and scattered, scattered and gathered. After a full 2.5 hours, Fong Xian opened his eyes, pulled off the blindfold, gasping for breath, feeling as if his body had fallen apart. Drenched in sweat, the bedsheet had formed an imprint of his body. He felt completely drained, as if he had experienced several great battles. He lay on the bed, resting for quite a long time.
Fong Xian rubbed his hazy head. The SS-level mental talent trial was indeed terrifying. If the SS-level trial was this hard, just how difficult would the SSS level be? Fong Xian checked his divine spring to see if he had made any progress. But upon checking, Fong Xian was stunned.
He thought he had been drained and his sight blurred in a gentle land. Quickly, he opened his eyes wide to look again.
Chapter 73 Divine Springs.
Next to Fong Xian's original divine spring, there was unexpectedly another one.
Fong Xian carefully looked several times.
He was sure he wasn't seeing things.
2 divine springs? What was going on? Was this the benefit that Elder Sun by June mentioned would come after clearing the SS level trial? Or did SS level mental talent really have 2 divine springs? However, with the addition of this new divine spring, his mental power had indeed improved. Fong Xian used his smart device to look up all the information related to mental talents. He also checked what changes occurred after barely passing the SS level trial with an S level talent.
All the comments below were about divine spring expansion, with more mental power overflowing from the divine spring.
He didn't find any information about having 2 divine springs. Fong Xian didn't search too much. Too many queries on the smart device might attract unwanted attention. Fong Xian logged into the largest Awakener website in the country using an account he had bought when playing games, changing his IP.
After some thought, he posted a question in the mental talent forum section.
For mental talents, if one divine spring has limitations on the mental power it stores and produces, is it possible for a genius to have 2 divine springs?
He changed his bedsheet and pajamas.
He quickly washed up a bit. Fong Xian looked at the posts in the forum and saw there were replies. Is the original poster crazy? Should be a mental talent muggle asking. Or maybe a very low-level muggle asking. Just a fantasy time for a noob. Among all the comments, a highly upvoted one stood out.
It was a reply from an ID called Spear Stab Poop Who Dies, saying, "Stop bragging, how can a genius have 2 divine springs?
Do you believe me if I say I have 2 big ones?"
Below it was another highly upvoted reply from an ID called Water Gun Sprays Urine who calls, saying, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist."
I have it.
Spear Stab Poop Who Dies retorted stubbornly.
Don't argue, okay?
If you have 2 divine springs, show me the evidence, and I'll call you dad. The one with the water gun filled with urine replied, "I'm not talking about divine springs."
All the comments below were responses to the one with the water gun filled with urine. Are you there, double gun P brother? Can need. Fong Xian silently scrolled through the comments below.
One comment caught his eye. It was from a user named Going for a Hair Transplant with Chest Hair. There are indeed awakeners with more than 1 divine spring. At the end of the last century, there was a powerful figure with 2 divine springs.
Because he was on the enemy side, our officials deliberately concealed it and did not record it.
I came across this in a character biography while browsing for books. There was also a picture of the character biography included, but because it was an old book, the photo and some text were quite blurry. Fong Xian clicked to load the original image. The photo of the powerful figure with 2 divine springs had been stained with coffee, so only a military uniform could be seen. Vaguely, it appeared to be an elderly man with a thin build. Some of the text was also stained by coffee, making it partially illegible.
He condensed the information from the other person's message.
Yin Shangjun, the 3rd of the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, a powerful psychic with 2 divine springs, with vast and abundant spiritual power, fought against many alone for 21 days without his spiritual power ever depleting.
Fong Xian searched for Yin Shangjun but found no relevant information.
After the gods' chaos, a lot of information about the Eternal Night Army was hard to find, it seemed deliberately covered up. Textbooks only sang praises for the heroes who quelled the gods' chaos, while evaluations of the Eternal Night Army were almost uniformly negative, mostly recording their inhumane actions. When Fang Xian lived with his grandfather, he indeed heard many stories about the Eternal Night Army from him. They were much like those in the textbooks, mostly portraying them as inhumane, laying waste wherever they went, burning, killing, and committing every crime imaginable. However, every time he mentioned the Eternal Night Army, his grandfather would sigh, looking off into the distance, lost in thought.
Fang Xian pondered for a moment and privately messaged the person who had just posted the picture, "Big brother, could you send me a more detailed introduction?" The response came quickly. "Who are you calling Big Brother? I'm a girl." Fang Xian stared at the user going for a hair transplant with chest hair in silence for several seconds. "Sister, can you send me a more detailed introduction? Your little mouth is quite sweet." The other party quickly took another photo, which was much clearer than the previous one. Fang Xian looked over it but did not find a detailed introduction about the two divine springs, and the information about Yin Shengjun was incomplete. "Sister, what about the other parts? Does little brother have abs? Why? Let sister see your abs, and sister will send you the rest." He. A few seconds later, Fang Xian looked at the remaining introduction. He had to admit that this Yin Shengjun was indeed a fierce person. Both of his divine springs were incredibly powerful. This person had precise control over his spiritual power, calculating exactly how much to use against his opponents, never using a bit too much or too little. While one was in use, the other was being stored, which was like an ordinary person having only 2 kidneys, yet he not only had indestructible kidneys but 4 more. His phone vibrated. Going for a hair transplant with chest hair sent another message. "Ha, little brother's abs smell so good. Do you want to see any more character biographies? Sister can take them for you, as long as you show something nice to sister. If you don't want to see character biographies, sister can share other things with you too." Fang Xian exited the forum without hesitation, like a person who would abandon a friend in trouble. After all, he was a terrifying existence that slaughtered his way out of the SS-level psychic trials. "A little girl dares to disturb my heart's path?" Fang Xian observed his second divine spring, and his mental strength had indeed greatly improved. If he could pass the SS-level mental system trial in 3 seconds, his mental strength would surely increase further. Combined with the introduction to Yin Shengjun, Fang Xian could apply his mental system talent to become unbeatable. However, his talent was only at the S level, and the ceiling was still limited. If he wanted to improve, he had to resort to killing and plundering. Moreover, his physical attack talent required practical training to break through better. It's time to take on a mission. Every Saturday and Sunday, when there are no classes, he could go out to take on missions. Fang Xian glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Fortunately, with his physical attack talent, his body surpassed ordinary people, and a little sleep could rejuvenate him to fight again. The next day, Fang Xian gave the eye mask to Jiang Xiucha, who asked confusedly, "Brother, have you tried the intermediate and advanced trials with this eye mask?" Fang Xian immediately shook his head. "No, it should be quite dangerous. You should practice at the beginner level first." "Oh, okay." Today is Sunday, and he would have classes tomorrow. Taking on a mission today was already a bit rushed. He might as well wait until next Saturday to take on a mission. For the past few days, Fang Xian had been training every day after waking up, aside from attending classes. Team cooperation classes had begun, and there was a team competition every 2 weeks, which meant that each small team would go out to execute tasks. Then they would observe the team's coordination ability. If a team had problems, the small teams would be reassigned. Fang Xian and a few others included team training in their daily training plan. It must be said that the few of them were arranged in the same team by Zhuge Hang, and their cooperation was very complementary. Fang Xian managed his time like a master. He only needed 4 hours of sleep, while the rest of the time was spent training various talent abilities. Sun Bijuan gifted him a technique skill for mental system attack, the Eye of Divine Power. A 13th level eye technique that combined control and damage. But the old lady repeated, year after year, that Fang Xian must refine his divine springs. They needed to be strong enough to endure in battle. Fang Xian did not tell the old lady about the 2 divine springs and the SS level trial. Firstly, the mutation of the divine spring might lead to being taken away for slicing, which would be unfavorable. Being cautious was the right way. Secondly, the SS level trial was too embarrassing to mention. Every day, Fang Xian would undergo the SS level trial. In the illusion of the trial, the plot changed every day. Sometimes, there was even more than one female lead. The professions and types were various and colorful. Yujia, lowly, the big sister next door, catgirl, nurse, emotional secretary, aloof CEO. Fang Xian did not like these at all. This was all to elevate his realm and protect all of humanity. He was definitely not an old lecher. Initially, breaking through the illusion required 2.5 hours, but now the time had gradually decreased. when the time compressed to within 2 hours.
Fang Xin was shocked to discover
His divine springs had undergone a new change.
2 divine springs had turned into 3.
In addition, there were other strange changes.
Chapter 71 New Mission. Fang Xin sat on his bed.
The transformation of 2 divine springs into 3 had already made him unable to calm down. He didn't expect that the source of the light system talent, which had originally floated above the first divine spring, would actually turn into 2. 3 divine springs, 2 divine sources.
Fang Xin was blank. What was going on?
The 2 divine springs under Yin Shengjun had both made it to the 3rd among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, so what about his 3 divine springs plus 2 divine sources?
Shouldn't they also all rank 2.5? Fang Xin looked at his extra divine spring and divine source.
According to the textbooks, regardless of divine springs or divine sources, everyone has one each.
Moreover, divine springs are nearly transparent, and the divine source is the same color as the sun and moon. Fang Xin's divine spring has a hint of blood color, and there is also black energy within the divine source.
Even the toes can guess that this has an inseparable connection to the killing talent.
Fang Xin sensed that both the mental power and the light power were significantly stronger than before.
The killing talent is like a cheat, even more ruthless than a cheat. Aside from that, the explosive growth in mental power has also greatly increased his perception. Fang Xin felt that his perception had already reached level 3, and reaching level 4 to form a perception net is just around the corner.
Fang Xin raised his hand. A black sphere the size of an apple hovered at his fingertip. This black sphere is much larger than the previous ping-pong ball size. This little ball, which can use light power as fuel and burn mental power, is currently Fang Xin's trump card. Fang Xin stared at the black little ball.
His light talent isn't very high, just barely S grade. However, he made rapid progress. After not long, he reached level 3 combat power, especially with the addition of this black little ball, which is enough to achieve mid-level 3 combat power. After thinking it over, he concluded the reason ultimately lies with the killing talent. Fang Xin absorbed the black little ball into his body, observing the 3 divine springs and 2 divine sources, wondering if the divine springs and divine sources would increase again. Glancing at the time, it was getting late. He prepared to go to sleep, planning to take on a mission after dawn.
Fang Xin got up early.
After washing up, he took out the smart device to browse through the task list.
Fang Xin was very purposeful.
Among his several talents, the perception talent is SS grade, while both the light and mental talents are only S grade. The awakened of the light talent have basically been monopolized by the church, making it quite difficult to kill the church members to enhance his light talent, so he could only wait for the midterm test to go to the demon ruins.
Now Fang Xin focused on the mental and perception talents.
However, among the task list, there are quite a few wanted criminals with mental talents, but relatively few with perception talents. After all, the weak perception talent users know their health isn't thick enough and output isn't high, so they can only develop cautiously.
Fang Xin flipped through the list, ultimately setting his sights on a level 4 early-stage mental talent wanted criminal.
He clicked to check the information. The wanted criminal was named Shimanbogwan, with early-stage level 4 mental talent, specifically targeting lone pedestrians 4, with no gender preference for victims. As long as they looked good, he was humorously dubbed the multifunctional plug.
Fang Xin carefully reviewed the information, confirming its accuracy. The opponent indeed had early-stage level 4 combat power, and he clicked to accept the task.
A few seconds later.
Task accepted successfully. Time limit, 36 hours. Within 36 hours, regardless of whether the task is completed or not, he must return to school. Task reward details. Reward, 400 points, wanted coefficient 2 stars, 1 star is 50 points, totaling 500 points. Reward, 10 mental fruit. Fang Xin glanced at the rewards. For hunting a level 4 power mutant, this was already quite generous. As for the mental fruit, this item replenishes mental power after excessive consumption, but for Fang Xin, who possesses 3 divine springs, it is useful but not much.
There are only 36 hours. The round-trip time on the road is 6 hours, leaving 30 hours to find and kill the target. Task acceptance can be anonymous. Fang Xin chose to be anonymous to avoid drawing attention. This trip is not only to complete the task, Fang Xin also wants to try, if there is time, to see if he can encounter the King of Killing in the mirror again. In addition, Fang Xin sent another message to AI Li. How have you been recently? Any new leads on the case? AI Li's reply came quickly. I followed another lead before, captured someone, and through interrogation, found that the organization that took my sister back then was closely related to a group called Ni Dien. And then? But this Ni Dien, during the last century when they were notorious, had their entire organization, thousands of people, wiped out. AI Li replied. Fang Xin searched for information about Ni Dien using his smart device. An infamous human trafficking organization from the last century, later eradicated by the Great Pope.
There wasn't much information, so Fang Xian scrolled down, and suddenly his gaze fixed on the last part of the description. In the photo, the leader of Nili Dian was executed by hanging. Hanging high up, dressed in white, he looked just like a sunny doll. A flash of a scene suddenly crossed Fang Xian's mind. Whether it was in the car of Fang Xian's parents that had the accident or in the car that caused the accident for Ai Li's parents, there was always a sunny doll hanging. Fang Xian fell into a brief contemplation. Other information was impossible to retrieve. Much of the data and information before the chaos of the gods seemed to have been erased by an invisible hand. Now, people could only learn about past events or figures from the official messages issued by those in power. Coupled with the previous encounters with the church and what Zhuge Hang had said, Fang Xian felt that his parents' case was entangled with many matters, and he now sensed that he was only seeing the tip of the iceberg. What lay unseen was likely to be a towering, monumental iceberg. Fang Xian replied, "I will find a way to investigate here too." "Thank you." Ai Li replied. "You're welcome." The two considered themselves to have a shared suffering. Helping Ai Li was like helping himself. To leave the school, he had to find the counselor. Fang Xian sent a message to Sister Xiaolu, who replied quickly, "Are you leaving the school to take on a mission?" "Yes." "If you need manpower, you can present your credentials and contact the local Tiandun Bureau. You can request a small team from any special operations department except for the 9th department." "Okay, Sister Xiaolu." "Oh, right, remember to disguise yourself. If Yang Haosi finds out about your outing, it's hard to ensure that he won't cause you trouble." "Got it." There are quite a few young masters with backgrounds in the Tiandun Bureau. After all, they can eat public meals, and if they have military merits, they can gain power. Having someone in power in the organization makes things easier, and the Tiandun Bureau often turns a blind eye. This can be considered an exchange of benefits between the larger organizations and powers, colloquially known as PY transaction. Sister Xiaolu added, "If the mission cannot be completed, you can return early, there's no shame in that." Fang Xian initially wanted to send an OK emoji. However, he clicked too quickly and sent a different emoji. "Oh cat JB face K." He immediately retracted it and sent a different emoji. Sister Xiao also replied with an emoji. Husky pointing to manpower. Fang Xian left the Tiandun Academy and put on the mask he got from Ai Li that could help him disguise. At noon that day, Fang Xian arrived in Shimen Dual Function Plug Wang City. Xingchuan City. A third-tier city. Legend has it that this place was one of the main battlefields during the chaos of the gods. Shimen Buhuan typically only committed crimes at night. Nowadays, many places have curfews at night. Even where there's no curfew, very few people come out at night. Fang Xian planned to go out at night. As night fell, tonight's moon was very full. The number of people on the streets kept decreasing. Fang Xian glanced at the time. There was a curfew at 10 o'clock every night. Before 10, local Tiandun Bureau members and police were sent out to patrol. So, people from different backgrounds usually come out after 10 o'clock. Fang Xian walked on the street, and there weren't many people who hadn't gone home yet, with the pedestrians hurried and desperate. Seeing Fang Xian walking alone on the street, a hurried ant stopped, glanced at Fang Xian. "Child, it's so late, why aren't you going home?" Fang Xian politely smiled and said, "I'm going back soon." "You should hurry home." The ant paused, nervously looking around before continuing, "It's dangerous out here at night, and from your accent, you seem to be local. Is your home nearby?" "No." The ant hurriedly said, "Child, quickly find a hotel to stay in. You, an outsider, wandering around here at night, if caught by the police, they might just take you in to boost their performance. Then they'll demand money from your family to bail you out." Fang Xian was stunned, not expecting the security here to be so poor. "I understand, Aunt, my place is right up ahead, I'm going back now." The ant took out her keys and walked towards a nearby shop. Fang Xian hadn't walked far when a few uniformed individuals appeared around the corner, wearing big hats. You could tell they were from the police station at a glance. They looked Fang Xian up and down. "Stop. Why aren't you going home at this late hour?" "My place is just ahead, I'm going back soon." The leader, a tall man with a long face, pushed up the brim of his hat. "Outsider?" With a clatter, the nearby shop opened, and the ant ran out from inside. She grabbed Fang Xian's arm, gently patting it. "You child. I've been waiting for you forever, why aren't you home?" "I'm so sorry, this is my nephew, just come from out of town, not familiar with the roads and got lost." The long-faced cop poked at Fang Xian, looking at the ant with a smile. "Lost? Outsider? Your nephew, right? Come on, tell me, what's his name?" The ant was caught off guard for a moment. The long-faced cop pushed against Fang Xian, reaching into Fang Xian's pocket to search for identification. But Fang Xian grabbed his wrist. Chapter 72, Never Let a Person Die. Fang Xian's expression was cold. The long-faced cop found himself held by Fong Xian's grip. He tried to pull back but discovered that this young man was surprisingly strong. Hey, what the hell? You're an awakening individual. Are you trying to resist law enforcement? I now have reason to suspect you are an outsider. Show me your identification. Several others immediately surrounded Fong Xian. The ant quickly said, Officer, this child has always been stubborn. He really isn't resisting law enforcement. Come on, let go of the officer, apologize to him. Apologize to your mother. I now have reason to suspect you are an accomplice. All of you will be caught and taken back for questioning. The long-faced cop said coldly and prepared to kick the ant aside. Fong Xian, maintaining a cold face, took out his smart link device, sweeping it across the long-faced cop. Yu Chang, chief of the Xingchuan City Police Station, badge number. Before he could finish, the long-faced cop shivered in fear. Upon seeing the smart link device in Fong Xian's hand and the 9th Division's emblem on it, he couldn't help but swallow hard, lick his lips, and promptly stood at attention. I salute you, sir. The other officers who had originally intended to arrest Fong Xian and the ant immediately stood at attention as well. The privileges of the Sky Shield Bureau in the official system were considerable, and within the Sky Shield Bureau, the 9th Division had even greater privileges. Police station members had to show respect to members of the Sky Shield Bureau. No one among them had expected this young man to actually come from the 9th Division. The ant was also stunned. If she had been taken away by the police and labeled as a public security threat, ordinary people would suffer greatly, ultimately having to grovel and pay money to get out of trouble, so she had wanted to help Fong Xian, but she hadn't anticipated that this young man had an official identity and a not-solo status. Fong Xian pointed the smart link device at Yu Chang's chest. Is this how you maintain law and order? Yu Chang squeezed out a smile, Officer. You also know how hateful those extraordinary people are. We are just trying to maintain the safety of public property, right? Having a little caution is not a bad thing. Apologize to the old lady. Yu Chang immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and apologized to the old lady. I'm sorry, old lady. The old lady hurriedly waved her hand to indicate it was all right. Fong Xian turned back to look at the old lady and smiled gently. Old lady, you should head back now. The old lady seemed a bit dazed, clearly not expecting that this young man had such a high status. Even the police had to bow and scrape to him. Watching the old lady leave, Yu Chang bent down. Officer, why are you alone? Are you new here and unfamiliar with the area? Do you need me to contact the local Tian Shield Bureau's 2nd branch? I can guide you. No need. Yu Chang quickly nodded and bowed. So you are here on a mission. I understand, I won't ask what I shouldn't. If you need anything, we are ready to help at any time. Continue your patrol. Yes, officer. Looking at the few people in front of him, Fong Xian simply shook his head. There are too many unfair things in this world, those who hold power are the lords. Fong Xian ignored the few of them, holding the Jilian Qi, the virtual screen swept around. Like a thermal imaging device, the Jilian Qi illuminated everyone still lingering in the street at this moment. At this time, there were very few people on the street. In this large city, there were only about 100 people on the streets at night. So, how many people were on the street was easily known with a quick scan. Most patrols walked in groups. The Jilian Qi could also analyze the talents of each person scanned. Based on the previous methods used by Shimen Buguang, this multifunctional adapter committed crimes outside, using mental attacks to control the prey they targeted, playing with them before killing them, then dressing the corpses in beautiful clothes, posing them in fixed positions, and finally leaving without a trace. So far, 4 women and 3 men have already fallen victim. Truly without scruples. Fong Xian rotated back and forth, scanning every person still on the street. Luckily, he had a perception talent, so observing was not very difficult. However, his perception level was still somewhat low. If it could reach level 4, he could set up a perception network with mental power, making it much easier to investigate enemies then. More than an hour passed. Fong Xian's gaze suddenly fixed on a direction. He saw a shadow sneaking while carrying a woman, heading in a certain direction. That direction seemed a bit familiar. It was indeed the store of that old lady. Through the Jilian Qi, he saw that the person had already carried her into the store. Fong Xian double-tapped the virtual screen. The shadow inside the store also appeared. It was indeed that kind-hearted old lady. As soon as she entered, the old lady collapsed to the ground. Then, the person threw the woman he was carrying onto the ground, seemingly hungry, and rummaged for food inside the store. Fong Xian quickly made his way toward that direction. As he walked, Fong Xian saw the few police officers he encountered earlier meeting another team on patrol through the Jilian Qi. Yu Chang held a police baton under his arm, discussing where to go for drinks later with a few subordinates. Upon seeing a small squad coming toward him, he immediately stood at attention. Captain Ma. The leader of the oncoming squad responded, Did you find anything unusual? Yu Chang shook his head. Nothing unusual. That's good. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, there is something. Yu Chang seemed to remember something. Earlier during patrol, I bumped into a kid. He's also from your Tian Shield Bureau, from the ninth branch. Ninth branch? Ma Wenbing paused for a moment, looking back at the people behind him. People from the ninth branch have arrived? I didn't hear anything. Yu Chang continued, that kid looks quite young, probably just in his teens. I think he should be a new recruit this year. Ma Wenbing looked around. New recruit? What is he doing here? Yu Chang recalled, looking at his appearance, it seems like he's on a mission. One person, on a mission? What kind of mission could a new recruit from the 9th Division have here? A subordinate behind him thought for a moment. Could it be that he's here for Shimen Bogwang? New recruit? Here for Shimen Bogwang? The new recruits just started school 2 weeks ago. In 2 weeks, someone can take on the level 4 combat strength of Shimen Bogwang? Ridiculous. Brother Ma, but that is the 9th Division. Ma Wenbing curled his lips. The 9th Division is also ridiculous. I graduated from the Tiandun Academy too, and I've never seen a new recruit reach level 4 combat strength within 2 weeks. Such bragging without even a rough draft. Yu Chang smiled, Brother Ma, you never know, right? The 9th Division is indeed the legendary monster house. It's possible there's someone very impressive among the new recruits, coming to take out a level 4 combat strength. Ma Wenbing scoffed, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and patrol, after the patrol, go back and rest. The two teams split up. When they reached a distance from the store across 2 roads, Ma Wenbing took out his phone. Oh no, I forgot to buy something for my daughter. You guys go ahead, I'll call her and ask what she wants. He dialed the number. Before long, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. Captain Ma, I was just getting ready when your call came. Tonight's party is definitely going to be great, right here at a place called Hongmei Supermarket. Come join us. Not tonight, the people down below said a new recruit from the 9th Division is on a mission, probably coming for you. The other end was stunned for a moment before laughing. New recruit? Coming for me? You're kidding or serious? What the people below said. That person wouldn't lie to me, it should be true. Scan with your Smart Link device from the Tiandun Bureau and see where he is. Ma Wenbing scanned with the Smart Link device. He is from the 9th Division, my permissions can't scan members from the 9th Division. You better leave quickly. What? Are you afraid he can kill me? That's funny, a new recruit can kill me? That would mean I haven't lived all these years for nothing. He can't kill me. Ma Wenbing sternly scolded, stop talking nonsense. Leave at once. If something happens to a new recruit from the 9th Division here, the higher-ups will definitely investigate, and I can't protect you. Got it, I'll leave after I have my fun. Wait a minute, it seems someone is really coming, just one person, a young kid who hasn't even grown hair, holding a Smart Link device, hey, really is a rookie. Ma Wenbing immediately said, leave now, or it will be very troublesome. Just one door, I can't go through walls with earth attributes, confrontation is inevitable. Ma Wenbing was silent for a few seconds. Then, you engage him. Remember, keep your strength in check, don't kill him. I'll bring people over to pretend to save him, you take the chance to escape, I can still help you out. Chapter 73, Are you worried about your life? Got it, I'll knock him out and send you a signal. But the girl I'm scouting tonight is really great, you come later, and we can have fun together. At this moment, Shimen Bogwang was still considering his little plan. Ma Wenbing shouted angrily, don't mess things up. After the fight, just leave. Shimen Bogwang impatiently replied, I know. He hung up the phone. Shimen Bogwang looked outside through the curtain's gap at Fang Xian, who was gradually approaching. When Fang Xian got closer, he had already opened his senses fully. Everything that Shimen Bogwang did inside the store was within Fang Xian's perception. Fang Xian took out a revolver from his space ring and concealed it at his lower back. Wearing a headband to resist mental attacks, and then, just to be safe, he put on a large red underwear to guard against curses, with physical defense scales hanging around his neck. He clenched the Earth Spirit bead, which could pass through walls, in his hand and put on his invisibility suit. While doing all these actions, Shimen Bogwang watched clearly from behind the window. Shimen Bogwang stared with wide eyes, muttering, what, huh? Are you fucking this scared of dying? Don't come. As he spoke, Shimen Bogwang quickly moved back, flipped his hand, and took out a delicate small box from his spatial ring. After opening it, there were many powders inside. He puckered his lips and blew, spreading the powder on the ground, the air filled with dust. A dozen or so short knives made of condensed mental power formed around him, ready to strike. Shimen Bogwang wore a helmet that looked like a coconut shell, then took out a small black curved knife from his spatial ring, bending down slightly. The corner of his lips couldn't help but curl into a disdainful smile.
His peripheral vision swept over the beautiful woman lying on the ground, dressed in a one-piece dress. The woman's clothes were messy, her skirt lifted, revealing two long legs, smooth and white like jade, perfectly matching. Shiman Bogwan licked his lips, his eyes burning with evil fire, and couldn't help but sneer, "Damn new recruit from the Sky Shield Bureau, messing with my good things. I'll make you bloom later. I'll play with both of you, water and land paths together, a perfect water and land fusion." Suddenly, Shiman Bogwan glanced behind him. The wall rippled with waves, and the dust floating in the air shifted. A figure flickered faintly and vanished. Without saying a word, Shiman Bogwan sent half of the mental power short knives surrounding him flying in that direction. But the next second, the mental power knives hit empty space. That figure seemed to disappear into thin air. Shiman Bogwan felt a strong sense of danger approaching. Mental power formed a nearly transparent protective shield on his body. But all of this was exactly what Fong Xin wanted. Fong Xin used the light's flash to appear in front of Shiman Bogwan. A small black ball was pressed onto Shiman Bogwan's chest by Fong Xin. It was as if a spark had fallen into gasoline. Shiman Bogwan's defensive shield instantly erupted into black flames. The mental power short knives surrounding him, intending to pierce through the almost within reach Fong Xin, twisted and deformed under the scorching black flames, melting instantly. The black curved knife in Shiman Bogwan's hand aimed to stab towards Fong Xin, but the black aura burned all the mental power in his body. Without any power to support him, his arm became limp like a noodle, and the force of the stab was almost zero. Fong Xin formed a fist with his 5 fingers. The vital energy surrounding his hand formed a dragon claw. The Taichi Rising Dragon Fist burst forth in close range, smashing Shiman Bogwan's body backward. Shiman Bogwan's back slammed against the wall and bounced to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He struggled desperately several times but couldn't summon any strength. He curled up into a ball, holding his head with both hands, his head splitting from pain. A person in such intense agony can't even scream. Fong Xin's expression was emotionless as he stepped on Shiman Bogwan's neck. With a firm press, a crisp cracking sound followed, and Shiman Bogwan whimpered, his eyes bulging, a trickle of blood slowly flowing from his mouth. He remained curled up, and Fong Xin had already slain him. The reason this kill was so easy today was because this bastard had underestimated the situation. A barely noticeable blood glow flew out from the center of Shiman Bogwan's forehead, entering Fong Xin's palm. Fong Xin's body suddenly trembled. It was clear that his 3 divine springs had doubled in size. The storage limit and production limit of spiritual power within each divine spring had been enhanced. Fong Xin suddenly understood in his heart that after devouring Shiman Bogwan's talent, his own spiritual talent had improved accordingly. After checking, he easily took Shiman Bogwan's space ring. He removed Shiman Bogwan's coconut shell-like helmet. It was merely a physical defense treasure, which he stuffed into the space ring without a second thought, and picked up the small curved dagger from the ground, discovering it had piercing attributes, which he also easily put into the space ring. The body had to be submitted, but the perception system needed to investigate the brief memories before death. However, this all depended on whether the body's spiritual power was still preserved. But Shiman Bogwan's spiritual power had just been incinerated by dark energy, leaving nothing to investigate. He could only see that the body had suffered a spiritual attack. Just as Fong Xin was about to transmit the body back, suddenly black light enveloped him, and he vanished from his spot, appearing in another place. He saw a few small spiritual power daggers drifting through the void, passing by where Fong Xin had just been. As soon as Fong Xin's body materialized in a corner of the shop after the light flash, those small spiritual power daggers spun in the air and then disappeared without a trace. With his perception fully opened, Fong Xin clearly sensed a sense of crisis approaching. A few small knives of condensed spiritual power appeared before him, ready to pierce through Fong Xin's head. Fong Xin wanted to use light flash to escape, but at that moment his body was unable to move, even his powerful physique found it difficult to budge. A figure rushed close in an instant. With a crescent moon curved knife spinning in hand, it aimed to sever Fong Xin's head. As it got closer, Fong Xin was shocked to discover it was Shiman Bogwan. A glance around revealed the body of the Shiman Bogwan he had just killed still lying on the ground. Shiman Bogwan sneered, "Kid, didn't expect this, did you? My strongest talent isn't spiritual power, but the rare ability to recreate my physical body. I invested countless efforts to recreate this body, all of my trump cards, and you completely ruined them." As he spoke, Shiman Bogwan was already right in front of Fong Xin, swinging the curved knife toward Fong Xin's neck. "You unaware fool! How dare you come to kill me? Die!" Fong Xin looked at the approaching Shiman Bogwan, a villain talking so much at once. "Don't you fear for your life?" As soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet blood symbol appeared on the back of Fong Xin's hand. His eyes immediately turned blood red with a bloodthirsty glow. The crescent moon curved knife pressed against Fong Xin's neck. His skin broke apart. Blood slowly flowed down. But the curved knife did not advance any further.
Fong Xian clamped the curved knife with his 2 fingers. No matter how hard Shiman Buoguang tried, he couldn't push it forward anymore. Fong Xian's blood-red eyes stared at Shiman Buoguang, tilting his head slightly. The visible scar on his neck was healing before their eyes. Shiman Buoguang was startled for the first time. How can this be? Shiman Buoguang had not paid attention to Ma Wenbing's words earlier. He was still thinking of knocking Fong Xian to the ground, enjoying himself with both men and women, and then leaving. In his imagination, he thought Fong Xian was just a naive rookie not yet fully developed from the Sky Shield Bureau, but who could have predicted that this rookie would be so sinister? What kind of talent is this? Shiman Buoguang dropped the curved knife and was about to escape. A talent that will take your life. Shiman Buoguang turned to flee. Fong Xian raised his arm. On his arm, 5 rings of bloody killing intent emerged. Previously, after Fong Xian summoned the King of Slaughter to take over his body. This skill felt like it was branded into his mind. The ring of slaughter intertwined, growing larger, longer, and thicker. Layer upon layer imprinted on Shimen Buoguang's back heart. Shimen Buoguang staggered on his feet. A fist-sized hole of blood appeared on his chest. In disbelief, Shimen Buoguang lowered his head to look at his heart. Stiffly, he turned to look in the direction of the sound, his body swayed, wanting to say something, but in the end, he did not say it and fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Fong Xian rushed over and stabbed him several times, then turned around to vigilantly watch his surroundings. Only after confirming there was no further danger did Fong Xian finally feel at ease. A blood blow flew out from the center of Shimen Buoguang's forehead and dove into Fong Xian's hand. Fong Xian could clearly feel his divine fountain growing stronger again. Taking the space ring from Shimen Buoguang's hand and after checking it, Fong Xian felt a wave of contempt. This bastard space ring contained the strangest things Fong Xian had ever seen. There was only over 2 million in cash, aside from the crescent moon curved knife and that small black knife Fong Xian just seized. There was also a coconut shell helmet and a strange powder box. A wanted criminal was less wealthy than Fong Xian. But this bastard space ring, the size of 200 square meters, was filled with all kinds of aphrodisiac drugs, aphrodisiac wine, various whips, flashy oils, and bizarre magazines, including teaching materials on the angles, speeds, frequencies, environments, and languages of actions at the moment of yin and yang intersecting. Besides that, there were many strange toys that Fong Xian had never even seen before. Fong Xian's pure young heart felt soiled by the things inside the space ring. Shameless, despicable, disgusting. I must criticize these things thoroughly when I go back. Among all these things, only that powder box caught Fong Xian's eye. The powder inside could be controlled by mental force and, when attached to a person, could accurately locate and even control them. Fong Xian wiped the box, which had the words Nian Rang on it, likely the name of this thing. He stuffed the box into his own space ring. Fong Xian searched Shimen Buoguang's body again. There was no need to report this body, as someone had witnessed Fong Xian use the skill of slaughtering. If he wiped out the memory with a clean slate pearl, someone with ill intent would become suspicious if they encountered it later. Fong Xian stuffed the body into his space ring. He also sent back the first Shimen Buoguang he had killed. While handling these, a voice came from behind him. Fong Xian turned around. He saw the girl, who had been captured by Shimen Buoguang, waking up on the ground. The girl looked warily at Fong Xian. She pushed against the ground with her feet and started to retreat backward, her back hitting the shelf, causing snacks on the shelf to fall on her head. The girl was very beautiful, with 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and a mouth. Fong Xian glanced at her and said, "Shimen Buoguang is dead, you are saved." Unexpectedly, the girl still couldn't stop herself from retreating, her eyes filled with fear. Fong Xian touched his face. Although he had disguised himself with a mask, he didn't think it would be to the point of making someone scared. The girl curled up into a ball, hugging herself, staring in fear at Fong Xian, her voice trembling as she said, "Mirror, mirror." Fong Xian turned to look behind him. Not far from him was a mirror. Moonlight poured through the window. The store maintained enough visibility. And in the mirror beside Fong Xian. The Fong Xian in the mirror was facing him directly. Suddenly encountering such a scene at night was indeed a bit scary. Seeing the reflection in the mirror, Fong Xian froze for a moment. Who would have thought he would see the King of Slaughter in such a situation? A familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Looking for me?" Fong Xian glanced at the girl and found her in a state of terror, not realizing that Fong Xian in the mirror was speaking. To prevent her from remembering this, Fong Xian summoned his mental power and activated the Eye of Divine Authority. The girl's expression turned blank, and Fong Xian took out the memory clearing pearl, erasing her memories. After doing this, the girl rolled her eyes and fainted. Fong Xian turned back to look at the mirror. "How do you appear in this form? On a full moon night? Is that it?" Fong Xian felt annoyed, realizing that he had acted like a fool, watching his grandfather's videos every night and staying in the bathroom for so long that Fong Huilan was confused. Jiang Weidong even explained to Fang Huilan that young men would do such things at a certain age, and that men all go through that stage, advised her not to break the spell as it would be awkward.
The Fang Xian in the mirror shrugged. What else? Do you expect me to stand in front of the mirror every night waiting? You can't be that foolish. Of course not. I would never do that. Fang Xian retorted. Unexpectedly, the Fang Xian in the mirror chuckled. I am you, and you are me. How could I not know what you've done? Fang Xian felt hesitant in his heart. Then you ask yourself.
The Fang Xian in the mirror smiled knowingly. My mother is your mother, think carefully before you speak.
Fang Xian swallowed the latter half of the sentence. The Fang Xian in the mirror succinctly said, raise your hand and place it on the mirror.
Your killing talent has already reached level 5, it's time to awaken some skills.
Fang Xian pressed his hand against the mirror.
At the moment his hand touched the glass, something suddenly filled Fang Xian's mind. This feeling was strange, it didn't feel like something was forcefully poured into him, but more like something dormant was awakening, like a long dusty childhood memory suddenly resurfacing at a certain moment.
It was 2 skills. These 2 skills made Fang Xian's eyes suddenly light up. Wasn't this exactly what he needed right now? Chapter 75, There is a Traitor. Divine Gift.
The King of Slaughter grants the talent of killing to others. Those who receive the talent of killing will become the slaughter generals under the King of Slaughter.
After both sides sign a contract.
As soon as the slaughter general develops even the slightest rebellious thought against the King of Slaughter, they will self-destruct and die. Of course, the one who obtains the talent of killing can also achieve a dual elevation of talent and realm through slaughter, just like the King of Slaughter. However, this ability is limited to controlling individuals of the same level as Fang Xian and those below that level.
Currently, Fang Xian can exert level 5 combat power through his killing talent.
This proves that he can control level 5 combat power and below. Ever since witnessing the expressions of those with powerful backgrounds,
Fang Xian developed the thought of building his own force. It was like a pillow arriving just when he was feeling sleepy. And the other skill.
It was also a kind of talent.
Summoning and dispatching spirits.
In simple terms, it is spirit communication and summoning, from summoning wandering souls to summoning deities, signing contracts with the summoned beings.
This thing is somewhat similar to the spirit talent Fang Xian had seen before.
However, the spirit talent could only summon spirits that died with grievances.
Fang Xian can summon both good and bad.
The beings summoned through summoning and dispatching spirits and signing contracts are called soul generals.
Moreover, soul generals can devour each other to synthesize. Xingchuan City was once a major battlefield for the gods' conflict.
This place has a high possibility of various wandering souls, perhaps he might stumble upon something great. However, with this skill awakening, another idea emerged in Fang Xian's mind. Summoning and dispatching spirits could also be used in the ruins of gods and demons, where there are better choices. It seems that visiting the ruins of gods and demons has become a necessity.
Fang Xian digested these 2 skills one by one.
His gaze refocused on the mirror. When he saw the King of Slaughter in the mirror starting to twist,
this was a sign that it was about to leave again. Fang Xian hurriedly asked the question he had been holding in for a long time. Who are you telling me to guard against?
The smile of Fang Xian in the mirror was intriguing. Whoever stands in the light, holding the power of the light, you must guard against them.
After speaking, the image in the mirror distorted and reflected a pensive Fang Xian.
Combining what the old woman had said earlier with what the King of Slaughter said today,
Fang Xian pondered back and forth. There was only one person in his mind. But Chu Xinyo had never done anything bad. Why should he guard against her? Ha? Is it Chu Xinyao?
Finish your words.
Damn it, I hate 2 kinds of people. One is those who don't finish their sentences. Fang Xian shook the mirror.
A thought gradually surfaced in his mind. The previous old woman could see the future. Chu Xinyao was a member of the church. And her father held a high position in the church. There was already a grudge between the church and Fang Xian.
Subconsciously, Fang Xian had already stood on the opposite side of the church. Putting it all together, it seemed to make some sense.
The King of Slaughter only said one thing.
Ha?
It seems that this kind of cursing might imply cursing himself. Li Granny's jelly sucked.
Is it bugging me? Fang Xian returned to his thoughts, preparing to find a place to try out the 2 new skills he learned tonight. Ma Wenbing was holding a cigarette. He glanced at the time and looked far away in the direction of Hongmei supermarket. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground, turned on his toes to step on it, feeling a vague sense of unease in his heart. So much time had passed, yet Shimen Boguang had not come out from there. Ma Wenbing knew Shimen Boguang somewhat.
Given Shimen Boguang's nature, when the craving came, he'd want to hit the lock twice. That 9th section youth who came here was likely being knocked down by Shimen Bugwang. If he had experienced something painful, that would be an enormous problem. If something happened in his responsible area, he would definitely be implicated. Ma Wenbing's face twisted. Damn Shimen Bugwang, a small head controlling a big head. With that thought, Ma Wenbing quickly headed in that direction. He must not allow that youth to be tragically harmed by Shimen Bugwang's ruthless hands. As Ma Wenbing thought, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. As he approached Hongmei Supermarket, Ma Wenbing took out his smart device and looked towards the supermarket. But the image displayed on the smart device only showed 2 women lying on the ground. He couldn't detect the 9th section people, and Shimen Bugwang wasn't inside. Ma Wenbing's heart sank. Where are they? He didn't see Shimen Bugwang coming out just now. Could it be that Shimen Bugwang took that 9th section student and jumped out from another window? The door was half open, and Ma Wenbing cautiously walked up to it, flicking the smart device in his hand, emitting a beam of laser. As the door slowly opened, Ma Wenbing looked inside. Apart from the 2 women lying on the ground, there was no one else. With his back against the wall, Ma Wenbing walked in. After checking, he saw no one else. He still remained vigilant, walking towards the store ante on the ground and the woman abducted by Shimen Bugwang. Suddenly, Ma Wenbing's body stiffened. Something hard pressed against his lower back. From the sensation in his lower back, what was pressing against him was a gun. A real gun. Ma Wenbing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse. Although he realized that the person behind him was wearing stealth clothing, he could still clearly sense their presence at such close distance. Who are you? A voice came from behind. Ma Wenbing. What are you here for? Someone reported just now that Shimen Bugwang was spotted nearby. Come over and take a look. Who are you? Are you that new recruit from the 9th Division of the Sky Shield Bureau? Fang Xian pushed the gun barrel forward again. Before he fought with Shimen Bugwang, he fully opened his senses and heard Shimen Bugwang clearly talking on the phone outside the store. From Shimen Bugwang's conversation, it was not hard to tell. There was an insider. Fang Xian took out Shimen Bugwang's phone with one hand and dialed the last call he made. The next second, Ma Wenbing's phone rang in his pocket. Gulp. Ma Wenbing made a swallowing sound in his throat. Who reported to you? Was it Shimen Bugwang? Fang Xian's voice came from behind Ma Wenbing again. Ma Wenbing's whole body stiffened. His peripheral vision swept back. At this moment, the other person's invisibility cloak came off, revealing a young face. Ma Wenbing's heart was shocked. It seemed that Shimen Bugwang had likely died at the hands of this young recruit from the 9th Division. That old lecher, Shimen Bugwang, was a level 4 combat power. How could he be defeated by a young recruit who just started school for a short time? Is there still law? Is there still justice? The rumors about the monster house in the 9th Division were indeed true. Just as Ma Wenbing was about to come up with a strategy, the waistband of his pants loosened, and the next second, his pants were pulled down to his ankles. Ha! Ma Wenbing tightened his rear. Wait a minute, this is not right? Ma Wenbing's throat rolled, and he stuttered, Brother, listen to me, I have money, I can give you money, I can explain Shimen Bugwang's matter, I have hemorrhoids, brother. Be honest. Fang Xian pressed the gun barrel hard, as he naturally had no interest in using backdoor deals. Pulling down pants was to prevent escape. He never expected that there would be someone in the Sky Shield Bureau colluding with a wanted criminal. How to resolve this matter? Fang Xian prepared to ask Zhuge Heng. Ma Wenbing's peripheral vision swept, his cheeks bulged, and he bit down on his molars hard. The next second, Ma Wenbing's head suddenly spun 180 degrees. He exhaled a puff of smoke towards Fang Xian. Without saying a word, Fang Xian pulled the trigger and instantly flashed to the door of the store. Ma Wenbing stumbled and fell to the ground. Fang Xian felt dizzy, his body swayed, nearly collapsing. To be safe, he fired another shot at the back of Ma Wenbing's heart. Sounds came from the entrance. Then, a pair of high heels appeared in Fang Xian's peripheral vision. Along with them was a fragrance from the woman. Fang Xian focused his gaze and couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 76, Second Young Master. The woman was tall. She wore a brown trench coat. Her long hair fell over her shoulders. She stepped on red-bottomed high heels. Her long and slender legs were wrapped in stockings. They made a clattering sound as she walked. These high heels were also a treasure. As she walked, they could disturb one's thoughts. Those who heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground couldn't help but flash many difficult-to-examine images in their minds. Fortunately, Fang Xian wore a plain-looking headscarf, and his resistance to mental attacks was strong. He was still able to stay clear-headed. The red-bottomed high heels paused in front of Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked at the visitor. He had seen this face before. Earlier, when Shirtai Lang and Zhang Yaozu were watching a movie in the dormitory, there was a leading actress named Zhao Rojun. At that time, Shirtai Lang specifically introduced that she was his goddess. Upon closer inspection, wasn't she just the woman in front of him? In the drama, she played a silly sweet girl, but unexpectedly, she was quite different in reality. The woman raised one hand toward Ma Wenbing, and a force went toward Ma Wenbing. It was visible to the naked eye that Ma Wenbing's body twitched once, then struggled to lie on the ground, gasping for air. Ma Wenbing lay on his side, covering his left chest. Damn. Fortunately, I moved my heart to the right side in time, otherwise, I would have really been killed by this guy. Put your pants on first. Zhao Rojun said coldly. Ma Wenbing struggled to pull up his pants. The blood hole in his chest slowly stopped bleeding under the woman's breath, but the pain still existed, and Ma Wenbing grimaced and let out muffled groans. Zhao Rojun slowly bent down to look at Fang Xian, who was leaning against the wall. So young, killed Shiman Boibuang, and almost killed Ma Wenbing, impressive. Fang Xian pretended to hold his chest with one hand. He was already prepared to summon the King of Slaughter. This woman in front of him had average combat ability, but behind her was a big bald man with a rose tattooed on his head, radiating fierce energy. Miss Xiao, this kid is a new recruit from the 9th Department. Ma Wenbing stood up, respectfully standing beside Zhao Rojun, taking out a few fruits from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, visibly recovering. Zhao Rojun raised her eyebrows, looking at Fang Xian with interest. A new recruit from the 9th Department? Little brother, what's your name? Fang Xian stared at the woman who was so close. You can call me brother, but please don't add the little word. Zhao Rojun smiled charmingly, gradually moving closer to Fang Xian, their faces less than 5 centimeters apart, blowing a breath towards Fang Xian's face, her eyes seeming to hold a power capable of capturing hearts. Fang Xian immediately became alert. This should be a way to manifest her talent, using her gift to attract others with her charm, leading them to follow her. Zhao Rojun's aura subtly transformed, gradually becoming more mature and knowledgeable. Fang Xian thought, oh no, this woman's charm and mental attack were quite different. Damn it. This woman definitely doesn't seem like a good person. Brother, your face is dirty, let me wipe it for you. Zhao Rojun raised her hand to wipe Fang Xian's face. Smack. Fang Xian immediately grasped Zhao Rojun's wrist, maintaining his composure, steadying his mind, not letting her aura disturb him. Sister, this doesn't look like wiping the face, it seems like wiping too close. Zhao Rojun's eyes softened, like ripples of autumn water. She gently said, you hurt sister. Fang Xian was already prepared to take Zhao Rojun as a hostage. But the big man with the rose tattoo seemed to sense Fang Xian's thoughts, glaring at him with fierce eyes, already ready to attack. Release Miss Xiao, the big man shouted angrily, his bald head visibly reddening, as if it would explode if he looked any longer. Fang Xian took a glance at the rose-tattooed man. This seemed like Zhao Rojun's follower. Such a person would have been called a brain-dead fan hundreds of years ago. Fang Xian had been curious and done some research before, and opposing such brain-dead fans were known as black fans. Hundreds of years ago, there was a Kunman that was very prosperous, a typical representative of black fans. Zhao Rojun pinched Fang Xian's face. Tell Brother Koer, we've caught a new recruit from the 9th Department, ask him how to deal with it. The big man with the rose tattoo behind her viciously stared at Fang Xian and took a photo before sending it out. Fang Xian was stunned upon hearing this. This woman just said she would message Brother Koer. Earlier, his grandfather had sent a message saying that if someone with the last name Ko came to find him, he didn't need to be afraid, it was someone from their side. Fang Xian remained silent for a moment and then asked to confirm, the Koer you're talking about, is his last name Ko? Of course, Koer's last name is Ko, brother. Zhao Rojun pinched Fang Xian's face again. The one with the roof character? Otherwise? Fang Xian was once again taken aback, he didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Zhao Rojun's voice was gentle, brother, do you want to follow sister? Sister is currently on the rise in her career. Follow me, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. We'll talk about it later. Bold. Do not be rude to Miss Xiao, the big man with the rose tattoo immediately shouted angrily, looking ready to attack Fang Xian. Zhao Rojun turned around and coldly glanced at the strong man with a rose tattoo. Ah Bao, who allowed you to speak like that? Kneel down. Unexpectedly, the strong man zealously knelt down, looking up at Zhao Rojun like a little dog. Miss Xiao, having you is enough for me. Do not look for other followers, I am willing to protect you with my life. At this moment, Fang Xian also woke up and looked at the strong man with the rose tattoo. Big and burly, he did not expect he was actually a submissive man. Zhao Rojun ignored the strong man named Ah Bao, smiling warmly at Fang Xian. Brother, follow your sister, and I will reward you by letting you massage my feet every day, how about that? Fang Xian felt amused. What does he take me for? Some foot massage freak? Hilarious, just teasing that old perv. In Fang Xian's heart, there were only the people.
Ah Bao was emotional, looking like a boiled shrimp, staring at Fang Xian with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred.
It was as if Fang Xian had snatched his rice bowl away.
Zhao Ruojuan's phone soon rang.
After answering, a man's voice came through the line. "Why are you wearing red shorts? Ask him if his name is Zhang Chang." Zhao Ruojuan softly asked, "Is your name Zhang Chang, brother?" Fang Xian habitually replied, "Yes."
Unexpectedly, the person on the other end said swiftly, "Then kill him."
"Ha? No. My name is Fang Xian."
The person on the line laughed. "Let him take out the smart linkage device to prove his identity."
Fang Xian pulled out the smart linkage device to prove his identity, after which Zhao Ruojuan said, "Brother Ko, this is indeed Fang Xian.
Take him to the hotel, treat him well, I'll be right over."
Zhao Ruojuan was taken aback.
Understood. Shaking her wrist that Fang Xian was holding, she said, "Brother, after squeezing for so long, my feet really hurt, how about you massage my other foot instead?"
Fang Xian disdainfully released her wrist.
Zhao Ruojuan looked at Fang Xian with confusion, seeming puzzled by Brother Ko's arrangement.
Fang Xian glanced at Ma Wenbing.
That so-called Brother Ko was a remnant of the Eternal Night Army, and this Zhao Ruojuan also seemed to be a remnant of the Eternal Night Army.
It looks like Ma Wenbing is also a remnant of the Eternal Night Army.
The infiltration of the Eternal Night Army into various parties seems to be larger than I imagined.
With Ma Wenbing around, it's easy to check into the hotel. Zhao Ruojuan led Fang Xian into the room, turned around, and plopped down on the bed.
The soft bed bounced slightly. Zhao Ruojuan took off her high heels and pressed her feet wrapped in pantyhose. She then turned to Bao to prepare food and drinks, but Bao glared at Fang Xian fiercely.
Zhao Ruojuan snorted coldly through her nose, "Are you deaf? Go prepare." Bao nodded in satisfaction and turned to run out the door. Seeing Bao like that, Fang Xian felt a wave of disdain.
Zhao Ruojuan tilted her head, smiling at Fang Xian, her pantyhose-wrapped feet swaying slightly.
"Brother, do you want to?" Fang Xian immediately interrupted, "Get lost and go be annoying." Zhao Ruojuan looked stunned. It was clear she did not expect Fang Xian to reject her advances. At this moment, all kinds of doubts lingered in Fang Xian's mind. He had just come out to carry out a mission and encountered someone surnamed Ko. Was this really a coincidence or someone doing this on purpose?
If it's a coincidence, it's too coincidental, but if it's intentional, that would be terrifying. Very few people knew he had left the Sky Shield Academy.
More than an hour later,
there was a knock on the door.
Zhao Ruojuan immediately ran to open it.
A man wearing a trench coat entered, tall and looking capable, as Bao stood at attention, bending respectfully.
"Second young master."
The man stepped inside and immediately locked his eyes on Fang Xian, stepping forward with a warm smile.
"You are Fang Old Master's grandson, aren't you?" Fang Xian, hearing the opener, indicated that his grandfather must have had previous contact with this person. "How should I address you?" Fang Xian inquired.
The man warmly introduced himself.
"My name is Ko Tianlin, and on the street, everyone calls me the second young master. My close friends call me Brother Ko.
Since you are the grandson of Elder Fang, if you don't mind, just call me Brother Heir."
Fang Xian sized up the man in front of him, who walked with a confident stride.
Through his keen perception, he sensed that this man held no ill will.
However, beneath this man's seemingly straightforward demeanor, Fang Xian clearly sensed a strong killing intent.
Although this killing intent was not directed at Fang Xian, he could feel that this man's hands were undoubtedly stained with blood.
"Brother Ko." Ko Tianlin squeezed Fang Xian's shoulder, saying, "Sit down, little Xian."
Elder Fang has been living in hiding for many years. I didn't expect when he finally reappeared, his grandson would be so grown up and so impressive.
Fang Xian replied respectfully, "Thank you for your kind words." After a pause, he asked, "Can I ask when was the last time you saw my grandfather?" "About half a month ago. Elder Fang met with my grandfather, and I was lucky to be present."
"What did they talk about?"
Fang Xian asked again. Ko Tianlin honestly replied, "I heard a few polite exchanges between them, but as for the details, I don't know."
After Elder Fang left, my grandfather told me that when the Ko family army encounters new students from the 9th Division in the future, we should ask clearly before taking action.
If there is a person named Fang Xian, we should not kill him. If Fang Xian is willing to join our Ko family army, he is always welcome. Fang Xian was taken aback. "Do you know where my grandfather went?" Ko Tianlin took out a cigarette, tapping two from the pack. "I don't know."
He didn't say, and I wouldn't dare to ask. After all, your grandfather is a legendary general with a fierce reputation in Shinting.
"Do you smoke?" Fang Xian shook his head. "Do you mind if I smoke?" Fang Xian nodded.
Standing to the side, Zhao Ruojuan hurried over to light a cigarette for Ko Tianlin.
One could directly see that her gaze towards Ko Tianlin was filled with admiration and respect. Ko Tianlin, with the cigarette in his mouth, glanced at Fang Xian. Don't smoke, how about drinking? I don't drink. Still a virgin, huh?
I'm in the film industry, with many stars under my wing, some sexy, some pure.
Choose one, or you can have them all. Want to lose your virginity? Fang Xian was immediately embarrassed. Brother Ko, you.
Ko Tianlin shrugged, holding his cigarette. For any awakened person, desire is a hurdle that must be faced. Many fall because of it, especially boys your age, when energy is high. Some boys can't control themselves at 11 or 12, filled with fantasies about the opposite sex. After awakening, it's easy to be led astray by such fantasies. Exposing you to these things now can help you wear down those fantasies quickly and make your mind less susceptible to desire, allowing you to focus on refining yourself. At this point, Ko Tianlin looked at Zhao Rojuan. How about you accompany him tonight? Before Zhao Rojuan could respond, Ko Tianlin asked Fang Xian again, is one enough, brother? If it's not enough, I can call more? Fang Xian pulled a grin. No need, I can control myself. Ko Tianlin held his cigarette. Anything is possible. If you ever think of it, feel free to bring it up with me. Seeing Fang Xian's expression, Ko Tianlin chuckled. Do you think I don't respect the artists under me? Fang Xian smiled faintly. Ko Tianlin, noticing, laughed. I never force anyone. Those who do this are all willing. They help me, and I provide them with resources to help them progress. It's a kind of deal. This is the brutal reality of society. Everyone shouts about equality, but have you really seen equality? Since the dawn of humanity, when has there ever been true equality? Social resources have never been balanced. A large amount of resources is held in the hands of a small number of people. This is reality. Equality is just a big pie drawn by the strong for the weak. Using one's own body to exchange for resources, thus becoming a chance for the strong, is a shortcut that strays from the path. Morally, it is despised by the public, but in the cruel reality, this is also a kind of unorthodox survival method. When you reach the top, there will be great scholars to argue for you. Seeing Fang Xian a bit dazed, Ko Tianlin laughed. What's wrong, Zhao Xian? Fang Xian looked at Ko Tianlin. I'm surprised. I actually think what you said seems to have some truth to it. Ko Tianlin laughed heartily. It's fine, the education you received at school since childhood has always been about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trust, gentleness, respect, thrift, and modesty. What I say is considered unorthodox and misleading in the ears of normal people. Of course, you can listen to what others say, but don't rush to believe it. You need to have your own independent thinking ability, and think and act in the way you believe is right. Fang Xian looked at Ko Tianlin. This man known as the second young master seemed to have an indescribable aura about him. No wonder Zhao Rojuan looked at Ko Tianlin with eyes full of admiration. Brother Ko, may I ask, you are a member of the Eternal Night Army, right? Ko Tianlin flicked the ash off his cigarette and joked. Yes, I'm a member of the Ko family army under the Eternal Night Army. My grandfather is the commander of the Ko family army. So, do you feel a bit uneasy sitting with the members of the 9th Division and the Eternal Night Army? Not at all. I have a question. Want to ask why I can know you're here? Ko Tianlin voiced Fang Xian's thoughts. Fang Xian nodded. Ko Tianlin exhaled a straight plume of smoke. Because Tian Shield Academy has our internal support, but it's not convenient to tell you who it is right now. Sure enough. Fang Xian's body leaned back slowly. Then you came to find me. Wouldn't it be to ask me to be your internal support? Not necessarily. Your midterm test at Tian Shield Academy is held in the Demon God Ruins, and people from the Eternal Night Army will also be there. Take this thing, when you meet someone from the Eternal Night Army, just reveal this item, and there won't be any conflict. Even if you encounter other organizations of otherworldly beings, they will still give some respect at the sight of the Ko family army's token. Ko Tianlin flicked his thumb, and a warm jade token flew over, engraved with the character Ko. Just this matter? You have a power-type talent, right? Ko Tianlin suddenly asked. Yes. Ko Tianlin smiled. Then you found the right person. You should have heard about the boundary suppression when entering the Demon God Ruins. I've heard of it. We have a predecessor who once went there and accidentally entered a forbidden area. Only those with power-type talents can withstand the overwhelming gravitational pressure. I know you want to ask, can't the Eternal Night Army find a power-type talent? Awakening a power-type talent is easy to find, but an SSS-level power-type talent is not easy to come by. So, you mean to let me go rescue someone? Is that the idea? Ko Tianlin stated the final objective, not to rescue. That predecessor has already fallen. I hope you can bring back his body. That predecessor's flesh is very useful to us, but you must have thought of it too. The difficulty of bringing out a corpse is very high. Previously, someone estimated that it would require a 5-level combat strength SSS level power type talent to manage it. Currently, you have a 4-level combat strength.
It seems quite challenging for you to reach 5 level during the midterm, so this time you should first circle around to determine the position and familiarize yourself with the environment. By the time of the final test, you should be able to reach 5 level combat strength, and then you can bring the body out. Ko Tianlin stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. I've said so much, but it seems I haven't heard you say yes. What do you think? Fong Xin paused. What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, then you don't agree, there's no need to be shy. Oh, I forgot to mention the benefits. Once you succeed, I'll give you a 10th level offensive treasure. A 10th level defensive treasure. Plus a bonus of 100 million. If you don't succeed, but as long as you try, you'll still get half of these rewards. Of course, if you feel it's not enough, you can propose more conditions. As long as it's within reason, I can negotiate for you. Fong Xin immediately waved his hand. Brother Ko, we're all brothers, talking about these things feels vulgar. Here's my card number. Seeing this, Ko Tianlin smiled. Jun, write down the card number and transfer 50 million to Xiao Xian first. Fong Xin quickly retracted his card. I'm just joking. I'll go take a look first. If it's good, then I'll give you a definite answer, okay? No problem. Ko Tianlin glanced at the time. It's getting late, you should rest. Here's my contact information. You can come find me anytime after you leave the Tian Shield Academy. If you have any issues, you can come to me. Fong Xin took a very high-quality black business card. Ko Tianlin paused and continued. Also, on the surface, the Tian Shield Bureau appears calm, but the power struggles among them are fierce. If you can't stand working there, the Ko family army will always welcome you. Facing the olive branch thrown by Ko Tianlin, Fong Xin replied cleanly, okay? Ko Tianlin raised his chin. It's a bit lonely to stay alone at night, how about I let Jun accompany you? Her acting talent is strong, she can portray whatever you want. Don't worry, she hasn't been touched by anyone else, she's clean. As soon as these words were said, the strong man with a rose tattoo on his head visibly flushed, but he could only hold back his anger. Zhao Jun pressed her lips together, her expression complicated, but she seemed ready to sacrifice herself. Fong Xin immediately refused. As the saying goes, a marital affair can be deadly. A few days ago, Fong Xin had seen the story of a man who caused great trouble for 3 virtuous men. No need. Ko Tianlin glanced at Mo Wenbing, who stood by quietly, afraid to make a sound. Ko Tianlin left a message and went back to the Ko family army. Watching Ko Tianlin leave with his people, Fong Xin exhaled deeply. The second young master had too strong an aura. He toyed with the jade token given by Ko Tianlin, contemplating the matter of going to the demon and god ruins. Suddenly, Fong Xin sat up. There wasn't just one demon and god ruins. How could Ko Tianlin be sure that the place Fong Xin was going to was where their ancestor had fallen? After thinking for a moment, Fong Xin stroked his chin. There's only one truth. It's not what Mom said. It's what Grandpa said. The jade token spun cleverly between Fong Xian's fingers like a small fish. Tonight, 2 skills had also been awakened. Things are easier to do at night. Xingchuan City is an ancient battlefield of the gods' chaos. First, summon a spirit to try. Fong Xian sliced his fingertip with his index finger. Holding his breath and focusing, he began to write and draw in the void. A blood-red ring, formed by mysterious and obscure blood runes connected end to end, floated vertically in midair. Fong Xin spread his 5 fingers and reached into the ring. In the name of my slaughter, I command the ghosts and gods from all directions to appear. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly. Chapter 78, Tiger Guard. Fong Xin trembled, his body shivered. As he reached into the ring, he distinctly felt a cold hand grab onto him, their fingers interlocked. A chilling aura rushed over. Fong Xin found himself enveloped in this cold atmosphere. It felt as though he had fallen into an endless hell. Chilling winds blew out from the blood-red ring. A dazed and hoarse voice emerged from within. Who is summoning me? Fong Xin calmed himself. After a moment's thought, he pulled towards himself. The first thing to emerge was a strong arm stained with blood. Next, the other person's shoulders and head successively emerged from the blood-red ring. As Fong Xin pulled, half of the other person's body came out. They looked around in confusion. Fong Xin tugged again. The other person was completely pulled out from the blood-red ring. Fong Xin stared at the undead before him. About 2 meters tall. With a strong build, like an iron tower, expression blank, long hair cascading down, wearing tattered armor, and carrying 4 short daggers on his back, with a shield strapped to his arm. Did you summon me? Fong Xin looked around. Seems like there's no one else here. The undead looked at Fong Xin, somewhat speechless. Fong Xin pulled back to the main topic. First, introduce yourself. What's your name, where did you serve, what are your talents, and what's your level? The undead replied in a deep voice, "My name is Mo, one of the 13 Tiger Guards under the command of Grand Marshal Tai Shuxiong. SS level Savage Talent, rank 11 peak combat power before becoming undead." Fong Xian took out his intelligence device. "Wait a minute, I'll check." Logically, someone this impressive should be in history books. Fong Xian looked it up. The introduction only had a few lines. Tai Shuxiong, Grand Marshal of the White Robe Army, participated in the internal conflict of the church after the War of the Gods, opposed the royalists, ultimately defeated, whereabouts unknown. Fong Xian scratched his cheek. Wow, just a short sentence summarizes a grand life. But details like the church's internal strife and opposition to the royalists couldn't be traced. Many things have been secretly erased from the history books by behind-the-scenes manipulators. Fong Xian checked the 13 Tiger Guards under Tai Shuxiong again. The introduction was also very concise. The 13 Tiger Guards are the personal guards created by Tai Shuxiong, consisting of 13 awakened ones with SS-level talents. They have repeatedly achieved great feats for Tai Shuxiong. Fong Xian checked ammo of the 13 Tiger Guards again. The screen switched to show a line of text. Mo of the 13 Tiger Guards, one of Tai Shuxiong's personal guards. Fong Xian was amused and angry at this search result. He stuffed the intelligence device back into his pocket and looked at the somewhat blank-faced Mo in front of him. Did the White Robe Army also participate in the Great War of the Gods in Qingshu City? Mo replied in a deep voice, "The White Robe Army played a key role in the War of the Gods." But why is there no record of the White Robe Army's role in the War of the Gods? The reason is obvious. Tai Shuxiong participated in the church's internal conflict and chose the wrong side, so he was removed from the achievement list. Tai Shuxiong went missing after the War of the Gods. This one named Mo died in the War of the Gods. Asking about those details would be pointless. But on the other hand, this person in front of him is quite impressive. Having experienced the baptism of war, his combat skills must be very high. The maximum combat ability that he can exert is 11, but how much he can actually exert still depends on Fong Xian's strength. At the moment he was pulled out from the blood-red rune ring, he had already signed a contract with Fong Xian, becoming the glorious working soul under Fong Xian's command. "How much strength can you exert now?" Fong Xian asked. Mo was silent for a few seconds. "My combat power is linked to your vitality and spirit. Through resonance with your condition, I can exert level 4 combat power for 10 minutes, level 5 combat power for 5 minutes, and level 6 combat power for 30 seconds. Fong Xian observed the somewhat transparent and eerie figure before him. Currently, his combat power with strength talent is level 4, but the combat power with killing talent is level 5, so it is reasonable that Mo can exert level 6 power for 30 seconds. But 30 seconds? Steamed bun? Any objections? What's wrong with 30 seconds? 30 seconds is still pretty strong, alright. This is what a real man should be like. Are there any of your fellow 13 Tiger Guards left on the ancient battlefield of Qingshu City? Or is there anyone stronger than you? Fong Xian asked again. I am the only one of the 13 Tiger Guards here. The dead stronger than me here have already entered reincarnation. You haven't entered reincarnation, it must be because your obsession is quite strong, right? Yes, the 13 Tiger Guards bear the mission of peace for the world. As long as the world is not at peace for a day, we cannot enter reincarnation. Fang Xinwen's eyes lit up. Then do you know how many of the 13 Tiger Guards have died in battle? I know of 2 more. They are on other battlefields. Do you want to sign a contract with them? No way. Mao revealed a pure and hopeful smile for the first time. I look forward to fighting alongside them again. Tell me their locations, I'll find time to go. Zhang is at the ancient 8 Bridge, and Ali is at the Chu King's ancient cross. Fong Xian silently noted this down and raised his hand towards the blood-red rune circle still hovering in the air. The circle spun smaller and smaller, dropping into Fong Xian's palm, which faced Mao. Mao immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and entered Fong Xian's palm, while the rune circle vanished into the flesh without a trace. Fong Xian activated his slaughter talent and released Mao again, repeating this a few times. Mao looked at Fong Xian with a straight face. My lord, if you really have nothing to do, you should find a job. Fong Xian chuckled. I didn't know you could joke. Mao replied seriously, my lord, I am not joking. Fong Xian raised his hand and recalled Mao. Such a sole general allowed Fong Xian to continue signing contracts. His divine springs were not limited to 1. He could definitely handle the creation. However, it seemed that the SSS grade talent Soul General could only sign 3. He wondered if it was related to having only 3 divine springs. If he had many Soul Generals, they would just share the fighting time during battles, shortening each one's combat duration. With 10 Soul Generals, they could unleash 3 seconds of 6th level combat power together. Fortunately, he had just devoured Shiman Boguang's talent. Honing the divine springs could still strengthen him significantly, possibly extending from 30 seconds to 3 minutes. But signing contracts drained a lot of physical and mental energy. After resting for more than an hour, Fong Xian sat up energetically. It was now nighttime, and the strange beings came out to roam. If Fong Xian wanted to expand his power, those strange beings, especially those with no roots, were the best choice. Tomorrow, when he returned to the Sky Shield Academy, he could let his soul generals continue to scout for good prospects outside. When he came out next time, he could take them all at once. This snowball effect would make his power grow stronger. Fong Xian left the hotel. Walking under the shadowy night streets, Fong Xian waved his intelligence device back and forth, searching for suitable targets. Scanning around, the highest talent level among the strange beings was only a B-grade Beastmaster talent. This talent could completely transform the energy of fierce beasts into one's own power. After staying too long at the ninth spot, he had a subconscious feeling that everyone there had very good talents. B is just B, the soul generals accepted from the divine blessing would also gain slaughter talents and could rapidly strengthen themselves through fighting. Fong Xian's gaze locked onto that B-grade individual. This B must have committed some crime. He was currently running frantically in one direction. After following for a while, Fong Xian realized this B was being chased by 3 people. This B was only a peak level 2 fighter. Among the 3 who were chasing him, although their talents were not as good, they included 1 level 3 fighter and 2 level 2 fighters. More than 10 minutes later, Fong Xian stood in the path this B would surely take. When he got close, he saw the person's appearance, curly hair and a face full of wrinkles, looking like a Shar-Pei dog turned into a human. Oi! Fong Xian called out. The man glanced at Fong Xian. Oh, shut up. After saying that, he changed direction and ran away. Fong Xian laughed in anger. Immediately chased after him. The person held something in his arms and ran quickly, but compared to Fong Xian's movement skill, his speed was somewhat slower, and his stamina was much worse. Fong Xian ran alongside that person. I see you have an extraordinary skeleton, you are a martial arts genius. If you follow me, I will help you solve your troubles, and those chasing you can also follow you. What do you say? The person glanced at Fong Xian and snorted with scorn through his nostrils. You haven't even grown hair and dare to talk to me like this? You really think highly of yourself. Even if I get hit by a car today, even if I get beaten to death today, I will absolutely not follow a little brat like you. Chapter 79 Huang Shua. Hey! Fong Xian laughed. The 3 pursuers behind were getting faster and faster, with only 50 meters between the 2 sides. Although the Shar-Pei dog's talent was higher than the 3 behind, its combat power was only a peak level 2, and among the 3 chasing, one was a powerful level 3 fighter. The distance between them continued to close. Just when the distance was less than 30 meters, one of the 3 raised his hand and reached for the Shar-Pei dog. Vines rose from the ground. They wrapped around the Shar-Pei dog's ankle. The Shar-Pei dog let out a roar. Gold fur visibly grew on its body. Upon closer inspection, tiger stripes appeared, and there was a twisted king character in the center of its forehead. However, this brat looked too much like a Shar-Pei dog, making it appear like a mix between a tiger and a Shar-Pei after beastification. It had no resemblance to the king of beasts at all, instead, it looked a bit ridiculous. The Shar-Pei dog struggled to break the vines and used its hands and feet to speed away. But that brief moment of being entangled by the vines gave the others a chance. The leading level 3 fighter was a sea-level psychic awakened. Pushing the sword finger against his temple, a ghost claw made of psychic energy rushed toward the Shar-Pei dog's furry head. The Shar-Pei dog used a tiger fist, trying to crush the psychic ghost claw, but unfortunately, the wind from the tiger fist had little intimidation against psychic energy. Its head was immediately squeezed. The Shar-Pei dog's eyes bulged, its tongue uncontrollably stuck out from the corner of its mouth, the expression of despair resembled that of a dog that had been drugged and was having its organs removed. The distance between both sides closed again, and the last pursuer pressed his hands to the ground. A chill enveloped the Shar-Pei dog, forming an ice shell around him. All this may take a while to tell, but it happened in an instant. The 3 were less than 10 meters from the Shar-Pei dog. The Shar-Pei dog shook violently, letting out a roar that shattered the ice shell around him. Seeing the danger, it hurriedly pulled out a plate from its arms. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll break it. None of us will get it. The 3 pursuers' eyes burned with anger. The Shar-Pei dog glanced at the jade plate in its hand, made up its mind, and threw the jade plate to Fong Xian like it was a disc. Brother, I will hold them off. You take the jade plate and gather at the old place. After throwing the jade plate, the 3 indeed turned their gaze toward Fong Xian, their eyes filled only with the jade plate, quickly redirecting toward him. The Shar-Pei dog turned back and whistled at Fong Xian, laughing. Kid, if you don't die, come find me. I'll take you as my little brother. While saying this, it used its hands and feet to run far away. Running, it glanced back at Fong Xian. But the next second, the Shar-Pei dog saw Fong Xian land a punch. Almost within 3 seconds, the 3 people surrounding Fong Xian were knocked unconscious on the ground. Fong Xian smiled widely at Sharpei Dog from afar, and in a flash, disappeared from the spot. When it appeared again, it was already just a few dozen meters away from the Sharpei Dog. The Sharpei Dog was so scared that it tightened its rear. It turned its head and saw Fong Xian vanish like a ghost in place again. As the Sharpei Dog was running, its head bumped into something. It quickly looked back to see what it had run into. To its horror, it found it had bumped into Fong Xian's chest. Fong Xian smiled, "Watch where you're going." The Sharpei Dog immediately changed direction and ran. But after just a couple of steps, it was blocked again by Fong Xian. Fong Xian was about to say something. But unexpectedly, this Sharpei Dog smoothly knelt down. "Great brother. Please allow me to pay my respects." Fong Xian was taken aback, thinking he would have to beat the dog to make it submit. However, the kneeling was too smooth, who could tell what it was truly thinking inside? "What's your name?" Fong Xian asked. The Sharpei Dog raised its head. "Great brother, I am Huang Debao." "Huang Debao?" Fong Xian took out his smart device and scanned the wrinkled face. "Great brother. You? Are you from the Tian Shield Bureau? Or from the 9th Division?" The Sharpei Dog licked its lips, its gaze fixed on the totem on Fong Xian's smart device. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows. "You are not Huang Debao, you are Huang Shua." The Sharpei Dog yelped loudly as if someone stepped on its tail. "I am Huang Debao. Huang Shua is the name that old wall lamp gave me. I didn't manage to change it before I became an extraordinary person." "Still a filial son, huh?" Fong Xian joked. This Sharpei Dog was also on record. Its criminal record didn't have any homicides, it was all theft. Once, it had served as a horse for an organization, but was expelled for stealing a precious item from the safe in the leader's bedroom, proudly becoming one of the extraordinary people. "You got kicked out for stealing from your superior? You're addicted to theft, Huang Shua?" Fong Xian lightly kicked the Sharpei Dog. "I am F** King called Huang Debao. You F** King call me Huang Shua again. What if I do? I swear I'll knock my head on the ground until you're scared." Fong Xian looked at Huang Debao. He was still an abstract candidate. Huang Debao continued, "And I did not steal any *T from my boss. That precious item originally belonged to my old wall lamp before he died, but my *TCH of a boss snatched it away. I'll clarify again, I did not steal. I was redirecting social resources." Fong Xian regarded this dog-like person, originally named Huang Shua, who was now an abstract dispatcher. "What about your other theft cases?" Huang Debao knelt on the ground, his right hand patting his left palm. "Do you believe I'll sue you for defamation? How many times do I need to say it before you understand? I am a scholar. How could a scholar engage in theft? I'll explain one last time. I did not steal. What I did, those things you talked about, are just social resources being reallocated for optimal configuration. I am doing it for the social development." Makes sense. So now following me around is also a way of optimizing human resources, right? Fong Xian adapted quickly. "Huh?" Huang Debao choked, not expecting to walk right into a trap. Huang Debao tilted his head to examine Fong Xian. "You are an official from the 9th Division, feeding me like royalty, so you want me to follow you around? Oh, you want me to be your spy, huh? Those extraordinary people are my brothers and beloved friends, you need to pay me more." "No, it's just to follow me around. I'll pass on a talent to you. It can let your training speed be double the effort for half the result, but you must listen to me in everything. And you have to select new members for me." Huang Debao knelt on the ground, intertwining his hands in his sleeves. "Sir, are you treating me like a fool? What talent can you pass on? Can it really make me train efficiently as a B-class? If you really could, let alone follow me."